Chapter 1 Jiang Bai. My name is Jiang Bai, Anna was born into an ordinary family. Bismarck smissive intient higher in this world. Oh heavens, do you truly understand how we have spent this years? Isn't it said that those who ha traverse realms are endowed with golden fingers? Why must I be mere, unremarkable trainer in a small town? These world is and where a spiritual energy has revived. Andy, Jiang Bai, possessed a golden finger have so lyra lid on my own of Fortstow and Roland the Finnest chul for spiritual were I Orson currently in mid third year of high school. Unlike a typical high schools, a school for spiritual warriors requires the studio foundation all techniques, the absorption of spiritual energy to his body, ultimately aspiring to become a martial apprentice. However, the majority of high school graduate test and not achieve a test at soft martial apprentices. For an ordinary high school student, the future even entails satin dinger regular university and subsequently enjoying thebelsing soft and into sign or zeratos 7 work culture. Even a mundane university for spiritual wari or siled sun la mediocre prospects. Thus, it must strive to gain admission to the best university for spiritual wari or siet. I can shake the feeling that's a methinja still missing. Yunchuan Province, Shiming City, Tongcheng. In Nakaman Place a residential community, Zijing City. Time 5:55 a.m. Jiang Bai, air unit going to jet up? Are you planning to Latin the very first day of school? A middle ged woman's voicebooms from room 403 of Zijing City. Mom, I'm getting a prite no. Jiang Bear pleashelplessly. Heaven no show I've read this years. Why must me diligent effort salways be met with such an inability to sleep in just a little longer? I on the lastly pit 3 last night after practicing Theruis na kois. I twasp the last day before school begins. Annie had tapushamijulf to enhance me abilities. This morning, I was rudely awakened at 6, my head spinning perhaps is should steal a few marimament soft slumber. Even in a work head so like himity serve as amamento for spite. There's twin Taiwan on thitabulga by semething toa, and don't belate. I still need to help hio your father seat pis fritzstall, by Susa says, leaving money on thitable before eating out. Jiang by Hasselways reassure, yet a veer your aunt the first day of shul, himanagestibilate. Time 7:45 a.m. Jiang Bei finale awakens, BD's already running late. At Tongcheng First High School. On the podium, beneath the national flag, Principal Li Qiuachin passionate, lid livers the appeaning, speed for the Niscalier. Standing at the foot off the podium Misa Boykladina, blue and white short-sleeved shirt and grey capper pants, his sharesami wat disheveled, suggesting Hiru shed here without a thought for his appearance. Yet, a hint of charm can still be discerned. This boy is known ether thantha tardy Jiang Bai, who listens to the principal's address with a fast fool of despair. How utterly embarrassing. Moreover, despite having traversed realm, I cannot escape a theora tor prowess for principal. Positioned very close to him, I am practically a captivaudian in his rhetoric. Students, today marks Iatano Theraphobia nu alapining karamonis. It is with Gretra Gretha to note, as a preparatory candidate for spiritual warriors, ono fayo has arrived ladiant sacride. Thus, I shall punish this individual by requiring him to stand at the podium fort wohors. Lethis arvis a cautionarite leferal, the principal declares. Upon observing the student syntheodiancy offering no objections, hinted sin satisfaction and concluded the ceremony. In Thefasoft he first ear class, under Thegadancy off class teacher Wang Zhao. Jiang Bai, a student in class unio fire senior, how ku da you balatin the very first day? Wang Zhao ornist li advises Jiang Bai in the office. Here, at the sandward seriamadid, nor a petition. In Thero off Ling Yuan calendar, the method self-ducating children navy evolved remarkably. In Herliter, Galugulu, Jiang Bai, doyo haviana questions? Wang Zhao asks, taking a sip of water while he observing Jiang Bai. No, teacher, you sure you I will not belady again. Jiang Bai responds sincerely, acknowledging it. It was Morella that he had worked too hard last night, leading to ver sleeping however, such an ecstasy shirt lysamething, confess. Top student stipicly toil in silence, never admitting to burning the midnight toil. Very well, it's to me to collect the textbooks. Please a return to your classroom, Wang Zhe instructs after glancing at the clock. This year's class on is indeed challenging to manage ID, specular theta student twausuala perform sol would repeated lie arrive latent the fierce day. Furthermore, each time high slate, Hisix Gasizari hard like convincing Heclaim sto having counterede, an elderly woman in theory and her own safety. Water ridiculous reason, consequently, top prevent young Bei from faltering. Wangzia thought Felice Bentoveran your imparterus Donahim. His throat nearly drew from speaking. Class A 301, third year. As Jiang Bei returns to Hesiod, Hishjabai des Metellion, brother by, Uruquid impressive, being Latin thivery first day off again. Thechabai Aeneas named Wu Donning, Jiang Bei is classmate and close friend for 5 years Thiera bound be a friendship that blossomed from a conflict. Danning, what's wrong? Ari Weechin for scolding. Being laid to is merely an accident, Jiang Bei brush him off. You understand, brother Bei must have practiced until 12 last night. Which is why you overslept, Danning Grepleys, half jokingly, half seriously. Note at all, while I, Jiang Bei, am diligent, would never practice urinal to thouer. Jiang Bei feigns calmness, inwardly wondering if the ninja some injured. However, you are mistaken indeed practice until 3. I z, Danning chuckles knowingly, ace if everything just spoken brother Bei must have had been helping an elderly lady. Jiang Bei Ari outra thought perceptive? Ding ding ding. The bell for class rings, and just then, a female classmate enters, walking up to the podium. As he sends, the chatter in the classroom quiets down. This girl is noniather than the class monitor of class 1, the schoolbadiot ya first high, judging one. No tonlai isha strikingly beautiful, but she's also exception talented. She has consistent libinta top student, leaving the boy soft first high gasping for breath, though Jiang Bei's an exception. Jiang Bei noten liminages, but the can el sabri the isili. Dressed in a blue and white topandas hort gray skirt, she possesses a land slender figure with fair skin. Aptly describe a dace of beauty with fair sky and long legs. Dear classmates, please come up to collect the our text books in order of file your student numbers. With that, shice the fierce torsi of a hair textbooks. At first high, textbooks are distributed based on overall rankings. Anja Jingguin undoubtedly claims the top spot as 001. Jiangbis the second to collect this textbooks. Danning thinks to himself, brother Bei is still brother Bei, impressive sever, yet perpetual eternal second. Basic Swordsmanship 13, an introduction to monster classification, and a compendium of spiritual plant tree textbook. In truth, aside from basic swordsmanship, there are also foundational techniques 4 palm strikes, staff techniques, and Nefe techniques. Students in the high school for spiritual warrior stipically select tone noft, hisa disciplinis fortraining when condition sallow, most stopped for basic swordsmanship duetoits superior litholiantha requirement for innate talent. Upon entering university, students may adjust their focus or take and supplement or discipline s based on their circumstances. After all, high school is primarily about building a foundation selecting in disciplines suffice to prevent students from extending themselves as sandwasti. Classes in high school are reorganized be the chosen discipline of study. Class 1 off 30 ratonching first high specialization basic swordsmanship, while students practicing go through foundation all techniques are placed in different classes. Typically, in high school, students learn the first version of foundational techniques in their first year and progresto ease conversion in their second year, gradually absorbing spiritual energy and enhancing their physical capabilities. The initial 2 years focus only on foundational training, yet in the third year, much more is required than mere diligence. Toby Comey martial apprentice, one must practice diligently in both summer and winter, leaving no moment to relax, thoughtful balancio for contrast ascertainly advisable. An introduction to monster classification is sabu nithathe sexisted since Seth revival of spiritual energy, primarily detailing the classification of monsters, covering nearly all species, and offering a brief overview of fetch. A new species of monsters evolve each semester, up to tesserimity annually. The compendium of spiritual plants catalogs common plants for conspirator revival. Certain spiritual plants possess extraordinary medicinal properties, capable of healing ailments, enhancing genetalent, and being utilized for alchemine and refining. Each semester, students at the high school for spiritual warriors undergo assessments, with foundational technique evaluation for up to 300 points. Assessments for an introduction to monster classification and detailed analysis of mainstream monsters are due to 100 points, resulting in a total evaluation score of 500 points for high school. The higher the score, the better the benefits and privilege afforded. Ding ding ding. The first class concludis the opinion classo feci iris dedicated do distributing textbooks, allowing students to familiarize themselves with the material. Brother by, after summer break, how my Kajir combat prowess improved. As soon as classens, Wu Danenglinson, eager to discover Thixton Toff brother base progress during the summer. Not bad as shouldatly strength second, Jongbera pleased dismissively, not lifting is gazing a kunanu sta study basic swordsmanship 13. I need to familiarize myself with basic swordsmanship 13 first, so I can grasp it merkaklai when the teacher explains haven otomito engage in it'll chatterby in gas mal tautraniris no joke. Seeing Jiang Bei's typical response, Wu Danan chuckles, brother by, I fire rank second, I will rank second. This summer, I made significant progress well dominate first high in the upcoming month lie assessment. Up in hearing this, Jiang Bei finally lifted his gazeto glansa Wu Daning, saying, keep it up the last time you said something like the twastering the previous occasion. With that, Harris summed this reading. Wu Dani and Jine deed possessed a certain talent, which might not be immediately apparent, yet that it leaf Daning guess a clear indication of a promising future. Baigu, Wu Daning replied, somewhat speechless. Aldovskin plays suis beyond his reach, finishing just she fit ways entirely possible by Gelway Sima Doblaviastonu in soft situation. Hemph. Onadi ye shall truly be comey formidable dawning. Lead us be off, Danon classes sabaudo commence, endure first lessonus in basic swordsmanship. After a brief moment of reading, Jongbero addressed Wudaning. Incoming. Wu Daning, lost in his daydreams, snapped back to reality and hurried after Jongbai. Each neuter began at hate staff martial prowess, and for the third student soft class 1 in Tongching, all third class mates were keen line interested in their salt soft their secretive training cover the past 12-month soft summer vacation. On Severion had departed, Jia Jingwen emerged from the class remand. Up and spotting Jiang Bai, fell into deep contemplation. It was the first day off school, and he was late again. Surely, he had been busy making that final brain eye through yesterday. But weren't we in the same boat? Chapter 2 The Opening Assessment. At Tongching No. 1 High School, in the swordsman a practice room. The practice room weighs approximately the size of a football field, with a 30 square meter the diskinter. A thismamit, a middle-aged instructor sat cross-legged in the middle-leafed hirana. Malin, the swordsmanship instructor for class 1, Donegel drimmed glasses and appeared toba meditating, a woodens were dressed on his lap. Beneath his sculptured exterior, however, lay a non-ruleless spirit. Behind him student impasing apparatus the martial power testing device, a highly developed technology utilized to assess students' martial prowess. Ding ding ding. Students, welcome to your first basic swordsmanship classes to students. As per tradition, today we shall primarily assess our martial power no new content will be introduced. Malin rose from Theranon spoke in a measured tone. His gaze swept across class, momentarily lingering in Jiang Bei and Jiajingwen. Silently hopping they would surprise him today. Now, when I call your name, please a step forward and demonstrate our swordsmanship progress using this woodens word. Expect a Viriana Tajaveth Aryatmastan showcase their strongest martial power. Thwoodens word Dan testing device were remached set, equipped with sensor stow inshuri curatary salts. First up, Wudaning. Adjusting his gold drimmed glasses, Malin began the roll call. Below the stage, Wu Daning Gwori a no-inj expression, thinking, great, starting the test from the last position again. This time, I will astonish them all. It's to me to reveal my true capabilities I am not the last stone. Baigu, Moth, despite his stout frame, Wu Danan moved with surprising gagely. Taking Fudin's word from the instructor, Hurry call it the foundational sword technique escarging method. Employing themis powerful move from the fierce 12 soft basic swordsmanship, the vertical slash, has struck the apparatus, which immediately display Davlyov 61. Thekroder uptiden excitement to Danengad clearly made significant strides. During the previous semester's final assessment, Hehadon Lie registered a martial power of 48, and no head surge be 13 points. How could such rapid improvement occur in just 12 months? Especially during the summer, a time typically associated with rest and leisure. Wu Danengad truly been diligent during the summer. A hint of surprise crossed young base face, though Hequaclyrigan discomposure, having gashiva dam martial power of over 60 during his first year. There was no need to question how Jiang Bai had improved so dramatically he had, simply put more effort. Not bad, barely passing. It seems you have Putin substantial effort Thisimer, Malin stated, somewhat pleased. With a martial power of 61, gaining admission to a prestigious university for spiritual warriors should not pose a problem. Toby Comey martial apprentice, one a mas to leave it their martial power to 100, thus making Jitura 4 Skulston with this status. Moreover, a son progresses in their training, third of improvement in sto slow. Malin had not anticipated such a significant leap from a student who had consistently placed last. Next, Fong, Malin continued, calling the next student. Amidst astonished gazes off his spears, Wu Dan and Strodek confident Lido Jiang by side, boasting, so, what do you think, by go? I wasn't lying, was I? Not Bei Da Uvaria kept the level I was at me first year. By go, that's quite a blow to my pride. Although Wu Dan and Gunder stewed theoryality, Zhang Bei's words sunless served to amplify his sense of inadequacy. During their exchange, Feng Feng complete his assessment, achieving a martial power of 55. His score was somi wat unique, making it difficult to evaluate at present. Malin continued to call out enemies, with most results clustering between 55 and 80. Compared to previous years data for the graduating class, these years' performance was markedly improved. Time passed swiftly, and soon most students had completed their assessments. Next, Vuili have our class top 5 students demonstrate their skills. I hope you have not squandered or training during the summer. Malin expressed high hopes for the upcoming participants. In Class 1, the martial power of the top 5 students typically show a significant improvement over the top 6th ranked student. 5th place, Chung 1. As Malin's voice echoed, as caller li looking al stepadonta therina. By appearance and stature, hard lysima a formidable contender. Yet, judging Gabuk be discovery sag gravira for spiritual warriors. He was the 5th ranked student from Class 3, student number 005, and Hadel Reedy achieved a martial power of 79 bethened off te previous semester. Just stone point she of t coveted 80, a threshold of significance. Nuna knew what this current martial power would be. Once again, he executed vertical slash. The display panel skyrocket the numbers. It finally settled at 83. Well done edges twamare points, and du could secure a place in a prestigious university for spiritual warriors, Malin offered a compliment. Alas, it still fell short of 85 points, Chung Wen lamented, gazing skyward with a look of resignation. Theodian Suis left an IE historically, only toward 3 students from Tongcheng No. 1 High School of Air secured as Patina top 5 spiritual warriors university, and Thiciar there were nearly 5. How could Dunna still feel unsatisfied? This year was indeed intense. Next up, Cheng Wu. Student number 004, Cheng Wu, Cheng Wen's fraternal twin brother, Wasquitethi Contristo Hisablinged. Wang Wen was demuri Anskali, Cheng was robustly built, standing near Lightmeter stall. Hadel Reedy registered at a martial power of 82 points during the previous semester. Vertical slash. Cheng Wu, martial power 87. Malin announced Cheng Wu's score, prompting an oath around of applause from the audience. Excellent, slightly stronger than your brother. I hope Hayuki Epushin yourself. Perhaps an aim for to motivate Cheng Wan. Malin offered a mixture of praise and encouragement. However, it was evident that Cheng Wen was not swayed by such tactics. His brother's success did not dampen his spirits. Next, Li Boki. At the sound off Malin's voice, a rebellious-looking Althwi thread-hair stepped on a thestage. Li Baka took the sword, inhaled deeply, and prepared. Charging up. Another vertical slash. The display fluctuated wildly, beeping incessantly. His martialper peaked at 92. Theodian seer up to Dinastonishment, such a districtly belonging to the top student. Regrettably, to exceptional talent Shadel Rita surpassed that mark during the previous semester, leaving Jevriona curious about their. Up and seeing the figure of 92, Libo Kashukashed. It seems I cannot surpass thas at well. The score Iska Mindaba in suggests potential for admission to top-tier institution. Malin reassured him, Keenan ensuring this promising student did not feel discouraged. After all, breaking through 90-point barrier in just 12 months was an impressive feat, especially with Askari of 92. Malin, you overestimate team. I. Liboki, refuse to be so easily disheartened. After declaring this, Hecus to glance seawards, Yajuan and Zhangbai. That wotoring figuresoft class 1 ho infuriating. Surely, Ido shall have a my day. Next, Jiangbai. The anticipation for Jiangbei grew, especially after Li Bak's impressive Eskarov 92. Generally, high school students experience rapid improvements in 3 distinct phases. The first phase occurs during the initial 3 months of high school as the practice foundation all techniques their bodies begin to spiritual, leading to significant boosts in martial power. During this period, each student's potential for martial arts becomes evident. Consequently, between the first semester, students are often grouped by ability and aptitude. Tongqing No. 1 High school follows a similar procedure. The second phase occurs during that 1-month summer break between the second and third years, serving as the final stage before university entrance. Students would typically coast through their studies often begin to exert themselves, resulting in a notable increase in martial power. Take Wudaning, for instance, in just 12 months, he levied a score from 48 to 61, overcoming the thresholds of both 50 and 60, a remarkable improvement of 13 points. Such a result was commendable. The third phase unfolds during the 3 months leading up to the college entrance examination, during which certain dark horses may emerge, and competition intensifies significantly. News reports often surface about some courses unexpected receipt at the top, gain in entrance to prestigious universities. Returning to the matter at hand. Jiangbai, considered an ordinary student within class 1, was known as Le Shy Lai regarded B. Malin. For a student devoid of identity and background, maintaining the position of skinned in the steamed institution is indeed a formidable challenge. He believes that Jiangbei's current accomplishments, standing skinned in this prestigious school, are predominant lie attributed to his relentless efforts, with online or contribution from external assistance. Teacher Malin is genuinely looking forward to witnessing Jiangbei's martial prowess, especially considering that between off the previous semester, his martial value Hadal Reader Akidanim, Pressive Eskoriof 94. Achieving a martial value E90 signifies the every increment tall point gain thereafter rise increasingly arduous. Moreover, attaining a martial value E95 represents a significant threshold, and it remains uncertain whether Jiangbai can make any brain eye, through within the span of thwants. Shoot his martial values into 95, I twould undoubtedly astonish Malin. It is noteworthy that Tevin Amory points to above 90 could result in a drastic drop-off several hundred ranks. Upon hearing his name announced, Jiangbei gradually ascends to Thirina. The first day of Fichen Academis Ayer Hasselways bin Thimam and Theogerly anticipates. This time, he wonders just how formidable he will become. Chapter 3. Defeat. Receiving the wooden sword from Teacher Marin, Jiangbai gathered his strength with remarkable composure. This is Jiangbai, a diligent individual. Through countless nights of relentless training, he has become the Jiangbai of today. Reflecting upon the arduous journey of practicing swordsmanship, he recalls the exhilarating sensation of wielding a sword for the first time. Today marks your inaugural lesson in fundamental sword techniques. The sword is the foremost weapon among all, possessing unparalleled might in later stages. However, mastering the sword demands considerable talent, necessitating greater dedication and perspiration in the early stages. On the practice arena of Tongqing No. 1 High School, Teacher Marin encouraged the students below. Next, I will demonstrate the basic sword techniques. Those who can grasp the fundamentals in just 2 weeks will be eligible to join Class 1 of Tongqing. I hope to see you all there in the future. From that moment, Jiangbai embarked on his journey of sword practice. The fundamental sword technique 1-to-1 consists primarily of 4 movements and their accompanying actions: thrusting, slicing, flicking, and hanging. The accompanying actions were innovated by spirit warriors to seamlessly connect the 4 techniques. It is said that the complete set of basic sword techniques comprises 13 forms, which will be mastered throughout high school. Through sheer effort, Jiangbai successfully became a student of Class 1. Distinguishing himself within the class, returning to his memories, Jiangbai adjusted his physical state. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. With a vertical slash, the audience fixated on the display of the martial power testing device. The numbers soaring rapidly, soon, it surpassed 90 and continued to rise. Teacher Marin gripped his pen and record sheet tightly, his gaze fixed on the monitor, eager to ascertain Jiangbai's martial power level. Jia Jingwen's indifferent expression betrayed a hint of curiosity. What could his martial power be? Wu Danning also wished to know his brother Bai's current martial power, having been classmates since middle school. He had always recognized Bai Ji's diligence and hoped he would claim the top spot. Go for it, Bai Gu. At that moment, Jiang Bai's martial power became the focal point of the entire arena. Martial power, 98 points. Such a terrifying figure. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Teacher Marin was taken aback. The increase in combat power was astounding. Wu Danning shouted in excitement, Bai Gu, you're amazing. Li Boqi, Cheng Wan, and Cheng Wu were equally astonished. This was truly formidable. After surpassing 95 points, each additional increase in martial power could take 1 or 2 months of effort. Enhancing by 4 points over the 2-month summer break seemed absurd. Well done, Jiang Bai. You may take a moment to rest, Marin said, elated, for Jiang Bai was his student. Could it be that I, Marin, a dropout from a prestigious school, may have the chance to teach a provincial champion coveted by elite academies? If that were the case, it would be sheer bliss. Seeing his results, Jiang Bai felt a quiet joy within. Surely, he would secure the top martial power now. Stealthily striving to astonish everyone, Jiang Bai maintained an impassive demeanor. Steady as a rock, he was aware of his progress but had not anticipated such a significant rise in martial power. However, Jia Jingwen had yet to undergo her test, leaving uncertainty about her martial power. Taking a deep breath of the fragrant air, Jiang Bai returned to his original position, met by envious gazes from those around him, who silently parted to make way. How impressive! When will I ever be this strong? Sigh, why did I choose to learn swordsmanship? It's so disheartening to as a fellow student. Why must you be so exceptional? The final contender, Jia Jingwen. Marin took a moment to compose himself before commencing the last individual's test. Jia Jingwen, the daughter of Tongqing's wealthiest tycoon and a significant taxpayer, with a father rumored to hold a high-ranking position in the Federation, wielding substantial power. Upon her entry into the school, even the principal personally welcomed her. Basking in glory, Jia Jingwen did not disappoint, consistently ranking first since her entrance into high school. Marin harbored expectations. Could Jia Jingwen retain her top position? According to school policy, if 2 individuals possess the same martial power, the one originally ranked higher retains their position. Thus, if Jia Jingwen's martial power matched Jiang Bai's at 98 points, she would still be ranked first, with Jiang Bai second. As Jia Jingwen took the stage. She cast a glance at Jiang Bai, seemingly confident of her victory. This gaze caused Jiang Bai to furrow his brow. Could she possibly surpass me? This was their 3rd year together. How many 3-year spans does one have in a lifetime? Jia Jingwen remained calm, devoid of any excessive mental turmoil, for in her view, securing first place was hardly a challenge. She received the sword, gathered her strength, and executed a vertical slash. Following Jiang Bai's test, the students on stage, including Marin, were eager to learn Jia Jingwen's current martial power. At this moment, silence enveloped the arena. One could hear a pin drop. What might her martial power be? Who would emerge as the top contender? The display numbers surged. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 95, 96, 97. Would it continue to rise? Jiang Bai watched the monitor, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Marin was exhilarated, sensing potential. Could there be 2 champions? The students were fixated on the display, not daring to blink. Could it elevate even further? Beep. The martial power jumped to 98. Now, the martial power matched Jiang Bai's, leaving Jia Jingwen the inevitable victor. Marin felt that today marked the pinnacle of his life. Jiang Bai sighed. Alas, it seems I still cannot compare. However, almost immediately, the numbers on the display ascended once more. Martial power, 99. A half-step martial apprentice. How terrifying. This could be considered the pinnacle for high school students at this stage. Remarkably powerful. She undoubtedly possesses the qualities of a top student. In comparison to her, I am but a mere shadow. The disparity is immense. The glow of a firefly daring to compete with the brilliance of the moon. Nay, I lack even the glow of a firefly. Is she truly a high school student? The arena was filled with gasps. The crowd's emotions surged once again. On stage, Teacher Marin took a moment to regain his composure. Reminiscent of his own testing years ago, though he had never achieved such a high martial power. Yet, they are my students. All right, everyone. I am quite satisfied with today's test results, Marin announced, pausing before continuing. The top 5 martial power students in our class are all likely to be accepted into the top 5 Spirit Warrior universities. 3 of you have already surpassed 90 in martial power, especially Zhang Bai with 98 and Jia Jingwen with 99. I hope everyone learns from them and continues to strive for improvement. All right, you may all disperse now. Zhang Bai and Jia Jingwen, please stay behind. The students departed the sword practice room, expressions of astonishment and envy on their faces. Bai Gu, don't be disheartened. In my heart, you will always be the best. I must take my leave. Wu Danning bid farewell to Zhang Bai, hastily making his exit. It was disheartening. Bai Gu was exceptional, was he not? With a martial power of 98, he would have been assured first place in previous years. Regrettably, this year, there was Jia Jingwen, continuing to overshadow everyone, even Bai Gu. Moreover, with her affluent background, formidable strength, and striking beauty, it was impossible not to feel inferior. Zhang Bai patted his chubby friend, allowing him to escape. Why must there be a Jingwen alongside me? However, this only fueled his determination to strive harder. The title of first place could only belong to him in the future. With this thought, the flames of ambition reignited in Zhang Bai's eyes. Marin observed Zhang Bai's entire performance, witnessing his relentless efforts despite frequent setbacks. Yet, he could only watch, feeling a profound sense of admiration. This lad possesses the spirit of a true warrior, he mused. Do you know why I have kept you two behind? Marin feigned mystery. Zhang Bai and Jia Jingwen exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that Teacher Marin was merely putting on an act. Beneath his scholarly faade lay a restless heart. The two, recognizing the cue, replied, Teacher, we are unsure. Satisfied by their response, Marin nodded and continued, Have you ever heard of martial techniques? Martial techniques? Zhang Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Jia Jingwen remained composed. After all, her family background was extraordinary. Martial techniques are the crystallization of spirit warriors since the resurgence of spiritual energy. Employing unique methods of gathering strength and techniques to unleash combat power far exceeding that of the spirit warriors themselves. However, typically, without entering the martial apprentice realm, those who attempt to practice martial techniques risk severe injury or death. Martial techniques require robust physical attributes and must undergo special testing. The origins of this practice are a tale worth sharing. Chapter 4. The era of spiritual origins. Noticing the confusion on their faces, Teacher Marin decided to elaborate without further delay. Martial techniques were inspired by spirit warriors mimicking the abilities of magical beasts, allowing them to exert greater strength. However, the requirements for training are exceedingly stringent. Generally, only those who have entered the martial apprentice realm are qualified to practice. Marin paused, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, before continuing. However, there are always exceptions. The training in martial arts demands a considerable degree of rigor. In previous years, no one at Tongqing No. 1 High School possessed the qualifications to practice martial arts. However, this year, 2 prodigies, Zhang Bai and Jia Jingwen, have emerged. Teacher Ma Lin informed them that he would apply to the Spirit Warriors Association on their behalf for the opportunity to study martial arts. The Spirit Warriors Association, established to safeguard the welfare of spirit warriors and to enforce their responsibilities and obligations, is spearheaded by high-ranking spirit warriors in collaboration with Spirit Warrior University and the Huaxia Alliance's official body. Each administrative district above the city level hosts a branch of the Spirit Warriors Association, with Tongqing's branch being known as the Tongqing Spirit Warriors Sub-Association. comparable to a state-owned enterprise in contemporary terms, holding significant influence within the Huaxia Alliance. Nonetheless, the final determination of their eligibility to study martial arts hinges upon assessments of their physical fitness and various other evaluations, as the most significant taboo in martial arts practice is the peril of hastening growth. Should they successfully pass the Spirit Warriors Association's tests, they may very well have the opportunity to study martial arts during their high school years, thereby enhancing their combat prowess and distinguishing themselves in the college entrance examinations. Jiang Bai was determined to master martial arts before Jia Jingwen. With this thought, a light chuckle escaped his lips. Nearby, Wu Daong, who had overheard the laughter, leaned closer and whispered, "Brother Bai, what has you laughing?" "It feels a bit eerie." "It's nothing," Jiang Bai replied, offering no further explanation. There was no need to elaborate. It was merely a fleeting thought of joy. Wu Daong retorted, "Brother Bai, I find that hard to believe. Not only are you secretly scheming, but you're also reveling in it alone." The senior students at Tongqing No. 1 High School enjoyed a relatively free schedule, as they had largely covered the required curriculum, leaving ample time for self-study. Beyond the essential foundational martial arts classes and cultural courses, the remaining time was at their discretion, allowing for the practice of martial arts, physical conditioning, and the pursuit of becoming a martial apprentice. In the afternoon, in classroom A301 of Tongqing No. 1 High School, the class on the classification of beastly creatures commenced. A venerable elder, Wang Mingnian, stood at the podium, elucidating the classification of beasts since the advent of the spirit martial era. Jiang Bai listened with utmost attentiveness, embodying the diligent scholar. Generally, each classification method possesses its unique advantages. The common methods categorize beasts according to their dietary habits into 3 types: herbivorous, carnivorous, and omnivorous beasts. Notably, the latter 2 categories account for the majority, and since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the mechanism of survival of the fittest has rendered many beasts notably ferocious. For spirit warriors, the classification of beasts is even more intricate. But that is a discussion for another time. After 2 years of study, the students should be fairly familiar with the classifications, and today, I will address the birth of the spirit martial era. On the first day, in contrast to the regular curriculum, Teacher Wang clearly preferred to discuss the spirit energy era. Every year, the first lesson is dedicated to this topic. In the year 2990 AD, the Blue Planet was still in an era of peaceful coexistence and equitable trade among multiple powers, when suddenly, a meteor fell from the sky. Utilizing various advanced nuclear weapons, humanity destroyed the meteor. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that it dispersed a unique substance across the Blue Planet. This substance catalyzed the evolution of various life forms on the planet, but for humanity, perched at the apex of the food chain, it merely extended their lifespan. Many non-sentient plants and bloodthirsty creatures began a frenzied iteration. By the year 3000 AD. In just a decade, beasts that were unafraid of conventional firearms emerged, prompting humanity to finally recognize the severity of the situation. However, nations acted unilaterally, capturing and studying powerful individual beasts in an attempt to uncover the secrets of evolution, thereby elevating their status within the Blue Planet's trade hierarchy to reap greater benefits. Unfortunately, humanity focused solely on profit, neglecting the potential dangers of this evolution. As time progressed, this rampant evolution birthed beasts endowed with intelligence, whose resistance to capture inflicted substantial losses on early humans. Some beasts even possessed the ability to shapeshift. They infiltrated the human realm, learning from it. Certain shapeshifting beasts wreaked havoc within human society. These shapeshifting creatures studied human relationships and governmental structures, unifying various types of beasts to establish a beastly hierarchy and form the Beast Kingdom. The Beast Kingdom not only resisted human capture but also organized systematic assaults on human territories in an attempt to hunt and domesticate humans, bringing catastrophic calamities upon humanity. This marked the darkest and bloodiest era of the Common Era, known as the Dark Age. Several weaker nations fell to ruin, becoming mere footnotes in history. Although humanity wielded nuclear and conventional weapons, they initially held the upper hand in the early wars. Yet, the use of nuclear weapons seemed to trigger a subtle chemical reaction with the substance that had prompted the evolution of beasts, resulting in mutations among certain creatures. Many beasts even yearned for the baptism of nuclear weapons, leading them to seize control of such armaments. The inhabitants of the Blue Planet were gripped by terror, hastily dismantling all nuclear weapons across the globe and resorting to conventional arms against the beasts. While conventional weapons had their own shortcomings, they remained the best means of resistance at that time. During the Dark Age, the evolution of beasts became increasingly ferocious, while humanity's strength waned. Ultimately, the remaining nations on the Blue Planet united, contracting their territories, to collectively resist the invasion of the Beast Kingdom. With the strongest among them, Huaxia, forming the Huaxia Alliance in this war, humanity suffered successive defeats, finding themselves on the brink of survival. At last, a scientist extracted the unique substance that had catalyzed the evolution of flora and fauna from the meteor and named it spiritual energy. Henceforth, the Common Era was renamed the Spirit Energy Era, with the year of the discovery of spiritual energy designated as the first year of the Spirit Energy Era. Throughout the struggle between humanity and the beasts, those who practiced martial arts began to display increasingly formidable powers. Spiritual energy could be harnessed in conjunction with martial artists. Some powerful martial artists became impervious to bullets, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with blades, and even managing to battle individual beasts of slightly lesser strength, their individual prowess growing ever stronger. This clearly exceeded the conventional understanding of martial artists, leading some to refer to the martial artists of the Spirit Energy Era as spirit warriors. The emergence of spirit warriors significantly alleviated the pressure on humanity and contributed greatly to the early resistance against invasion. Consequently, the Huaxia Alliance initiated the establishment of early spirit warrior academies to cultivate a greater number of spirit warriors. These warriors passed down their knowledge through generations, and the training system became increasingly refined, ultimately safeguarding the last vestiges of existence for the Alliance. Now, in the year 317 of the Spirit Era, as humanity languished during the Dark Age, it is imperative that we all remember this history and strive to become formidable spirit warriors. Upon reaching this juncture, Teacher Wang appeared melancholic, reflecting on a past that humanity finds hard to forget. The spirit warriors of that time led the charge, sacrificing their lives to construct the protective line of their homeland. Brother Bai, although I have heard this history countless times, each retelling ignites my blood with fervor. Our current lives were forged through the sacrifices of our predecessors, Wu Deong remarked with deep emotion. Indeed, and thus, I am resolute in my ambition to become a powerful spirit warrior, Jiang Bai concurred, as it had long been his steadfast goal. Hearing the murmurs of discussion from the audience, Teacher Wang interjected, "All right, class, we shall conclude today's lesson here. There remains a little time. Feel free to study for a while." Chapter 5. Practice and Family at 6 in the evening. At the entrance of Tongqing No. 1 High School, students either strolled in groups or departed alone, exuding the vibrant energy of youth. Brother Bai. See you tomorrow. Wu Deong bid farewell to Jiang Bai as school concluded. See you tomorrow, Jiang Bai responded. After parting ways with Wu Deong, Jiang Bai quickened his pace, adhering to the self-discipline of a diligent student, eager to return home and practice. Upon reaching home, as anticipated, his parents had yet to return. Once I become a spirit warrior, perhaps my parents will no longer have to toil so hard, he mused. Jiang Bai murmured softly. Over the years, although attending the Spirit Warrior High School would provide some financial assistance, coupled with Jiang Bai's exceptional academic performance, earning him a portion of scholarships, such funds remained merely a drop in the bucket for a spirit warrior. The adage wealth in martial prowess, poverty in culture rings true. To aspire to become a spirit warrior, one must practice the 7th set of spirit martial exercises during middle school to strengthen the body. Practicing the 7th set requires the intake of meat, and naturally, this meat must be infused with spiritual energy. However, as spiritual energy has revived, the challenges of farming have increased, leading to a limited supply of such spiritual livestock, which has consequently driven prices skyward. Since Jiang Bai entered middle school, his parents have toiled from dawn till dusk, striving to earn extra income in hopes of enabling Jiang Bai to become a spirit warrior. Upon entering Spirit Warrior High School, the foundational training requires the use of body tempering pills, which are even more costly. Moreover, due to Jiang Bai's rapid progress and strong absorption capacity, his demand for these pills has increased significantly, further straining their already modest finances. Initially, his parents had to scrape together funds amidst the disdain of others, ultimately managing to gather the necessary money. Jiang Bai witnessed their hardships, but refrained from voicing his concerns. Believing that some things are better left unspoken, on another note, Jiang Bai's achievements are commendable. He surpassed a combat power of 60 points in his first year and 90 points in his second year, demonstrating remarkable resolve. For within Jiang Bai's heart lies a sword. He has always felt an innate interest in swordsmanship since childhood. Thus, at Spirit Warrior High School, despite the sword techniques being the most challenging and demanding of innate talent, Jiang Bai chose to study the foundational sword techniques from the outset. His current accomplishments serve as undeniable proof of his wise decision. Since receiving the foundational sword techniques 1-3, he has dedicated every available moment to pondering over this textbook. The foundational sword techniques 1-1 introduce the initial 4 sword forms: thrust, chop, flick, and hang. These emphasize strength, allowing newcomers to swiftly achieve the goals of physical enhancement and spiritual absorption, thus elevating their combat power. The foundational sword techniques 1-2 present an additional 4 forms: point, smear, support, and guard. These shift the focus from strength to technique, preparing for greater explosive power. The foundational sword techniques 1-3 delineate the final 5 forms: sweep, intercept, stab, push, and transform. This segment emphasizes technique, converting brute strength into skillful finesse, harmonizing one's movements, and further facilitating spiritual absorption. While Jiang Bai has grasped the essence of foundational sword techniques 1-3, he refrains from attempting practice tonight, believing that thorough comprehension will yield better results. Hence, upon returning to his bedroom, he revisits and rehearses foundational sword techniques 1-1 and 1-2, striving for greater proficiency. Jiang Bai's bedroom, after his simple renovations, features a small bed with miscellaneous items tucked into the corners, leaving a relatively spacious area in the center solely for his martial practice. Thrust, chop, flick, hang, point, smear, support, guard. He repeats these forms tirelessly, time and again. It is said that genius is comprised of 1% talent and 99% hard work. As he practices, tendrils of spiritual energy seep into Jiang Bai's body, refining and enhancing his physical constitution. The longer he trains, the more he sweats, until not a single inch of him remains dry. Yet, Jiang Bai has long since grown accustomed to this. He relishes the act of shedding sweat. Perhaps due to his thorough reading of foundational sword techniques 1-3 today, his mind is now awash with insights about the foundational sword techniques. Gradually achieving a harmonious understanding, as his body alternates between relaxation and tension, spiritual energy continuously cleanses him. Inhale, exhale. It is a most wondrous sensation. Were Teacher Marin to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astonished. This is the epiphany that every spirit warrior yearns for. Once enlightenment is attained, a spirit warrior can experience significant growth, even breaking through physical limits to reach new heights. However, since Jiang Bai has yet to step into the realm of martial apprentices, this moment of enlightenment is fleeting. As the epiphany subsides, Jiang Bai feels a profound change in his physical ability. He now knows he can easily defeat his former self. Previously, while practicing swordplay, he often sensed an ineffable lack of exertion, an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Now, as he practices, he notices that sense of stagnation has lessened significantly. If he were to undergo a test at this moment, he is confident he could achieve a combat power of 99, at least in his own estimation. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Bai glances at the time, realizing it is nearly 11 o'clock and quite late. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he steps out, discovering his father seated on the living room sofa, a pen in hand, sketching figures in a notebook. Jiang Bai emerges from his room, yet his father remains unaware. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Bai sees that the notebook contains records of fruit sales, including but not limited to purchase costs, delivery prices, and quantities, his father's extensive business dealings. This is a testament to his father's diligent work ethic, a trait that Jiang Bai has undoubtedly inherited, making him equally industrious. As Jiang Bai approaches, his father finally notices, looking up to say, "Xiao Bai, you must be hungry after practicing martial arts. Your mother is in the kitchen preparing a meal. It will be ready shortly." Jiang Bai has always been the pride of his father, who, busy making a living selling fruit, had little time to discipline him. Jiang Bai's diligence and self-discipline have alleviated much of his parents' worries, and he has consistently maintained second place in his class, bringing pride to his family. The disdain they faced when borrowing money has now transformed into admiration. "I'm off to help my mother," Jiang Bai replies, not wishing to disturb his father. Outside the kitchen, Jiang Bai observes his mother busily working, intensifying his desire to become a powerful spirit warrior. The benefits and subsidies available to spirit warriors are necessities for him. "Mom, let me help you," he calls. No, you've just finished your training. Take a break. Watch some television, and I will be done shortly, his mother replies affectionately, gently pushing him away from the kitchen. Jiang Bai concedes, All right. Having such hardworking parents is truly a blessing. One's success is invariably intertwined with family. Parents are a child's best teachers. Jiang Bai's good habits stem from the nurturing environment and harmonious family life he has experienced since childhood. During dinner, the family shares laughter and joy, a scene of perfect harmony. How he wishes time could freeze at this moment. Yet, a breaking news segment on television abruptly interrupts this idyllic scene. We interrupt this program for an urgent news report. On August 30, Lu City was attacked by unidentified demon beasts, and some of these creatures have begun to flee into surrounding areas, possibly reaching Tong City. We urge citizens to limit their outings and take care of their safety. Thank you for your attention. Another demon beast incident? This marks the third this month. Jiang Bai's father reflects, acknowledging the harsh realities of the world. "Xiao Bai, you must be cautious. They might be targeting Spirit Warrior high school students." His mother expresses her concern. "I will be careful, especially since I am about to become a martial apprentice. Self-preservation in the city will be manageable." Jiang Bai casually reassures them, hoping to ease their worries. After all, the demon beasts that enter various cities are usually not overly powerful, often merely stray threats. "That's my son." His father beams with pride. As the clock strikes midnight, Jiang Bai's mother advises, "Get some rest. And remember to wake up early tomorrow. Your health is the foundation of your training." "All right, Mom," Jiang Bai replies, turning off the lights in preparation for sleep. Approximately 30 minutes later, the lights in Jiang Bai's room flicker back to life. After dinner, training time has only just begun. Setting a modest goal, he resolves to practice until 2 o'clock, not too excessive, he thinks. Chapter 6. Foundational Sword Techniques, Class. The Swordplay Practice Room. The same location, the same people, yet a different time. Teacher Marin stands on the arena, surrounded by a group of students forming various small clusters. Among them, the most prominent figures are Jia Jingwen in the upper left corner and Jiang Bai alongside Wu Danning in the upper right corner. With their elevated combat power well above that of their peers, it is only natural that they attract attention. "Dear students, I must say I am quite satisfied with the performance of some individuals in yesterday's assessment. Teacher Marin pauses, surveying the students below before continuing, however. Some still left me rather disappointed. A few students bow their heads in silence. Nevertheless, with nearly a year until the college entrance examination, I hope everyone will listen attentively and train diligently. I believe you all can successfully gain admission to your desired universities. Teacher Marin, a seasoned educator, masterfully employs the technique of raising expectations only to temper them, and then uplift again, igniting the students' motivation with just a few words. Students, I trust that you have gained a general understanding of the foundational sword techniques 1 to 3 by now. Today, I will demonstrate each move, and I hope you will study them earnestly. With his objective achieved, Teacher Marin begins the lesson. Sweep, intercept, stab, push. After demonstrating the first 4 techniques, Teacher Marin pauses to explain. The final technique, transform, simplifies complexity. It requires the integration of the previous 12 forms into one, turning the impossible into the possible. There are no specific moves for this technique. Mastering it demands a high level of comprehension, and many students fail to grasp it even by the time of the college entrance examination. As Teacher Marin spoke, the sword in his hand became enveloped in layers of spiritual energy, as if imbued with life itself. These layers of energy coalesced into a pulsating wave of spiritual force. With a vigorous flourish, Teacher Marin unleashed this wave onto the arena, causing the ground beneath to fracture. Upon witnessing this, he felt a pang of regret for 30 seconds, realizing with dismay that he would have to cover the costs. Why must he strike the arena? However, upon seeing the admiration in the eyes of the students below, he suppressed his discomfort and resumed his instruction. Tio learned this sword technique. You may refer to the vertical slash, though it is merely a rudimentary amalgamation of the slashing and lifting styles. This technique possesses a might that can rival that of a martial artist, capable even of vanquishing low-level demonic beasts. Teacher Marin entered a teaching mode, articulating a plethora of useful information that not only educated but also satiated the students' thirst for knowledge. Now, it is time for your independent practice. Having nearly concluded his lecture, Teacher Marin instructed, each of you, take your swords and practice each movement. Do not rush. Focus on perfecting every stance. Zhang Bai had long been prepared. Yesterday's review coupled with today's demonstration from the teacher complemented each other. As Teacher Marin spoke, Zhang Bai's hands were already mimicking the motions. During the demonstration, he observed intently, deep in thought. With a wooden sword in hand, he practiced each movement, specifically the foundational sword techniques 1 to 3 that Teacher Marin had just taught. First was the sweeping sword, with his body slightly leaning left, his right palm facing upward as he swept the blade horizontally to the left. Next was the intercepting sword, where he moved the sword in tandem with his body, angling the tip downward to deflect an opponent's attack. Following that was the thrusting sword, with both hands gripping the sword. The blade directed downward as he gathered strength for a downward thrust. Finally came the pushing sword, with his right hand gripping the sword, the tip angled upward as he pushed outward. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he practiced the sweeping, intercepting, thrusting, and pushing techniques in succession, then reversed the order for additional practice. The continuous repetition rendered his movements increasingly fluid, reminiscent of the early days when he first encountered swordsmanship. Everything felt so natural. Teacher Marin, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of delight. Quite impressive. To be able to execute these 4 sword techniques on the first day of instruction is indicative of remarkable talent. He then turned his gaze to Jia Jingwen, who was also managing to perform the 4 techniques, aligning perfectly with Teacher Marin's expectations for the pair. A glance around the room revealed that only Zhang Bai and Jia Jingwen had shown commendable proficiency in foundational sword techniques 1 to 3. While most others had only managed to practice 1.5 techniques, with a few capable of performing 2 to 3 at best. This was still a significant improvement compared to previous years. Feng Feng, Raise your sword a bit higher, he called out to Wu Danning. Did you skip breakfast? Put a little more strength into your swings, he continued, addressing a few others. Yolot, step back a little. Being this close makes it impossible to extend your arms fully. Are you attempting to strike each other? And you over there? How long have you been practicing? You're already slacking off. Teacher Marin wandered through the practice room, offering guidance, hoping that all students would hone their skills. An hour later, most students were seated on the practice room floor, exhausted from their training. Although they could not afford to slacken their efforts, a balance between labor and rest was essential to avoid injury. Time flowed steadily onward. Upon seeing the students resting due to fatigue from their training, Teacher Marin refrained from intervening, though he did not compel those who continued to practice their swordplay to take a break. Among those still practicing were 5 students. The Chung brothers displayed markedly different approaches to swordplay. Chung Wen exerted too little force and relied more on technique, while Chung Wu applied excessive strength, sacrificing finesse for raw power. Though they could execute 3 sword techniques, their performance was riddled with flaws, improper force and angles, and poorly executed movements. Teacher Marin shook his head, recognizing that their swordplay still required significant refinement. Turning his attention to Li Boqi, whose red hair was already damp and slumped lifelessly over his forehead, Teacher Marin assessed his performance as adequately standard, barely reaching the proficiency level that Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen had achieved an hour prior. Yet, the journey to truly mastering the techniques was still long, necessitating further practice on each movement. This thought reminded Teacher Marin of his first encounter with Li Boqi. He had transferred to their school in his sophomore year, brought in by Principal Li, who had expressed a mixture of impatience and reluctance when introducing Li Boqi as a new student, suggesting that he could barely qualify for Class 1. At that time, Teacher Marin had thought little of it. After all, transfer students often fell into the category of either affluent or influential. He had anticipated that this student would be another underperformer, perhaps even less capable than Wu Danning. However, Li Boqi's performance was unexpectedly impressive. Upon his arrival, his combat prowess was only slightly inferior to that of Jiang Bai, with a negligible gap between them, which pleasantly surprised Teacher Marin. Unbeknownst to him, Li Boqi was equally astonished, considering himself a minor prodigy in a town where he ranked 3rd. A position he found absurd. No wonder he had boasted to his father about returning triumphantly if he secured 1st place. His father had responded cryptically, suggesting that he might never return and should focus on the upcoming college entrance exams. During Li Boqi's initial days at the school, Jiang Bai had redoubled his efforts, inspiring the entire class to elevate their skills, resulting in a collective increase in their combat prowess. After all, Jiang Bai believed that not just anyone could surpass the local martial artists and scholars. Those were the most carefree days for Teacher Marin in the past 2 years, as the students seemed to inherently know what they needed to do. Reflecting on this, Teacher Marin resumed his observation of the 2 most promising students, Jia Jingwen and Jiang Bai. These 2 children had never given him cause for concern. Indeed, as he watched Jiang Bai wield his sword, he noted how seamlessly the movements had become, a marked improvement from the initial stage he had witnessed. Teacher Marin felt a sense of astonishment and satisfaction. Chapter 7. The Sword. Equipment Room. Teacher Marin also took note of Jiang Bai's sword practice. During his earlier instruction, he had only provided a cursory overview of the concept of transforming the sword. But mastering this art was far more complex. Jiang Bai's desire to achieve this skill rapidly was somewhat unrealistic. Teacher Marin himself had spent nearly 6 months perfecting the technique, with the teacher's assistance enabling him to grasp it, a feat that, at the time, was considered quite swift. The younger generation has been exhibiting increasingly remarkable talents, each cohort surpassing the last, as if the world itself were heralding a new era. It is hoped that in the future, there will be more high-level spiritual martial artists. Only then can they effectively respond to unforeseen circumstances. If Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen could quickly comprehend the art of sword transformation, they would truly deserve the title of genius. With these thoughts in mind, Teacher Marin resolved to remain optimistic, harboring a quiet hope that Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen would soon grasp the intricacies of transforming the sword. All right, students, I have some good news to share. As the class drew to a close, Teacher Marin summoned all the students to announce a piece of exciting news. The students below the arena buzzed with excitement, speculating eagerly about the nature of the announcement. Could it be that the scores for next year's spiritual martial artist entrance exams would be lowered? Or perhaps there was another surprise in store. Jiang Bai felt a stir of curiosity. Could it pertain to weapons? He glanced down at the wooden sword in his hands. While it had served its purpose for practice, it felt insubstantial and inadequate for his growing abilities. Having completed the instruction for Foundational Sword Techniques 1 to 3, this wooden sword had outlived its usefulness. Jiang Bai recalled observing the students from the previous year's senior sword class, who had carried swords with them at all times, notably during the start of the school year. Could it be that they would finally be permitted to wield real swords, not just wooden ones? The prospect of possessing a genuine sword was a dream cherished by every student at this stage. Given the strategic importance of weaponry and the need to maintain social harmony, the Union imposed strict regulations on weapon possession. After all, in this society, ordinary people still form the majority, leading to infrequent contact with armed individuals. Weapons symbolized the identity of spiritual martial artists, and even they needed to register with the Spiritual Martial Artists Association to carry them. Not only did sword-bearing require qualifications, but so did the weapons necessary for practicing other foundational techniques. Senior students had the privilege to qualify for this. It was rumored that it was connected to some form of assessment, compelling seniors to familiarize themselves with weapons in advance. Brother Bai, can we also wield swords now? Wu Danning exclaimed, clearly exhilarated by the prospect of actual swords. Jiang Bai nodded gently, responding, "Let us hope so." Upon observing the audience's palpable interest, Teacher Marin decided to dispense with the suspense. Congratulations, dear students, as of today, you have all attained the privilege of wielding the prestigious sword. Once class concludes, each of you may visit the equipment room to claim your, Teacher Marin announced with a note of celebration in his voice. No sooner had he finished speaking than a jubilant cheer erupted from the students of Class 1. T last, we have the opportunity to wield the sword. Feng Feng murmured, his voice tinged with excitement. As the individual with the least martial prowess in Class 1, he often felt disheartened. Yet, the prospect of soon possessing a filled him with delight. Cheng Wen also displayed considerable enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Ah, only with a sword can I truly embody my essence." Cheng Wu, equally animated, expressed his hope that the sword would be somewhat heavier. Indeed, it is significantly weightier than a wooden sword. Jia Jingwen and Li Boqi, however, were not taken aback by the announcement regarding the swords. Being scions of affluent families, they were well informed and had anticipated this moment. Moreover, their families had already procured several, which they had been practicing with at home, albeit restricted by regulations against outdoor use. Now, with the qualification to wield the sword, they could freely carry it at any time. The, true to its name, is forged from refined iron and is custom designed by the Alliance's manufacturing department for third-year students. Acclaimed as the most suitable weapon for mastering fundamental sword techniques. Generally, it is not available for public sale, accessible only to families of merit or internal members, and is quite costly. Upon arriving at the equipment room, Jiang Bai and his companions found it bustling with activity. Students wore expressions of joy and excitement. Some early arrivals had already claimed their exclusive weapons and were proudly showcasing them, reveling in the novelty of possessing genuine arms. Many others formed queues, while those deterred by the lengthy lines opted to disperse and share their exhilaration outside the equipment room, planning to return when the crowd had thinned. Tongqing No. 1 High School had established 5 foundational martial arts classes: Swordsmanship Class 1, Fist Technique Class 2, Blade Technique Class 3, Staff Technique Class 4, and Leg Technique Class 5. Each class corresponded to a specific weapon: boxing gloves, shadowless staff, and leg guards. Among these, swordsmanship Class 1 was particularly esteemed, as it valued innate talent above all. Its students generally exhibited superior strength, with the top performers frequently ranking among the school's elite. Consequently, swordsmanship Class 1 garnered the utmost attention from the institution, as its students typically possessed higher martial capabilities compared to their counterparts in the other 4 classes, who were relatively close and skilled. As Jiang Bai mingled among the crowd, a plump young lad deftly maneuvered through the throng to reach him and Wu Danning. With a flourish, he threw an arm around Jiang Bai's shoulder while the other dangled over Wu Danning. Long time no see, Bai Gu, Daneng. The 3 heroes of Tongqing No. 1 High School have reunited. The young lad exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, we just saw each other at the opening ceremony, Jiang Bai replied, taking a few steps to evade the lad's unwelcome embrace. This jovial figure was Zhang Guangcai, a practitioner of foundational staff techniques, known for his amiable nature and perpetual smile, a former classmate of Jiang Bai and Wu Danning. The 3 shared a strong camaraderie. Zhang Guangcai also held the title of class leader in Staff Technique Class 4. Having achieved an impressive martial score of 90 during the school's entrance examinations, making him a prominent figure among the school's elite. It was rumored that his father, Zhang Xiaotian, served as the deputy director of the Demon Suppression Division. In jest, Zhang Guangcai remarked, Bai Gu, one must gain weight to build strength in staff techniques, unlike Daneng, whose heft only adds to his mass. Not so, my dear Guangcai. I am merely a late bloomer. Just watch my martial prowess soar this final year, Wu Danning retorted, irritation evident in his tone as he removed Zhang Guangcai's arm from his shoulder and playfully ensnared him instead, the 2 tumbling into a playful scuffle. Jiang Bai observed the entangled pair with a bemused expression. Despite the years that had passed, their antics remained childlike. At that moment, a voice broke through the din, addressing Jiang Bai directly. Jiang Bai, what was your martial score during the entrance assessments for swordsmanship Class 1? The speaker, clad in black, possessed a lean physique and striking features, with a prominent nose and slender lips. Though still a minor, he exuded an air of confidence. This was L. Wenzhong, a notable figure at the school, serving as the class leader of Blade Technique Class 3 and the president of the Student Council, an individual of both prestige and capability, admired by many female students. His father, Elda, presided over the Tongqing Spiritual Warriors Association and was rumored to be the strongest warrior in the city. Inspired by his father's legacy, L. Wenzhong aspired to become the best at school. However, upon first encountering Jia Jingwen, he found himself captivated by her exceptional talent and abundant resources. Thus, he settled for the ambition of becoming the second best, often measuring his martial prowess against Jiang Bai's. While L. Wenzhong's martial score was respectable, reaching 91 during the entrance assessments, it still paled in comparison to both Jia Jingwen and Jiang Bai. Now, he stood among the crowd, eager to learn Jiang Bai's score, preferring direct inquiry over waiting for official updates. As he approached Jiang Bai, the surrounding female students were visibly smitten, some exclaiming in admiration, Wenzhong is so handsome and wealthy. Intrigued by the unfolding conversation, the onlookers were equally curious about Jiang Bai's martial score, eager to ascertain the current standing of the second-best student. I know you surpass me, but I merely wish to understand the extent of our difference, L. Wenzhong implored sincerely. Before Jiang Bai could respond, Wu Danning interjected, Bai Gu scored 98 during the entrance assessments. He should be just a tad stronger than you. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? So high? Exclaimed those unaware of Jiang Bai's score. Is that plump fellow joking? Others questioned in disbelief. How can this be real? A score of 98 is simply unfathomable, lamented a student, feeling overwhelmed by the revelation. Don't mention it. I haven't even reached half of his score. How can there be such a disparity among students? Another pondered with a sigh. I am just a smidgen stronger. I am effectively half of Jiang Bai, one student quipped, comparing Jiang Bai to a unit of measurement. You what? Who are you to use Bai Gu as a benchmark? Others scoffed, incredulous at the audacity of such comparisons. Amidst the fervent discussions, the joy of acquiring weapons seemed to dissipate, overshadowed by the staggering realization of Jiang Bai's martial prowess. With the third year just beginning, a score of 98 was indeed a formidable feat. Many individuals, upon their graduation, would consider it a blessed fortune to attain such a high level of martial prowess. Yet, regrettably, in Tongqing No. 1 High School, the number of students achieving a martial power of 98 at graduation is exceedingly rare. Historical data suggest that such a remarkable level may not even have been reached by any student. After all, Tongqing is merely a small border town with limited educational resources and a scarcity of exceptional students. Bai Gu, you are indeed the eternal god. Jiang Bai has garnered a substantial following at the school, albeit with a predominance of male admirers. When L. Wenzhong heard this astonishing figure, a martial power of 98, he lamented that he had only just surpassed a score of 91 over one summer. While others were on the verge of becoming martial disciples, IT felt like a crane had suddenly emerged from a flock of chickens. The disparity was stark. Fortunately, he had refrained from employing provocations, simply stating his martial power was 91. Otherwise, it would have been a spectacle of self-deprecation. During the end-of-term assessments last semester, Jiang Bai had only achieved a martial power of 92. How could he have made such monumental progress over just one summer? L. Wenzhong naively believed that Jiang Bai had stagnated, thinking that his own power was only slightly inferior, by a mere point. However, after a summer had passed, the gap had widened even further and had become qualitatively distinct. Sensing his discontent, L. Wenzhong inquired about the martial power of classmate Jia Jingwen. This time, Jiang Bai responded. Indicating that Jia Jingwen's score was slightly higher than his, the crowd gasped in surprise. Now, among the chickens, there were two cranes. Was it truly necessary to exaggerate to such an extent? Some classmates pinched their neighbors, who yelped in pain, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Does it not hurt to pinch?" One pondered if this was a dream, still awaiting awakening. If so, then why not pinch yourself? Apologies, apologies. I shall certainly be more careful next time. Such scenarios were plentiful. After all, during the assessments, Teacher Ma Lin had expressed astonishment at both of their martial powers, let alone these students. Outside the equipment room, the gathered crowd could be roughly divided into two factions. One comprised of students from the swordsmanship class, who were already aware of Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen's martial powers, and the other consisting of students from other classes who were astonished to learn that Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen's powers were so high. At that moment, they were either at a loss for words or had their mouths agape in disbelief. The scene was truly spectacular. Even the teachers distributing equipment inside the room were taken aback by the conversations outside. Never before had such prodigious talents graced Tongqing No. 1 High School. Moreover, there were two of them. Truly, it was a stroke of fortune for both Tongqing and the school itself. Almost all the students began to extol the virtues of Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen. Incredible! The twin stars of our school. They speculated about Jiang Bai's physical constitution, wondering how it could differ from their own. Jiang Bai, overwhelmed by the attention, attempted to clarify, "Dear classmates, my martial power today is purely the result of hard work. I firmly believe that with diligence, each of you can reach or even surpass my current level." Unfortunately, the crowd was so dazzled by the high martial power that they paid no heed to Jiang Bai's explanations. Furthermore, could sheer effort truly lead to such heights? No matter how Jiang Bai argued, they remained unconvinced. "Jiang Bai, I love you." Someone professed openly, "Jiang Bai, I am your idol." "No, you are mine." Another stammered incoherently, "Jiang Bai, I want to bear your children." A boy exclaimed with fervor. Jiang Bai, unable to withstand such overwhelming enthusiasm, hastily made his escape from the crowd. With every step he took, students swarmed around him, attempting to pull and tug at him. Predominantly male students, which was utterly inappropriate in broad daylight, under the clear sky. They dared to tease a young man of good character. Some cast admiring glances, yet those gazes were disturbingly ambiguous if they were girls. It might be excusable. Why were the boys behaving thus? Jiang Bai found it unbearable and fled the equipment room with great urgency, though the process was fraught with difficulty if he did not run now. He might miss his chance to escape. Upon seeing Jiang Bai dart outside, Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai exchanged glances, both speechless. They had not anticipated such fervor from their peers, and soon followed suit in their own getaway. Once outside the equipment room, Jiang Bai exhaled a sigh of relief. What was happening? Hadn't he been just as impressive before? He had never encountered such a situation previously, and even during the school opening ceremony. When he had been made to stand in the corner, it had not been like this. Jiang Bai was utterly perplexed. Are you wondering why they worship you so? A voice echoed from behind. Turning to see Jia Jingwen, he replied, I wasn't thinking that. I merely wondered where you had been. Jiang Bai did not pursue the topic further, instead questioning Jia Jingwen. She had likely anticipated this, choosing to remain outside the equipment room and thus avoiding the commotion. Humph! Jia Jingwen chuckled lightly, opting for silence as she stood there. She had predicted Jiang Bai's predicament. Upon receiving their weapons, the excitement among the students had surged upon hearing of such high martial scores. A strong individual would invariably attract admiration wherever they went. Given Jiang Bai's current prowess, it was only a matter of time before he became a formidable spiritual martial artist. Presently, it was the closest the crowd had ever been to him. The two stood in quietude, a stubborn man and a stoic woman. Moments later, the tranquility was shattered. Bai Gu, why did you run so fast? Wu Danning gasped, breathless. Zhang Guangcai trailed behind, equally fatigued, echoing, yes, yes. Observing the scene, Jiang Bai mused. You two can't be serious actors. It was hardly a great distance. Martial artists shouldn't tire so easily. Who would believe such a tale? He called out bluntly, exposing their pretense. Upon being caught, Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai reverted to their normal demeanor, showing no signs of fatigue. Given the situation, it was uncertain when they would receive their weapons, so Jiang Bai suggested, let us just head for a meal. He had no desire to relive the earlier spectacle of being the center of attention. After all, he had only achieved his current success through a bit more effort than the rest. With declarations of wanting to bear children thrown about, who could withstand such pressure? Jia Jingwen, we shall take our leave. Jiang Bai bid farewell to Jia Jingwen, as they were indeed classmates. She nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. With that, Jiang Bai led Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai towards the dining hall. Just moments after they departed, a girl emerged from the equipment room. The young lady was slender, with a heart-shaped face. Dark eyes, a petite nose, and rosy lips, exuding a charming and vibrant aura. Her long legs added an extra touch of beauty. Lu Jiejia, Jia Jingwen's close confidant, appeared sweet and adorable, yet possessed a cunning nature. Additionally, she was the class leader of the leg techniques class, boasting a martial power of 92, akin to Li Boqi. She approached Jia Jingwen, holding a sword and a leg guard. Here, your sword. Lu Jiejia handed over the finely crafted iron sword to Jia Jingwen. Thank you, let us go back, Jia Jingwen replied with calm composure, as she already possessed multiple swords of such quality. Xiao Wanwan, why do you always wear such a cold expression? Lu Jiejia remarked, somewhat exasperated by her friend's demeanor. Despite Jia Jingwen's many admirable qualities, her aloofness was a source of frustration. This time, she had even asked Lu Jiejia to collect her weapon on her behalf. However, having witnessed the scene inside, Lu Jiejia understood Jia Jingwen's reasoning. The students had been utterly frenetic, even uttering phrases like wanting to bear children. She was quite curious how any boy could even make such a claim. It was no wonder Jiang Bai had fled in disarray. Nevertheless, she could comprehend how Jia Jingwen had achieved such high martial power. As for Jiang Bai, what was the source of his prowess? Could it truly be, as he claimed, merely the result of effort? In the dining hall, Wu Danning could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What were you discussing with Jia Jingwen earlier?" As they settled down, the food before them had lost its appeal. "Yes, Bai Gu. What was the topic?" Zhang Guangcai chimed in, his interest piqued, the flames of gossip igniting. Jiang Bai regarded the inquisitive duo with a smile, saying, "There's nothing to it. You know how Jia Jingwen is, always wearing a stoic face. She hardly engages in casual conversation." Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. We understand. Bai Guo is not just anyone." Jiang Bai was left bewildered. "What do you comprehend? By the way, does our school have any kind of intelligence organization?" He quickly redirected the conversation, as his relationship with Jia Jingwen was purely platonic. "Why do you ask that?" Wu Danning replied, "You've never shown interest in such matters before. I recall when I tried to share some amusing tidbits from the campus newsletter, you cut me off, insisting that cultivation comes first." Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Bai's inquiry, Wu Danning was immediately distracted and found himself intrigued by the question, even responding to Jiang Bai. Observing this, Zhang Guangcai could only shake his head, realizing that while Wu Danning was physically robust, his intellect was rather simplistic. However, he chose not to press further, believing that Bai Gu and Jia Jingwen shared a purely platonic friendship. He recalled how the two had just chased Jiang Bai out of the equipment room, only to find him standing closely with Jia Jingwen. Zhang Guangcai quickly grabbed Wu Danning, saying, "Danning, slow down. Can't you see Bai Gu and Jia Jingwen are occupied?" Wu Danning scratched his head, looking perplexed. "Occupied? They're merely standing there together." After saying this, he continued towards Jiang Bai. "Wait, Danning." Zhang Guangcai hurriedly called after him, "Look, if we just approach them like this, wouldn't it be rather rude?" Wu Danning paused for a moment and then asked, "Are they exchanging martial arts insights? Then we absolutely cannot miss this." His expression suggested he had grasped the situation, leaving Zhang Guangcai utterly speechless. I should have never held out hope for Wu Danning. "Danning, let me ask you, can there be a pure friendship between a man and a woman?" Zhang Guangcai endeavored to guide Wu Danning one last time. Could it be Wu Danning seemed to have caught on? But before he could finish, Zhang Guangcai covered his mouth, saying, "Sure, let us wait here for a moment and observe." Wu Danning nodded in understanding. 10 minutes later, they remained in place. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wu Danning said, "Guangcai, let us go. Stop overthinking it. Bai Gu is simply standing here waiting for us, and it's just a coincidence with Jia Jingwen." Zhang Guangcai surprisingly agreed with Wu Danning's perspective. It was indeed just a coincidence. As Zhang Guangcai prepared to stride toward Bai Gu, Wu Danning pulled him back. "What's the matter, Danning?" Zhang Guangcai questioned, puzzled by the gesture. Wu Danning shot him a look of disbelief, thinking to himself that it seemed he had to be the more astute one in Bai Gu's presence. "Think about it. If we just walk over there nonchalantly after taking this long to emerge, what would Bai Gu think?" Wu Danning explained. "Danning, you actually thought of that?" Zhang Guangcai's eyes widened in surprise, realizing he had been fooled. Wu Danning relished Zhang Guangcai's astonishment, adopting a serious demeanor. "When we go over, let's pretend to be utterly exhausted," agreed. Zhang Guangcai concurred without hesitation. Today, Wu Danning was truly impressive. Chapter 9. Intelligence Organization. Refined Iron Sword. Speaking of the Intelligence Organization, our school has an official campus newspaper, and the students have also established an intelligence organization known as the Zhijiaobao. While eating, Zhang Guangcai explained to Jiang Bai, the campus newspaper was founded by the school's administration at its inception. It publishes rather formal information, primarily responsible for notifying various academic tasks and disseminating educational updates, making it widely shared among teachers and parents. Each semester's assessment results are published in the campus newspaper. However, what circulates more among students is the Zhijiao Bao. The exact founding date of the Zhijiao Bao is lost to time. It is said to have disappeared for a while, but was later re-established. The Zhijiao Bao focuses more on gathering news about students within the school. Students can share various tidbits with the Zhijiao Bao, which assigns dedicated personnel to assess the information and provide corresponding rewards. It generally releases a weekly publication every Wednesday, which is sold in limited quantities on a first-come, first-served basis. Zhangbai mused, goodness, this Zhijiao Bao not only has widespread circulation among students, but also employs a hunger marketing strategy. Could it be run by some reincarnated capitalist? He wondered if the previous operator of the Zhijiao Bao had gone bankrupt, and perhaps their son or a similar reincarnated individual had revived it. The Zhijiao Bao features two highly popular rankings, the Campus Beauty List and the Martial Power List. As Zhang Guangcai mentioned this, Zhang Bai's interest was piqued once more. Typically focused on cultivation, he had little time to concern himself with such matters. The Campus Beauty List was easy enough to comprehend, but how was the Martial Power List determined? Zhang Bai voiced his curiosity, clearly more intrigued by the Martial Power List than the Campus Beauty List. Zhang Guangcai was not surprised by Zhang Bai's question, as he considered Bai Gu to be somewhat of a martial arts enthusiast, oblivious to romantic affairs. Therefore, he explained, the Martial Power List records the top 30 students' martial power levels at Tongqing No. 1 High School, ranked according to their martial prowess, and is reputedly known as the 30 talents of Tongqing No. 1. Moreover, the rankings on this list are not fixed. They are updated monthly. Zhang Bai nodded, realizing, no wonder my martial power value surprised those classmates earlier. It turns out today is only Tuesday, and the Zhijiao Bao has yet to be updated. The next update should be tomorrow. Right? Yes, indeed, Bai Gu, Zhang Guangcai confirmed. Now that we've discussed the Martial Power List, shouldn't we talk about the Campus Beauty List? The usually quiet Wu Danning finally spoke up. Zhang Guangcai was exasperated. Danning, what is there to discuss about the Campus Beauty List? Neither Bai Gu nor I have much interest. Let us eat before the food gets cold. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bai remarked, actually, I'm somewhat interested. Wu Danning interjected. I knew Bai Gu would be interested. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked. Zhang Guangcai retorted, Bai Gu, you've changed and I in truth. Zhang Bai merely wanted to verify whether the top of both lists belonged to the same individual, Jia Jingwen, as he was so engrossed in his training that he had no idea which girls were particularly attractive. At 3 in the afternoon, in the equipment room, Bai Gu, there aren't many people left now. Wu Danning sighed in relief, thinking that if everyone were as astute as they would have to wait in line to collect their weapons. Zhang Bai, you're here to collect the refined iron sword, right? The supervising teacher in the equipment room greeted Zhang Bai warmly and with a hint of enthusiasm. Yes, teacher. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Bai replied politely. No problem. It's our duty. Please hand me your student ID so I can record your information. As the teacher noted down the details, he added, this morning, Jia Jingwen had someone else collect it for her. I thought you wouldn't come yourself. Zhang Bai understood the situation. Here, take the refined iron sword. Remember to come for maintenance every 2 weeks, and this sword cannot be lent out. It's for your personal use only. The teacher gently reminded him of the usage precautions. He covered all the essential points with excellent demeanor. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Bai carefully accepted the sword, feeling as though he had received a treasured gift. It was his first time holding a genuine sword. Behind Zhang Bai, both Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai were eager to obtain their own weapons. I'll wait for you outside. Zhang Bai turned to inform them before quickly walking out. As Zhang Bai exited, the supervising teacher impatiently said to the two, you two, form a line, and get your student IDs ready. Students should behave like students. After a full day of processing weapon registrations, his patience had worn thin. Wu Danning, Zhang Guangcai. Where had that gentle and enthusiastic teacher gone? The scene shifted. With the refined iron sword in hand, Zhang Bai walked while weighing it slightly. It felt considerably heavier than the sword he used during training, approximately around 1 kilogram. After examining it closely, he noted its entirely black sheath, the sword measuring about 3 feet and 1 inch in length. Upon stepping out of the equipment room, Jiang Bai could not resist drawing the refined iron sword from its dark sheath. Now he could finally see the sword in its entirety. Its silver blade gleamed 3 fingers wide, with a cold glint along the edge. What a fine treasure! After admiring it, he returned the sword to its sheath, weighing it in his hands, reluctant to part with it. Shortly thereafter, both Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai received their respective weapons. Wu Danning, looking displeased, complained to Jiang Bai from a distance, "Bai Gu, why did that teacher treat us differently?" He even said to check the school's official website for the precautions. Jiang Bai, still admiring his refined iron sword, feigned surprise. "What? Why did the teacher explain everything to me just now? Am I too handsome?" Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai thought to themselves in frustration, "Damn it, you've charmed your way through." Returning to the topic at hand, Jiang Bai asked, "So, what are your plans next?" "Nothing," the two replied in unison. "All right, the practice room should be bustling with people now, so let us head to our usual spot for some training." Seeing that there was nothing amiss between the two individuals, Jiang Bai suggested that he could no longer contain himself and was eager to practice with the fine iron sword he had just received. During this unusual class hour, only the free practice rooms were accessible. These rooms were small, single-use spaces, but their quantity was limited. At the playground of Tongqing No. 1 Middle School, there existed a relatively spacious, vacant platform behind the stands, a place that seldom saw any visitors. Jiang Bai and his companions often frequented this location for their training. Here, no fee was required, unlike the free practice rooms, which charged by the hour at a rather steep rate. Thus, Jiang Bai typically opted for this spot for his training sessions. Among the trio, Jiang Bai and Wu Danning were students of the first class of swordsmanship, each wielding a finely crafted iron sword, while Zhang Guangcai belonged to the fourth class of staff techniques, brandishing a shadowless staff. The three dispersed among themselves, each taking out their newly acquired weapons to engage in practice. Although Wu Danning's innate talent was somewhat inferior, years spent training alongside Jiang Bai and Zhang Guangcai had instilled in him a relentless determination. He had barely any time to rest during the summer holidays, dedicating himself fervently to his training in hopes of keeping pace with the two. Despite their silence, Wu Danning was filled with a fervent desire to grow stronger. Unwilling to lag too far behind, it was this very ambition that allowed him to break through the thresholds of power levels 50 and 60 in a mere summer. After all, how could one be deemed mediocre if they were admitted into the first class of swordsmanship? As for Zhang Guangcai, he initially aspired to learn the sword as well. However, lacking the requisite talent, he followed his father's advice and chose the fourth class of staff techniques, intending to inherit his father's staff skills in the future. The staff is considered the father of all weapons, being the most common armament among contemporary warriors, leading to a plethora of foundational staff techniques, totaling 17. Zhang Guangcai possessed a notable talent for staff techniques and was equally diligent. His power level had now surpassed 90, securing him a place among the top 10 of the class. Noticing that the two had entered a focused state, Jiang Bai decided to cease his observations and commenced his own training with the fine iron sword for the first time. He wondered if this session would yield any surprises, as it was indeed his inaugural experience wielding a genuine sword for practice. Chapter 10, Training and Spirit Plant Class Night Time. Zijingqing Community, number 403. Upon returning home, Jiang Bai sat cross-legged on the floor, reflecting on and summarizing the outcomes and sensations from his afternoon sword practice. He hoped to swiftly master the technique of transforming the sword. This was also a part of his self-cultivation as a diligent student. In truth, with Jiang Bai's dedication, he had already become well acquainted with the foundational sword techniques. He had thoroughly integrated the first 12 moves of the basic swordplay, gaining deeper insights into each one. Yet, He felt there was something elusive that prevented him from mastering the 13th move, the transformation of the sword. With no other viable options, Jiang Bai repeatedly practiced the foundational sword techniques, striving to refine each move to perfection. Believing that quantitative changes would lead to qualitative ones. Simultaneously, he was not solely engrossed in his training. He continuously recalled the actions and the profound essence exhibited by Teacher Malin during his demonstration of the sword transformation. Although Teacher Malin appeared relaxed at the time, there was a unique aura surrounding his movements. The more Jiang Bai reminisced, the more he recognized the power of that aura. Teacher Malin was a master martial artist, and the true execution of the formidable sword transformation would undoubtedly create ripples in the surrounding spiritual energy. However, at that moment, the energy had remained remarkably calm. It seemed as though Teacher Malin had infused the spiritual energy within his body into that single strike, manifesting as a concentrated essence enveloping the sword. Could it be that mastering the sword transformation required not only the integration of the 12 foundational moves, but also the embodiment of one's own essence? Only by merging the essence derived from the first 12 moves could one truly grasp the sword transformation. At that moment, Jiang Bai felt a flicker of understanding. With this realization, Jiang Bai ceased to hesitate. He drew forth his prized possession, the fine iron sword, and began to repeat the moves from the 1st to the 12th, engaging in relentless practice. Initially, his movements were slow and deliberate, executed with utmost precision. Gradually, the speed of his techniques increased, becoming swifter and swifter. As Jiang Bai continued his practice, beads of sweat trickled down, yet he paid them no heed. He pushed himself to go faster and to train more. Resembling a tireless automaton, albeit one engaged in a deeply meaningful practice. The sword transformation technique, capable of slaying the lowest tier of demon beasts even before reaching the martial artist stage, was by no means an easy skill to master. As he reached the culmination of his training, Jiang Bai exhaled a deep breath, releasing the tension that had built up. He sheathed the fine iron sword, allowing himself a moment of relaxation. Regrettably, he still felt a significant gap in his abilities, prompting a sigh from him. After completing his training, Jiang Bai was in high spirits, even indulging in a few extra bowls of rice, leaving his parents, Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu, perplexed. Had their son encountered some stroke of good fortune? The night passed without incident. Jiang Bai continued his training until 2 in the morning. Diligence had become a habit he was determined to uphold. In the first class of swordsmanship, Jiang Bai and Wu Danning occupied the last row. In the Spirit Energy year, unlike the Gregorian calendar, students with superior grades sat at the front. The higher 1's power level, the further back they sat. Given the difficulty of martial training, excelling in academics was a mere formality. There was no need to sit at the front to learn effectively. One could still grasp the material well from the back. "Good morning, Bai Gu. You're here quite early today." Wu Danning, who had just arrived in class, was astonished. Jiang Bai, usually arriving just in time, had come earlier than him today. Furthermore, he was already preparing for the Spirit Plant Compendium, truly a diligent student. Upon hearing the surprise in Wu Danning's voice, Jiang Bai set down his book. Having felt particularly elated yesterday, he had risen a bit earlier today. Perhaps due to his happiness, Jiang Bai miraculously provided a serious response to Wu Danning's question. Leaving him stunned, it was no wonder. For the previous night, Jiang Bai had grasped the key to mastering the sword transformation, which had elevated his spirits to the point that even his sleep improved somewhat. Consequently, he had slept lightly throughout the night, vaguely aware of waking multiple times. This morning, he had risen without his mother calling him. Ding, ding, ding. Class was starting, accompanied by the ringing of the bell. A multitude of students rushed in just in time. What was the point of arriving so early for class? Soon, the homeroom teacher, Wang Chao, strode into the classroom with the Spirit Plant Compendium in hand. "All right, class, let us begin." Wang Chao appeared quite cheerful. since obtaining the power level records of the first class from Teacher Malin, and hearing that this year's first class could be considered the strongest ever. He had been in high spirits. Leading the charge were Jia Jingwen and Zhang Bai, both at the top with power levels of 99 and 98, respectively. Following closely were Li Boqi and the Chung brothers, creating an exceptionally positive training atmosphere in the class. Moreover, a significant number of students with mid to high power levels also joined the ranks. Even Wu Danning, typically at the bottom, had experienced a surge in performance. Wang Chao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Through exchanges with the homeroom teachers of other classes, he realized that his class was indeed exceptional, with a considerable gap between them and the other classes. His heart swelled with pride and joy. This was a glorious moment for a homeroom teacher. Today in Spirit Plant class, we will primarily discuss some healing herbs. I hope everyone pays close attention. Now, please open your textbooks to the first chapter. Wang Chao concealed his delight and commenced the first lesson of the new semester. Golden herb, the most ubiquitous and effective healing herb, stands approximately 10 centimeters tall with verdant leaves and white flowers. Its method of consumption involves mashing it into fragments with a sharp object or by chewing, then applying it directly to wounds to halt bleeding. With licorice, typically exhibiting a reddish-brown or brownish-gray epidermis adorned with intricate patterns, boasts a rather firm texture. It is consumed by steeping in boiling water, which can alleviate mild toxins. Iron coin shell, stone fruit, and heart-soothing herb were among the various spiritual plants that Wang Chao meticulously introduced, and the students listened intently. In the future, these spiritual plants might prove to be life-saving in the wilderness. However, such considerations were matters for another time. The course on spiritual plants had not been offered in the early days of the Spirit Warriors High School. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, certain previously ordinary herbs have been influenced, enhancing or even altering their intrinsic properties. Some have transformed into monstrous beasts, rendering the wilderness exceedingly perilous. Conversely, others have retained their formidable medicinal efficacy, earning the designation of spiritual plants. Practitioners have discovered that spiritual plants significantly benefit spirit warriors, as most possess potent medicinal properties that ordinary individuals struggle to endure. Thus, spiritual plants are strictly for the use of spirit warriors. Certain spiritual plants can even alter a warrior's bone structure and comprehension, potentially forging an exceptionally powerful spirit warrior. Consequently, the Alliance has established a course on spiritual plants to augment warriors' knowledge in this domain, enabling them to identify and hypothesize the pharmacological effects of these plants in the wild, ensuring they are not caught unawares. It is said that the Alliance has 2 departments related to spiritual plants. Chapter 11, Combat, Part 1. On a sunny morning, within the swordsmanship practice room, the foundational swordsmanship class commenced. Good morning, everyone. You have been studying the fundamental techniques 1 to 3 for several days now, and some of you have progressed rapidly, being able to execute the entire set of foundational sword techniques in succession. Those who are quicker have already mastered techniques 1-3, said Teacher Marin, pride swelling within him. Truly a commendable class. While speaking, he glanced around the arena, focusing on 2 individuals with a benevolent expression, while his gaze towards the others took on a stern demeanor. A change in expression is indeed an essential skill for a teacher. The students who caught his attention felt a pang of anxiety, lowering their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Teacher Marin shifted his tone, adding, however, there are still some students who have only managed to learn a move or 2, and some have not yet grasped even a single technique. With a shake of his head, he expressed his disappointment, as if lamenting, "You truly are the most underwhelming cohort I have ever taught." Among the crowd, Wu Danning bowed his head, thinking, I must aspire to match Brother Bai, even though under his careful guidance, I have only learned a move and a half. Nevertheless, today, we shall embark on the next phase of our learning. And I hope none of you will disappoint me. Marin swiftly introduced a pivotal announcement. His teaching style was marked by a classic three-phase approach, first uplifting, then admonishing, and finally uplifting again. Now, let us delve directly into today's main topic, combat practice. Combat practice, also known as combat drills, involves pairing up students for battle. Upon hearing the term, the students' eyes sparkled with excitement. They had eagerly anticipated this moment. No wonder new weapons had been distributed a few days prior. It was all preparation for the seniors' combat practice. Over the past 300 years of development during the Lingyuan era, a relatively scientific system for cultivating spirit warriors has been established. To gain admission to Spirit Warriors High School, one must first accumulate cultural knowledge and develop physical prowess, a process famously termed the 9-year educational cultivation. Here, cultural knowledge corresponds to comprehension, which dictates the upper limits of a spirit warrior's potential. Conversely, physical prowess relates to one's foundational attributes, determining the lower limits. The Alliance favors nurturing mid to high-tier spirit warriors, as low-tier warriors often become mere cannon fodder. Indeed, a high-tier warrior can equate to several, or even hundreds, of their low-tier counterparts, leading to rigorous assessments. Those who pass can select suitable spirit warrior high schools to attend. The stringent nature of these evaluations is such that only 30% of students are expected to succeed, let alone achieve outstanding results to gain entry into superior institutions. However, gaining admission to a Spirit Warrior high school does not guarantee one will become a Spirit Warrior. It simply means that, compared to others, one will receive a more systematic education and training, significantly increasing the likelihood of becoming a Spirit Warrior. The first 2 years involve self-cultivation, and in the third year, or senior year, students learn how to engage in combat, applying the foundational sword techniques cultivated during the previous 2 years and the new semester to become proficient in them through practice. Only through genuine combat can one truly reap rewards, which is one reason for the issuance of weapons. The school seeks not merely students who can practice, but those who are adept in combat techniques. True battles against monstrous beasts are fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness can result in loss of life. Now, the entire class will be divided into 15 groups, pairing up freely for combat, Teacher Marin continued, elucidating today's combat arrangements. While I respect your preferences, if the disparity in combat power between pairs is too significant, neither side will gain much improvement. At this point, Marin paused, observing the students' reactions. The consensus seemed to be one of satisfaction, interpreting his words as a gentle reminder to choose opponents of comparable strength. However, Marin's next statement shifted their perceptions entirely. Thus, the combat pairings will ultimately be arranged by me, and any dissent will be noted. The students below exchanged puzzled glances, as if questioning the clarity of Marin's intentions. Upon hearing the first part of his statement, Wu Danning thought, "How wonderful! I can practice with Brother Bai and seek his guidance." And he was ready to take flight. After all, Zhang Bai had previously instructed him, yet they had never engaged in a practice bout. There exists a long-standing regulation among Spirit Warrior high school students. From the moment they enter high school and begin swordsmanship classes, Teacher Marin has informed them of the governing regulations of the Spirit Warrior administration. Students may not engage in combat until their third year and must obtain the teacher's permission to do so. This measure aims to temper the competitive spirit among warriors, preventing excessive rivalry that could disrupt internal unity, while allowing students ample time to delve into fundamental sword techniques, a great alliance leader once proclaimed. Unity is strength. Additionally, it is said that high school students should complete the first 2 volumes of foundational sword techniques within the first 2 years. Failing to do so renders their combat attempts laughable, akin to the chaotic skirmishes of children. Returning to the present, while Wu Danning was still processing the first statement, Marin's second declaration brought him back to reality. The implication was that while students could still form teams freely, the disparity in their strengths must not be excessive. Consequently, Wu Danning could not engage in a match with Zhang Bai. Yet the third statement from Marin caused brows to furrow, as it became clear that he would ultimately dictate the combat pairings. Moreover, any objections would need to be suppressed. Teacher Marin, truly, you are remarkable, the students collectively thought. Witnessing the students' discontent, Marin further elaborated, Dear students, I hope you can appreciate my good intentions. I assure you, my decisions are for your benefit and the betterment of the entire class. Should anyone harbor further objections, I advise you to keep them to yourselves. The collective sentiment among the students was one of complexity, as Marin appeared to play both the role of the benevolent mentor and the stern enforcer. First offering a sweet promise only to follow it with a harsh reality. The students were left dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Now, I shall begin arranging the combat pairings. In general, these pairings will remain unchanged unless your combat power improves significantly, far surpassing that of your opponent. Marin disregarded the student's silent bewilderment, raising his voice once more, and I eagerly anticipate the day you approach me to request a change of opponents. This message, while intended to inform, often felt more like an empty promise, as few students ever had the opportunity to switch partners. Jiang Bai appeared equally perplexed, while Jia Jingwen remained silent, sensing that Marin's words were ultimately devoid of substance. First pairing, Feng Feng versus Wu Danning. After Teacher Malin expressed his opinions, he began to announce the combat pairings. Feng Feng had anticipated this moment, as Teacher Malin always mentioned the last name first, which served as a form of motivation. However, when his name was called first, he felt a profound sense of disappointment. How he reminisced about the glorious past. Once, he had been considered part of the second tier, standing on a relatively similar level with the Cheng brothers, Cheng Wan and Cheng Wu. He could even surpass them. Yet, that was merely the beginning. As time progressed, his combat prowess stagnated, and neither the teacher nor the hospital could discern the cause of his decline. The hospital dreaded two scenarios, one where the ailment could not be identified, and the other where the ailment was found but deemed untreatable. Clearly, Feng Feng belonged to the former. Despite his efforts to seek solutions, none materialized, leading to the matter fading into obscurity over time. This incident had once stirred the entire school, gradually dissipating in the span of over a year. After all, only those truly exceptional would attract attention. Thus, over the years, he could only watch as his former classmates, whom he once outperformed, progressively surpassed him, leaving him to reluctantly accept this reality. Now, Wu Danning's combat prowess had already eclipsed his own. He had become the last in line. With no further descent possible, in truth, this could be seen as a silver lining. Feng Feng offered a wry smile. Chapter 12. Combat, Part 2. Upon hearing Teacher Malin call his name, Wu Danning wore a mournful expression. Previously, when he was the last to be named, he was the first to be called. Now, even with two names called, his still came first. The key was, he was not even the second to last. Wu Danning felt an odd sense of discontent. Though he could not articulate WHY.in the second group, Lu Jian faced Lin Jia. Lu Jian had a combat rating of 56 in the opening assessments, while Lin Jia had a rating of 57. Both were evenly matched and familiar with one another, and when Teacher Malin announced the combat practice, they were eager to team up. Thus, they were quite satisfied with Teacher Malin's arrangement. They were among the few whose strengths were comparable and maintained a good rapport, desiring to engage in combat together. The third group, the fourth group, Teacher Malin continued to assign each group. Next was the 13th group, Wang Bing against Cheng Wan. Teacher Malin separated the Cheng brothers, likely fearing they might go easy on each other during their bout. Cheng Wan felt somewhat helpless, lamenting that he could not be with his brother this time. On the bright side, it meant he could converse more freely. Cheng Wu, however, displayed excitement, relishing the fact that his brother was no longer beside him during practice. He always had to hold back, wary of discouraging Cheng Wan. Both silently applauded Teacher Malin's thoughtful arrangement. It's worth noting that Wang Bing ranked 6th in his class with a combat rating of 79, just shy of breaking the 80 mark. Teacher Malin's arrangement aimed to push Wang Bing, to awaken some of his latent potential and elevate his combat rating to 80. Cheng Wen's rating was not significantly higher than Wang Bing's. Yet there was still a discernible gap. Such planning was indeed meticulous. In the 14th group, Cheng Wu faced Li Boqi. Teacher Malin proceeded to announce the next group. Ideally, those who had surpassed a combat rating of 90 should be grouped together, as each 10-point increment represented a significant threshold, especially the leap from 80 to 90. Regrettably, there were only a handful of individuals with ratings above 90 throughout the school, especially in the swordsmanship class. This was a source of frustration for Teacher Malin. Should the instructors from other classes learn of this, their discontent would be palpable. In our class, there is only one individual who has surpassed 90, while across 4 classes combined, there are only 4. Yet, your class has 3, and you are still unsatisfied, truly insatiable. The final group was Jiang Bai against Jia Jingwen. This was the group in which Teacher Malin had the highest hopes. The 2 strongest individuals in the school would engage in a genuine duel today. With just a slight difference in combat ratings, it remained to be seen who would emerge victorious. Jiang Bai gripped his fine iron sword, his eyes brimming with anticipation and determination. Perhaps due to his recent initiation with the fine iron sword, he had made considerable progress in his foundational swordsmanship, feeling as though he were aided by divine intervention. At a certain moment, Jiang Bai even sensed a slight improvement in his combat prowess. It is well known that after surpassing 90, any further advancement becomes exceedingly arduous. In ancient times, warriors referred to this phase of enhancement as the body refinement stage, wherein they absorbed external spiritual energy to refine their bodies. Later, with the emergence of instruments to assess combat ratings, the term body refinement gradually fell out of use. The higher one's combat rating, the more challenging it became to absorb spiritual energy, akin to reaching a limit. Once one surpasses 90, the process of refining the body with spiritual energy approaches its peak, making absorption increasingly difficult. It is similar to filling a container with water. The more water it holds, the harder it becomes to add more. This explains why, as combat ratings rise, the path to improvement becomes increasingly treacherous. Only by reaching a combat rating of 100 and breaking through one's physical limits can an individual successfully enter the martial disciple realm, allowing for rapid enhancement of their abilities. After announcing the last group, Teacher Malin swallowed hard and continued, "All right, the group assignments have been completed. Everyone, please find a spot in your respective practice rooms to engage in combat." Upon finishing, the students dispersed, each seeking their combat partners. This was their true first bout, and everyone approached it with a positive attitude, brimming with anticipation. "Let us go, we'll head over there." Some successfully paired groups had already found their locations. Wang Bing, "Let us go," Cheng Wen invited. "Come on." Cheng Wu. Li Boqi was also eager for his first real combat experience. Observing this scene, Teacher Malin couldn't help but reflect on the vivacity of youth. Filled with zeal for every endeavor, Jiang Bai, as a young man, actively sought out Jia Jingwen. "Classmate Jia, shall we engage in combat over there?" Jia Jingwen ignored him entirely, merely pointing to a corner opposite the swordsmanship practice room, turning to walk in that direction, implying, "Follow me." That corner was, in fact, the opposite direction Jiang Bai had indicated. Jiang Bai stammered, Wu Daneng. I look forward to your guidance." Wu Daneng held his sword in his left hand. Performing a cupped fist salute on the other side, Feng Feng reciprocated the gesture, stating, "Feng Feng, I look forward to your guidance." The cupped fist salute was a sign of respect towards one's opponent. The two distanced themselves, drawing their fine iron swords, and then charged towards one another. Although Wu Daneng was portly, he was surprisingly agile, with both hands gripping his sword and leveraging his physical advantage. He executed a powerful downward strike, aiming to seize the initiative. Simultaneously, he sought to capitalize on his combat rating of 61, which surpassed Feng Feng's, hoping to defeat him swiftly. "Ya!" Wu Daneng shouted, unleashing his full force with the downward strike. Feng Feng, taken aback, thought to himself, "Seriously? We've only just begun, and you're already going all out. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. He thrust his long sword into the ground for leverage, swiftly dodging to the side, narrowly evading the strike. Wu Daning's blow was powerful but lacked sufficient speed. Feng Feng's performance was commendable. Teacher Malin happened to witness this moment and mused, "What is Wu Daning doing? Starting off with full force? He'll exhaust his stamina before the match is over." Moreover, this move failed to achieve the intended effect as it was easily evaded by the opponent. Yet, considering it was the first day of combat and he provided extensive tactical guidance, any approach would suffice. It was a matter of gauging their instincts. One must first experience an unstructured, skill-less battle to glean more from subsequent instruction. A fall teaches wisdom, as the saying goes. The scene returned to the duel between Wu Daning and Feng Feng. Clearly, Feng Feng's evasive tactics surprised Wu Daning. According to Wu Daning's simplistic expectations, Feng Feng would have engaged him head-on, resulting in a close-quarters clash. Unfortunately, events unfolded contrary to Wu Daning's script. Nevertheless, he quickly recalibrated his mindset, preparing to launch another offensive. This time, Wu Daning employed a thrusting technique, directing his sword straight at Feng Feng. Perhaps having learned from his previous encounter with Feng Feng's evasion, this thrust was merely a preliminary probe. Indeed, Feng Feng dodged once more. However, unlike before, Feng Feng did not retreat to a considerable distance after Wu Daning's strike. Instead, he opted for a proactive approach, executing a lateral thrust aimed at Wu Daning's waist. Wu Daning swiftly countered with a reverse sword maneuver, successfully blocking Feng Feng's strike. Clang, clang. The two adversaries engaged in their inaugural confrontation. Wu Daning possessed a distinct advantage in combat prowess, successfully parrying the thrust of the sword. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, how perilous that was. Fortunately, my previous thrust was merely a test. The two fighters quickly disengaged. In the blink of an eye, their blades clashed once more. After exchanging several moves, the strengths and weaknesses of Wu Daning and Feng Feng became starkly apparent to Teacher Malin. Malin meticulously recorded each detail, preparing to offer guidance to both combatants later on. Feng Feng's sword techniques were notably more adept and agile, showcasing a commendable aptitude for battle. Although Wu Daning's techniques were somewhat rough around the edges, his combat strength still conferred a slight advantage. The exchange was intense, with the sharp clang of their iron swords resonating through the air. Unbeknownst to them, Teacher Malin perceived their struggle as a mere tussle between novices, lacking in true skill. Regrettably, they were indeed quite inexperienced, but such is the plight of beginners. After observing for a time, Teacher Malin shifted his attention to the other groups engaged in combat. Chapter 13. The Battle, 3. As a diligent instructor, Teacher Malin was tasked with overseeing the entire class, attentively observing the battles of the remaining groups. Despite the relatively low combat strengths of Wu Daning and Feng Feng, Wu Daning, as a close friend of Jiang Bai, had made significant strides under Jiang Bai's mentorship. Furthermore, Wu Daning had recently broken through the thresholds of 50 and 60 combat strength in a single summer, prompting Teacher Malin to regard him with newfound respect. He was not daunted by low combat strength. Rather, he feared those who lacked the awareness to diligently train. Wu Daning was indeed a promising young man, displaying a commendable determination. Feng Feng's situation was more complex. Having consistently been under Teacher Malin's watchful eye in a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of birds. Thus, individuals like Feng Feng were not uncommon. Initially displaying exceptional talent, there existed the possibility that, for some unforeseen reason, his combat strength might stagnate or even decline. However, he could also experience a sudden resurgence in his senior year, whether due to accumulated experience or some other factor. Such occurrences had been documented throughout the 3 centuries of the Lingyuan era, which kept Teacher Malin invested in Feng Feng's development, hoping he would prove to be one of those remarkable individuals. In summary, While these two were not as radiant as Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, nor did they possess the potential of the Chung brothers or Li Boqi, Teacher Malin harbored a gut feeling that they would achieve something noteworthy, eventually earning the admiration of others. Though their potential was not immediately discernible, there remained a sense of optimism for the future. Teacher Malin was determined not to abandon any earnest student, nor hold biases against any, though having opinions could hardly be deemed prejudicial. As Teacher Malin observed the second group's battle, he found himself perplexed by the encounter between Lu Jian and Lin Jia. Were they truly engaged in combat? Perhaps their familiarity with one another rendered their duel devoid of genuine effort, as neither seemed to exert themselves even to the slightest degree. Their exchange resembled more of a performance than an actual battle, lacking vigor and intensity. Teacher Malin shook his head in dismay, jotting down notes to ensure they would face stern criticism later. Other groups exhibited various issues, which Teacher Malin meticulously recorded in his notebook. Next, he prepared to observe the several groups he had designated as priorities. Starting with the team of Wang Bing and Cheng Wan. Wang Bing was typically reserved, a diligent student, while Cheng Wan was markedly more vivacious, often engaging in conversation and displaying a lively demeanor that belied his delicate appearance. Amidst their skirmish, Cheng Wan couldn't resist cracking jokes, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the encounter. Teacher Malin quickly noted his observations, alleviating his frustration with a few stern comments. Wang Bing, appearing somewhat subdued, seemed to be affected by Cheng Wan's banter. "Wang Bing, your strikes seem a bit weak," Cheng Wan teased. Wang Bing remained silent, launching into a fervent offensive, channeling all his strength into a downward slash. Despite his silence, he intensified his efforts. "Put in a bit more effort," Cheng Wan urged. Wang Bing complied, continuing his assault with renewed vigor. The clanging of their swords echoed loudly as they engaged in a brutal display of raw power. A clash of sheer force. Teacher Malin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a reckless approach from them. While it might not refine their foundational sword techniques, it could nevertheless unlock a measure of physical potential. In his view, this bout was expected to follow the pattern of Cheng Wan's habitual laziness. To his surprise, the intensity of their exchange was quite fierce. At that moment, Wang Bing was solely fixated on surpassing the threshold of 80 in combat strength. Launching a relentless assault, it seemed he had forgotten something crucial. Their encounter lacked any hint of clever tactics, yet it was devoid of finesse. What a shame, Teacher Malin mused inwardly, perceiving their approach as brutish. Before moving on to observe other groups, Cheng Wan, catching sight of Teacher Malin's departure, turned to Wang Bing and said, "All right, Wang Bing, ease up a bit. Teacher Malin is gone." Unfortunately, Wang Bing disregarded Cheng Wan's advice and continued his fierce onslaught. Cheng Wan silently cursed his partner for not adhering to their prior agreement to take it easy during the match. Before the battle commenced, they had agreed to fight at a more leisurely pace. Upon noticing Teacher Malin watching, Cheng Wan would signal to Wang Bing that he was exerting too much force. Wang Bing had initially played along, but now, with Teacher Malin out of sight, he persisted with his serious combat style, inciting Cheng Wan to retaliate. With Cheng Wan possessing a higher combat strength, it wasn't long before Wang Bing began to show signs of defeat. Yet, Wang Bing pressed on, discovering an unexpected sense of comfort in the struggle. His combat strength gradually increasing. Cheng Wan recognized this benefit as well and fought with unrelenting fervor. Their battle truly warranted Teacher Malin's fierce evaluation. However, unbeknownst to him, he lacked the time to closely observe any single group, given the multitude of matchups to oversee. Next, he turned his attention to the 14th group, which differed from the previous pairs, as one student had surpassed a combat strength of 90. A combat strength above 90 allowed for the rudimentary application of spiritual energy, rendering the comparison between those above and below 80 starkly disparate. If two opponents were closely matched in strength but one exceeded 90, The latter's ability to infuse techniques with spiritual energy provided a significant advantage. Indeed, the battle in this group was decidedly one-sided. Cheng Wu found himself at a loss, lamenting, "I sought a true contest of strength, yet you resort to magic." The troubling reality was that he was unable to gain the upper hand. Each of Li Boqi's strikes was imbued with a hint of spiritual energy, akin to cheating, making him substantially more formidable. Cheng Wu, whose combat strength was already a few points lower than Li Boqi's, struggled against the enhanced abilities of his opponent. The clash of their iron swords reverberated loudly as they met once more, with Cheng Wu forced to retreat several steps, acknowledging the considerable disparity in their strengths. He could only endure the onslaught passively. Nevertheless, Cheng Wu refused to give up, fiercely resisting in hopes of seizing an opportunity to counterattack Li Boqi. However, Li Boqi was acutely aware of Cheng Wu's intentions, executing his strikes with precision and not granting Cheng Wu a single opening. Cheng Wu was disheartened, realizing that Li Boqi's foundational sword techniques exceeded his own, leaving him at a significant disadvantage. It was often said that the gap between the top 5 students and the 6th was considerable, yet the disparity among the top 3, 4th, and 5th was even more pronounced. Teacher Malin observed for a moment, shaking his head with a sigh, lamenting, "It's a pity that only 3 students in our class have surpassed 90 in combat strength." The outcome of this group's match was rather disappointing. He decided to see the final group, curious about what surprises it might hold. Anticipation coursed through him as he had yet to witness the duel between Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen. "Jia, you seem quite impressive," he remarked. After a series of intense exchanges, Jiang Bai could not help but commend his opponent. In response, Jia Jingwen unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. The strikes from both combatants not only possessed an aesthetic quality but also exuded a potent, ethereal energy that rivaled that of novice spirit warriors. Truly, Jia Jingwen was deserving of her position at the top of the rankings. Initially, Jiang Bai believed that Jia's martial prowess was only slightly superior to his own. However, her combat skills proved to be equally formidable. Though each increment in martial power beyond 90 yields substantial transformations in a warrior's capabilities, Jiang Bai relied on his vast life experience to tenuously regain some control over the situation. Nevertheless, he remained at a disadvantage. It seemed as though the energy emanating from his opponent harbored a unique force, causing each strike to produce a jarring impact. This force, transmitted through their iron swords, was manageable at first, but after several exchanges, Jiang Bai's hands began to tingle. Could it be that spirit warriors possess energies with distinct characteristics? What peculiar energy did Jia Jingwen wield? Jiang Bai pondered, gritting his teeth against the numbing sensation in his hands as he continued to clash swords with Jia. Jia Jingwen was impressively fierce. Their duel showcased a mastery of fundamental sword techniques, with wisps of energy entwining around their blades, creating a spectacle that was nothing short of breathtaking. Chapter 14. Jiang Bai versus Jia Jingwen. In their eyes, there was only the battle at hand, oblivious to the fact that Teacher Marin had arrived not far from them, observing their duel. Witnessing the scene, Teacher Marin felt a slight tremor in his heart. The confrontation between Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen was particularly captivating. Having almost missed such an exhilarating display due to delays in other groups, their adept application of fundamental sword techniques effectively highlighted the advantages of their training. Swordplay is characterized by adaptability, balancing the immutable with the dynamic. To remain unchanged is to be as steadfast as a mountain, responding to every change with unwavering resilience. Conversely, to be dynamic is to strike like thunder, overwhelming one's opponent with swift, unexpected blows. The performance of both combatants transcended that of mere beginners, showcasing an advanced understanding of their craft. Although some aspects of their technique still revealed a certain naivety, it only served to underscore their innate combat talents. Prompting Teacher Marin to regard them with newfound respect, The rapid ascent in martial power does not inherently equate to superior combat efficacy. Many senior students, upon their initial foray into battle, struggle to harness even half of their potential. Yet, Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen had nearly tapped into 90% of their capabilities, a truly alarming statistic. Observing their duel, Teacher Marin thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have missed such a thrilling contest. The scene shifted back to the clash between Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen. Both exhibited remarkable proficiency in their foundational sword techniques, occasionally employing combination moves for successive assaults. The sound of their iron swords meeting echoed like a resounding chime. This marked their first encounter, and it was clear that both were determined to emerge victorious. Jia Jingwen sought to defend her position at the top, while Jiang Bai, unwilling to accept second place, aimed to usurp her title. One defended, the other attacked. Both were fiercely competitive, each intent on besting the other while simultaneously unwilling to concede defeat. Their exchanges were a flurry of attacks and defenses, each adeptly adapting their techniques. Jiang Bai found himself momentarily taken aback by Jia Jingwen's swift response. She lunged forward, sword in hand, her energy enveloping the blade as she advanced upon him with remarkable speed. Jiang Bai, not to be outdone, similarly cloaked his sword in energy, bending slightly at the knees to prepare for a counter. With a resonant clash, he executed a sweeping strike aimed at her lower body. Jia Jingwen, anticipating the attack, deftly stepped back to evade the blow. Not willing to let the opportunity slip away, Jiang Bai pursued, transforming his sweeping strike into a thrust. Jia Jingwen, with a forceful push from her left foot, executed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the thrust. Jiang Bai was momentarily astonished. Could such acrobatics be employed in battle? In this moment, Jia Jingwen displayed her agility with finesse. Having evaded Jiang Bai's thrust, she transitioned from defense to offense, harnessing the momentum of her backflip to gather energy for a downward slash. Witnessing Jiang Bai's relentless assault, Teacher Marin couldn't help but admire her prowess while also feeling a tinge of anxiety for her. As he observed Jia Jingwen skillfully defuse the crisis, he mentally applauded her ingenuity. Moreover, she intended to counter Jiang Bai's approach with this powerful strike, a brilliant demonstration of leveraging one's own strength against the opponent's. Teacher Marin could scarcely contain his admiration. This level of response and reflex could hardly be expected from novices. Yet, undeniably, this was indeed their first battle, suggesting an innate talent for combat. The scene returned to their duel, and Jiang Bai found himself genuinely astonished. Was Jia Jingwen truly this quick to react? At the onset of their encounter, Jiang Bai had held the advantage, drawing upon his extensive life experiences to maintain a slight edge over the more powerful Jia Jingwen. Initially, she had struggled to counter his advances, an observation that led Jiang Bai to believe victory was assured. In fact, he had entertained thoughts of going easy on her to avoid a humiliating defeat. However, as time passed and their duel continued, the tide began to shift. Jia Jingwen transitioned from a position of reluctant defense to one of confident counterattacks, adeptly seizing opportunities to launch formidable offensives. These counterattacks were fierce, targeting Jiang Bai's vulnerabilities and leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. With a deep breath, Jiang Bai mirrored her downward slash, albeit from a different angle. While Jia Jingwen descended from above, Jiang Bai executed a sweeping cut from below. Seizing the initiative, Jia Jingwen's superior martial power put Jiang Bai on the back foot. Teacher Marin observed how Jia Jingwen adeptly capitalized on her advantages, tipping the scales of victory in her favor. When Jiang Bai momentarily lost focus during this crucial juncture, Teacher Marin felt a pang of concern. Had the outcome of the battle already been sealed? Currently, Jia Jingwen, the aggressor, held the upper hand, while Jiang Bai found himself in a defensive position. Both executed similar sword strikes, yet with Jia Jingwen having the initiative and greater martial prowess, it seemed inevitable that Jiang Bai would falter. With a resounding clash, their swords collided, producing a sound that reverberated through the air. Both combatants recoiled swiftly, with Jiang Bai retreating 7 steps while Jia Jingwen only took 5. It was evident that Jiang Bai had emerged at a disadvantage in this exchange. Despite their commendable performances, Teacher Marin found himself contemplating how he would fare against them. If he were Jiang Bai, could he seize the initiative despite a lower martial power? Conversely, if he were Jia Jingwen, could he effectively utilize his agility to counter Jiang Bai's relentless assault? Teacher Marin could only speculate, for he knew that during his own first duel, he had paled in comparison to the prowess displayed by his students. How remarkable they were, achieving such mastery during their initial exposure to combat. They had yet to receive any formal instruction, yet they were already exhibiting over 90% of their potential. Truly impressive, yet somehow expected. With a shake of his head, Teacher Marin attempted to dispel the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. If only Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen could fathom the depth of his reflections on their battle, they would likely be at a loss for words. However, it was clear that both were entirely focused on their duel. Their minds preoccupied with recovering from the repercussions of their last strike. Panting heavily, Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen both took a moment to regain their composure. It was evident that neither appeared particularly at ease. The final exchange had inflicted a measure of fatigue upon them both. Chapter 15. Post-battle analysis. Jia, I concede defeat, Jiang Bai announced as he noted that Jia Jingwen had only retreated 5 steps while he had taken 7. He recognized there was no need to fight to the bitter end in such a simple contest. Moreover, he found himself too exhausted to continue. His hands trembled, barely able to lift his sword. The peculiar energy emanating from Jia Jingwen had taken its toll. Hearing Jiang Bai's admission of defeat, Jia Jingwen let out a sigh of relief. She too felt fatigued and, despite her weakened state, mustered the strength to utter a simple, "Thank you for the match." The recent battle left me utterly exhausted, yet it was not without its rewards. Jiang Bai placed his numb hands behind him and slightly bowed. A gesture of acknowledgement. The spiritual energy of Jia Jingwen seemed problematic. Although it had little effect during the initial exchanges, as the fight progressed, Jiang Bai felt its true impact, akin to a tremor. Even before entering the martial apprentice stage, her energy was already so peculiar that one could only wonder what transformation it would undergo once she became a martial apprentice. Thus, it was not that Jiang Bai was unwilling to continue. Rather, Jia Jingwen's combat talent was overwhelmingly formidable, and persisting would only result in humiliation. Moreover, his hands had become so numbed from the shock that he could hardly maintain a steady grip on his sword. Continuing would surely lead to a disgraceful defeat. It was far better to concede with dignity. Such is the nature of perspective. Jiang Bai could not help but marvel. This was the true essence of genius. In summary, he accepted his loss with grace. Were it not for his rich experiences from 2 lifetimes, he would not have lasted this long and would have succumbed much earlier. Furthermore, as a male, he would not shy away from admitting defeat. He would not resort to feeble excuses. Following this duel, Jia Jingwen's perception of Jiang Bai's prowess underwent a significant shift. She had initially thought him merely a naive youth relying solely on hard work to master the basics of swordsmanship. However, she was taken aback when, at the onset of their battle, Jiang Bai managed to press the attack against her, albeit slightly. It is worth noting that today was their first encounter in combat. And despite her marginally higher combat prowess, the disparity in their abilities was substantial once one surpassed a threshold of 90 combat strength. Every fraction made a considerable difference. Additionally, Jia Jingwen's father was a powerful spiritual warrior, who often regaled her with tales from his student days and amusing anecdotes from his missions. In his youth, Jia's father was also a gifted student, unaware of the vastness of the world, engaged in battles daily to enhance his strength. His reputation was forged through countless duels, and it is said that Jia's mother had once suffered at his hands, leading to the blossoming of their romance through their clashes. Whether such tales are true remains to be seen, but Jia Jingwen had certainly heard many stories of her father's combat history. The intricacies of those battles proved invaluable during her recent duel. Although she initially found herself at a disadvantage, she adeptly seized opportunities for counterattacks, ultimately triumphing over Jiang Bai with a decisive strike. In her view, her deeper understanding of combat details enabled her to barely overcome Jiang Bai, who undoubtedly possessed formidable combat talent. Unbeknownst to both Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, they silently praised each other's abilities. Teacher Ma Lin, upon witnessing the conclusion of their duel, could hardly restrain his applause. He was also quite pleased with Jiang Bai's composure in conceding to someone stronger than himself. It is not disgraceful to admit defeat. The true embarrassment lies in stubbornly refusing to yield, which only serves to create unnecessary troubles. Jiang Bai demonstrated awareness. Not wishing to interrupt their rest, Teacher Ma Lin turned to leave as the two concluded their bout. Time flowed steadily onward. "All right, students, gather around," Ma Lin called out, observing that most of the combat pairings were resting on the stage. It was time for a review of the battles. Without reflecting on their performances, they would be stagnating, or even regressing. Teacher Ma Lin was eager to showcase his teaching, at his command. The students in the training room began to assemble at the arena. Among them were those resting, those waiting for the assembly, and others still engaged in combat, reluctant to conclude. Once a sufficient number had gathered, Ma Lin addressed them. "Today marked your first combat experience, and most of you performed rather unsatisfactorily. However, given that it was your initial encounter, I did not set my expectations too high. There are numerous areas for improvement. Some of you barely managed to showcase half of your combat potential. I will point these out individually, and I look forward to your next performance." Upon hearing Teacher Ma Lin's words, the students bowed their heads, realizing they had not fully unleashed their capabilities, though they believed they had achieved around 80%. They were taken aback by Ma Lin's critique, finding it hard to accept. Next came Ma Lin's personal feedback session. He retrieved his notebook and began to address the students. "Feng Feng, commendable effort, despite your combat value being lower than Wu Daneng's. You managed to navigate the fight skillfully. However, your combat prowess still requires enhancement." Feng Feng remained stoic upon receiving the praise, having once been a paragon of excellence, now reduced to the bottom ranks. Over the years, he had witnessed a myriad of personalities and had grown indifferent to external evaluations. Today was one of the few instances of commendation. "Wu Daneng, do you only rely on brute strength? This was an excellent opportunity to refine your basic swordsmanship, yet you chose to engage with sheer force." Wu Daneng scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "Lu Jian and Lin Jia, you two need to take this more seriously. Your fights resemble performances. You, over there, failed to grasp the basics of thrusting. Go practice diligently." Teacher Ma Lin turned his gaze to another student, pinpointing his shortcomings. "Chengwen, be more attentive during battles. Do not become overly relaxed. Even when sparring against a rabbit, one must use full strength." As class time waned, Ma Lin hastened his critique. "Wang Bing, maintain your composure during combat. Do not be easily swayed by your opponent's words." When addressing Wang Bing, a hint of exasperation crossed Ma Lin's face, for Wang Bing was typically quiet and compliant, yet had succumbed to Chengwen's provocations. Nevertheless, he shifted his tone, adding, "However, I must express satisfaction with your later bouts." Chengwen and Wang Bing felt unworthy of such praise since their initial encounters had been lackluster. It was only when Teacher Ma Lin observed them that they began to engage earnestly. Subsequently, they remained committed to their matches, eschewing any thoughts of slacking off. "Cheng Wu, do not blindly clash with others, especially against stronger opponents." Li Boqi, today's duel was easy for you, dominating Cheng Wu, yet your approach lacked any finesse. Relying solely on brute force? Li Boqi offered an awkward smile, admitting he had gotten carried away. Cheng Wu, on the other hand, felt disheartened, questioning whether he was truly stronger than Li Boqi. Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen performed quite well today. Their timing and application of basic sword techniques were commendable. However, do not let this success lead to arrogance. Continue to strive for improvement, and I hope to see your growth in the future. Jia Jingwen nodded slightly, indicating her understanding, while Jiang Bai expressed his determination to excel further. Teacher Ma Lin was pleased with their earnestness. Having students like them was indeed a joy. Chapter 16. The Mouse Demon. In today's foundational swordsmanship class, Jiang Bai felt he had gained much, even experiencing a slight enhancement in his combat prowess. As evening approached, he planned to train as usual, but today he desired to seek out a larger space for practice. Since acquiring the refined iron sword, he had yearned for a more open area to hone his skills, as the confines of his home felt somewhat cramped. Thus, after a light meal, he set out with his iron sword in search of a suitable location nearby. He recalled that there was a park adjacent to the Zijingcheng community, one he had visited in the past. However, having been so dedicated to his training lately, he had not ventured there in a while and was uncertain if the park still existed. His destination was that park, which he believed was named Longhu Park. Following his memories, Jiang Bai sought out Longhu Park, and as he walked, passers-by pointed at the iron sword strapped to his back. In the era of spiritual origin, everyone aspired to be a spiritual warrior. The reactions of the onlookers were entirely expected. Jiang Bai had once felt the same envy towards spiritual warriors, and now his goal was to become one. As he reached a somewhat secluded area, it appeared desolate, with no sign of life around. For a moment, he hesitated to train there, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. Yet, he had yet to find a more suitable place to practice. Continuing onward, he stumbled upon an abandoned park. A large gate stood before him, adorned with a dilapidated sign that faintly displayed the words Longhu Park. Was it truly abandoned? Upon gazing at this evidently abandoned locale, Jiang Bai murmured softly, "In the era of Lingyuan, the havoc wrought by monstrous beasts led to the gradual dereliction of numerous amusement facilities. The visage of this world bore a resemblance to the place Jiang Bai inhabited in his previous life. It was said that during the era of the Common Era, countless parks existed where, by nightfall, numerous elderly ladies would gather to dance in the squares, while elderly gentlemen engaged in games of chess, and young people strolled with their dogs. Such places have now become non-existent. Naturally, Jiang Bai had only heard of these tales during class from Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang recounted how that era was characterized by an abundance of talent, yet also marked by intense internal competition, colloquially referred to as Neijuan. Back then, Neijuan was regarded as a pejorative term, but now, spiritual warriors are embroiled in their own version of competition. Failing to engage in this struggle could result in being left on the battlefield during the next battle between humans and monsters. Without a modicum of effort, one might even find it impossible to become a spiritual warrior, a stark contrast to the ease of attending university in his past life. Jiang Bai believed that striving to excel was commendable. For the sake of survival and strength, there is no shame in competing. Teacher Wang had conducted extensive research on the history of the Common Era, stating that even a year and a half would not suffice to cover it all. However, what has transpired is best left in the past. Although this world bears a resemblance to the place where Jiang Bai once lived, he harbored no concern for bygone events. He understood only that, at present, becoming a spiritual warrior was of paramount importance. The abandonment of Longhu Park was inconsequential. The lack of passers-by rendered it remarkably tranquil. Practicing his swordsmanship here would be quite convenient, without the risk of disturbing others. As Jiang Bai wandered through Longhu Park, a pair of blood-red eyes flickered momentarily from the shadows. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of visitors, the wild grass had grown lush and abundant. Despite it being early autumn, a verdant landscape still greeted the eye, occasionally stirred by a gentle breeze that ruffled the autumn hues. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the vitality of the wild grass flourished even more. Upon reaching a certain open area, Jiang Bai paused. It was faintly discernible that this had once been a square, its concrete surface now dilapidated and marred by numerous cracks. This location was quite suitable for sword practice. And given the adage that time is money, Jiang Bai resolved to practice here rather than seeking another venue. With a swift motion, he drew his refined iron sword, closed his eyes, and, one hand gripping the sword, the other caressing it, he recalled the key points of the basic sword techniques in his mind. The gentle breeze tousled Jiang Bai's side-swept bangs, and his white training attire stood out starkly against the night. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Bai moved, thrust, chop, flick, hang, point, wipe, lift, guard, sweep, intercept, stab, push. The 12 foundational sword techniques were executed one by one. Jiang Bai began with slow movements, completing the first round before commencing the second. The second round unfolded at a noticeably swifter pace. Strands of spiritual energy entwining around the sword, stirring the breeze. Accompanied by the wind, Jiang Bai contemplated the essence of transforming the sword. Gradually, the sky darkened. Unbeknownst to Jiang Bai, he had practiced the basic sword techniques countless times. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. With his eyes slightly closed, he immersed himself in the execution of each move, each seemingly imbued with a unique charm. Just as Jiang Bai prepared to attempt the transformation of his sword, a series of sharp cries interrupted him. Gigi, Gigi. Instantly alert, Jiang Bai turned to see a pitch-black beast lurking not far away, its front half slender while its rear half was unusually rotund. Upon a closer glance, the beast's blood-red eyes glowed fiercely in the darkness, its sharp beak and fang-like teeth glinting menacingly. The rat demon. The sight of this creature instantly reminded Jiang Bai of the tales recounted by Teacher Wang. It was a type of omnivorous beast, a mutation of a rat that once survived by stealing grains from the homes of the populace, a creature reviled by all. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, it had transformed into a monstrous entity, now feeding on both humans and grain. In the early years of the Lingyuan era, rat demons posed a significant threat. Though they were among the weakest of beasts, their sheer numbers and rapid reproduction made them formidable. The Alliance had initiated a campaign to eradicate rat demons, ultimately developing a special potion that alleviated the rat infestation. After years of struggle, they managed to drive the rat demons out of their territory. How could a rat demon be present in Longhu Park, especially one that had not been seen in ages? Jiang Bai had no time to ponder this question. He had come to practice swordsmanship without carrying any means of communication, rendering him unable to inform anyone of his encounter with the beast. He did not believe he could outrun the rat demon. Despite its size, it was known for its swiftness. Thus, at this moment, Jiang Bai had no choice but to rely on himself to overcome this rat demon. With no alternative and no retreat, he felt a mixture of tension and exhilaration. After years of training, it was time for him to witness the true strength of a monstrous beast. Taking a deep breath, he filled with combat spirit. Come on, rat demon. Beneath the night sky, the rat demon's blood-red eyes shone like two ominous lanterns. Suddenly, the rat demon charged towards Jiang Bai. Gigi. With a powerful stomp of his left foot, Jiang Bai sidestepped the demon's assault. Yet, he had underestimated the creature. The rat demon unleashed its unique skill, Shunzhan, the demon's sole innate ability. In an instant, it accelerated its speed. The rat demon vanished at an odd angle, reappearing behind Jiang Bai, raising its forepaw to strike with ferocity. Jiang Bai was caught completely off guard by the rat demon's Shunzhan, and as a result, he took the full brunt of the attack. Bang! Jiang Bai was hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the already cracked concrete, which now bore a new dent from the impact. He lay on the ground, coughing twice, struggling to rise. Pain surged through him, penetrating to the marrow, and he pressed his hand against his chest, soon spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Bai had been careless, perceiving the confrontation with the beast as a mere skirmish. Such an attitude had led to his severe injury from the very first strike. Fortunately, after years of rigorous training, His physical resilience had greatly improved. Though caught off guard, the rat demon had only probed him, and he had not sustained any fractures. Otherwise, he would have been incapacitated in a single blow. Seeing Jiang Bai injured from its first strike, the rat demon emitted gleeful squeaks, scratching its head as if to mock Jiang Bai's weakness and overconfidence. The demon's disdain provided Jiang Bai with a moment to catch his breath. He gasped for air, attempting to alleviate the pain. That was a close call. A mere rat demon thought it could end my life. I am destined to become a formidable spiritual warrior. After momentarily easing his discomfort, Jiang Bai resolved not to let the rat demon seize the initiative, but rather to take the offensive. He feigned a thrust to bait out the rat demon's Shunzhan. As expected, the rat demon, seemingly intent on mockery, activated Shunzhan once more. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Bai switched his approach, having anticipated the demon's maneuver behind him. With his sword infused with spiritual energy, he executed an upward slash, delivering a powerful strike to the rat demon's forepaw. Having already employed Shunzhan, the demon was left with no choice but to endure Jiang Bai's blow. Sla, the sword, imbued with spiritual energy, pierced through the demon's fur, blood splattering onto the shattered square. The rat demon sustained injury from this strike. Chapter 17. Confrontation with the rat demon. Although the rat demon was a beast, its attributes were primarily characterized by speed, with average strength and attack power. Thus, Jiang Bai's first instinct upon encountering the rat demon was not to flee but to engage in combat. This was also due to Jiang Bai's combat prowess significantly exceeding a score of 90, which allowed him to manipulate spiritual energy with greater ease. Spiritual energy could inflict substantial damage on the rat demon. With a decisive strike, Jiang Bai created distance between himself and the demon. The rat demon emitted a series of angry squeaks, licking its forelimbs wound with its tongue, seemingly infuriated that this insignificant ant had dared to harm it. Upon witnessing the injured mouse demon, Jiang Bai exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that the creature was merely a low-tier beast with relatively weak defenses. With a single strike, he had managed to wound the mouse demon, regaining some semblance of control in the battle. Enraged and humiliated, the mouse demon began to circle the arena at a rapid pace, seemingly searching for an opportune moment to launch a surprise attack on Jiang Bai. Simultaneously, it unleashed a sonic wave assault, incessantly screeching in an attempt to disorient him. Jiang Bai, however, did not remain passive. He positioned the tip of his iron sword upright before him, utilizing its reflective surface to monitor his surroundings and guard against any stealthy advances from the demon. His gaze flitted left and right, ever vigilant for the creature's impending strike. Although the mouse demon hesitated to attack recklessly after sustaining a wound, it aimed to gradually wear down Jiang Bai's stamina. This mouse demon, despite its inferior rank, possessed the strength of a first-tier martial apprentice. While Jiang Bai was on the brink of touching the threshold of martial apprenticeship himself, the nuances in combat power became increasingly significant with each increment in strength. Moreover, a martial power exceeding 100 would place him at a disadvantage against a demon of the same realm. Engaging in a war of attrition would undoubtedly favor the demon, potentially culminating in Jiang Bai's defeat. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Jiang Bai could not afford to wait idly. The mouse demon's swift movements made it challenging to pinpoint its location accurately. He decided to take the initiative, employing sweeping strikes with his sword to force the demon into the open. He executed a sweeping strike to the left, missing the target. Yet he anticipated this outcome and swiftly followed up with a strike to the right. Unfortunately, that too failed to make contact, yet Jiang Bai remained undeterred, continuing his flurry of sweeping blows around him, creating the illusion of a whirling iron sword. Though he had yet to strike the demon, the relentless assault had a discernible effect. The mouse demon's movements began to slow as it evaded Jiang Bai's sweeping attacks. This barrage took a toll on Jiang Bai's stamina, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He maintained a heightened state of alertness, wary of a potential counterattack from the demon. Eventually, the mouse demon could no longer contain its frustration and executed a swift maneuver to Jiang Bai's flank, aiming its uninjured foreclaw at him. However, Jiang Bai had been closely observing the demon's movements. Despite its speed, he responded quickly, angling his sword upward to intercept the creature's claw. The clash resonated with a sharp clang. Yet Jiang Bai was at a disadvantage, and the immense inertia caused him to stumble backward. Seeing Jiang Bai retreat, the mouse demon seized the opportunity, closing in with alternating strikes from its claws. The sound of metal clashing against sharp talons echoed, reflecting the ferocity of their combat. Soon, Jiang Bai found himself on the defensive, struggling to withstand the onslaught. There was little he could do. He had yet to enter the realm of martial apprentices, and he was uncertain if his martial power had even reached 99. The disparity in strength became increasingly apparent as the mouse demon pressed its advantage. However, Jiang Bai's combat skills were being honed in this very moment, his foundational sword techniques growing more refined with each exchange. As they clashed, Jiang Bai demonstrated remarkable resilience. Though each strike placed him at a disadvantage, his fighting technique evolved, gradually mitigating the gap in power between him and the demon. The mouse demon, perplexed, wondered why this human was not succumbing easily to defeat, but rather seemed to grow stronger with each encounter. Finally, unable to contain itself any longer, the mouse demon initiated another swift maneuver. Darting behind Jiang Bai for a surprise attack, this time, Jiang Bai had anticipated the demon's actions. Yet, fatigue dulled his reflexes, and he was struck, tumbling to the ground. Pain coursed through him, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Had he not been prepared, that blow could have severely wounded the exhausted Jiang Bai. The mouse demon emitted gleeful screeches at Jiang Bai's misfortune, as if mocking him. Humans are so feeble. Rising to his feet, Jiang Bai swallowed the blood rising in his throat. The gap in strength remained significant, and he had sustained yet another injury. This marked the fourth time the mouse demon had unleashed its supernatural abilities. According to Jiang Bai's understanding, the demon should have exhausted its spiritual energy by now. Thus, Jiang Bai resolved to seize the opportunity when the demon was vulnerable, attempting to employ the transformative sword technique he had strived to master over the past few days. This chance was singular. He could not allow the mouse demon to evade this strike. As the mouse demon pressed its attack, Jiang Bai, enduring the pain coursing through his body, retaliated with all his might, the agony intensifying with each moment. Finally, amidst the chaos, as the demon screeched in excitement, Jiang Bai retreated a few steps to alleviate the pressure of the assault. Coughing violently, Jiang Bai could no longer suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth. The prolonged battle had taken a toll on his body. After all, he was not yet a martial apprentice. Battling a creature of such caliber was an arduous feat, and enduring this long was no small accomplishment. Even if he were to lose this fight, Jiang Bai could take pride in his resilience. Could he accept such a fate? To be bested by the mouse demon, to depart this world before ever becoming a true martial apprentice or spirit warrior? Clearly, he could not die in this moment. Jiang Bai was propelled solely by sheer willpower, his resolve stronger than ever before. It was time to unleash that final technique. Whether he could slay the mouse demon and survive hinged upon this pivotal strike. This technique would serve as his last resort. With his legs slightly bent, Jiang Bai concentrated his energy and surged forward, taking the offensive. The mouse demon, sensing this shift, refused to back down. It realized that Jiang Bai's strength was not formidable. It was merely toying with him, believing it could easily overpower him. Indeed, Jiang Bai was on the defensive against the mouse demon's relentless assault. The creature grew increasingly exhilarated, emitting jubilant screeches at the prospect of delivering a fatal blow. Unbeknownst to it, this was all part of Jiang Bai's cunning strategy. At last, in a moment of clarity, Jiang Bai channeled every ounce of his strength, igniting an unprecedented will to survive. intent on vanquishing the mouse demon. At that instant, spiritual energy surged from all directions. Transformative sword. The moment of truth had arrived. Jiang Bai raised his iron sword high, enveloped by layers of spiritual energy that made the blade appear even more formidable. This was the transformative sword technique he had comprehended. The intensity of the energy rivaled that of a martial apprentice, which explained why this technique could slay even the lowest tier of demon beasts. This was also why mastering the transformative sword was so exceedingly difficult. The energy required was beyond what a mere student in the process of physical refinement could muster. At this moment, Jiang Bai's ability to execute the transformative sword stemmed from his days of diligent introspection, his indomitable fighting spirit, his fervent desire to live, and his profound wish to slay this demon beast. Moreover, had Jiang Bai not surpassed a martial power of 90, he would likely have been unable to master the transformative sword at all. Since the onset of the battle, the mouse demon had consistently dominated Jiang Bai, only sparing him brief moments of respite when it reveled in its superiority. Fortunately, the demon's desire to toy with Jiang Bai ultimately provided him the opportunity to counterattack. Thus, the mouse demon was unprepared for the overwhelming force of Jiang Bai's ultimate technique. Having just executed a maneuver to evade, it could only raise its foreclaws in a futile attempt to block the impending strike. In that moment, the roles of hunter and prey were reversed. The blade cleaved directly through the mouse demon's foreclaw, seamlessly transitioning to strike its grotesque yet terrified head. The mouse demon was instantly decapitated, its headless body crashing onto the concrete floor. The creature had been careless. Failing to evade the attack, given another chance, it would undoubtedly have crushed this human with overwhelming force, never allowing the encounter to drag on. Nor would it have entertained the notion of toying with Jiang Bai. Overstepping the bounds of jest led to its demise. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The despicable, treacherous, and cunning humans had exhibited such formidable prowess, yet feigned weakness for so long that the moment of its slaughter. In a remote and shadowy corner, a pair of blood-red eyes, reminiscent of copper bells, snapped open in terror. Upon witnessing the mouse demon's decapitation, Jiang Bai remained motionless, using his fine iron sword to support his body as he breathed in the fresh air in deep gulps. The sensation of surviving a calamity was exquisite, the air imbued with a sweetness that was intoxicating. Once he had regained his composure, Jiang Bai rose slowly, making his way toward the carcass of the mouse demon. After all, it was a demon beast's body. Although merely a mouse demon, it should still possess considerable value. Upon reaching the remains, Jiang Bai prodded the corpse with his iron sword, finding it surprisingly firm. He sheathed his sword, preparing to carry the demon's body away, when a strange mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Detecting mouse demon's corpse, system loading, please wait for activation. Could it be that I now possess a system? After 17 years of traversing this world, I have attained my current strength through sheer effort. To this day, I have been capable of defeating the mouse demon alone. Despite the demon's mocking demeanor, the battle was fiercely contested. However, the outcome remained the same. Alone at the Dragon Lake Park Square, I severed the mouse demon with my sword. For any high school student, such a feat is a matter of great honor, a legacy that will accompany Jiang Bai throughout his life. Years later, when someone reminisces about Jiang Bai, they will invariably recall that night when Jiang Bai executed the mouse demon with a body-refining strike. At this moment, Jiang Bai was astonished to hear the system's voice. To be honest, he had once yearned for a golden finger, for a system, but 17 years of waiting had dulled any hope. Even without a system, he could still grow stronger. Yet with a system, the potential for further advancement lay ahead. Today, the system had acknowledged him. Although it was still loading, he was eager to discover its capabilities. Was this not a testament to the adage that the harder one works, the luckier one becomes? Efforts will surely yield rewards, albeit sometimes delayed. Perhaps the reward had not been late at all. It was merely that he had never before encountered a corpse. However, that reasoning was flawed, as Jiangbai had helped with slaughtering chickens and ducks before, and their carcasses had not activated the system. Could it be the presence of spiritual energy? The mouse demon was a demon beast, its body infused with such energy. Only corpses imbued with spiritual energy could trigger the system, but of course, this was merely Jiangbai's speculation, and the conditions for the system's activation remained to be verified. With the system's arrival, it would not flee from him now. At this moment, Jiangbai was more immersed in the joy of possessing a system. He felt that all his previous efforts had been worthwhile. Unlike the protagonists of novels who rise to prominence upon receiving their golden fingers, he had always been strong. From this point onward, he would become even stronger, perhaps even venturing beyond Tong City, beyond Ximen City, and beyond Yunchuan Province, into broader horizons. In the past, he may not have harbored such grand ambitions or confidence, but now he did. His posture was straighter, his legs no longer weary, and his energy surged. Now, all that remained was to await the system's completion of its loading process. Jiangbai mused that the system would not abandon him. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he kept his hand resting on the mouse demon's corpse. At this moment, his hand resembled a network cable, plugged into the demon's body to maintain the connection. The wait dragged on. The process was excruciating, yet Jiangbai felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he was invigorated. Were it not for the late hour, he might have even wished to sing a celebratory song to pass the time. Time flowed slowly. After an indeterminate duration, Jiangbai's initial excitement at discovering the system began to wane. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, the system's voice finally echoed in his mind. System loading complete. Analyzing Mouse Demon's corpse. The system had loaded, but what did it mean to analyze the Mouse Demon's corpse? Jiangbai was perplexed and could not help but inquire, "System, are you there?" No response came. "System, do you have a name? What functions do you possess?" Jiangbai continued to question, eager for the system's answers. Regrettably, the system remained silent. He posed numerous questions in succession, but the system offered no reply, ultimately leading Jiangbai to relinquish his inquiries. This system appeared to lack intelligence. Ding. Analysis of the mouse demon's corpse successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the demon technique, Shun Flash. Before Jiangbai could fully comprehend this revelation, the system continued to announce, Ding, detecting that the host is human and unable to learn the demon technique. It has been automatically modified to a martial technique, Shun Flash. Following this, the system fell silent, unresponsive to Jiangbai's calls. However, Jiangbai had no time to dwell on the system's silence. He was engrossed in the mental image of a martial technique named Shun Flash. A martial technique? This was something only spiritual warriors could learn, and now he possessed it. The system was remarkably powerful, not only extracting the demon technique Shun Flash from the demon beast's corpse, but also reformulating it into a martial technique that Jiangbai could learn. The fact that the system could modify demon techniques into martial techniques meant that Jiangbai would have a continuous source of martial techniques in the future. Yet, the conditions for the system's activation still needed verification. In the dead of night, at some point, the moon emerged from behind the clouds. Jiangbai had lost track of time and decided it was time to return home. Otherwise, his parents would worry. He intended to take the mouse demon's corpse with him, as it was a fortuitous find. After an unknown duration, a voice shattered the silence of the night. Jiangbai, Jiangbai, where are you? A deep male voice called out. This was followed by a female voice, Xiaobai, Xiaobai. The voices resonated loudly in the stillness of the night. At this moment, a young man carrying the mouse demon's corpse furrowed his brow upon hearing the calls. It was his parents' voices. Dad, Mom, I'm here, I'm here. He called back urgently. Chapter 20. The police station, the demon-catching division arrives. First Hospital of Tong City. In a certain ward. At this moment, Jiangbai, wrapped like a mummy, lay on the hospital bed, exuding an air of despondency. Was the doctor serious? Why had they bandaged him so tightly? He felt that his injuries weren't that severe. Xiao Bai, rest well. I'll go buy you something to eat, his mother said, her voice laced with tears. For ordinary people, witnessing someone sustain such extensive injuries was unimaginable, especially when that person was their own son. Jiang Bai's father, while not expressing much, could not hide the concern evident in his gaze. 2 hours prior, he had followed Jiang Bai's voice and discovered a person carrying the corpse of a demon beast, whose tattered clothes revealed numerous wounds, still bleeding, a sight that left him utterly shocked. He initially thought it was a high-ranking figure from the demon-catching division who had just captured a demon beast, but had been gravely injured in the process. He had heard that these spiritual warriors were fearsome, not to be trifled with, and he had considered avoiding this person. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" came the raspy voice of the supposed high-ranking figure. Hearing this person call him Dad left him momentarily dumbfounded. Upon closer inspection, despite the ragged clothing and battered face, Jiang Bai's father recognized his son. At that moment, seeing Jiang Bai, who was grievously injured yet still smiling, nearly brought tears to his father's eyes. Just as he prepared to assist Jiang Bai, his mother reacted more swiftly, rushing over to inspect him, insisting that they take him to the hospital. Jiang Bai's father, witnessing this scene, quietly took out his phone and dialed for an ambulance. He also called the police, as such a situation warranted a report. How could a demon beast appear in the city? A knock sounded at the door of Jiang Bai's ward. "Come in," Jiang Bai's father replied. The door opened to reveal a man in a black police uniform, followed by another man wielding a large knife. The police had arrived, along with members of the demon-catching division. The officer scanned the room and turned to Jiang Bai's father, saying, "Hello, were you the one who reported the incident?" Jiang Bai's father nodded. "Yes, I made the call. Hello, I am Zhou Zhou, the captain of the investigation team at the Tong City Police Station." The officer in uniform introduced himself to Jiang's father. "Officer Zhou? May I inquire about the esteemed gentleman beside you?" Jiang's father asked. "Oh, I apologize for my oversight. Allow me to introduce this officer." Zhou was about to elaborate when the man carrying a large sword stepped forward, taking the initiative to introduce himself. "I am Lu Ming, a bronze badge officer of the Demon Suppression Division." After uttering this, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The officer fidgeted, awaiting Lu Ming's next words. But it was evident that Lu Ming had nothing further to say. At that moment, someone entered through the door. "Xiao Bai, your mother has brought you something to eat." It was Jiang's mother, returning with provisions. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of the officer in uniform and the sword-bearing man, and noticed her husband, Jiang's father, standing bewildered, while Jiang Bai lay resting. The room fell silent, and Jiang's mother understood the awkwardness of the situation. "Surely, we could pour some water or engage in small talk?" "Hello, officer, sir. I am Jiang Bai's mother. Let us all share a meal together." Hearing her words, Zhou and Lu Ming exchanged smiles. As Jiang's mother approached, Jiang's father briefly explained the situation to her. "Xiao Bai, come, sit up and have something to eat." Jiang's mother gently roused Jiang Bai, helping him to sit upright. Groggy, Jiang Bai blinked at the gathering, bewildered. "Who am I? And where am I? This must be Jiang Bai, quite remarkable indeed. At such a young age, he has slain a rat demon," Zhou remarked, unable to contain his praise upon seeing Jiang Bai. Lu Ming, munching nearby, nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with admiration. Jiang Bai smiled modestly, shaking his head, quickly attributing his success to luck. He then glanced at the sword-bearing man, who seemed not to be one for conversation, and offered him a nod. Observing the man's attire, Jiang Bai surmised he must be a spiritual warrior. "Lu Ming, do share the purpose of your visit," Zhou whispered to Lu Ming, who had been quietly enjoying his meal, seemingly oblivious to the task at hand. Lu Ming, suddenly jolted back to reality, remembered he was on a mission. He hastily finished his food, only to choke slightly a him. Such powerful spiritual warriors, he began. You must be Jiang Bai. I am Lu Ming, a bronze badge officer from the Demon Suppression Division. I am here primarily to express our gratitude on behalf of all the citizens of Tong City. Ah. You are a significant figure from the Demon Suppression Division? Here to thank me? Jiang Bai responded, puzzled. It is common knowledge that officers of the Demon Suppression Division are all at least at the martial apprentice level. He felt he had done little more than accidentally slay a rat demon. Could it be due to that particular demon? It seemed the only explanation for the typically aloof officers of the Demon Suppression Division to show such amiable demeanor. Sensing Jiang Bai's confusion, Lu Ming proceeded to narrate the entire sequence of events. It turned out it was indeed related to the rat demon. This beast had escaped from Lu City, and the Tong City Demon Suppression Division had placed great emphasis on capturing it, issuing a city-wide manhunt. To their dismay, the rat demon proved exceedingly elusive, remaining hidden. This caused considerable frustration among the officers, as such vermin are both timid and adept at evasion. Days passed without any reported attacks from demon beasts in Tong City. And with the division's manpower stretched thin, the search for this particular demon had relaxed slightly. However, they continued to maintain routine patrols, primarily focusing on areas with higher foot traffic to mitigate potential casualties from any sudden appearances by the rat demon. Today, it was Lu Ming who was on patrol, and he had not anticipated encountering the rat demon in such an abandoned area, devoid of any food sources. He never imagined the demon would appear in Long Lake Park, nor that Jiang Bai would venture there, let alone defeat the demon. Lu Ming had also received information about Jiang Bai from the Spiritual Warrior Administration, noting his impressive combat prowess of 98 at a level below that of a martial apprentice, successfully slaying a demon equivalent to a first-level martial apprentice. Such a feat was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon visiting the site of the battle at Long Lake Park, Lu Ming found it in disarray. The ground was stained with the blood of the rat demon, concentrated in one area, while scattered throughout were the remnants of Jiang Bai's own blood, suggesting the fierce struggle that had transpired. It was evident that Jiang Bai had been overwhelmed by the demon initially, but had seized an opportunity to strike back decisively. The wounds on the demon's corpse indicated that the final blow had likely been delivered in the form of a sword transformation. Remarkably, Jiang Bai had only just begun his third year of high school, yet he had already mastered such a formidable technique, showcasing an astonishing talent. Although Lu Ming specialized in blades, he was well aware of the difficulty of sword transformation. Thus, when Zhou praised Jiang Bai, even Lu Ming, who was typically reticent and sparing with compliments, found himself agreeing with Zhou's commendation. Fortunately, Jiang Bai's decisive action in slaying the rat demon had prevented the creature from harming any innocent civilians. Had Jiang Bai not mastered sword transformation and vanquished the demon, humanity would have lost yet another potential genius, a significant loss for all. After all, high-ranking spiritual warriors are still relatively scarce within the Huaxia Alliance, and given Jiang Bai's current potential, it seemed reasonable to expect him to rise to a mid to high-level spiritual warrior in due time. In sum, Lu Ming was left in awe of the night's events. Since retiring from the military, he had not encountered anything as astonishing as this. Chapter 21. Reward and Recovery. Everything was a mere accident, yet Jiang Bai was the exception point. One could only say that the rat demon was exceedingly unfortunate, choosing to ambush Jiang Bai in an abandoned park, only to be thwarted and ultimately slain by him. When the police received Jiang's father's emergency call, they were equally bewildered. What? A high school student, not even a martial apprentice, has slain a demon beast. Such a tale would be deemed fantastical in a novel. However, the caller had indeed provided their name, ID number, and contact information, which did not seem fabricated. Furthermore, there was little to gain from concocting such a story. Thus, the officer who took the call promptly reported the matter to the station chief. The chief, recognizing the gravity of the situation, assigned Zhou to verify the claims and liaise with the officers of the Demon Suppression Division for further action. Zhou was initially skeptical, but upon witnessing the rat demon's corpse, he became a believer. He immediately reported the incident to the Demon Suppression Division, as such matters were beyond his purview. The division took the matter seriously, dispatching Lu Meng to handle the situation and investigate the details. Once the authenticity of the events was confirmed, the division sent Lu Meng to present Jiang Bai with a reward. Thus, the scene unfolded with Zhou and Lu Meng visiting the hospital. That was the gist of the situation. Now, let me explain your reward, Lu Meng began, having recounted a lengthy narrative before finally addressing the matter of the reward. Up until now, both Lu Meng and Zhou found the entire affair surreal. Almost dreamlike. A reward? Jiang's parents inquired, perplexed. I believe a reward is unnecessary. This incident was merely a twist of fate, and I do not consider I made any significant contribution, Jiang Bai humbly declined. After all, the event was an accident, and it would feel inappropriate to accept a reward for it. As spiritual warriors, it is our duty to eradicate demons. Hearing Jiang Bai's refusal, Lu Meng became anxious, quickly interjecting, Jiang Bai, you must accept this reward. After all, you are indeed the one who vanquished the rat demon, and this honor rightfully belongs to you. The reward is quite generous, and it is rightfully yours. Zhou added, encouraging Jiang Bai to accept it. Jiang Bai attempted to voice his thoughts, but Lu Meng interrupted him once more. Jiang Bai, this reward is not only an honor but also a form of compensation for the injury you sustained due to our oversight. Jiang's parents, upon hearing Lu Meng's explanation, remained silent, trusting their son to make his own decision regarding the matter. Very well, I extend my gratitude to Officer Lu Meng, as well as to the Demon Suppression Division and the Police Department. Jiang Bai conceded. Realizing he could not decline any further, Jiang's father stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, thinking to himself that anyone who claimed that the officers of the Demon Suppression Division were ruthless and unyielding would find no support from him. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's acceptance of the reward, Lu Meng smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Now let me elaborate on the details of the reward. The bounty on the wanted list of the Demon Hunting Division for this rat demon amounts to 30,000 yuan and a fraction of merit points. Considering that Jiang Bai is not a member of the division, aside from the aforementioned rewards, he will also receive a bottle of 3 superior-grade body refinement pills for his cultivation. Body refinement pills are categorized into upper and lower grades, with the upper-grade pills being significantly more effective in unleashing the body's potential to absorb spiritual energy, often priced at over 10 times that of the lower-grade pills. The market price for lower-grade body refinement pills is 2,000 yuan per bottle, containing 5 pills. Upper-grade pills, suitable for martial apprentices, are exceedingly rare and often unavailable for purchase. However, one must reach the martial apprentice realm to utilize upper-grade body refinement pills. Upon hearing that the reward includes a bottle of upper-grade body refinement pills, Jiang Bai felt a surge of excitement, realizing the bounty was indeed generous, and that Officer Zhou did not deceive him. Well, I should be becoming a martial apprentice soon, right? However, Officer Lu Meng had also mentioned something about merit points. What exactly are they for? Jiang Bai inquired. Lu Meng, tapping his head, replied, I forgot you are still a student and not a member of our division. Merit points are universally accepted within the Demon Hunting Division and can be exchanged for spiritual plants, pills, and even martial techniques. Lu Meng did not mention that a single merit point is equivalent to 100,000 yuan and is similarly scarce. After hearing Lu Meng's explanation, Jiang Bai understood that this merit point reward system was established to incentivize spiritual warriors in slaying demons. Jiang Bai was pleasantly surprised that his unexpected kill of a demon beast would yield such substantial rewards. These rewards were secondary. The true significance lay in his unexpected awakening of the system. To this day, he remained uncertain of the trigger conditions for the system, having obtained a martial technique, Shun Flash, upon touching the rat demon's corpse. Truly, survival from great peril often leads to future blessings. Regrettably, he had thought the rat demon's corpse would hold considerable value. but Lu Meng informed him that it only possessed research value and was generally unsought after. After Lu Meng briefed Officer Zhou and departed, only Jiang Bai's family remained in the hospital room. Seeing the two leave, Jiang Bai's father exhaled a sigh of relief, as their presence had made him quite anxious. After all, he had little experience interacting with the police, let alone members of the Demon Hunting Division. Dad, Mom, why don't you both take a rest? You haven't slept all night, Jiang Bai suggested, noticing the weariness etched on their faces. All right, the dawn is approaching. Let us rest for a while. The night passed in silence. On the following day, as dawn broke, two figures stealthily donned their clothes and exited the hospital room. Gently closing the door, faint sounds of mosquitoes buzzed outside. You stay here to take care of Jiang Bai. I'll head out to sell fruits alone, said the taller figure. Okay, I'll look after Jiang Bai. You shouldn't accept any fruit deliveries today. You can't manage it all alone, the other replied. All right, I'm off. As the morning sun bathed the world in vitality, a ray of sunlight filtered through the curtain, illuminating Jiang Bai's face in Ward 408. Perhaps dazzled by the sunlight, Jiang Bai let out a soft groan and struggled to open his eyes. As he awoke, his mind still hazy, he cautiously propped himself up in bed. Ouch! Jiang Bai felt an intense soreness coursing through his body, particularly around the areas where the rat demon had scratched him. It felt as if ants were crawling over the wounds. Such discomfort often accompanies healing, leaving one with an urge to scratch. Struggling to his feet, Jiang Bai approached the window, drawing back the curtains to embrace the beauty of the world outside. He pushed open the window, closing his eyes to savor the gentle breeze. Suddenly, someone quietly pushed open the door. Glancing at the bed and then at Jiang Bai by the window, the visitor softly called, Xiao Bai, come and have breakfast. Coming, Mom. Let me see what delicious food we have this morning. Jiang Bai replied cheerfully as he joined his mother, taking the breakfast from her hands. Grabbing a piece of meat pie, he began to devour it hungrily, almost choking in the process. Alarmed, his mother quickly patted his back, saying, Slow down, slow down. I've already requested leave for you from school. Take good care of yourself these few days. All right, I'll listen to you, Mom. Today marked a new beginning for Jiang Bai, a day to ascend to new heights. From this day forth, everything would change, yet remain the same. Those unchanging would only grow stronger. A legendary tale was about to unfold. Chapter 22. A New Day Monday. The sun shone brightly. Tongqing No. 1 High School. Class A301. Jiang Bai, having recovered from his injuries, returned to campus, uncertain if his classmates would be surprised to see him. Before he entered the classroom, he noticed Wu Danning pacing back and forth outside, seemingly waiting for someone. Danning, aren't you getting dizzy from all that turning? Jiang Bai teased, addressing Wu Danning. Bai Gu, where have you been these past days? You've taken such a long leave, Wu Danning exclaimed, visibly surprised to see Jiang Bai, who had seemingly been absent from school for several days. Oh, nothing major. Just earned a little extra cash. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively, jokingly. Indeed, during this time, Jiang Bai had unexpectedly encountered a rat demon, fortuitously grasped the technique of transforming into a sword, and with a single stroke, claimed a bounty of 30,000 yuan. There were also superior-grade body refinement pills and merit points, among other rewards. Bai Gu, why didn't you invite me along for such good fortune? I've been suffering during this time. Wu Danning lamented upon hearing Jiang Bai talk about earning money, immediately launching into his own grievances. What has been happening with you lately? Jiang Bai inquired, puzzled, as Wu Danning was typically carefree and untroubled. Upon being asked, Wu Danning eagerly divulged, Bai Gu, during your absence, Teacher Ma Lin has been relentless in making me practice, leaving me in despair. Wu Danning was clearly distressed, feeling overwhelmed by Teacher Ma Lin's high expectations. While he could accept extra practice, one day, Teacher Ma Lin unexpectedly paired him against Jia Jingwen. Their combat prowess differed by over 30 points. And that day, he faced a severe beating. He vaguely recalled the fierce winds howling and the ominous gales that day. As usual, Wu Danning attended the foundational swordsmanship class, expecting to face Feng Feng as his opponent. To his surprise, teacher Ma Lin had switched his opponent, pitting him against Jia Jingwen. Isn't it customary not to change opponents? Wu Danning questioned, baffled by the deviation from protocol. Who would have guessed that teacher Ma Lin would respond? Experience what it feels like to be overpowered by someone with higher combat prowess. Always battling Feng Feng, he had not thought about improving his foundational swordsmanship, instead relying on brute strength. Wu Danning could only accept the arrangement. Albeit reluctantly, the outcome was predictable. Jia Jingwen, being the top of the class, was exceptionally skilled in foundational swordsmanship. What was more outrageous was that Jia Jingwen's spiritual energy had a disruptive effect. After exchanging a blow with Jia Jingwen, Wu Danning found his hand numb, and his iron sword flew from his grasp. To err is human. To stumble is equine. Wu Danning awkwardly shook his tingling hand. Glancing up at Jia Jingwen's mocking gaze, feeling an overwhelming desire to find a hole to hide in on the second encounter, Wu Danning attempted to use the same tactic, hoping to clash swords again. But Jia Jingwen skillfully evaded him, countering with the back of her sword to strike his back, sending him staggering forward, and his iron sword flew away once more. The ensuing battle was beyond verbal description. Therefore, what difference did it make that he was pacing outside? Was it not expected that Jia Jingwen would dominate Wu Danning? Losing to the top student was not shameful. He was curious as to why Wu Danning was aimlessly pacing outside. Wu Danning spent a lengthy time lamenting his humiliating defeat. Perhaps that battle left a profound impact on him. Bai Gu, I'm anxious. I fear that today in the foundational swordsmanship class, I might face Jia Jingwen again. What is the point of a one-sided thrashing? Wu Danning lamented, genuinely apprehensive. No worries. I'm back today. It should be my turn to face Jia Jingwen. Jiang Bai eagerly anticipates another confrontation with Jia Jingwen. Curious about the extent of her progress over the past few days, during his recuperation in the hospital, Jiang Bai has not been idle. Should Jia Jingwen have made little advancement, she may not prove to be a worthy adversary. In this regard, Jiang Bai remains quite confident, and there is something he has yet to express. If his opponent were not Jia Jingwen, he would still seek the approval of teacher Ma Lin to engage her in battle. To him, only Jia Jingwen possesses the qualifications to stand as his rival in this arena. He is truly looking forward to today's foundational swordsmanship class, anticipating another fierce contest. Bai Gu, it is fortunate to have you around. Wu Danning is relieved that Jiang Bai has finally returned, sparing him from facing the cold-hearted sorceress Jia Jingwen directly. The class begins in the foundational swordsmanship practice room. Teacher Ma Lin stands at the podium, arranging the combat pairings. Upon seeing Jiang Bai's arrival, his eyes lit up, for he was aware of the reason behind Jiang Bai's absence. Jiang Bai is a promising student whom he holds in high regard. When he first received Jiang Bai's leave of absence notification, he was puzzled as to why Jiang Bai would request time off during such a critical period in his senior year. This golden opportunity for improvement through combat is crucial for enhancing one's martial prowess. At that moment, Ma Lin was unaware of the true reason for Jiang Bai's leave, initially suspecting that a competing high school might be attempting to lure him away with financial incentives. In his anxiety, Ma Lin rushed to speak with Class 1's homeroom teacher, Wang Chao, to clarify the situation. He was quite flustered, only to find Wang Chao feigning nonchalance, responding slowly, "There must always be a reason for a leave of absence. Do you comprehend how significant this period is for him? If he lacks a definitive reason, I absolutely cannot approve his leave." Teacher Ma Lin's stance was resolute. No leave would be granted without just cause. After all, becoming a spiritual warrior is tremendously important for the individual, their family, and the entire human race, especially given Jiang Bai's innate talent. Seeing teacher Ma Lin's growing agitation, Wang Chao eventually divulged the reason for Jiang Bai's absence. Jiang Bai encountered a monstrous beast. What? A monstrous beast appeared in the city. Was he seriously injured? What is the Beast Control Bureau doing to allow such a creature to harm citizens? Teacher Ma Lin expressed his concern, fearing that this encounter might leave lasting scars on Jiang Bai's young psyche. There is no need for alarm. Jiang Bai is not gravely hurt, though he does require a few days of rest. Wang Chao clarified, he still needs to rest for several days and it's nothing serious. At that moment, Ma Lin felt an urge to slap Wang Chao, incredulous that a few days of recovery could be considered trivial. Teacher Ma Lin was anxious, do not rush. It is reasonable for Jiang Bai to be injured at this point. Wang Chao created some suspense. Teacher Ma Lin grew more impatient. Observing this, Wang Chao finally revealed the true reason for Jiang Bai's injury. Jiang Bai comprehended the transformation of the sword and directly vanquished the beast. After stating this, Wang Chao raised his teacup, took a sip, and gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of superiority. Teacher Ma Lin was astonished. In just a few sentences, he grasped the extent of Jiang Bai's talent. This was true genius. The transformation of the sword, understood shortly after the beginning of senior year, and the ability to slay a monstrous beast, remarkable. Teacher Ma Lin no longer worried about Jiang Bai's leave. He waved his hand decisively, instructing that Jiang Bai must rest properly to avoid any hidden dangers. Rest assured, I have conveyed everything necessary, but this matter must remain confidential. Others cannot be informed. I have advised Jiang Bai similarly. You need not doubt my integrity, Ma Lin said with a smile, clearly in high spirits. Returning to the swordsmanship practice room, Teacher Ma Lin indeed paired Jiang Bai with Jia Jingwen. Furthermore, he had an idea, to have everyone observe the duel between Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen. Chapter 23, Jiang Bai faces Jia Jingwen again. With Ma Lin's announcement, the combat pairings were finalized. Wu Daneng was elated, relieved not to have to face Jia Jingwen today. The memory of her one-sided domination left an indelible mark on him. Jiang Bai was equally pleased with Teacher Ma Lin's arrangement. This time, he was determined to defeat Jia Jingwen. If he considered Wu Daneng as a benchmark, he was confident that he could secure a victory with a single strike. Thus, the current strength of Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen should not differ significantly. The moment Jia Jingwen spotted Jiang Bai's return, she realized today would undoubtedly be her chance to battle him. And her expectations were confirmed. She recalled that during Jiang Bai's leave, there was a day when Teacher Ma Lin summoned her to inform her, today, I will arrange for you to duel Wu Daneng. Do not hold back. Let him witness the gap between you two. Jia Jingwen, though somewhat perplexed, chose to hold back. Her strength had improved rapidly. The unique spiritual power of her family was beginning to awaken, and it would not be long before she could even break through to the martial apprentice realm. If she unleashed her full power, Wu Daneng would likely falter in a single blow. Last time, defeating Jiang Bai had required considerable effort, prompting her to train diligently afterward. She was determined to be the sole victor today. Both individuals harbored their own thoughts, equally filled with fighting spirit. One could say that their achievements today are intertwined with this very spirit. When opponents are closely matched, they often spur one another on. Li Boqi was also quite pleased. He had once faced Jia Jingwen himself. It was one thing to lose to her, but she had also offered a parting remark. You are far inferior to Jiang Bai. Little did he know how deeply that statement wounded him, driving him to train earnestly throughout the weekend. However, his father had shared a significant piece of news that allowed him to accept Jia Jingwen's assessment with equanimity. He truly could not measure up to Jiang Bai. The disparity between them was profound. It was astonishing that such a prodigy could emerge from a small city. Jia Jingwen was an obvious exception, hailing from a prominent family, but Jiang Bai's background was humble. He was merely the son of an ordinary merchant, with parents who were common folk. Logically, dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Jiang Bai should have been an ordinary person, at most possessing the potential of a spiritual warrior. Yet, against all odds, Jiang Bai had managed to maintain his position as the second-best student at Tongqing No. 1 High School through sheer effort. Moreover, he had recently accomplished a remarkable feat without any fanfare, earning Li Boqi's deep respect and a sense of inadequacy. In the swordsmanship practice arena, teacher Ma Lin's next statement sent Class 1 into a frenzy. Today, we will first observe the duel between Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, hoping it will benefit everyone in future battles. The implication of teacher Ma Lin's words was clear. He hoped they would learn well from this demonstration. Wu Danning, as Jiang Bai's staunch supporter, was confident that Jiang Bai would triumph over Jia Jingwen. He had witnessed Bai Ji's dedication firsthand. Although he did not hold high hopes for Jiang Bai's victory, Li Boqi was equally excited, eager to watch the two engage in combat up close, curious to see who now possessed the upper hand. Feng Feng observed his jubilant classmates, pondering that had his martial prowess progressed over the past 2 years, perhaps he could shine just as brightly. Chengwen and Chengwu were also looking forward to the clash between the top 2 students at the school, wondering what set them apart to warrant teacher Ma Lin's lavish praise. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, and seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd, teacher Ma Lin declared, "Now, I hand the stage over to you both." With that, he glanced at Jiang Bai and then at Jia Jingwen before leaping down from the platform. The two stepped onto the stage, ready to battle for all to witness. Jiang Bai was reluctant to be treated like a mere spectacle, fearing an embarrassing defeat, while Jia Jingwen aimed to vanquish him before the eyes of their peers. As they ascended the stage, they clasped their fists in greeting, and the duel commenced. They began with tentative attacks, quickly closing the distance as their swords clashed, producing a ringing sound. Both retreated simultaneously, only to rush back towards each other, launching into the next wave of assaults. The exchanges were evenly matched. Having fought against the rat demon, Jiang Bai's martial prowess had successfully broken through the 99 barrier, reaching the threshold of a half-step martial apprentice. Jia Jingwen was somewhat taken aback. In their last encounter, she had typically held the upper hand in such exchanges. It seemed that during Jiang Bai's leave, his strength had also reached 99. However, this level alone was insufficient. During their previous battle, she had struggled to control the characteristics of her spiritual power, which had hindered her ability to maximize its impact. After this period of refinement, she had managed to gain a tenuous grasp on her spiritual power's traits. Following their initial tests, Jiang Bai had now qualified to witness her true capabilities. "From here on, I will not hold back," Jia Jingwen declared suddenly to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai was momentarily taken aback. "I couldn't agree more. I too shall not hold back." He was a man who had slain a rat demon. Why should he hold back? His earlier probing was merely to ascertain whether Jiang Bai's current strength necessitated a full exertion to defeat Jia Jingwen. The reality affirmed that their capabilities were closely matched. Consequently, Jiang Bai resolved to cease his restraint. Jia Jingwen, too, prepared to unleash her full combat potential. Let the battle commence, fierce and unyielding. Spiritual energy enveloped the blade, and the confrontation escalated dramatically. They exchanged blows, parrying each other's moves with remarkable agility. Onlookers among the students below were left questioning in disbelief. Were they still students? How could they be so formidable? Reflecting on their own return home, they recalled not practicing diligently but rather succumbing to slumber. How could one possibly sleep soundly? Surely, one ought to train until the early hours. The two combatants executed their foundational sword techniques with practiced ease. Their movements fluid and precise. Clang, clang, clang. Their duel was a captivating display of skill. Though they appeared evenly matched, Jiang Bai found himself at a disadvantage. The vibrational effect accompanying Jia Jingwen's spiritual energy augmented the potency of her strikes. For a brief period, Jiang Bai could rely on his physical prowess to endure, but as time wore on, he would inevitably be the first to falter. Jiang Bai felt a sense of helplessness against the disruptive nature of her spiritual energy. Why did Jia Jingwen's energy possess such an effect? Moreover, Its intensity was far greater than during their previous encounter. Once again, their iron blades clashed, only to part almost instantaneously, followed by a flurry of rapid exchanges. Clang, clang, clang. Neither of them wished to concede. Jiang Bai initiated a change in tactics, employing a series of sweeping strikes. It was this very technique he had used against the rat demon. Now, he wielded it against Jia Jingwen. The spiraling sweep forced Jia Jingwen to defend, as Jiang Bai's relentless assault pressed her backward. She could only raise her iron blade before her, fending off his repeated advances, in the face of Jiang Bai's continuous spiraling strikes. Jia Jingwen was compelled to retreat, struggling to find an opportunity to counterattack. No, she could not remain passive. In a moment of determination, Jia Jingwen gathered her strength, unleashing a low cry. Vibrational interception. The spiritual energy enveloping her blade began to vibrate at an astonishing speed. Emitting a resonant hum, Jiang Bai was momentarily taken aback. What was this peculiar manifestation of spiritual energy? Who had unlocked such a potent ability? Below, Wu Danning exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this a martial technique?" The crowd was momentarily puzzled. It seemed unlikely to be a martial art, yet they could not find another explanation. They were merely high school seniors, having had no prior exposure to martial techniques. How could they learn such skills in such a short span? What could this bizarre vibrational energy signify? Chapter 24. Special spiritual energy. Li Boqi furrowed his brow, pondering whether this could be a form of special spiritual energy. Although he suspected it, how could someone yet to reach the martial apprentice stage comprehend such energy? Could it be? The onlookers shared their confusion. Observing their reactions, Teacher Ma Lin offered an explanation. As spiritual energy awakens, practitioners cultivate it, and thus, spiritual warriors emerge in the world. Over time, these warriors have discovered that their spiritual energy can manifest unique abilities. These abilities vary widely, often providing significant enhancements to the practitioner. However, exceptions do exist. Gradually, individuals possessing special spiritual energy have become more prevalent, though many ordinary spiritual warriors lack such endowments. Consequently, people categorize these energies into two types: natural attribute energies, such as sharp metallic energy or the searing flames of fire energy, and effect attribute energies, which often produce unique effects, like gravitational energy or healing energy. Each type possesses its distinct strengths, making it impossible to declare one superior to the other. Moreover, those who wield special spiritual energy are typically the most formidable. The varieties of special spiritual energy are numerous, with new, unknown types occasionally surfacing. Generally, through extensive exploration and analysis, two primary methods of awakening special spiritual energy have been identified. The first occurs in the later stages of the martial apprentice realm when one's body reaches its limits, presenting a chance to awaken such energy. Jia Jingwen had yet to become a martial apprentice, and her spiritual energy had not fully begun to unlock her potential. Typically, awakening special energy under such circumstances is improbable. However, it was evident that Jia Jingwen had indeed awakened her energy, and it belonged to a particularly powerful type of effect attribute energy, vibrational energy. This indicated that Jia Jingwen must have awakened her special spiritual energy through the second method, the power of the spiritual bloodline. Once a spiritual warrior reaches a certain level, their descendants may inherit their special energy. Known as the spiritual bloodline. At a particular stage, the special energy would naturally awaken. The earlier the awakening of this bloodline, the greater the talent, leading to accelerated growth and strength. Among peers, those with such bloodlines typically exhibit superior abilities. Furthermore, as long as these individuals do not fall, their future achievements are likely to exceed the spiritual pulse realm. Thus, all individuals with a spiritual bloodline are destined to become formidable successors. They often receive specialized education from clan schools, which provide ample resources for cultivating spiritual warriors, resources that frequently surpass those offered by public institutions. Clan schools boast superior faculty and a more competitive environment, resulting in their students generally exhibiting exceptional capabilities far beyond the ordinary. It stands to reason that Jia Jingwen must possess a spiritual bloodline. Yet, why did she not cultivate within a clan school and instead come to this small town of Tongqing? This was a point of curiosity for Ma Lin, who initially did not consider the possibility of a spiritual bloodline. However, the accumulating evidence suggested that Jia Jingwen's origins were anything but ordinary. The vibrational energy she wielded was renowned even within the alliance. It was said that during the early years of the Lingyuan era, a warrior awakened this energy and, when unleashing its full potential, could slay low-tier beasts before they even approached, leaving them lifeless from the sheer force. Those beasts that survived felt their vital essence surge uncontrollably. In summary, this special energy was exceptionally fierce, providing immense enhancements to one's strength. Even in her nascent grasp of vibrational energy, Jia Jingwen could easily overpower Zhang Bai. Realizing this, teacher Ma Lin understood why Jia Jingwen had yet to master the art of sword transformation. In comparison to mastering special energy, it was evident that the latter offered a more comprehensive enhancement to her prowess. Sword transformation was merely a singular powerful technique, while vibrational energy could amplify every strike. As long as she possessed spiritual energy, each attack would carry with it a potent vibrational effect, strengthening her offensive capabilities while simultaneously diminishing her opponent's strength. Should their martial prowess be closely matched, this reciprocal strengthening could render her nearly invincible. The pressure now rested squarely on Zhang Bai. The clash between the spiraling sweep and the vibrational sweep resulted in Jia Jingwen stepping back to absorb the impact. While Zhang Bai stumbled back several paces, barely managing to maintain his footing, his steps unsteady. The disparity between ordinary sword techniques and those infused with vibrational effects was significant. This was still under the assumption that both were evenly matched. Had their strengths been vastly different, the weaker party would have had no chance to retaliate. Once he regained his balance, Zhang Bai forcefully squeezed his hands to alleviate the numbness. He began to comprehend Wu Daning's frustration. This energy was indeed a formidable challenge for those in the body refinement stage. It was akin to the oppression felt when a higher dimension confronted a lower one. Yet, this time, Zhang Bai was unwilling to concede so easily. He resolved to seize the opportunity and unleash that one technique. He was betting that Jia Jingwen had not mastered sword transformation. With his hands now less numb, Zhang Bai charged at Jia Jingwen once more. Closing the distance between them to a mere 3 meters, he shouted, "Slicing strike." The spectators, witnessing Zhang Bai, who had previously been on the defensive, now taking the initiative, were astonished. If they were in his position, they would have opted for a defensive stance, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. To attack in a situation where the enemy was stronger seemed akin to throwing oneself against a stone wall. In response to Zhang Bai's slicing strike, Jia Jingwen maintained her use of the intercepting technique, albeit in an enhanced form. Vibrational interception. With a resounding clang, the strike was deftly intercepted by Zhang Bai. The accompanying shockwave reverberating through the sword and into his hands, a sharp intake of breath escaped Zhang Bai as his hands succumbed to the numbing tremor once more. During his previous encounter with Jia Jingwen, she had not yet mastered the manipulation of shockwave energy. However, to his astonishment, merely a few days away had deepened her comprehension of this energy. The ensuing battle took on a decidedly one-sided nature, leaving Zhang Bai in a state of utter despair. Nevertheless, he did not relent, persisting in his struggle, biding his time for an opportune moment. Observing this scene, Teacher Marin sighed, lamenting that Zhang Bai still fell short of Jia Jingwen. The disparity in their spiritual energies directly contributed to Zhang Bai's disadvantage. Yet, such is the way of life. Some are born into privilege while others are not. The essence of spiritual lineage cannot simply be willed into existence. If effort were sufficient to surpass innate talent, then talent would lose its worth. Jiang Bai's progress to this point is undoubtedly a testament to his relentless diligence. The students watching from below were filled with mixed emotions as they witnessed Jiang Bai being overwhelmed. The perennial second place seemed destined to remain unchallenged, for the white-clad swordsman could not triumph over the cold-faced sorceress, Li Boqi pondered. Alas, even in the Spirit Warrior High School he previously attended, Jiang Bai was among the elite. Yet, at Tongqing No. 1 High School, he still stood beneath Jia Jingwen. The harshness of reality is undeniable. One could only conclude that he was simply born in the wrong era. However, it is precisely within such a context that the two could motivate one another. Without Jia Jingwen, Jiang Bai would not have achieved his current standing. Cheng Wan and Cheng Wu gazed at the two combatants on the stage, feeling as though they belonged to entirely different worlds. Wu Danning could only silently cheer for Jiang Bai, fully aware of his efforts. Although Jiang Bai remained reticent about his desires, it was evident that he yearned for the top position. If he could not even secure first place at Tongqing No. 1, how could he aspire to be the best in Ximing City or Yunchuan Province? On the stage, Jiang Bai continued to hold on tenaciously. Knowing that Jia Jingwen had not yet entered the ranks of martial apprentices and thus could not wield an abundance of shockwave energy. Consequently, she would only deploy it at critical moments. However, these pivotal instances often exacerbated Jiang Bai's disadvantages. As the two fighters faced off once more, Jiang Bai whispered to himself, "It is time to unleash that technique." Prolonging the battle would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Chapter 25. Transforming Sword versus Shockwave / In an instant, as they separated, Jiang Bai forced the numbness from his hands and concentrated his energy into the blade of his fine iron sword. A shimmering layer of sword-shaped energy enveloped the blade, and in a fleeting moment, energy surged ferociously from it. Transforming Sword. Jiang Bai advanced, his voice low yet commanding. Since he could not ensnare his opponent with the transforming sword, he would proactively seek an opportunity to employ it, rendering Jia Jingwen unable to evade. Teacher Marin was taken aback, astonished not only by Jiang Bai's choice of timing, but also by the nature of his transforming sword technique. Is this truly how Jiang Bai has grasped the transforming sword? Below, Wu Danning gaped, "Brother Bai, you silently comprehended the transforming sword. Yet, why does it appear so different from Teacher Marin's execution?" Li Boqi exclaimed. "What? He has already grasped the transforming sword. This is Jiang Bai." Cheng Wan remarked, "I am leagues behind Jiang Bai." Cheng Wu added, "How can there be such a vast disparity between individuals?" Feng Feng mused. "If only I were Jiang Bai, alas, my combat prowess remains stagnant." The crowd below exhibited a myriad of expressions, each harboring their own thoughts. Some envied Jiang Bai, while others admired him, and a few even aspired to become like him. Returning to the arena, Jia Jingwen was initially perplexed by Jiang Bai's aggressive advance. He was not typically one to act irrationally. However, clarity soon dawned upon her. It became evident that every action Jiang Bai took was in pursuit of an opportunity to unleash the transforming sword. Yet, his mastery of this technique was somewhat unexpected for Jia Jingwen. Contrary to Marin's assumption, she had not chosen the more advantageous shockwave energy, but had instead encountered a bottleneck in her understanding of the transforming sword. As Jia Jingwen contemplated her response, the distance between them continued to diminish. A colossal sword of spiritual energy materialized above Jiang Bai, hurtling towards Jia Jingwen. Regaining her composure, she did not panic in comparison to Jiang Bai. Although she had yet to grasp the transforming sword, her shockwave energy remained her greatest asset. Concentrating her shockwave energy upon her fine iron sword, she fused it with her slash at this juncture. She had no choice but to employ her most proficient and powerful technique, the shockwave slash. With a thunderous clash, the shockwave slash met the transforming sword. This time, who would emerge victorious? The onlookers held their breath, eyes glued to the arena, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Teacher Marin instinctively clenched his fists. By all accounts, the transforming sword should completely overwhelm the slash, yet he was uncertain of the extent of the shockwave energy's enhancement. Who would claim victory? Some hoped for Jiang Bai's success, while others favored Jia Jingwen. Suddenly, both combatants were propelled backwards. Jia Jingwen drove her fine iron sword into the ground, attempting to control her backward momentum. Managing to halt just at the edge of the arena, narrowly avoiding a fall. In contrast, Jiang Bai's sword was forcefully knocked from his grasp, and while he staggered a few steps back, he succeeded in regaining his balance. The situation had become clear. Jiang Bai's transforming sword wielded greater power, yet Jia Jingwen's shockwave energy had disarmed him. After this bout, both were utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to continue. So, who was the victor? The burden of judgment now fell to Teacher Marin. All eyes turned towards him, awaiting his verdict on who had triumphed. Feeling the weight of their gaze, Marin found himself in a quandary. Jia Jingwen had the advantage of superior energy quality, which had directly disarmed Jiang Bai, while Jiang Bai showcased a more refined sword technique. Each possessed their own strengths, leaving Marin in a dilemma. Any decision he made would have its justifications, yet none would be wholly satisfactory. With two such exceptional students, the choice was exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, Jia Jingwen spared Marin the anguish of indecision. "Jiang Bai, I concede this time," she declared on the stage, though she hinted that the outcome of their next encounter remained uncertain. In their previous match, Jiang Bai had also chosen to forfeit, but this time it was evident that his transforming sword was indeed more formidable, whereas her shockwave energy had merely salvaged a fraction of an advantage. In truth, the moment Jiang Bai unleashed the transforming sword, Jia Jingwen had suspected that she might be facing defeat. Jiang Bai had comprehended the transforming sword, while she had not. Yet, Jia Jingwen would not simply concede due to her lack of mastery. That was not her way. Thus, she opted for a decisive confrontation, channeling all her shockwave energy into the shockwave slash. The shockwave energy played a significant role, ultimately forcing Jiang Bai's sword from his grip, thereby reclaiming a small victory. This concession would only serve to ignite her fighting spirit. "Just you wait. I am on the verge of comprehending shockwave energy." Oh! Upon hearing Jia Jingwen's admission, Jiang Bai was taken aback. In truth, the moment his sword was sent flying, he had already believed himself defeated. As a swordsman, one's fate is intertwined with that of the sword. When the sword leaves the hand, defeat is assured. To his surprise, Jia Jingwen had chosen to concede outright. It can only be said that this was merely a single bout between the two, unlike the brutalities of a battlefield. The rules of engagement did not stipulate that losing one's weapon constituted a loss. Absent that clause, Jiang Bai's victory was indeed well-deserved. In our next encounter, the outcome will undoubtedly be the same. Thus, Jiang Bai also chuckled. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Jia Jingwen said nothing and descended from the arena. Such is the perspective of youth. Marin was still entangled in how to judge the match, only to find that the two had already decided the outcome themselves, which was truly a relief. Jiang Bai triumphed. The spectators below were all exclaiming in admiration of the splendid duel. The confrontation between the two was back and forth, countering each other's moves with skillful exchanges. Their adept application of fundamental sword techniques and their agile responses had greatly benefited them. The outcome of the match was unexpected for both Teacher Marin and the participants. Today, Jiang Bai had finally claimed victory. Jiang Bai had grasped the essence of transforming the sword, achieving success at a young age. Jia Jingwen exhibited her resonant spiritual energy, showing her burgeoning talent. Although they had not yet comprehended the transformation of the sword nor awakened special spiritual energy, they were still filled with passion and had a promising future ahead. To return to the main topic, upon hearing Jia Jingwen concede, Wu Danning nearly exclaimed, "Brother Bai, you're amazing." After all these years, this was the first time Brother Bai had surpassed Jia Jingwen. The diligent youth had finally emerged victorious. Li Boqi had little to say. He simply desired to remain quiet. Jiang Bai had swiftly comprehended the transformation of the sword, while Jia Jingwen, not yet a martial apprentice, had awakened her spiritual bloodline. Both were indeed prodigies. Reflecting on his early days upon transferring here, he too had once been young and arrogant, believing himself to be a dragon crossing the river. Yet, he discovered there were two great whales here. Who could he confide his frustrations to? Every time Li Boqi encountered his father, the latter would wear a half-smile, as though mocking his overconfidence. Thankfully, his father was not in Tongqing. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly feel miserable. The Cheng brothers, Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Wuwu, were also ignited with a fighting spirit. Many classmates, who usually thought of slacking off, resolved, after witnessing this intense battle between Jia Jingwen and Jiang Bai, to exert their utmost effort in future duels. Fighting until exhaustion mattered, not whether they won or lost. What mattered was progress. Teacher Marin, observing his class brimming with ambition, couldn't help but commend his own decision to have them witness the battle. The outcome had proven to be remarkably beneficial. Young people are easily inspired by various incidents. However, it must not be a fleeting enthusiasm. This match, he hadn't anticipated, had once again surpassed the intensity of their previous encounter. Their progress had been substantial. He eagerly anticipated how much further they would advance upon entering the realm of martial apprentices. Before reaching that stage, the spiritual energy they absorbed merely honed their bodies, allowing them to adapt to the energy. This process required patience and could not be rushed. Contemplating this, Marin felt a surge of emotions. They were fortunate to be born in this relatively peaceful era, blessed with ample time to grow and improve. Keep striving, young ones. Chapter 26. The Spirit Martial Artist Association. At the Tongqing Spirit Martial Artist Association, 3 individuals arrived, 2 men and 1 woman. We have arrived at the Tongqing Spirit Martial Artist Association, stated a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Teacher Marin. Following him were Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen. Tio, oversee the Spirit Martial Artists. The Tongqing Spirit Martial Artist Association was strategically located in the heart of the city. The crimson entrance and towering buildings exuded grandeur. Of course, this building housed more than just the Spirit Martial Artist Association. The Beast Hunting Department was responsible for capturing demon beasts, and the Spirit Martial Artist Management Department was tasked with educating spirit martial artists. This building was the lifeblood of Tongqing, and the locals took pride in working here, aspiring to join its ranks. After all, it offered fewer responsibilities and better pay, along with job security. The building comprised 9 floors in total. The first to third floors were occupied by the Spirit Martial Artist Association, the 4th to 6th floors by the Management Department, and the upper 3 floors by the Beast Hunting Department. As they approached the building, Teacher Marin explained the distribution of power within its walls to Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, who nodded in understanding. They were already aware of what Marin was describing. After the basic swordsmanship class yesterday, Marin had called them over to commend them, cautioning them to remain humble and diligent, so they could go further. Finally, he revealed the purpose of summoning them. The Tongqing Spirit Martial Artist Association had approved Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen's qualifications to learn martial techniques. They would be able to take the test at the association tomorrow. Thus, today, Teacher Marin had brought Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen to the Tongqing Spirit Martial Artist Association, for early exposure to martial techniques would greatly enhance their strength. It was said that this test also offered immense benefits. At the front desk of the Spirit Martial Artist Association, a young woman in her 20s greeted them politely. "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" Upon seeing Marin and the 2 students, she inquired courteously. Teacher Marin responded promptly, "Hello, I am Marin, a teacher from Tongqing No. 1 High School. We have an appointment with Chairman Liu to kindly inform Chairman Liu that Teacher Marin has arrived." "Certainly, please hold on a moment," the receptionist replied as she prepared to check Chairman Liu's schedule for an appointment. "No need," Sister Xiaoya. I will take them in. A young man emerged from within the association, addressing the receptionist, Lu Wanzhong. What are you doing here? Teacher Marin was astonished, recognizing him as the class leader of the swordplay class 3. Why was he here at this hour? Hello, Teacher Marin. Jia Jingwen, Zhangbai, it's been a while. My father specifically asked me to come assist today. Lu Wanzhong replied politely, explaining his presence. My father has been waiting for you all inside. Please follow me. Upon hearing this, Teacher Marin understood that Chairman Lu wished to impart knowledge through example. The group arrived outside an office, where Lu Wanzhong gently knocked on the door. A cheerful voice called from within, "Is Teacher Marin here?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a robust middle-aged man opened the door. Dressed in a black uniform, he exuded authority, giving off an aura that made one feel both intimidated and approachable, with a small mustache adding a touch of warmth to his demeanor, albeit with a slight belly. Overall, he appeared amiable. Chairman Lu, it's been a long time, Marin exclaimed, stepping forward to shake Lu Da's hand. Indeed, it has been a while, Lu Da reflected, his gaze landing on Jiangbai and Jia Jingwen behind Marin, momentarily overlooking his son Lu Wanzhong. These two are, before Lu Da could finish his sentence, Teacher Marin quickly interjected, Chairman Lu, these are Jiangbai and Jia Jingwen. I brought them here today for their testing. Excellent. They are truly outstanding, Lu Da complimented, then added, come in and take a seat. As the chairman of the Tongqing Spirit Martial Artist Association, he had already reviewed Jiangbai and Jia Jingwen's profiles. Jiangbai had mastered the sword transformation and slain a rat demon. Jia Jingwen possessed a bloodline spiritual energy and had awakened her resonant energy. Both were truly exceptional talents. In contrast, when he glanced at his own son, Lu Wanzhong appeared rather ordinary by comparison. This truly doesn't reflect well on me, he mused, having called him here today to encourage him to learn from them. After a brief conversation in Lu Da's office, it was evident that the chairman's demeanor radiated warmth, making everyone feel at home. All right, it's almost time. Old Lei has prepared most of the arrangements. Let us head to the testing room, Lu Da suggested after receiving a text message. Very well, let us go. Everyone agreed as they rose to depart for the testing room. Since learning from his father yesterday that Jiangbai and Jia Jingwen would be coming to the Spirit Martial Artist Management Department for their martial technique qualification test, Lu Wanzhong had been unable to sleep all night. He felt conflicted. On one hand, he didn't want them to start training so early, yet on the other, he wondered when he would earn the right to train if they were already so strong. He had also overheard from Lu Da that Jiangbai had mastered the sword transformation and Jia Jingwen had awakened her resonant energy. However, the news of Jiangbai slaying a demon beast remained confidential, so Lu Da had not disclosed that information to Lu Wanzhong. Otherwise, he might have been deeply disheartened. Today, he wanted to see if they would qualify for martial technique training since it was fraught with dangers and required a qualification test. As Lu Da and Marin conversed while walking, they soon arrived at the testing room. Outside the testing room, Lu Da suddenly turned to Lu Wanzhong and said, from here on out, you should return to my office and wait for the results. The testing method cannot be disclosed. Lu Wanzhong was taken aback. If it can't be disclosed, why did you even allow me to come? What is the point? Nevertheless, he bid farewell to Marin and the others. His head bowed in disappointment, feeling an indescribable sense of desolation. He longed to shout, I want to take the test too. Testing room, this moment, Jiangbai felt a sudden surge of anxiety. He fervently wished to acquire martial skills, for that would spare him from relying solely on his singular sword transformation technique. Moreover, he yearned to cultivate the Shun Flash technique he had obtained from the corpse of a rat demon. Since acquiring Shun Flash, he had longed to practice it, yet the pursuit of martial skills carried inherent risks. Whenever he contemplated training in Shun Flash, he could only force himself to endure the temptation. This was a tremendous torment for him, a source of considerable distress. Should he fail today's test, he would have to wait an eternity for another opportunity. On the other hand, Jia Jingwen appeared relatively composed. It would be ideal to learn martial skills. If not, she could at least refine her resonant aura. This was the confidence bestowed upon her by her unique energy. However, prior to their arrival, she had already prepared herself for passing the martial skill training test. If awakening her aura bloodline did not grant her the qualification to learn martial skills, then the criteria for such a qualification must be exceedingly stringent. To be candid, she was more intrigued by the method of testing for martial skill qualifications. Her family had never elaborated on such matters, merely stating that if they disclosed the testing procedure, it would significantly undermine its effectiveness. Should knowledge of the testing method lead to a substantial deviation in results, forcing someone unqualified to practice martial skills could result in unimaginable consequences. Hence, even her father spoke of this matter with great circumspection. Chapter 27. Qualification testing. Inside the testing room lay a vast square. Jiang Bai had anticipated an array of equipment for testing, yet found only the square itself, devoid of any additional apparatus. Wasn't this meant to assess physical fitness, such as measuring sprint times, long jumps, or high jumps? Just as Jiang Bai pondered this, the door to the testing room swung open. A tall and imposing man strode in, dressed rather casually in a tattered tank top that seemed inadequate for his robust physique. Revealing his muscular build, "Old Lei, you've arrived." Upon seeing this individual, Elda greeted him with evident delight. This man was none other than Lei Kaishan, the vice president of the Tongqing Spiritual Martial Artists Association, a formidable figure and the fourth strongest in Tongqing. President, Teacher Ma Lin, these two young ones are here for testing today. Lei Kaishan spoke in a deep, resonant voice, glancing at Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen. Elda had already sent him information about the two the previous day, allowing him to recognize them at a glance. Vice President Lei, they are indeed the testers for today. Ma Lin proactively clarified to Lei Kaishan. Very well, let us commence the testing, Elda suggested upon Lei Kaishan's arrival. With a sweeping gesture, Elda summoned a square pillar to rise in the center of the testing room, upon which sat a purple crystal ball. What is this? Jiang Bai and the others expressed their confusion. This is a newly developed martial power testing device by the Alliance. One merely needs to place their hand upon it to display their martial power. Elda explained, noting their bewilderment. This device can measure with precision up to 2 decimal places, and is far more advanced and convenient than previous martial power testing instruments, Lei Kaishan added. Regrettably, this device is quite costly and has yet to be widely adopted. But it is on the verge of becoming commonplace, with expectations of its use in next year's college entrance examinations. At present, only the Tongqing Spiritual Martial Artists Association possesses such a device. Within the purple crystal ball resides a sphere of probing aura, capable of ascertaining the tester's martial power. The resulting values will be displayed on an external monitor. Jiang Bai was the first to test, followed by Jia Jingwen. As Jiang Bai placed his hand on the purple crystal ball, the monitor immediately revealed a figure, 99.29. Upon seeing this number, Jiang Bai was not surprised. He had sensed a breakthrough in his martial power during his battle with the rat demon. Later, in his duel with Jia Jingwen, when she had not employed her resonant aura, their strengths had proven closely matched, corroborating his feelings. Teacher Ma Lin, initially admiring the advanced testing instrument, could not help but adjust his glasses upon witnessing Jiang Bai's martial power of 99.29, silently commending him to, at this rate, it would not be long before he ascended to the rank of martial apprentice. Both Elda and Lei Kaishan found no astonishment in Jiang Bai's martial power. After all, it would be implausible for someone with such prowess to have slain a rat demon without it. Next, all eyes turned to Jia Jingwen, eager to discover her martial power after awakening her resonant aura. Jia Jingwen placed her hand upon the crystal ball, and the monitor instantly displayed a figure that left everyone astounded, 99.99. Such a splendid number. She was a mere 0.01 points shy of qualifying as a martial apprentice. Jiang Bai couldn't help but marvel at Jia Jingwen's progress. Indeed, she had not lagged behind in her development. Jia Jingwen quipped, "Shouldn't it be that I haven't fallen behind while you've made strides?" Excellent! This initial assessment of martial power is merely to confirm that you possess sufficient aura to support your training in martial skills. It appears your martial powers are quite impressive, Lei Kaishan stated after both had completed their tests. With that, he proceeded to announce the next testing item. The stamina test, designed to evaluate their physical fitness. I shall oversee this test as well, Lei Kaishan continued. However, he did not disclose how this test would be conducted. Jiang Bai exchanged a glance with Jia Jingwen, noticing her own perplexity. Given Jia Jingwen's background, he had expected her to possess more knowledge on the details. It seemed there were hidden complexities surrounding the testing, which explained why President L had not allowed L Wanzhong to enter. He had assumed it was to spare L Wanzhong from potential discouragement. L Wanzhong interjected, "You've already discouraged me." Yet, he pondered what could possibly warrant such secrecy regarding the testing. "You two, please stand in the center of the square. The testing will commence shortly," Lei Kaishan instructed. Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen complied without hesitation. "I shall begin," Lei Kaishan announced cryptically. What exactly was this test? Merely standing here? Suddenly, he began to gather aura, causing an overwhelming surge of energy to flood the testing room. Layer upon layer of aura coalesced, revealing an immense mountain. This manifestation of aura was a technique only a practitioner of the spiritual pulse realm could wield, possessing a formidable suppressive effect. The towering mountain loomed above Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, exerting tremendous pressure upon them. The longer they could endure beneath this weight, the better their stamina, and they must withstand it for at least 3 minutes to qualify for martial skill training. Furthermore, they could rely solely on their own strength, without the aid of any external tools, Elda elucidated. The test requires you to endure under the mountain's weight for the specified duration. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai was taken aback. Enduring beneath such a heavy mountain for so long seemed daunting. Nevertheless, he quickly gathered his aura to counteract the mountain's oppressive force. Jia Jingwen remained calm, her resonant aura providing some relief against the pressure, allowing her to fare slightly better than Jiang Bai. Indeed, her unique aura granted her an advantage in this trial, yet the beads of sweat forming on her brow indicated that she was not entirely at ease. The mountain's weight, despite lacking lethal force, was formidable, and the disparity in their realms was stark. The sheer momentum was sufficient to overwhelm both Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, as they struggled to hold on. Jiang Bai's face contorted in strain, his features twisting together. Ultimately, he could no longer sustain the pressure. "I cannot endure this for 3 minutes, he thought. Lei Kaishan had stated that they needed only to rely on themselves to last that long. Thus, Jiang Bai resorted to his sword transformation technique to counterbalance the mountain's weight. This action did not go unnoticed by Elda and Lei Kaishan, who nodded in approval, pleased with his discernment. "Well done! You grasped the essence of relying solely on oneself. Countering with a technique is still considered self-reliance. In truth, utilizing the sword transformation technique was the optimal strategy for enduring this trial. It was the only means to withstand the mountain for the required duration. However, employing the sword transformation would demand considerable stamina, making Jiang Bai's ability to persevere for 3 minutes contingent upon his stamina levels. Seeing Jiang Bai employ the sword transformation, Jia Jingwen raised her iron sword and utilized her resonant aura to counter the mountain's force. Time ticked away, and the observers noted the duo's valiant struggle. Chapter 28. The final test. 3 minutes elapsed, and the test was deemed successful. At that moment, Lei Kaishan's words resonated like heavenly music, causing Jiang Bai to collapse onto the ground, gasping for fresh air. Had he endured even a second longer, he might have been unable to hold on. After all, this assessment was designed for those at the martial disciple realm. Martial skills were exclusive to the disciples. Attempting to cultivate them prematurely necessitated corresponding stamina. This time, Jia Jingwen was not faring much better, her brow furrowed tightly as she leaned on her fine iron sword to support her weary body. The mountainous pressure of this assessment was indeed as formidable as it was reputed to be. You may take a moment to rest. The final test presents the greatest challenge, so prepare yourselves mentally. Lu De reminded them at an opportune moment. Keep it up, you only have one last test to go. Mr. Ma Lin could only offer encouragement. He had participated in the test only after reaching the second tier of martial disciple, and even then barely passed. For Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen to have consecutively passed 2 tests before even becoming martial disciples was an invaluable experience for them, even if they ultimately did not succeed. The final test was shrouded in mystery and was the most difficult of all. Eluda and the others hoped that Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen would succeed in this trial. The third test was about to commence in the center of the testing arena, where the martial prowess measuring apparatus stood. A stone platform emerged. Upon this platform lay a bone, seemingly belonging not to a human, but rather resembling that of a demon beast. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the bone, causing Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen to feel an intimidating aura even as they stood in the arena. Surrounding the stone platform were several smaller circular pedestals, presumably designated for the testers to sit cross-legged. Next, you will sit on the small circular pedestals, and then the test will commence, Lei Kaishan explained to Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen. Once you are ready, signal me, and I will fully unleash the pressure of this bone. After a brief pause, he added, what you must do next is to endure for as long as possible and maintain your awareness. Good luck. Neither Jiang Bai nor Jia Jingwen knew the true nature of the bone. They could only follow Lei Kaishan's instructions. Upon seeing that they were prepared, Lei Kaishan pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. At that moment, the bone on the stone platform floated into the air, emitting a dazzling light that enveloped Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen. In that instant, Jiang Bai felt as though he were standing at the mouth of a volcano, surrounded by an ocean of flames, with waves of fire crashing toward him. This was an illusion. The bone had triggered a vivid mirage. Unarmed, Jiang Bai could only rely on his willpower to persevere, and he began to form some conjectures in his mind. This trial was a test of willpower, or perhaps mental fortitude. As for why they were testing willpower, that was beyond Jiang Bai's comprehension. All he needed to do now was to endure. Among the tests, only the martial prowess assessment seemed relatively easy. The other 2 tests were exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, Jia Jingwen found herself in a similar predicament. Both were struggling under the weight of the test designed for the martial disciple realm. If someone who was not a martial disciple could easily pass, it would be a disservice to those who were. Right, Mr. Ma Lin? Ma Lin, outside the illusion, observed the furrowed brows of both Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, as if they were enduring immense suffering. Seeing their condition reminded him of his own experiences. This was the fiery ocean illusion, where testers found themselves engulfed in flames, battling extreme temperatures and dodging surging waves of fire. A moment's inattention could lead to failure. This trial was a test of willpower. Their ability to learn martial skills in advance hinged on this challenge. With that thought, beads of sweat began to form in the palms of Ma Lin's hands. Eluda and Lei Kaishan were also quite tense, for those capable of learning martial skills early were undoubtedly gifted individuals, destined to become pillars of the alliance, protecting it from harm. Would Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen succeed? The scene shifted back to the illusion. Just as Ma Lin had surmised, Jiang Bai was now frantically dodging the waves of fire, unwilling to let them touch him. Despite his chaotic movements, he adeptly evaded the surging flames on floating chunks of red rock. However, as time passed, the waves grew more ferocious, and on several occasions, he narrowly escaped being engulfed. Suddenly, a small wave of fire splashed unexpectedly against Jiang Bai's back. Sizzle! The fabric of his clothes melted instantly, scorching part of his flesh. The pain was excruciating, and Jiang Bai could not suppress a cry of agony. The intense pain assaulted his nerves, yet he dared not relax for a moment. summoning all his strength to confront the relentless inferno. At the same time, Jia Jingwen appeared equally beleaguered, her attire riddled with holes, indicating that she was not in a much better state than Jiang Bai. However, the visible redness of her skin through the tears in her clothing was merely slight, unlike Jiang Bai, who had suffered significant burns. Whoosh! More waves of fire surged toward Jia Jingwen, but she nimbly evaded them. Strangely, she did not employ any shockwave energy. Suddenly, a wave of fire struck her right arm with incredible speed, burning a hole in her clothing but failing to penetrate further. At that moment, the area around the hole vibrated with shockwave energy, repelling the flames and sending them back. It turned out that Jia Jingwen had been using shockwave energy to shield herself from the flames, which explained why her injuries were not as severe. Both persisted, enduring the scorching heat and relentless waves that assailed their senses. Jiang Bai bit his tongue, tasting the metallic tang of blood, forcing himself to remain alert. Time gradually slipped away. Within the illusion, as Jiang Bai beheld the vast sea of flames approaching, he realized there was no longer any way to escape. Was he to be halted here? Jiang Bai felt deep resentment, but found himself powerless to change his fate. No! Suddenly, the illusion shattered like glass, and Jiang Bai, seated cross-legged on the pedestal, opened his eyes wide, filled with both fear and relief as he realized time had run out. He touched his back, finding it unscathed, and inspected the rest of his body, discovering no injuries. He was merely fatigued, as if he had overexerted himself. Indeed, it had been an illusion, albeit one that felt overwhelmingly real. At the same moment, Jia Jingwen also opened her eyes, reflecting on the final moment, believing she was destined to fail, only to realize that time had expired. Phew, she too let out a sigh of relief. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the test, Lei Kaishan announced. Extending his congratulations to both Ma Lin wore a smile of relief. Having experienced such tests himself and understanding their difficulty, he felt genuinely happy for their success. President Liu De was even more astonished by their talents, which far surpassed those of his own son. Jiang Bai was elated. He could finally learn martial skills. However, a bold thought crossed his mind as he gazed at the bone in front of him, eager to touch it and see if it would trigger the system. After all, it was still a bone, a part of a corpse. With anticipation, he slowly placed his right hand upon the bone. Would it truly activate? Chapter 29. Analyzing detected. Remnant of a phantom flame beast's corpse. Analyzing, Jiang Bai heard the long-awaited voice of the system and nearly shouted in excitement. It really worked. It appeared that the system could analyze demon beast corpses, and even a fragment could activate the system. He wondered what it would reveal. From now on, Jiang Bai planned to call this system the Corpse Touching System, hoping it would yield valuable discoveries. He would surely rely on the Corpse Touching System to ascend to the pinnacle of his life. With this thought, Jiang Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Bai, what are you laughing at? Jia Jingwen, who had just regained her composure, couldn't resist asking upon seeing his peculiar smile. Liu De, Lei Kaishan, and Ma Lin also turned their attention to Jiang Bai. Hearing Jia Jingwen's question snapped him back to reality. He withdrew his hand from the bone, awkwardly glancing at everyone and replied, "Nothing, nothing at all." Ding dong. Analysis interrupted. Suddenly, Jiang Bai heard the system's notification of interrupted analysis and placed his hand back on the bone. This time, he lifted the bone entirely. As he made contact with it once more, the system's voice resonated again. Ding dong, analysis resuming. Upon hearing that sound, Jiang Bai let out a sigh of relief. He had been apprehensive that the system had ceased its analysis due to an inability to parse the information. However, it appeared that the corpse analysis system required a considerable amount of time for thorough examination. Or perhaps, the stronger the corpse, the longer the required time for analysis. That seemed plausible, as his previous analysis of the rat demon's corpse had not taken much time at all. The actions of Jiang Bai left everyone momentarily stunned. Teacher Marlin could not help but inquire, "Jiang Bai, why are you holding onto that bone? Is merely touching it not enough?" Jiang Bai did not intend to behave this way. Who could have known that this peculiar system imposed such a restriction? Thus, he gazed at the bone and remarked, "The quality of this bone is remarkable, with a delicate texture and an unsettling aura that compels one to admire it up close. I apologize, President, Vice President, and Teacher. I simply cannot resist my fondness for this bone." Teacher Marlin gently rubbed his forehead, recalling that after his own tests, he had not lingered to touch the bone like Jiang Bai was doing. Nor had he felt the need to pick it up for further admiration. President L and Vice President Lei also received an apology from Teacher Marlin. Jiang Bai was not usually like this. Jia Jingwen had not anticipated that Jiang Bai had such a peculiar affinity for bones. "It's fine. You may touch and observe as you wish in the testing room, but you cannot take anything out," Elda remarked, unconcerned about Jiang Bai's unusual hobby. After all, geniuses often have their own peculiar quirks. Lei Kaishan opened his mouth but said nothing, pondering to himself what was so fascinating about a mere bone. Youth often lacks experience, he mused. Still, he explained, this bone originates from a formidable beast, which possesses both illusion and flame abilities. The Alliance has named this creature the Illusion Flame Beast. Furthermore, the bones of the slain Illusion Flame Beasts are fashioned into this instrument. Specifically designed to test the qualifications for martial arts training, it can generate illusions, complete with volcanic landscapes and seas of fire, all strikingly real. Yet any harm incurred within will not affect the real world. This is why it is so widely utilized. You have just experienced the perils of the illusion, have you not? Both Jia Jingwen and Jiang Bai nodded in agreement, acknowledging the dangers within, particularly the overwhelming heat that was quite taxing on one's psyche. This was also the reason the test was kept confidential. Once made public, the efficacy of the tests might diminish. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai continued to cherish the bone, unaware that the others had formed significant misunderstandings about him. Thinking he harbored some peculiar obsession, he was still lamenting why the corpse analysis system did not display a progress bar during the parsing process. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and a progress bar appeared before him. Accompanied by the words "Loading, please wait." Following the progress bar was a percentage, currently indicating 56, so there truly is a progress bar, but could it be that only I can see it? Jiang Bai approached Jia Jingwen and asked, "Jia, do you see anything unusual?" Jia Jingwen shot him a glance and replied, "No, not at all yet." She thought to herself how odd Jiang Bai was acting today. The progress bar gradually filled with time. During this interval, Jiang Bai dared not waste a moment, bombarding Elda, Lei Kaishan, and others with various inquiries. Elda and Lei Kaishan willingly provided answers to Jiang Bai's questions. Jiang Bai felt a surge of anxiety. Though he maintained an outward facade of calm as he listened intently to the talkative President L, nodding occasionally, he lost track of time in this manner. Teacher Marlin finally spoke up, "Jiang Bai, why do you have so many questions today?" Jiang Bai's inquiries were rather peculiar, spanning topics about the Illusion Flame Beast, such as how its bones were crafted and how it reproduced, along with a hodgepodge of unrelated queries. His questions lacked coherence and were quite chaotic. It was just his odd questions. Jiang Bai himself seemed quite off today, clutching that bone as if it were a treasure. Had he really been stalling just to hold on to that bone a little longer? This was truly absurd. Could he really be so infatuated with a bone? Nevertheless, the people present were astute, and they recognized Jiang Bai's ulterior motive, yet they chose not to comment on it. Marlin was quite accommodating. Considering the bone was indeed valuable and could not be given to Jiang Bai, allowing him to indulge a bit longer. Ding! Partial analysis of the Illusion Flame Beast's corpse successful. Congratulations, host! You have obtained Fire Elemental Spiritual Energy. Upon hearing the successful analysis, Jiang Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally completed the process, If it had dragged on any longer, he would have had to abandon it. However, when he heard the latter part about acquiring fire elemental spiritual energy, he thought, no way. Could it be that I am to become one who possesses unique spiritual energy? Suppressing his elation, he promptly set the bone down and declared to the others, President, Vice President, Teacher, let us proceed to select martial arts techniques. Bone? Elda, Lei Kaishan, and Marlin were momentarily taken aback, wondering how he had suddenly lost interest in the bone. The youth was indeed unpredictable. Chapter 30. The Martial Arts Pavilion. Upon witnessing Jiang Bai's exuberant demeanor, they felt a shared sense of nostalgia, recalling their own excitement when they first obtained the qualification to train in martial arts. Observing Jiang Bai's current exuberance, it was understandable. It seemed that regardless of who one was, the first time selecting martial arts techniques was always thrilling. At this moment, Elda smiled and said, We were just like that back in the day. I remember I went to claim my martial arts techniques the following day, unable to sleep a wink from excitement. Learning martial arts techniques will enhance one's strength. LD further elaborated on the Tong City Martial Arts Pavilion. Unlike other places, the Tong City Martial Arts Pavilion serves the entire community of spiritual martial practitioners. Students are only allowed to select martial arts techniques for free upon their first entry into the pavilion. In other circumstances, a certain price must be paid. After all, martial arts techniques are extremely valuable, and the more advanced the technique, the more it embodies the efforts of predecessors. The existing martial arts techniques largely derive from beasts, created by spiritual martial practitioners who emulated these creatures. Martial arts techniques significantly enhance the combat power of spiritual practitioners, yet they come with certain drawbacks. The techniques practiced by spiritual practitioners carry a ferocity akin to that of the beasts, which can greatly affect the practitioner's mental state, potentially leading to madness. Thus, a third assessment was instituted to test willpower or mental fortitude. Within the illusion, the intense environment of the Sea of Fire and the dangers of the flames serve as a trial for one's willpower. If one cannot endure, it is impossible to learn martial arts techniques, and one risks becoming a bloodthirsty monster. Additionally, practicing martial arts requires a certain level of spiritual energy and physical strength. Otherwise, one may exhaust themselves before even executing a technique and perish. Hence, the first assessment tests combat strength, while the second tests physical endurance. Initially, the Alliance aimed to cultivate more powerful warriors, believing anyone could learn martial arts. However, numerous issues arose, leading to the imposition of assessments. Without passing these tests, one could not practice martial arts. The Tong City Martial Arts Pavilion is located in the building behind this one. Elda continued to guide everyone while explaining the Tong City Martial Arts Pavilion. The pavilion consists of 3 floors. The first floor is designed for novice martial artists, featuring techniques that are relatively simple, with minimal encounter of fierce beasts during training. Moreover, techniques on this floor are quite affordable. The second floor houses far fewer techniques than the first, accessible only to advanced martial disciples, and requires a certain contribution value to learn. Techniques on this floor are more profound, wielding greater power and enhancing combat capabilities significantly. Finally, the third floor holds only a scant few techniques, reserved for those at the spiritual pulse realm. To learn techniques from this floor requires a joint recommendation from the president of the Tong City Spiritual Martial Practitioners Association, the director of the Demon Subjugation Department, and the head of the Spiritual Practitioners Management Department. In other words, acquiring techniques from the third floor necessitates both contribution value and a collaborative recommendation, presenting a considerable challenge. At this point, President L elaborated further. The requirement for a triad recommendation was previously non-existent. However, some officials exploited their power for personal gain, borrowing techniques indiscriminately, only to rent them out to others for profit, thereby creating an illicit industry. Thus, the League established this regulation. Consequently, it is quite difficult to borrow martial arts techniques from the third level. The classification of martial arts techniques is relatively straightforward, ranging from the lowest to the highest, common level. Yellow level, profound level, earth level, and above that, heaven level. Tongqing is merely a small city, where the first level predominantly features common level techniques, the second level contains yellow level techniques, and the third level is reserved for profound level techniques. The highest level of martial arts techniques available here is only profound level. Behind the building housing the Spirit Martial Artists Association stands a 3-story vintage structure, revealing itself with grandeur. It is flanked by 2 massive red columns, and the entire edifice is symmetrically designed, exuding an ancient charm. We have arrived at the Martial Arts Pavilion. Lu De informed Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen. You may select a common level technique for free inside. He and Lei Kaishan would not accompany them further, as the president and vice president of the Spirit Martial Artists Association had their own duties to attend to. President Lu, Vice President Lei. We are grateful for your assistance. Teacher Ma Lin expressed his thanks to Lu De and Lei Kaishan. Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen also conveyed their heartfelt appreciation, recognizing that President Lu and Vice President Lei had been with them all day, providing detailed explanations. After a round of polite exchanges, Lu De and Lei Kaishan gradually took their leave. Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, both exceptionally talented, were given special treatment, personally escorted to the Martial Arts Pavilion, an honor not afforded to ordinary individuals, as it was rare for both the president and vice president to accompany someone for a test and to the pavilion itself. Upon entering the Martial Arts Pavilion, they were greeted by curved bookshelves arranged in a circular formation, with passageways on either side, creating a labyrinthine feel while making efficient use of space. At the entrance, a young man approached upon seeing Ma Lin and the others, greeting them with warm enthusiasm. Typically, a middle-aged person would accompany a young individual to choose martial arts techniques, indicating either a wealthy background or exceptional talent. Greetings, I am Li Lin, the duty officer of the first level of the Martial Arts Pavilion. You are here to select martial arts techniques, I presume? Hello, I am Ma Lin, a teacher from Tongqing No. 1 High School. These 2 are my students, Jia Jingwen and Jiang Bai. Today, they successfully passed the martial arts test and are brimming with excitement to select techniques. Ma Lin replied. Upon hearing Tongqing No. 1 High School, Li Lin realized these 2 were high school students who had passed the martial arts test, which was quite impressive. He then greeted them with even greater enthusiasm. The outermost area of the first level of the Martial Arts Pavilion featured some common level techniques, which were seldom chosen, as they were also more affordable. The further one ventured inward, the more valuable the techniques became. Despite all being common level, there remained a hierarchy among them. I see both of you are students of swordsmanship, correct? The sword techniques are located on that side. Let us take a turn and enter through that entrance, Li Lin remarked, noticing the swords the 3 carried. Jiang Bai and his companions nodded in agreement, eager to select sword techniques. As they approached an entrance, a sign above the bookshelf read sword techniques. Throughout the journey, Li Lin provided them with insights into the arrangement of the sword techniques. Listening to Li Lin's explanations, Jiang Bai casually perused the techniques on the shelves. Chapter 31. Sword techniques not only differ in level but also in quality. Within the same level, sword techniques are categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower, with upper grade techniques being the finest. True to Li Lin's words, the outermost sword techniques were mostly those whose efficacy was questionable. Jiang Bai casually picked up a volume, only to find the title emblazoned in bold: Evil Repelling Sword Technique. What? There's even an evil repelling sword technique here? Jiang Bai exclaimed, flipping to the first page, which boldly stated, to practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. Turning to the second page, he found it further elaborated that this ancient sword technique could not be learned without the prerequisite sacrifice. Such a description made Jiang Bai set the book down immediately. Regardless of its prowess, it was utterly useless if one could not learn it. He wondered what purpose this book served in the pavilion and if anyone would actually choose it. Next, he picked up another book titled Chaotic Sword Technique. deemed a lower-grade common-level technique, created by a spirit martial artist who was preyed upon by an octopus monster. It was designed for survival under the erratic attacks of the octopus, enabling one to thrive and even enjoy the experience, an essential technique for ocean ventures. What on earth? Are these sword techniques truly this absurd? Jiang Bai mused. Fortunately, as they ventured deeper, the quality of the techniques became significantly more reasonable. White Crane Sword Technique, a middle-grade common-level technique, was learned by a spirit martial artist who observed a white crane hunting. Its movements were graceful and agile, making it an excellent technique for fishing in the wild. Indeed, a necessary skill for those camping outdoors. Falling Leaves Sword Technique, another middle-grade common-level technique, was inspired by a spirit martial artist who observed a plant monster using its leaves to slay nearby beasts. Its strikes were rapid, each move executed with lightning speed to vanquish foes. In the central area, Jiang Bai also discovered these two commendable sword techniques, now eagerly anticipating what lay at the very back. This was his first opportunity to learn martial arts techniques, and it was free of charge. Jiang Bai contemplated selecting the finest technique available to him. Throughout the journey, Jia Jingwen remained composed, not flitting from one technique to another like Jiang Bai. Her purpose appeared remarkably clear. In the innermost section dedicated to sword techniques, the selection was noticeably sparser, with the most prominent items displayed on a stone pedestal. The pedestal was reasonably large, showcasing 3 volumes: Golden Snake Sword Technique, Falling Wild Goose Sword Technique, and Willow Kaken Sword Technique. This is the Willow Kaken Sword Technique, an upper-grade common-level technique. It is said that in the early years of the spirit martial era, a willow tree transformed into a powerful monster, casting an immense shadow, its strength unfathomable. A spirit martial artist, observing the fluttering willow branches and drifting kakens, comprehended this sword technique. Li Lin explained, pointing to the rightmost volume on the pedestal. The Willow Kaken Sword Technique features agile and versatile moves, sometimes light and ethereal, at other times heavy and forceful. This technique emphasizes fluidity, ensuring that enemies have no avenue of escape. Notably, while the willow tree is a formidable beast, it is benevolent and never harms humans. Hence, many spirit martial artists often visit its domain, hoping to gain inspiration for their martial arts training or even to create new techniques. Numerous martial arts derived from this willow tree exist, with the Willow Kaken Sword Technique being the most renowned among common-level techniques. Regrettably, despite his interest in the technique after Li Lin's introduction, Jiang Bai felt it was not well suited for him, but rather for Jia Jingwen. True to his expectations, Jia Jingwen calmly spoke, "Uncle Li, I would like to take the Willow Kaken Sword Technique." Although Jia Jingwen maintained her usual composure, Jiang Bai could sense a hint of excitement in her voice. Li Lin, appearing to be in his early 30s, found it somewhat unnatural for Jia Jingwen to call him uncle, yet he accepted the title with grace, secretly preferring to be addressed as brotherly. "Very well, Jia student, you may take this volume to examine it. Once Jiang Bai has made his selection, I will provide you with further details regarding the registration and any pertinent matters," Li Lin replied, retrieving the technique from the pedestal and handing it to Jia Jingwen. Jia Jingwen nodded in acknowledgement, thanked him, and signaled to teacher Ma Lin before turning to a nearby bookshelf to examine the Willow Kaken Sword Technique closely. It was evident that she held a deep appreciation for this martial art. "Uncle Li, what about the other 2 volumes?" Jiang Bai was also eager to ascertain which of the other 2 martial arts techniques would be more suitable for him. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's inquiry, Li Lin pointed towards the leftmost technique, the Falling Goose Sword Technique. This technique, classified as a superior grade among common martial arts, draws inspiration from the migratory patterns of wild geese, which often travel in flocks each year. Observing these majestic creatures in flight, a powerful spiritual warrior created the Falling Goose Sword Technique, which boasts the ability to bring down 9 geese with a single strike, showcasing immense power. Although this warrior had never truly slain a goose, his mastery of the technique earned him great renown, leading others to refer to him as the master of falling geese. Jiang Bai nodded in agreement. It certainly sounded promising. The final technique was the Golden Snake Sword technique, a pinnacle martial art of the common grade. Its origin was quite fortuitous, differing significantly from the other two. This technique emerged during a battle between a spiritual warrior and a golden snake beast, characterized by its entangling strikes that leave opponents defenseless. However, it is notoriously difficult to master, presenting a steep learning curve. After presenting both techniques, Li Lin awaited Jiang Bai's decision. Each technique possessed its own merits and drawbacks. The Falling Goose Sword technique was marked by its forceful and aggressive strikes, while the Golden Snake Sword technique was akin to a relentless parasite, ensnaring foes with unyielding tenacity. In truth, Jiang Bai had already formed a preference in his heart, leaning decidedly towards the Falling Goose Sword technique. He felt the Golden Snake Sword technique was overly subtle, effective only against weaker opponents, and a slow demise against stronger adversaries. Teacher Ma Lin also advised Jiang Bai to choose the Falling Goose Sword technique, believing it to be a better fit for him. Nevertheless, he encouraged Jiang Bai to make his own decision, confident that with Jiang Bai's understanding, he could master either technique. After all, he had already learned the complex transformation sword in just a few weeks. While martial arts were indeed challenging, they were not insurmountable. Uncle Li, I will choose the Falling Goose Sword technique, Jiang Bai finally declared after careful consideration. Very well, let us proceed with the registration, and I will also share some important points for your attention. The registration process entailed merely recording details in a computer system for verification, followed by signing a borrowing agreement. Li Lin highlighted several essential points. The techniques selected could only be studied by the individual. With no lending to others, they must be returned after 1 month, after which a fee would be required for any further borrowing. And most critically, the study of martial arts should not be rushed, as haste could lead to dire consequences. Thus concluded their visit to the martial arts pavilion, with Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen both obtaining the techniques they desired. Chapter 32. The tranquil cultivation. It had been some time since their last visit to the martial arts pavilion, during which Jiang Bai continued to practice the fundamental sword techniques to enhance his combat prowess, dedicating most of his time to mastering the two martial arts, the Shun Flash from the Corpse Touching System and the Falling Goose Sword technique from the Tongqing Martial Arts Pavilion. Notably, the fire element spiritual energy he acquired from the third testing phase had been integrated into his being. As Jiang Bai had anticipated, the fire element spiritual energy was indeed a unique form of spiritual energy. When he silently invoked the fire element energy, the system responded, announcing, integrating fire element spiritual energy. Suddenly, a surge of flames erupted from his heart, diligently refining the spiritual energy within him. Gradually, his internal energy was transformed into fire element spiritual energy, an excruciating process akin to being scorched by flames. Simultaneously, the transformation slowed the increase of his combat prowess. He pondered whether Jia Jingwen experienced similar agony during her awakening of bloodline spiritual energy, and if she too had faced a stagnation in her combat strength. If so, then she was truly formidable. He vaguely recalled feeling the pulsating effect of her energy during their first battle, suggesting that she had only recently awakened her oscillating energy. At that time, her combat prowess had yet to reach its full potential, and within a brief period of recuperation and their second confrontation, she had already achieved the pinnacle of body tempering, a mere 0.01 away from becoming a martial apprentice. If Jiang Bai's assumptions were correct, this woman was indeed powerful. Unbeknownst to him, his speculations were partly accurate yet also flawed. Jia Jingwen had indeed completed her energy transformation in a matter of days. But this was not solely due to her innate talent. Her family possessed a spirit refinement pool, a precious asset acquired by her ancestors during the resurgence of spiritual energy, located conveniently in Tongqing. The pool, as its name suggests, accelerates the transformation of spiritual energy and enhances combat prowess. With the aid of the spirit refinement pool, Jia Jingwen swiftly transformed her energy into oscillating energy, propelling her combat prowess to an impressive 99.99. In contrast, Jiang Bai, striving for the successful transformation of his energy, had endured considerable hardship without significant advancement in his combat prowess. The disparities between individuals are truly incomparable. Nevertheless, after this period of focused cultivation, Jiang Bai found himself capable of easily defeating his former self, underscoring the substantial enhancement his strength had undergone thanks to the unique fire element spiritual energy. Even if he were to face the former Jia Jingwen without employing martial techniques, he would now have a far easier time securing victory. This period of training was marked by a serene rhythm, with teacher Ma Lin's fundamental sword classes lacking any combat arrangements. Focusing instead on individual practice to elevate combat prowess, Jia Jingwen had taken a leave of absence since their visit to the martial arts pavilion and had not returned to school. Jiang Bai subtly inquired about her absence, and after some deliberation, teacher Ma Lin revealed astonishing news. Jia Jingwen was in seclusion, preparing to break through to the martial apprentice realm. The higher the quality of spiritual energy, the more challenging the breakthrough. Once achieved, it would far surpass her peers. This phenomenon characterizes true geniuses, who often possess exceptional talents and superior quality energy. Moreover, Jia Jingwen's bloodline energy would only be fully developed upon reaching the martial apprentice level, at which point her strength would see a significant enhancement, making her progress nearly unattainable for others. All of this information was imparted by teacher Ma Lin with the hope that Jiang Bai would remain steadfast and dedicated in his cultivation. He also shared Jia Jingwen's situation to prepare Jiang Bai mentally, preventing any potential discouragement to his training spirit. Jiang Bai was astonished by Jia Jingwen's talent, pondering who truly possessed the advantage. Nevertheless, while Jia Jingwen had extraordinary gifts, Jiang Bai had the system point. One day, he would rely on the corpse-touching system to become a formidable spiritual warrior. Nightfall enveloped the world. Jiang Bai sat cross-legged on the ground, his body radiating a fiery red spiritual energy, causing the room's temperature to rise several degrees. This evening, he too was immersed in the transformation of his energy. With his eyes tightly shut and his brow deeply furrowed, he appeared to be enduring immense suffering. Beads of perspiration dotted his forehead, a testament to the heat and pain he was experiencing. As time passed, the crimson energy surrounding him surged and swirled. Eventually, the energy began to dissipate, and at that moment, Jiang Bai opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. Today's transformation had reached its limit. In another week or two, he should be able to fully convert his internal energy into fire element spiritual energy. Seizing the opportunity to cultivate while time permits, Jiang Bai diligently pondered the techniques of the Falling Gu swordsmanship. This martial art comprises 4 forms, each exuding ferocity and exhibiting remarkable agility. Presently, Jiang Bai had barely mastered the first form, the shattering strike. This initial technique required the practitioner to concentrate spiritual energy within the sword's body and, with a unique force, execute a sweeping slash that unleashed a crescent-shaped shockwave capable of obliterating adversaries. Jiang Bai practiced the shattering strike at Longhu Park. Following the previous incident involving a monstrous beast at the park, Officer Lu Meng had meticulously scoured the area to eliminate any potential threats from such creatures. Consequently, Longhu Park had become a safe haven, and Jiang Bai had clearly communicated this to his parents, who consented to his training there. Reflecting on his endeavors to master the shattering strike, Jiang Bai envisioned a menacing goose, appearing as if it were intent on devouring him. This embodies the inherent peril of cultivating martial techniques, as they are often derived from the will of beasts. Practitioners must contend with the invasive consciousness of these creatures during their training, necessitating rigorous assessments and a cautious approach. The more formidable the technique, the more potent the beastly will that must be overcome during the learning process. Thus, few dare to cultivate techniques beyond their current level. Which explains why, despite Jiang Bai's innate talent, He had only just managed to grasp the first form. If Teacher Marin were to learn that he had achieved this in just over a week, he would undoubtedly question the very nature of reality. It is rare for someone to advance so swiftly in martial arts. Jiang Bai assessed the shattering strike to possess greater might than the blade transformation, thereby equipping him with two lethal techniques, each more powerful than the last. As for the other skill, the Shun Flash, this technique, extracted from the corpse of a rat demon by the system, was surprisingly intuitive for Jiang Bai, and he encountered no intrusion from the will of the beast, which pleasantly surprised him. He had already made considerable progress in this technique and now needed only to practice diligently to enhance his proficiency. Soon, he envisioned himself teleporting behind an opponent using the Shun Flash, delivering a devastating blade transformation or shattering strike. Who could possibly withstand such an assault? Chapter 33. The rank of martial disciple. Without entering the rank of martial disciple, one remains akin to an ant. During this period, Jiang Bai had made significant strides in converting his fire elemental spiritual energy. The initial stages of energy transformation are often the most challenging. But with gradual acclimatization, it becomes manageable. In terms of martial techniques, Jiang Bai had successfully learned the first form of the Falling Gu swordsmanship and had also become quite adept at the Shun Flash. Additionally, he remained attentive in his weekly classes on spiritual flora and the classification of beasts. To become a formidable spiritual warrior, one must recognize spiritual plants and utilize that knowledge to ascertain the effects of unfamiliar flora. Simultaneously, familiarity with various beasts is essential. Some exhibit strong territorial instincts, while others are social creatures. Through the study of beast classification, one can infer the potential beasts present in a given environment and their behaviors. This knowledge could prove life-saving in the wild. Of course, these subjects are relatively complex. Much of what the teacher covers in class is foundational, and one's ability to grasp the material depends on personal aptitude. However, despite the difficulty, the assessments tend to be relatively straightforward. Most of the examination content consists of rote knowledge, which, provided one pays attention in class, can be mastered with ease. After all, a significant portion of a spiritual warrior's time in high school is devoted to cultivation. Otherwise, even if one can identify spiritual plants or deduce the habits of beasts, a lack of strength could lead to dire consequences, such as being poisoned by a plant or swiftly dispatched by a beast. In such cases, it is far more prudent to focus on self-improvement. Forsaking fundamental cultivation for trivial knowledge is the most misguided approach. This explains why, although these courses may sound simple, they are challenging to master. While assessments are comparatively easier, students who gain admission to the Spiritual Warrior High School generally do not score poorly in these two subjects. Rather, they may find it more challenging to attain high marks in foundational techniques. In today's foundational swordsmanship class, Teacher Marin was particularly elated, for Jia Jingwen had attended. Before class, he had confirmed with her that she had recently become a martial disciple, possessing unique spiritual energy. To achieve martial disciple status in the first semester of senior year is almost unfathomable. Were it not for her example, Teacher Marin would find it hard to believe. He was unaware of the situation at other schools, but given the caliber of this year's students, it was evident that they surpassed their predecessors. Initially, he had jested about Jia Jingwen and Jiang Bai being potential provincial champions, and now it seemed that such a notion was not entirely implausible. Upon seeing Jia Jingwen in class, Jiang Bai was taken aback. Had she truly broken through to the rank of martial disciple? Yet, he could not discern her true level, leaving him to speculate in silence. During class, Jiang Bai occasionally glanced at Jia Jingwen, noting that her foundational swordsmanship had become more fluid, each move resembling the delicate dance of Willow Kakin's. Could it be that she had integrated the essence of the Willow Kakin swordsmanship into her foundational techniques, resulting in such a remarkable transformation? This seemed astonishing. He recalled Teacher Marin mentioning that the foundational swordsmanship possesses great inclusivity, allowing martial techniques to enrich its practice, leading to an elevated form of the foundational style. This does not imply that Jia Jingwen had mastered all the techniques of the Willow Kaken swordsmanship, but it indicated a certain depth of comprehension, leading her to enhance her foundational swordsmanship through related insights. Jiang Bai had initially believed his martial prowess merely slightly inferior to hers, but it appeared that his progress in martial techniques might lag as well. Ding ding ding, class was dismissed. A jubilant Marin dispersed the students, humming a cheerful tune as he departed. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Bai sought out Jia Jingwen to confirm whether she had indeed advanced to the martial disciple rank. Of course, he also hoped to glean insights regarding the key points of this breakthrough. Although he was still a fraction short of the requisite martial prowess, he knew almost nothing about the martial disciple realm, which elicited a sense of sympathy for the unfortunate rat demon, slain by someone entirely ignorant of the nature of that rank. Jia, have you truly attained the martial disciple rank? Jiang Bai approached Jia Jingwen and inquired softly. Yes, I broke through the day before yesterday and consolidated my rank yesterday, Jia Jingwen replied calmly. Indeed, she had truly advanced to the rank of martial disciple, which instilled a profound sense of pressure within Jiang Bai. However, such a breakthrough was hardly unexpected. After all, during their last visit to the Spiritual Warrior Association to test for martial technique training qualifications, Jia Jingwen had already achieved a martial prowess value of 99. Regrettably, Jiang Bai's focus on energy conversion had resulted in minimal growth in his own martial prowess, widening the gap between him and Jia Jingwen even further. Jia, if it's not too much trouble, could you enlighten me about the martial disciple realm? Jiang Bai asked, eager to understand more from Jia Jingwen. Surprised by his question, Jia Jingwen pondered, believing that knowledge of the martial disciple realm was common knowledge. She was unaware that detailed information regarding this rank would only be disseminated in the second semester of their senior year. For someone of her esteemed background, the martial disciple realm was a fundamental concept, and she was even familiar with the realm beyond it, the spiritual vein stage. Certainly, Jia Jingwen assented. Very well, let us find a place to converse on the playground, seated on a bench in the shade. Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen engaged in earnest discussion. They sat at a comfortable distance, and Jia Jingwen diligently explained the intricacies of the martial disciple realm, while Jiang Bai listened intently. Initially, spiritual energy is used to temper the body, thereby enhancing martial prowess. Upon surpassing a martial prowess value of 100, one transcends the limits of an ordinary person and enters the martial disciple realm. The martial disciple realm consists of 9 tiers. The first 3 tiers focus on refining the flesh, the middle 3 on honing the bones, and the final 3 on cultivating the blood. Thus, the initial 3 tiers are referred to as flesh-refining martial disciples, commonly known as the flesh-refining stage, followed by the bone-refining stage, and finally the blood-refining stage. In the martial disciple realm, each elevation in tier significantly impacts one's strength, with every 3 tiers marking a definitive threshold. The flesh-refining stage serves as a bridge, connecting the tempering stage to the subsequent blood-refining stage, continuing to unlock the body's latent potential and enhancing physical attributes. The rat demon Jiang Bai had slain was equivalent to a first-tier flesh-refining martial disciple. Though its inherent strength was not formidable, its true strength lay in its ability to evade capture. Now, Jia Jingwen could easily defeat Jiang Bai, possessing approximately 1.5 times his prowess. Jiang Bai? Of course, he was unaware of Jia Jingwen's thoughts. Having absorbed Jia Jingwen's explanations, Jiang Bai now possessed a general understanding of the martial disciple realm and felt immensely enlightened. Reflecting on that fateful night when he battled the rat demon, he considered himself fortunate to have avoided encounters with beasts that prioritized brute strength. Yet, one might wonder how such creatures, lacking in stealth and evasion, could brazenly roam the city. The true nature of the rat demon's clandestine activities remained a mystery. As the scene shifted, in a concealed corner, a flash of light flickered, followed by a click. Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, engrossed in their conversation, remained oblivious to the event unfolding around them. Had someone been secretly filming them? Chapter 34. The storm rises again. It was yet another bright and sunny morning. Jiang Bai strolled leisurely through the campus, only to notice a group of individuals once more whispering and pointing fingers at him. Seemingly praising him in hushed tones, however, Jiang Bai paid little mind to it. Such occurrences had become exceedingly commonplace for him. The top students of Lingwu High School were renowned, and nearly everyone on campus recognized them. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the top-ranking students were destined to become formidable spiritual warriors. Moreover, following his victory over Jia Jingwen during a combat drill, he had been basking in the attention and chatter of his peers. Coincidentally, during that period, Jia Jingwen had taken a leave of absence to advance her training as a martial apprentice. With one protagonist on leave and the other indifferent, the matter gradually faded into obscurity. As such, Jiang Bai perceived the murmurs as mere envy, choosing not to dwell on them. As long as they didn't cause him any trouble, he was content to let it be. Upon reaching the classroom door, he spotted Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai engaged in what appeared to be an animated discussion, their expressions alternating between surprise and disbelief. "What? That's impossible. Are you serious?" Wu Danning exclaimed, clearly taken aback by what Zhang Guangcai had just revealed. Earlier, Zhang Guangcai had sought out Jiang Bai, but unfortunately, Jiang Bai had not yet arrived, prompting Zhang to relay the news to Wu. Just yesterday, a new issue of the school newspaper had been released, and the headline read, "Shocking. A romance blossoms at Lingwu High, suspected to involve a prominent figure from Yizhong." Upon seeing this headline, Zhang Guangcai had initially thought it referred to Lu Wanzhong. Accompanying the headline was a photograph that featured none other than Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen. In the image, it seemed Jia Jingwen was speaking, while Jiang Bai gazed at her affectionately. The moment Zhang Guangcai laid eyes on the photograph, he was momentarily stunned, memories flashing through his mind. The day they received their weapons, the moment spent at the school gate, and even the time in the cafeteria when Jiang Bai, usually absorbed in his training, had shown an interest in the school's beauty rankings. Thus, he conveyed these speculations to Wu Danning, who vehemently dismissed them as impossible. Just think about it, doesn't Baigu often spend time with Jia Jingwen? Zhang Guangcai seemed to be attempting to persuade Wu Danning, while simultaneously hoping he would find a counterargument. Wu Danning nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head, still grappling with the implications of Zhang Guangcai's words. Indeed, he had spent considerable time with Jiang Bai, particularly during combat classes where Jiang Bai usually faced off against Jia Jingwen. Just a few days prior, after a basic swordsmanship class, Jiang Bai had asked him to leave early, citing he had matters to attend to. Moreover, he recalled a long-buried humiliation when Jia Jingwen had once overpowered him in a fierce bout. Could it be that her frustration stemmed from Jiang Bai's absence? No, that couldn't be right. Jiang Bai had always been her rival for the top position. During their last combat exercise, Jiang Bai had only just managed to defeat Jia Jingwen. Their duels hardly suggested any romantic inclinations. At that time, Jiang Bai was indeed the undisputed champion of Yizhong. Could it be that Jia Jingwen had been yielding to him? Later, Jia Jingwen had taken a leave to prevent the situation from escalating, but why hadn't Jiang Bai done the same? At this moment, Wu Danning was consumed with various scenarios, desperate to uncover the truth. It wasn't as though they spent time together frequently. They were merely the strongest students with a shared language, capable of matching each other's prowess in combat drills. Wu Danning offered Zhang Guangcai a few perfunctory remarks. "Shared language? Danning, are you still claiming disbelief?" Zhang Guangcai seized upon Wu Danning's words, countering him directly. Wu Danning shook his head, opening his mouth to respond just as Jiang Bai approached. "What are you two discussing? Your expressions are quite animated." Both Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai jumped in surprise, uncertain when Jiang Bai had arrived or if he had overheard their conversation. "Baigu, you just got to school?" Zhang Guangcai ventured cautiously. Wu Danning also fixed his gaze on Jiang Bai, anxious. "Yes, I just arrived. I hadn't even entered the classroom when I saw you two here, and you seemed quite astonished. What's the matter? Jiang Bai was perplexed by their demeanor. Had they discovered that Jia Jingwen had already become a martial apprentice? Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, the two of them sighed in relief. Realizing he hadn't heard anything, Bai Gu, we weren't discussing anything significant. We were just commenting on the splendid weather today. Wu Danning scratched his head, attempting to play it off. Indeed, the weather is exceptionally clear. Zhang Guangcai chimed in. Jiang Bai was left speechless by their awkward and inexplicable exchange. Hadn't the weather been consistently fair lately? Perhaps they already knew about Jia Jingwen's status as a martial apprentice. While he remained oblivious, they might not wish to dampen his spirits, opting instead to keep him in the dark. Jiang Bai's suspicions grew stronger with each passing moment. Otherwise, why would they look so astonished? When he learned of Jia Jingwen's breakthrough to martial apprentice, he had been utterly shocked. They seemed both astonished and reluctant to disclose their conversation. Have you two already heard about that? Jiang Bai inquired. Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai exchanged glances, contemplating whether Jiang Bai intended to publicly acknowledge their relationship. Shocking. My good friends secretly dating my goddess, vying for the top position in public while Bai Gu. So you're aware of the situation? Wu Danning felt a pang of discomfort, realizing that his friend was indeed involved with that woman, and they had concealed it from him and Zhang Guangcai. Zhang Guangcai fell silent, contemplating the nature of their relationship and why it had to be shrouded in secrecy. If it weren't for the school newspaper, both he and Wu Danning would have remained oblivious. Were they truly concerned about being reported to the teachers for early romance? Although early relationships were indeed frowned upon. Upon realizing that both of them were aware of Jia Jingwen's advancement to martial apprentice, Jiang Bai explained, I've known about this for quite some time. That I intended to inform you directly, but revealing it so soon might adversely affect your training and discourage you. Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai exchanged knowing glances, their expressions conveying the sentiment. Indeed, while they were engaged in romance, they still held the top two spots, steady as a rock, quite disheartening. Others were tirelessly training while they were busy courting affection. The key issue was that others were still significantly inferior to them, leaving one to ponder how to reconcile that disparity. Just then, Jia Jingwen arrived for class, glancing at Jiang Bai and his companions as she passed the classroom without uttering a word. Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai, perhaps misinterpreting Jia Jingwen's gaze, assumed she intended to greet them. Consequently, they called out in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law." Jia Jingwen paused, momentarily bewildered by their unexpected greeting. Jiang Bai stood there, dumbfounded, as Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai seemed to have lost their minds. The classroom erupted in chatter as the rumor of Jiang Bai's alleged romance with Jia Jingwen gained traction. Just then, Teacher Wang Chao, arriving for class, looked on in confusion. What on earth is going on? Chapter 35. A beautiful misunderstanding in the office. Teacher Wang Chao sat in his chair, perusing the newspaper, while 4 students stood before him. Jiang Bai, Jia Jingwen, Wu Danning, and Zhang Guangcai. The previous lesson had been particularly unproductive, as the class's attention had strayed far from his lecture. After class, Teacher Wang Chao summoned the 4 students to his office. Meanwhile, the classroom buzzed with speculation. Some students supported Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, considering their academic prowess among the best in the school. Others opposed the notion, deeming early romance inappropriate. Some admired the couple, viewing them as a match made in heaven, while others felt jealousy, unwilling to see their goddess. Jia Jingwen, claimed by anyone else. A few remained indifferent, but they were in the minority, as saying circulated within the alliance. There are no people who do not enjoy gossip, only those who lack gossip-worthy tales. Of course, Jiang Bai and the others were completely unaware of this. At that moment, Jiang Bai found himself perplexed, questioning what the school newspaper had concocted. When had he ever been romantically involved with Jia Jingwen? To be fair, he had merely been inquiring about some aspects of the martial apprentice realm. Furthermore, how had Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai taken this so seriously? Did they genuinely believe that Jiang Bai was the type to engage in romance? His mind was solely focused on training. A small-town cultivator could not afford to lose focus. Moreover, the audacity of those two to openly call her sister-in-law simply because of a newspaper headline left him utterly speechless. Who had taken that photograph? The timing and angle were impeccable, rendering him utterly speechless, as if he were a lovesick fool. Yet, that photograph did capture his handsome features. Ugh, what am I thinking? Jia Jingwen, however, exhibited a demeanor of remarkable calmness, as if nothing could disturb the tranquility of her heart. Even upon being addressed as sister-in-law, she merely displayed a moment of surprise, choosing to disregard the comment without further elaboration. Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai, acutely aware of their misjudgment, lowered their heads, at a loss for words. In light of the current circumstances, it seemed they had gravely misinterpreted the situation. After 2 years of unremarkable training, a single utterance of sister-in-law sent ripples throughout the community. Little did they know that Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, though appearing to harmonize, were not on the same wavelength. Jiang Bai intended to discuss Jia Jingwen's breakthrough to the martial apprentice level, while Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai were fixated on the notion of a romantic involvement between Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen. Upon learning the full context of the matter, Wang Chao was left both amused and exasperated. Indeed, while this cohort of students was undoubtedly talented, they proved to be quite challenging to manage. Their boundless imagination had inadvertently concocted a significant misunderstanding. That moment, he glanced at the later pages of the Ji Xiao Bao, which contained news of Jia Jingwen's recent advancement to the martial apprentice realm. He had been aware of this development long before, and the publication's swift reporting indicated their keen sources. Additionally, another tidbit suggested that Jiang Bai seemed to have awakened a special spiritual energy, though this was mentioned rather obliquely, only alluded to in the context of Jia Jingwen's breakthrough. The authenticity of such claims remained uncertain. Primarily, Jiang Bai lacked any bloodline spiritual energy, making it improbable for him to awaken any special abilities at this stage. Moreover, special spiritual energy remains undetectable unless actively manifested. Wang Chao suppressed his internal speculations and cast a glance at the two individuals. Their reflections had evidently taken a toll on their spirits that day, resulting in an entirely avoidable blunder. Wu Danning, Zhang Guangcai, in the future, refrain from jumping to conclusions based on hearsay. This incident is a minor issue, yet a punishment is warranted. Apologize to Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, then proceed to transcribe the Compendium of Spiritual Plants. Observing that the two had sufficiently contemplated their actions, Teacher Wang announced the punishment. Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai, upon hearing the initial part of Wang Chao's statement, felt a swell of gratitude for his understanding, but their expressions fell upon hearing the requirement to transcribe the Compendium of Spiritual Plants. Any high school student would know the sheer volume of the text, rendering such a task far from trivial. Following Teacher Wang's directive, they approached Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen to offer their apologies. We sincerely apologize, Bai Ge, and fellow student Jia Jingwen. We assure you it won't happen again. Jia Jingwen responded with a calm nod, refraining from further comment. Jiang Bai, on the other hand, wore a grim expression, as if silently imploring them not to repeat such an incident. He genuinely feared that the two might harbor feelings of guilt due to this misunderstanding. Seeing Jiang Bai's demeanor, Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai felt somewhat reassured, offering him a faint smile before departing the office. As the two exited, Teacher Wang reminded them, "Ensure you complete the transcription by next Monday. And don't forget to close the door on your way out." He then turned to Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen, stating, "Now, I must discuss a serious matter with you. The annual senior competition in Tongqing is approaching, and I sincerely hope you both achieve commendable results to uphold the legacy of Tongqing No. 1 High School." Teacher Wang held high hopes for the two. Tongqing No. 1 High School had long been regarded as the premier institution in the city, And this year was no exception. The citywide competition finally about to commence. Jiang Bai mused. On the way back to class, the two refrained from parting ways, with Jiang Bai quietly following behind Jia Jingwen. Torn between words unspoken, at his staircase corner, he could no longer contain himself and addressed her. Jia, I apologize for any distress my inquiries about the martial apprentice realm may have caused you that day. Furthermore, I'm sorry that Wu Danning and Zhang Guangcai added to your troubles today. Jiang Bai had not anticipated that his questions to Jia Jingwen regarding martial apprentice knowledge would lead to such an invasive breach of privacy. The precision with which the photography was executed left him utterly speechless. He had not realized that such a seemingly innocuous publication, Zhi Xiaobao, wielded such influence and could resort to such audacious tactics. It was no wonder he had sensed something amiss among his peers, who were pointing and whispering. He initially assumed their attention stemmed from his and Jia Jingwen's success in passing the martial arts qualification test, not realizing they were speculating about a clandestine romance. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's apology, Jia Jingwen turned to face him, her cold gaze fixed upon him, rendering him quite uncomfortable. After a prolonged silence, Jia Jingwen's gaze shifted away from Jiang Bai as she turned to leave, casually remarking, "It's nothing. There's no need to dwell on this matter." Jiang Bai had initially feared that Jia Jingwen was upset, but her words brought him relief. "Thank you," he called out to her retreating figure, which was now merely a silhouette. Jia Jingwen's pace did not falter. In a moment of solitude, her lips curled into a subtle smile, as if amused. Following this encounter, they refrained from further explanations. All misunderstandings gradually faded with the passage of time. Certainly, some onlookers dubbed this incident a beautiful misunderstanding. Subsequently, news of Jia Jingwen's breakthrough to martial apprentice status circulated widely. The crowd expressed their astonishment. Another announcement emerged. The citywide martial arts competition was on the horizon. The populace immersed themselves in training, fervently preparing for the grand event. Chapter 36. The inauguration of the Tongqing Martial Arts Competition morning. The news of the citywide competition was already common knowledge. Scheduled for this Thursday and Friday at the Tongqing Sports Arena in the swordsmanship practice room, Teacher Marin addressed the students from the stage, informing them of the competition's timing and venue while motivating them to seize the last moments of training to shine in the upcoming tournament and secure commendable rankings. The citywide competition represented a highly anticipated occasion in Tongqing, occurring only once for the seniors on that day. A significant number of high-ranking officials, numerous student parents, and various members of society would gather to witness the event, marking it as a long-standing tradition in Tongqing. The event showcased the talents of outstanding students, inspiring their peers while also attracting sponsorship opportunities for exceptional individuals. After all, representatives from various martial arts schools would be present, scouting for promising students to support, thereby enhancing their own reputations and drawing in more spiritual martial artists. The students in the swordsmanship practice room diligently honed their skills, brimming with enthusiasm. Perhaps this epitomized youth, a phase marked by sweat and determination. Thursday. The sun shone brightly. Tongqing Sports Arena on this day, even at an early hour, the arena was bustling with a diverse array of individuals. Vendors capitalizing on the opportunity, calling out to attract customers, excited members of the public eager to secure prime viewing spots, and reporters from Tongqing television station, hoping to uncover a trending story. Despite the early hour, the atmosphere was already vibrant. A few green school buses arrived, clearly marked with Tongqing No. 2 High School. Tongqing No. 2, the second-best institution after No. 1, was rumored to have a promising candidate this year, potentially poised to claim the top spot. The buses came to a halt at the sports arena entrance, and students streamed out, with boys clad in green tracksuits and girls in green tops paired with short skirts, all exuding youthful exuberance. Following closely were the leadership figures of No. 2 High School, with Principal Lin Wei leading the way, followed by the Director of Education and teachers of foundational martial arts courses. Upon sighting Principal Lin Wei, reporters quickly converged, eager to gather first-hand material. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air. "Hello, Principal Lin. Does number 2 high school have confidence in surpassing number 1 in this competition?" To this inquiry, Lin Wei responded affirmatively, "We are confident in our ability to surpass number 1, and we hope everyone will stay tuned." Regardless of the outcome, maintaining a strong presence was paramount. Shortly thereafter, a few gray school buses made their entrance. Tongqing number 7 high school had arrived. Among the 3 high schools in Tongqing, number 7 consistently ranked at the bottom. This year, it was said that number 7 had made a significant effort to escape this label by acquiring a student from Ximing City. The uniform of number 7 resembled that of number 2, differing only in its gray hue. Reporters flocked to Principal Liu Dongdong of number 7. Hello, Principal Liu.it has been said that number 7 has made considerable efforts for victory by purchasing a high-powered student. Is this true? That is a complete misunderstanding. The student chose to enroll at number 7 due to our excellent teaching resources and environment. I hope reporters refrain from spreading rumors. Furthermore, we are optimistic about achieving first place in this competition. Liu Wei, visibly displeased with the journalists' inquiries, brushed past and entered the Tongqing Sports Center, his demeanor suggesting a profound anger. The reporters diligently recorded these moments, and tomorrow, the headlines would reveal that Tongqing No. 2 and number 7 high schools were brimming with confidence to triumph over number 1 and seize first place. The crowd at the sports center swelled. The representatives from Tongqing number 1 also arrived. From the vehicle, Jiang Bai observed the throngs outside the venue, silently marveling at the day's vibrant atmosphere. "Brother Bai, look, the students from number 2 and number 7 have already arrived," pointed out Wu Dazheng, seated beside him, indicating the parking area. Following his gaze, Jiang Bai discerned the green and gray buses. The school bus for number 1 was red, symbolizing a rising sun and prosperity. The green buses represented youthful exuberance and the shedding of sweat, while the gray buses stood for resilience and relentless striving. Whether these colors imbued the vehicles with special significance or reflected the ethos of the schools remained uncertain. Perhaps it was a blend of both. Upon reaching the entrance of the sports center, Jiang Bai cast a glance outside. This would be the starting point of his conquest of the stars and the SEID in this competition. There was no room for defeat. Nothing could deter him from claiming first place. At this moment, Principal Li Guozheng of number 1 was joyfully engaging with reporters. Having dominated Tongqing for many years, his leadership in maintaining this success was evident. Securing first place would enhance their reputation, attract more and higher quality recruits, and garner greater resources for the Spiritual Warriors Management Department. The synergy of utilizing resources for education while striving for resources through talent was what sustained a high school's longevity. "Principal Li, how do you view the formidable challenge posed by number 2 and number 7? A reporter inquired. Li Guozheng responded with a hearty laugh, countering, "Dear reporters, when have they not been this confident? Number 1 has always claimed the top spot, and this year will be no exception." His confidence was palpable, as he was acutely aware of number 1's capabilities. The reporters swiftly jotted down his remarks, recognizing their value as material. As the clock approached 9, the anticipated arrivals had gathered. The seating at the podium of the Tongqing Sports Center was filled to capacity. The atmosphere was electric, with the entire venue bustling in excitement. Everything was prepared, awaiting the arrival of 9 o'clock. At 9, the Tongqing competition officially commenced. The hosts took their position and began introducing the esteemed guests attending the event. Among them were the Tongqing governor, the president and vice president of the Spiritual Warriors Association, the heads of the Demon Capture Department, the ministers of the Spiritual Warriors Management Department, the police chief, and the principals of Tongqing number 1, number 2, and number 7, along with the masters of the 3 major martial arts schools in Tongqing. Almost all the high-ranking officials of Tongqing were present, reflecting the significance placed on this grand competition. Each introduction was met with resounding applause. Notably, The three major martial arts schools in Tongqing included the local Iron Fist School, the Star and Moon School, and the branch of the renowned Alliance's War God School. Although the War God School was an external institution, its esteemed reputation across the alliance made it the strongest. Subsequently, with a proclamation from the Tongqing governor, the competition commenced. I hereby declare the Tongqing competition officially open. The announcement sent the Tongqing Sports Center into a frenzy. The much-anticipated spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 37. The Great Tongqing Competition, Part 1. Upon hearing the official start of the Tongqing competition, all participants were filled with a fighting spirit. This day had been long awaited, marking the most significant event before their crucial examinations. Everyone was determined to give their utmost effort. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the arena within the Tongqing Sports Center was divided into 4 distinct stages, where 4 simultaneous competitions would take place. The first round was an open selection. Due to nearly 500 students participating from Tongqing, the numbers were overwhelming and random matchups could result in high-level confrontations. The organizers, namely the Spiritual Warriors Association, had devised a strategy to prevent such occurrences. Students with a combat power exceeding 80 were exempt from the first round and would advance directly to the second round. Among those reported by the schools and verified by the Spiritual Warriors Association, 34 students had a combat power above 80. Notably, number 1 had the most, with 16 students, followed by number 2 with 10, and the remaining 8 from number 7. However, students with a combat power below 80 should not be underestimated, as some possessed exceptional combat talent, rivaling those with higher scores. Yet, at the body tempering stage, no matter how high one's combat prowess, it lacked the persuasive weight of a higher combat power. This was the reality. Contestants needed to draw a number from the officials, which was linked to their academic records to prevent any illicit exchanges of numbers for monetary gain that could unfairly facilitate advancement to the second round. These students were then evenly distributed across the 4 stages based on their combat power, with matchups determined purely by chance. To ensure fair competition and expedite the process, the organizers went to great lengths. Reflecting the importance the Spiritual Warriors Association placed on this grand event, during the first day of competition, Jiang Bai observed intently as he was exempt from the first round. Rather than focusing on the initial bouts, he deemed it more beneficial to devote his time to training on the stages. Some matches concluded swiftly, possibly due to significant disparities in combat power or other factors, with some students finishing their bouts in mere moments. Conversely, others engaged in more balanced exchanges, albeit Jiang Bai perceived their skirmishes as somewhat trivial. The first round operated on a point system. Students needed to accumulate over 20 points to advance to the second round, with a maximum of 30 matches allowed. Thus, each student was required to engage in at least 20 and at most 30 bouts. This high-intensity competition was physically taxing, leading some to adopt a strategy of conserving their strength. This explained why certain students concluded their matches after just a few exchanges, as those few moves could adequately gauge their opponent's combat power. Consequently, in the interest of swiftly securing victory, participants typically fought with all their might, deterring any intent to stall for time on the stage. As the first round progressed, the excitement grew. Wu Dajing had shown remarkable improvement during this period, with his combat power reaching 66 points, a significant gain of 5 points in just over a month. An impressive feat among peers. In the first round, Wu Dajing was assigned to Stage 2, where fortune favored him in earlier matches, facing opponents with lower combat power and securing easy victories. Unfortunately, in this match, he encountered Lin Xiaofeng, a student from number 2's Basic Knife Techniques class, with a combat power of 66, equal to Wu Dajing's. Unlike number 1, which excelled in basic swordsmanship, number 2 had the strongest Basic Knife Techniques class. Lin Xiaofeng was not a weak contender within his class, ranking in the middle tier. It seemed that Dajing had indeed met his match. Zhang Guangcai, observing Wu Dajing's opponent, remarked to Jiang Bai about Lin Xiaofeng's capabilities. Hearing this, Jiang Bai felt a twinge of concern for Wu Dajing. Encountering an opponent with identical combat power in the first round was daunting, as neither side would willingly concede, especially since they were from different schools. Such fierce battles were the most exhausting for students, and the Spiritual Warriors Association had regulations to mitigate excessive fatigue, allowing a half-hour rest for matches where the combat power disparity was between 1 to 3 points. Though the half-hour was insufficient, with over 100 participants on a stage, it was impractical for anyone to compete continuously. Therefore, the half-hour rest was a necessity, albeit insufficient. The competition structure of the Tongqing event was meticulously designed, anticipating nearly every possible contingency. Returning to Stage 2, we witnessed number 1's Wu Dajing facing number 2's Lin Xiaofeng. The two clasped fists in greeting, and at the referee's signal, one drew a sword while the other unsheathed a knife. Instantly, they charged towards each other. Clang, crash. The clash between the refined iron sword and the tempered steel knife erupted with ferocity. As the blades met, they spun clockwise before separating, only to collide once more in rapid succession. Within mere breaths, the two combatants exchanged numerous strikes. Wu Daning and Lin Xiaofeng exhibited comparable prowess, rendering the outcome of their duel uncertain. Seizing the opportunity presented by a moment of vulnerability in his opponent's technique, Wu Daning executed a downward strike aimed directly at Lin Xiaofeng's face. In response, Lin Xiaofeng had no choice but to defensively position his tempered steel knife horizontally before him. Wu Daning's initial strike bore no fruit, prompting him to follow up with a series of relentless downward slashes. Lin Xiaofeng, caught on the back foot, found himself compelled to defend against the onslaught. Meanwhile, a flicker of desperation coursed through Lin Xiaofeng's mind. He contemplated a sudden shift in tactics to launch a surprise thrust at Wu Daning. Unfortunately, Wu Daning seemed to anticipate this maneuver, countering with a powerful downward strike. In that moment, Lin Xiaofeng was thrust into a defensive position. From the sidelines, Jiang Bai observed Wu Daning's responses and continuous offensives. Nodding in approval, it was evident that Wu Daning's combat abilities had seen rapid improvement, and today he was showcasing his advantages on the arena. Zhang Guangcai gasped in astonishment, remarking on Wu Daning's formidable skills. Having been in different classes, he was unaware of Wu Daning's capabilities, and today's display had reshaped his understanding entirely. On the chairman's platform, prominent figures were also watching the second arena. Principal Li Guozheng of the first school turned to Li Wei beside him, chuckling as he remarked, "It appears that the students from your second school are on the brink of defeat." Both men, astute and powerful practitioners of the spirit vein realm, easily discerned that the martial capabilities of the two were, in fact, quite similar, if not indistinguishable. Presently, Wu Daning was gaining the upper hand against Lin Xiaofeng from the second school. And Principal Li Guozheng's words subtly highlighted the superiority of the first school. While Li Wei privately acknowledged Lin Xiaofeng's disadvantage, he refrained from voicing this opinion, considering that the outcome was not yet certain. After all, this was merely one instance, and victory was not guaranteed until the very end. The duel continued, neither Wu Daning nor Lin Xiaofeng aware that they had captured the attention of their respective principals. Remaining wholly focused on their contest. At that moment, the tide of battle began to shift. Chapter 38. The Tongqing Grand Tournament, Part 2. After successfully parrying another of Wu Daning's downward strikes, Lin Xiaofeng swiftly pivoted, rolling on the ground to evade Wu Daning's next assault. Without wasting a moment, he sprang to his feet and unleashed the thrust he had been eager to employ, directing it towards Wu Daning's flank. In a critical instant, Wu Daning was left with no choice but to intercept the thrust with his blade. Thud, thud, thud. Under the relentless assault from Lin Xiaofeng, Wu Daning was forced to retreat several steps. Witnessing Wu Daning's retreat, Lin Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to press forward. With his tempered steel knife thrusting ahead, he closed the distance to Wu Daning, stepping heavily forward with a powerful downward chop, executing the Overlord's blade. This fundamental knife technique was characterized by its sheer force and weight, lacking the grace and agility of swordplay, instead relying on brute strength to overwhelm the opponent. Lin Xiaofeng demonstrated remarkable proficiency in basic knife techniques, executing various strikes with ease. From the sidelines, Jiang Bai and Zhang Guangcai felt a surge of anxiety for Wu Daneng, uncertain whether he could withstand Lin Xiaofeng's ferocious onslaught. Principal Li Guozheng and Li Wei were equally engrossed, eager to see who would emerge victorious. The audience, captivated by the intensity of the duel, erupted in enthusiasm, their spirits high. The first day of the Tongqing Grand Tournament had proven worthwhile, offering such exhilarating matches. Go, Fatty, Wu Daneng, in a moment of oversight, had not anticipated that after dodging one of Lin Xiaofeng's strikes, he would be met with a flurry of follow-up attacks. Now, his only recourse was to brace himself against Lin Xiaofeng's overlord's blade. With a resounding impact, Wu Daneng was sent flying from the stage, having lost the match by a hair's breadth. Jiang Bai shook his head at Wu Daneng's final performance, recognizing that there had been a more strategic way to counter the overlord's blade rather than meeting it head-on. A more prudent approach would have been to position his sword to intercept from the side, using the blade's angle to deflect the overwhelming force of the attack, thus neutralizing the threat without losing his standing in the competition. Despite this setback, Wu Daneng still had the opportunity to advance to the second round, contingent upon his subsequent performances. On the chairman's platform, Principal Li Guozheng's expression darkened. Having just declared Wu Daneng the likely victor, he now found himself confronted with the reality of his defeat. With a huff, he fell silent, feeling discomfort by the turn of events. Conversely, Li Wei wore a broad smile, his earlier concerns replaced by delight. The ensuing battles returned to a mundane rhythm, devoid of the spectacular displays witnessed earlier. The matchmaking system was peculiar, often pairing fighters with significantly disparate levels of martial prowess. Rarely did two opponents of similar strength, like Wu Daneng and Lin Xiaofeng, find themselves in combat. As the hours passed, the morning's preliminary rounds drew to a close. During lunch with Jiang Bai and Zhang Guangcai, Wu Daneng felt a swell of pride. Having lost only one match that morning, he believed he had performed admirably and was eager to continue his winning streak in the afternoon. Jiang Bai refrained from countering Wu Daneng's optimism, recognizing that confidence was beneficial. However, he did emphasize Wu Daneng's need to address his shortcomings in the upcoming rounds, aiming for a place in the second stage. After all, the preliminary round was merely a filtering process. Only in the second stage would the true competition emerge. Zhang Guangcai praised Wu Daneng, cautioning him to remain humble, as overconfidence could lead to disgraceful failures. The afternoon's bouts unfolded like pebbles cast into a vast ocean, creating only slight ripples. The prominent figures on the chairman's platform showed little interest, many opting to rest their eyes. Their presence on the first day was merely to demonstrate their commitment to the students. The following day would be when the truly captivating battles commenced. The students in the first day's competition displayed varying degrees of strength, with many matches appearing rather juvenile, failing to captivate the audience. Principal Li Guozheng's enthusiasm waned significantly since witnessing Wu Daneng's defeat that morning. Tio Lu's against an equally matched opponent spoke volumes about the quality of instruction. The spectators, however, maintained high spirits, some cheering for their children, while others simply enjoyed the spectacle. Shouts of encouragement echoed throughout the arena, as the experiences from the morning's contests had infused everyone with newfound understanding. The afternoon matches progressed swiftly, with students rapidly accruing 20 points to advance to the second round. Wu Daneng found himself fortunate. After his morning encounter with a formidable opponent, the students he faced in the afternoon proved weaker, allowing him to secure the requisite points swiftly. Having engaged in only 21 matches, he successfully entered the second round, demonstrating remarkable luck. Yet, fortune can often align with skill. During the Spirit Yuan era, many martial practitioners emerged victorious after battles against fearsome beasts, their survival leading to significant gains in strength. The wilderness offered not only perilous creatures but also opportunities. As the first round of the Tongqing Grand Tournament neared its conclusion, most students who were destined to advance had already secured their qualifications. The remaining matches held little intrigue. Notably, Feng Feng had also successfully reached the second round, exhibiting considerable improvements in his martial prowess, even surpassing Wu Daneng. Feng Feng was among the few who managed to achieve 20 points after only 20 matches, displaying an impeccable record of victories. Regardless of his adversaries, he adeptly navigated the transitions between offense and defense. Lin Xiaofeng, on the other hand, encountered several opponents boasting martial values exceeding 70, ultimately opting to conserve his energy after brief exchanges. It was only during his 27th match that he managed to secure 20 points and advance to the second round. One cannot deny that luck is indeed an integral component of skill. By approximately 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the first round finally concluded. The students who had garnered 20 points now stood on the stage, basking in the applause of the audience, a well-deserved recognition of their efforts and a testament to their glory. Emerging victorious from a day-long struggle, they had proven that those with lower martial values must possess extraordinary endurance, a crucial attribute for future encounters with beasts in the wild. On stage, the president of the Spirit Warrior Association, Elda, appeared before the students at an unknown moment. His gaze was filled with anticipation as he took the microphone from the host and addressed the audience. Esteemed guests, valued spectators, and students present here today. After a day of intense competition, we have finally seen 30 students emerge victorious. They have endured arduous battles. Let us extend our warmest applause to encourage them. As Li Guozheng's voice resonated throughout the entire arena. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. After 30 seconds, Li Guozheng gently lowered his hand, restoring tranquility to the sports hall. The first round of the competition concluded, marking the end of today's grand contest. Let us all eagerly anticipate tomorrow's second round, for I am confident that it will be even more spectacular. Roars of excitement filled the air, with voices rising and falling. Jiang Bai clenched his fists in anticipation. Knowing that tomorrow would herald the true beginning of the thrilling spectacle, Chapter 39. The second round of battles begins Friday. The weather was clear. The Tongqing Sports Hall was abuzz for the second round of the grand competition. This round promised to be even more exhilarating, featuring a single grand stage. Thus, both contestants would find themselves in the spotlight of the entire venue, under the watchful eyes of not only the audience and students, but also the dignitaries seated at the head table. In total, 64 students would compete in the second round, including 34 who had surpassed a combat power of 80 and advanced directly to this stage, along with those who accrued 20 points in the first round. At 9 o'clock, the same host announced the commencement of the second round. Among the 30 students who had earned 20 points, they would face off against those who had advanced directly. Consequently, 4 students who had progressed from the first round would face each other. The first match was between Zhang Guangcai and Lin Xiaofeng. Upon realizing that his opponent was Lin Xiaofeng, Zhang Guangcai was momentarily taken aback. He never expected to encounter the one who had defeated Wu Daneng so soon. With so many competitors, he had not anticipated facing Lin Xiaofeng. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, let me impart a lesson to the formidable Wu Daneng through this match. At that moment, Jiang Bai stood with Wu Daneng in the waiting area, where a screen displayed the ongoing battles. Upon learning that Zhang Guangcai's opponent was Lin Xiaofeng, Wu Daneng could not help but express his frustration, lamenting that it was unfortunate for Lin Xiaofeng, as he had avoided facing him this time. Jiang Bai glanced at him and remarked, Daneng, have you not studied the format of the second round? For you two to meet, both must first advance to the top 32. Sadly, Lin Xiaofeng's opponent is Zhang Guangcai, whose combat power exceeds 90. Thus, Lin Xiaofeng stands little chance of making it to the top 32. Wu Daneng sighed, feeling disheartened. How vexing, no opportunity for vengeance, he muttered. Yet, he was also aware that it would be a challenge for him to reach the top 32. Although some could earn 20 points to advance, few students could penetrate the ranks of the top 32. After all, those who entered the second round directly boasted combat powers above 80. Meanwhile, those who advanced via points might have a slim chance against opponents with combat powers below 90. But facing those above 90 was a guaranteed defeat. Once combat power surpasses 90, the difference in strength becomes significantly pronounced. The competition format inherently favors those with higher combat power, which some might argue is somewhat unfair. The strong enjoy numerous privileges. They not only bypass the first round of eliminations but also engage in battles against opponents with lower combat power in the second round. Yet, throughout the years, no one has ever questioned the fairness of this system, nor has anyone lodged complaints, for in the league, strength reigns supreme. However, with great power comes greater responsibility. During invasions by monstrous beasts or explorations of the wild, the strong always lead the charge. In high school, a high combat power signifies strength, and thus, it is only natural for the powerful to enjoy certain advantages. On the stage, the cheers from the audience drowned out the conversation between Zhang Guangcai and Lin Xiaofeng. The onlookers focused their attention on the two contenders. A serious-looking middle-aged man pointed at Zhang Guangcai and remarked to a slightly overweight middle-aged man beside him, "Ah, Zhang Pengzi, your son is up next." Though he appeared stern, his words carried a comedic undertone. The overweight man was none other than Zhang Xiaotian, deputy director of the Beast Management Bureau, making the identity of the serious man quite clear. Li Guotian, the director of the bureau. Zhang Xiaotian chuckled. "Li Lao Gue, are you envious? If I had a son, he'd be the champion this year." Over the years, Li Guotian had been preoccupied with the affairs of the Tongqing Beast Management Bureau and his cultivation, never considering personal matters. Other dignitaries at the head table, upon overhearing their exchange, turned their gaze toward the stage. Principal Li Guojing of the first high school did not comment further, recognizing the vast disparity in their combat powers. It was only natural for Zhang Guangcai to emerge victorious in this match. Principal Li Wei of the second high school merely glanced over, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Lin Xiaofeng's unfortunate luck. The three arena masters today were clearly in a different mindset, eager to observe the students' potential to determine whom they might recruit. On the stage, the two competitors exchanged respectful salutes. From the first high school, Zhang Guangcai. From the second high school, Lin Xiaofeng. At that moment, Lin Xiaofeng felt uneasy, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Just before the competition, his teacher had introduced the formidable students from the first high school, including Jiang Bai and Jia Jingwen. But he also knew many others had combat powers exceeding 90. Zhang Guangcai was one of them, the leader of Class 4 in the stick arts, boasting formidable strength. Seeing Lin Xiaofeng's distressed expression, Zhang Guangcai smiled and said, "Come on, I'll let you strike first." Since he aimed to provide Wu Danning with a lesson today, he decided to demonstrate the power of counterattacks. Lin Xiaofeng, hearing Zhang Guangcai's words, wasted no time and initiated an attack, eager to seize the initiative. Although the odds of defeating Zhang Guangcai were slim, they had reached the second round, and he felt compelled to at least attempt an offensive. A loss would bear no cost, but a victory would be a significant gain. Lin Xiaofeng began with his most familiar and powerful technique from the basic swordplay, the Overlord's Blade. This very move had previously defeated Wu Danning, so Lin Xiaofeng hoped it would apply pressure on Zhang Guangcai as well. Upon witnessing Lin Xiaofeng's move, Zhang Guangcai chuckled lightly, thinking, "This is precisely what I was waiting for. How could it be called a teaching match without it?" With his stick wielded like a sword, Zhang Guangcai intercepted the Overlord's blade from the side. The shadowless stick glided along the steel blade, and as it reached the tip, he exerted a gentle push. Achieving maximum effect with minimal force, the push sent Lin Xiaofeng off balance, causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Guangcai executed a sweeping strike, effortlessly knocking Lin Xiaofeng off the stage. Lin Xiaofeng had been defeated without even landing a single blow. Zhang Guangcai clasped his fists, acknowledging the match. Lin Xiaofeng, standing below the stage, could only manage a wry smile. The disparity in strength was glaring, and he had been utterly overwhelmed, leaving him with no chances of victory. Nevertheless, he reciprocated the gesture with a respectful bow. The referee then announced, "The winner is Zhang Guangcai. The head table." Zhang Xiaotian was not surprised by Zhang Guangcai's effortless victory. Winning with a single move was indeed a rarity in the second round, particularly in countering an opponent's full-force attack with such ease. At that moment, Lin Danquan, the master of Xingyue Martial Arts Hall, turned to Zhang Xiaotian and inquired, "Deputy Director Zhang, I wonder if your son would be interested in joining Xingyue Martial Arts Hall." Zhang Xiaotian, pleased by the proposition, responded with a smile, "Haha, I appreciate Master Lin's kind offer, but it ultimately depends on my son's wishes." Chapter 40. Wu Danning in the waiting area. Wu Danning observed Lin Xiaofeng, who had been defeated by him, fall to Zhang Guangcai without even managing a single move. He was momentarily stunned. How could it be over so quickly? Does that mean if I were to face Zhang Guangcai, I wouldn't last a single move either? Noticing Wu Danning's shock, Zhang Bai explained, "Danning, don't be too surprised. Guangcai has studied your match against Lin Xiaofeng and understands his fighting style, which is why he could defeat him in one move." "Ah, I see, Bai Gu," Wu Danning replied. Zhang Bai, sensing that Danning was still lost in thought, elaborated, "Moreover, Lin Xiaofeng attempted to use the same technique that previously defeated you against Guangcai, which was essentially running into a wall." Wu Danning nodded, but soon fell into contemplation, unsure if he truly absorbed the information. "Mom, why do you not want me to cultivate?" The youthful Wu Danning questioned his mother. She looked at him momentarily, remaining silent as if pondering how to convince him to abandon the path of cultivation. After a long pause, her voice emerged, tinged with resignation. "Danning, the path of a spiritual warrior is fraught with difficulties." At this point, her voice seemed to quiver, as if recalling something painful. "Without talent, one cannot go far, and there may come a day when you vanish into the wilderness, with your life unknown," Wu Danning retorted. "Mom, I understood that from my very first day of cultivation, but I wish to persist." Wu Danning's tone was filled with unwavering determination. This was the first time he had dared to contradict his mother. In truth, there was a sentiment he refrained from voicing. He yearned to keep pace with Zhang Bai and Zhang Guangcai. Moreover, by becoming a spirit warrior, he hoped to alleviate some of his mother's burdens. Wu Mu gazed at Wu Danning and saw in him the shadow of Wu Fu. Wu Fu, too, had been relentless in his training despite a lack of innate talent, impervious to the counsel of others. Yet, it was this very stubbornness that had once won Wu Mu's heart. At that moment, Wu Mu understood all too well the adage, like father, like son. Even if she wished to dissuade him, she could not compel Wu Danning to abandon his pursuit. However, training was fraught with peril, and had it not been for that fateful incident, she would have certainly opposed his endeavors. Observing her son's sorrowful expression, Wu Danning resolutely declared, "Mother, this is my dream. I aspire to become a formidable spirit warrior. This is also the dream of the 3 heroes of our school." In that moment, a spark ignited in Wu Danning's eyes. Wu Mu wiped away the tears threatening to spill, rubbing her eyes just in time to catch the glimmer of hope within her son's gaze. Words failed her. That incident had transpired over a decade ago. Some matters could be buried by history, forgotten in the river of time. Yet that particular event remained deeply etched in Wu Mu's heart. Merely mentioning it could evoke a torrent of painful memories. "Very well, pursue your dream," Wu Mu said with a resigned shake of her head, hoping fervently that Danning would not follow in his father's footsteps. From that moment on, Wu Mu neither supported nor opposed Wu Danning's training, nor did she inquire about it any further. Wu Danning steadfastly pursued his aspirations, diligently honing his skills. This summer, he made the most significant advancements in his martial prowess. Perhaps a testament to the fruits of his perseverance and effort. In truth, Wu Danning was acutely aware that both Jiang Bai and Zhang Guangcai possessed superior talents, and they had been incredibly supportive during his training, patiently answering his every query. Without their companionship over the years, he doubted he would have persevered to this day, nor would he have achieved such remarkable progress in the brief span of 2 months during the summer. Had he not committed himself to training, he might have lost these two invaluable friends. Yet, he feared that the future experiences of Jiang Bai and Zhang Guangcai, slaying beasts and conquering the wilderness, might forever elude him. The future required his involvement. How could the three heroes of their school be incomplete? He did not wish to miss out on the adventures that lay ahead for them, as Jiang Bai once remarked. Without sufficient strength, one lacks the qualification to experience certain events. As memories gradually faded, the once monochrome world slowly regained its color. Danning, what's the matter? Zhang Guangcai waved his hand in front of Wu Danning's eyes. Brother Bai, could it be that Danning is unwell? Jiang Bai, equally bewildered, shook his head in confusion. As Wu Danning's thoughts returned, he noticed a hand waving before him and instinctively grasped it. What are you doing? Guangcai? Stop waving your hand in front of me. The sudden grip startled Zhang Guangcai, who quickly withdrew his hand and playfully slapped Wu Danning's shoulder. I was merely concerned for you. Just ask Brother Bai if you don't believe me. Upon hearing this, Wu Danning felt a stirring within him, as if a weight had been lifted, a moment reminiscent of the final straw that broke the camel's back. Memories of their shared experiences flooded his mind, and his eyes grew misty. Suddenly, he pulled Jiang Bai and Zhang Guangcai close and embraced them tightly. It's truly wonderful to have you by my side. Both Jiang Bai and Zhang Guangcai were taken aback. Danning, what's wrong? They were unaware that within that fleeting moment, Wu Danning had recalled an overwhelming multitude of past events. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, a figure clad in gray observed the scene, his cold gaze laced with crimson veins. Fixated on Jiang Bai as he licked his lips, as if preparing to pounce. Friends, perhaps? A faint whisper seemed to echo. The competition raged on, the crowd's cheers unwavering. Next up, Wu Danning versus Shu Qing, as the referee called his name. Wu Danning prepared to take the stage. Go for it, Danning, Zhang Guangcai encouraged him. Jiang Bai patted Wu Danning's chest, urging, do your best, but don't overexert yourself, Danna. For Wu Danning, the outcome of the match was of little consequence. What mattered was the knowledge he would gain from the encounter. At that moment, the boy in the gray suit made his way toward the arena, sneering as he passed Jiang Bai and Zhang Guangcai. Jiang Bai paid him no mind, but Zhang Guangcai regarded the passerby with a contemplative expression. On the stage, Wu Danning faced Shu Qing, who spoke with an ominous tone that sent chills down Wu Danning's spine. As though foreboding something sinister in the waiting area, Zhang Guangcai suddenly smacked his forehead, as if recalling something important. Jiang Bai, puzzled, inquired, What's the matter now? Oh no. The person fighting Danning is extremely dangerous, Zhang Guangcai exclaimed. On the stage, this time, Wu Danning refrained from initiating an attack, instead biding his time for the right moment to strike. Shu Qing, a practitioner of basic boxing, wore a pair of boxing gloves. He licked his lips, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. In an instant, Shu Qing lunged at Wu Danning, rapidly closing the distance between them to a mere 3 meters. Chapter 41. The ruthless Shu Qing in the waiting area. Zhang Guangcai spoke gravely. Brother Bai, you should know that Shu Qing is the top student from Class 7 and possesses formidable strength. Shu Qing, also known as the Black Fist Devil, practices basic boxing and is known for his cruel and volatile temperament. He often strikes with lethal intent, leaving his opponents in utter despair. It is rumored that he once sent a student to the hospital for 2 months with a single punch. Later, it is said that the principal of Class 7 intervened on his behalf. And due to substantial compensation to the injured student's family, the matter was swept under the rug. Since then, he has not fought anyone, likely because no one dares to face him. Moreover, His martial prowess remains undisclosed, but it is estimated to be above 98. I can't believe Danning has to face him. I hope nothing happens to him. Zhang Bai shared Zhang Guangcai's concern for Wu Danning, fearing he might act recklessly. If Shu Qing truly was as dangerous as Zhang Guangcai suggested, then Danning. Meanwhile, not far from Zhang Bai, a group of students discussed the match, their voices tinged with fear and sympathy. Look, Shu Qing is toying with his opponent again. That poor guy is doomed. I really hope the referee intervenes soon, or else. In a secluded corner high above the waiting area, two girls sat quietly. Jingwen, why are we sitting here? It's so remote and dark. One asked, don't you think it's peaceful here? Replied the other. These two were Jia Jingwen and Lu Jiejia. Their choice of seating went largely unnoticed, allowing for a tranquil atmosphere. Lu Jiejia glanced up just in time to see Shu Qing facing off against Wu Danning. Her expression grave. Jingwen, did you know? Shu Qing is incredibly ferocious. His opponent is in for a rough time. Jia Jingwen paid little mind, dismissing him as a mere clown. Ha ha, true, you only have eyes for Zhang Bai. Lu Jiejia teased. However, just as the words left her lips, she sensed an icy chill nearby. Quickly shifting the topic, Lu Jiejia remarked, Jingwen, I believe Wu Danning is from your class, right? And if I recall correctly, he is Zhang Bai's underling. What if Wu Danning gets severely injured? What would happen to Zhang Bai? He might just go mad. Jia Jingwen murmured softly, casting her gaze downward, following her line of sight. One could spot Zhang Bai and Zhang Guangcai standing below. The scene shifted back to the arena, where the distance between the two fighters continued to close. It is unwise to allow someone who practices basic boxing to come too close. Wu Danning quickly responded, intending to sweep his sword to hinder Shu Qing's advance. Unfortunately, Shu Qing paid no heed, his eyes glinting with mockery. With a casual flick, he effortlessly intercepted the sweeping sword. The disparity in their martial abilities was stark. To Shu Qing, Wu Danning's swordplay seemed nothing more than child's play. The distance between them continued to shrink. Wu Danning, determined, wielded his sword in a chopping motion, hoping to leverage its immense force to obstruct Shu Qing. Yet, Shu Qing merely unleashed a powerful punch, striking the iron sword with tremendous force, followed by a series of rapid blows. Bang! Wu Dan was directly sent flying, gliding across the ground for some distance, his back scraping against the earth, yet Shu Qing appeared utterly unfazed, not even shifting his posture. Following this, Shu Qing revealed a sinister smile, cackling ominously. He surged forward once more to launch an attack. Wu Dan, witnessing this, gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his back, laboriously rising to his feet, raising his sword as he approached Shu Qing. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. One more step back, and he would be out of the ring. The audience below held their breath, astonished by the ferocity of the blows. Among the crowd, a middle-aged woman clutched her clothing tightly. Consumed by worry on the stage, the boxing gloves clashed with the iron sword once again, the tremendous force reverberating through the blade, rendering Wu Dan unable to maintain his grip. Yet, he resolutely clung to the sword. In that moment, Wu Dan summoned his fierce determination, gripping the sword tightly. If he was to lose, he would do so with dignity. Shu Qing grinned wickedly. He had no intention of ending Wu Dan with a single blow. He desired to toy with him first. Since Wu Dan refused to relinquish his hold on the sword, Shu Qing resolved to strike until he did. With astonishing speed, Shu Qing advanced, so swiftly that Wu Dan had no time to react. Forcing him to position the sword defensively in front of himself while attempting to stabilize his stance, it appeared as though he was determined to endure Shu Qing's assault. With a resounding impact, a punch sent Wu Dan and his sword hurtling backward. The disparity in their abilities was insurmountable, and Wu Dan began to accept his impending defeat. To continue fighting would be akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Foolish. Regrettably, It seemed that his desire to concede had been perceived by Shu Qing, who cackled once more and swiftly closed the distance to Wu Dan in a commanding position. Shu Qing unleashed a barrage of punches upon Wu Dan's face, effectively silencing any words of surrender that might have escaped his lips. Finally, with a slight bend of his arm, he delivered a powerful downward strike, the rushing fist. This blow landed squarely on Wu Dan's chest. With a resounding crash, Wu Dan was sent crashing to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Some of the more timid spectators had already covered their eyes, having never witnessed such a brutal display. All participants in this grand competition were students, engaging in friendly martial arts. Such ferocity was unheard of. The middle-aged woman, witnessing the scene, gripped her clothing so tightly that her knuckles turned white. At the judge's table, Principal Li Guizhong could no longer contain himself, directly questioning Principal Lu Dongdong of the 7th High School. "Is this how your students fight in a friendly match?" Lu Dongdong merely smirked. "It's simply a matter of skill. Besides, when facing ferocious beasts in the future, injuries will be far worse. It's better for them to acclimate sooner rather than later." Li Wei watched from the sidelines, contemplating. This Shu Qing must be the trump card of the 7th High, possessing such a ruthless streak. The brows of the three martial arts school heads furrowed slightly. Shu Qing was indeed excessively brutal, overpowering the weak while exhibiting such ferocity. In the waiting area, Jiang Bai clenched his fists tightly. Zhang Guangcai was seething with anger, feeling that the situation had become intolerable. On the stage, the referee had begun the countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2. Just as the countdown reached its final second, Wu Dan stood up, the iron sword firmly gripped in his hand. With a sudden burst, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed Wu Dan was still determined to persist. Shu Qing grinned maliciously as he advanced, landing punch after punch upon Wu Dan. Finally, with another rushing fist, he sent Wu Dan flying. Yet Shu Qing remained unsatisfied, intent on pursuing him further. The audience was terrified. "No!" the middle-aged woman cried out. "Stop!" Jiang Bai, unable to bear the sight any longer, found himself at the edge of the stage without realizing how he got there. He charged onto the platform, directly confronting Shu Qing with a punch. Both men staggered back, and Jiang Bai seized the opportunity to catch Wu Dan, informing the referee of his surrender. Zhang Guangcai also ascended the stage, reprimanding Shu Qing. "What the hell is wrong with you? Why such brutality?" Shu Qing merely chuckled nonchalantly. "I don't know. I didn't expect him to be so fragile." Jiang Bai locked eyes with Shu Qing, saying nothing more. "Guangcai, let us get Dan down." Throughout the ordeal, Wu Dan clutched the sword tightly, refusing to let go, as if defending his final shred of honor. "Dan, you foolish boy, why must you cling to the sword? If it slips from your grasp, the referee will declare you incapable of fighting." Someone remarked. In truth, Wu Dan merely wished to stand and concede. He had not anticipated Shu Qing's ruthlessness. In the stands, the middle-aged woman, her hands pale from tension, rushed forward, her voice choked with emotion. She was Wu Dan's mother. "Dan, Dan," she cried, embracing him, her voice breaking to that moment. Wu Dan's face was bruised and swollen, rendering his features unrecognizable. His eyes were squinted, mouth slightly agape, mumbling, "Mom Guangcai, call a doctor." Jiang Bai urgently instructed Zhang Guangcai as they watched the ambulance depart. Jiang Bai and Zhang Guangcai exchanged worried glances. "Brother Bai?" Zhang Guangcai fretted over Wu Dan's condition. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively, his heart ablaze with anger, feeling the temperature of his skin rising. Shu Qing was formidable, and Wu Dan's loss was not unjust. However, it was clear that Wu Dan had already lost the ability to fight. Yet Shu Qing continued to strike. This was excessive. Having just exchanged blows with Shu Qing, Jiang Bai felt a lingering pain in his hand. Not far away, Shu Qing observed the scene, his smile growing increasingly sinister as he licked the spot where his fist had met Jiang Bai's. It was intriguing. The second round continued, yet Jiang Bai had lost all desire to watch. Given the current circumstances, Xu Qing clearly possessed the strength to advance to the finals. All he hoped for was that the competition would proceed swiftly, so he could confront Xu Qing soon. Before long, it was Jiang Bai's turn to compete. His opponent was a student from the second high school. First high, Jiang Bai. Second high, Lu Tong. I hope Brother Bai will show mercy. Lu Tong thought to himself. He was in the same class as Lin Xiaofeng, who had just fought Zhang Guangcai. Lu Tong had mocked Lin for his misfortune in facing someone with a combat power exceeding 90. Now, however, his luck had turned worse as he faced a strong contender for the championship. With no choice but to concede at the outset, Lu Tong took a deep breath. Those who made it to the second round would not surrender easily. He swiftly closed the distance to Jiang Bai, bringing it to within 10 meters. Jiang Bai remained motionless, seemingly awaiting his fate. Yet Lu Tong did not interpret Jiang Bai's stillness as passivity. Lu Tong remained vigilant, and as he approached within 5 meters, he stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, propelling himself toward Jiang Bai like an arrow released from a bow, his steel blade raised above his head, executing a basic sword technique, a strike aimed at the heavens. The audience, unfamiliar with Jiang Bai, began to sweat in nervous anticipation. Some wondered if Jiang Bai had been rendered speechless with fear, while others turned away. Unwilling to witness the imminent clash in the waiting area, Zhang Guangcai pondered Jiang Bai's inaction. The distance between the sword and Jiang Bai was now merely 2 meters, far too close for comfort. "Strike at the heavens!" Lu Tong shouted, the two men now perilously close, yet Jiang Bai remained unmoved. At that moment, Lu Tong entertained an absurd notion. Was Jiang Bai allowing him to win? Could it be that, even in a dire situation, he could advance? Alas, this was merely Lu Tong's fantasy. Reality often delivers a harsh blow. Just as the blade was about to strike Jiang Bai, he shifted his body slightly, evading the attack. Simultaneously, his iron sword was drawn, executing a horizontal block to intercept Lu Tong's next strike. Clang! Jiang Bai grunted softly, pushing back with all his might, and Lu Tong felt an overwhelming force surge through him, sending him stumbling backward. Just as he managed to regain his footing, Jiang Bai's iron sword hovered ominously at his throat. So swift. The referee, witnessing the turn of events, declared, "The winner is Jiang Bai from first high." The audience in the stands was on edge, their hearts racing with anticipation as this match unfolded. Just a moment ago, it seemed that Jiang Bai was on the verge of defeat, yet after a single move, the formidable Lu Tong found himself bested. In the waiting area, Zhang Guangcai was equally taken aback. The intensity with which Brother Bai played was astonishing. He had almost believed that Jiang Bai was consumed by the pain of Wu Daning's injury and would choose not to fight. However, Jia Jingwen, being more familiar with Jiang Bai, discerned an unprecedented seriousness in him throughout this confrontation. The injury of a brother had not clouded Jiang Bai's judgment. Instead, it had rendered him even more formidable. "Xu Qing, I hope you will not come to regret your actions." I in the shadows, a sinister chuckle echoed, "How amusing. I truly wish to tear you apart sooner rather than later. But wait, how could such thoughts cross my mind?" Xu Qing appeared to be in torment. At the chairman's table, the principal of number 1 high school felt a sense of relief. At the beginning of the semester, when Jiang Bai was late, he had assumed that Jiang Bai was slacking off. Yet, as subsequent events unfolded, he realized that Jiang Bai had never been negligent and had always strived to excel. The principal of number 2 wore a grave expression, admitting that the battle had concluded too swiftly, leaving Jiang Bai's true strength concealed. The principal of number 7 remained impassive. It was only through strength that Xu Qing's fighting spirit could be ignited. Each of the three harbored distinct thoughts. The director of the Jiao division, Li Guotian, narrowed his eyes, contemplating Jiang Bai, the high school student who had slain a rat demon with the prowess of a non-martial artist. Zhang Xiaotian stroked his chin, pondering if this was indeed the esteemed Jiang Bai that Guangcai often spoke of. With such strength, it was no wonder Guangcai held him in such high regard. Were he to face the same opponent, he surely would not perform as well. A moment's hesitation could lead to disaster. Elvida and Lei Kaishan were somewhat acquainted with Jiang Bai's abilities. In their eyes, he was a youth with peculiar inclinations, Elvida mused. It seems Jiang Bai's strength has progressed yet again since our last meeting. The presiding official at the center of the chairman's table finally opened his eyes for the first time. As the highest authority of the Tongqing government, he may not possess the strongest martial skills, yet his power was undeniable. President LV, Director Li, this Jiang Bai is the protagonist of that recent incident, isn't he? The presiding official, Lu Siming, inquired. Both Elvida and Li Guotian promptly affirmed, "Indeed, Director Lu." "Quite impressive," Lu Siming remarked, offering the first commendation of the competition. The three heads of the martial arts schools bore various expressions. They had long kept a watchful eye on Jiang Bai, particularly as he ranked second at number 1 high school. Moreover, with an unremarkable family background, he was someone they could cultivate. This time, witnessing Jiang Bai's battle only solidified their resolve to recruit him. Each silently vowed that after this grand competition, they would seek out Jiang Bai, ideally securing him for their own school. However, one matter remained unclear. What was the incident that Director Lu Siming had alluded to? The three were perplexed but chose not to dwell on it further. What mattered now was to consider how to bring Jiang Bai into their respective martial arts schools. Jiang Bai remained remarkably composed, unaware that due to this match, he had garnered the attention of those at the chairman's table. He was also oblivious to the extent of interest his feat of slaying a monster with his physical prowess had stirred above. All he knew was that in this grand competition, he intended to conclude swiftly. No one could obstruct his path. He possessed the confidence to do so. Chapter 43. Zhang Guangcai versus Xu Qing. The competition continued. And after a fierce battle, the top 16 had finally emerged. During this time, Jiang Bai encountered another opponent from number 7 high school, whom he easily defeated with a decisive strike. This round proved less effortless for Zhang Guangcai, as he faced a rival of equal strength, ultimately triumphing and eliminating the competitor from number 2 high school. At the chairman's table, Principal Li Guozhing's expression finally lightened. The combat levels among peers better showcased the quality of the school's instruction. The loss suffered by Wu Danning had been redeemed by Zhang Guangcai's victory. "Well, it seems we are at a stalemate," the principal of number 2 lamented, having lost a promising contender for the top 8. Notably, Jia Jingwen had faced opponents from number 1 high school twice. The first was a female student, her devoted fan, who conceded immediately, allowing Jia Jingwen to advance to the top 32. The subsequent opponent, a male student, appeared incredibly nervous upon seeing Jia Jingwen, his hands trembling slightly. Jia Jingwen effortlessly dispatched him from the ring, progressing to the top 16. Her 2 matches had eliminated her own peers, prompting Principal Li Guozhing to reflect on why so many from No. 1 high school reached the second round only to face internal conflicts. Li Wei remarked, "Goodness, you might as well be called Lever Saiguijing." Lu Dongdong, however, remained silent. Winning or losing had ceased to matter at this point. The grand competition had reached a stage where some advanced while others were eliminated. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers from the audience, the intense battles culminated in the emergence of the top 16. After a series of exhilarating contests, the second round of the Tongqing Grand Competition concluded successfully. The host announced, "Now, in the third round of battles, we will witness even more thrilling matches. Therefore, we have arranged for dedicated commentators to provide insights." The host gestured towards a specific direction, encouraging the audience to applaud heartily. Instantly, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd as they turned to see a commentary booth. Atop a high platform in the Tongqing Sports Center, a commentary booth had been set up, with 2 men and 1 woman standing by. Let us warmly welcome the commentators for the third round of battles. M.R. Ma Lin, the instructor of the swordsmanship class for third-year students at No. 1 High School. Ms. Liu Jiai, the instructor of the knife technique class for third-year students at No. 2 High School. And Mr. Zhong Dahai, the instructor of the boxing class for third-year students at No. 7 High School. The three commentators exchanged glances, and finally, Mr. Ma Lin spoke. Good day to all the viewers. We three are the special commentators for this grand competition, and with our presence, the upcoming matches will surely be more exciting. The audience erupted in cheers. Zhang Bai's parents had also come to witness the grand competition. That commentator seems to be Zhang Bai's basic swordsmanship instructor, Zhang Bai's father remarked, looking at Ma Lin at the commentary booth. Indeed, that's Xiao Bai's basic swordsmanship teacher. Let us watch the match. We missed his earlier battles, his mother responded. They had intended to arrive earlier, but the recent surge in demand for fruit deliveries in Tongqing had kept them occupied. It was only after completing their last delivery that they managed to arrive just in time for the top 16 matches. The top 16 matches were officially underway. All participants had a combat power level of 85 or above. No. 1 High School led with the most competitors, 8 in total, securing half the available spots. No. 2 followed with 5, while No. 7 had the least, with 3.8 matches would take place, and the victors would advance to the top 8. In the first match, Zhang Guangcai faced off against Xu Qing in the waiting area. Upon hearing that his opponent was Xu Qing, Zhang Guangcai thought to himself, now I can truly unleash my full potential. Brother Bai, I will confront Xu Qing, he declared, his tone heavy with determination. Zhang Bai did not respond immediately but gazed intently at Zhang Guangcai. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, do your best, Guangcai. Understood. A brief exchange. Yet Zhang Guangcai grasped Brother Bai's meaning, turning with confidence to head towards the arena. However, he resolved that even if he were to concede, he would at least land a few blows on Xu Qing. After all, his good friend Wu Danning had been hospitalized. Zhang Guangcai could not allow Xu Qing to advance to the finals so easily. Zhang Bai understood Zhang Guangcai's intentions and recognized that he had his own boundaries. For now, he simply needed to have faith in him. In the arena, Xu Qing taunted, I hope you won't surrender. Ever since I fought that hefty fellow, my subsequent opponents have all thrown in the towel. It's simply too dull. Xu Qing's cruel reputation had indeed caused many opponents to concede without a fight. Rest assured, I intend to make you experience the taste of defeat without yielding, Zhang Guangcai retorted. With both fighters harboring their own thoughts, they prepared for battle. From No. 1 High School, Zhang Guangcai faced off against Xu Qing from No. 7 High School. The match commenced. At the referee's command, Zhang Guangcai charged towards Xu Qing with blinding speed. Xu Qing, with a sinister grin, initiated his attack as well. The distance between them quickly diminished in a heartbeat. The sound of fists colliding with weapons echoed as they exchanged blows multiple times. From the commentary booth, Ma Lin began to narrate the unfolding scene. Currently, the two combatants in the arena hail from No. 1 and No. 7 High Schools. Point 1 has trained in basic staff techniques, while the other specializes in boxing. Initially, neither is going all out. They are merely testing each other's capabilities. Zhang Guangcai employs powerful swings with his staff, delivering forceful and rapid strikes. Ms. Liu Jiai added. Xu Qing remained unfazed, using lateral punches to block Zhang Guangcai's advances before launching a whip-like punch utilizing the momentum from his body rotation. Zhong Dahai continued with his commentary, as several commentators engaged in an exchange of insights regarding the match, greatly enhancing the viewing experience for the audience below in the arena. As the commentators had noted, the clash of whip-like punches and swinging staffs echoed fiercely. Zhang Guangcai's martial prowess was admittedly somewhat inferior. Although he had initially gained the upper hand, he was barely able to hold his ground. After this intense confrontation, Zhang Guangcai found himself retreating hastily. Indeed, there was much to commend in his opponent's skill, which explained why he could so effortlessly vanquish formidable foes. However, utilizing the friction of the Wu Ying staff against the ground, Zhang quickly regained his balance and launched another offensive. Shu Qing's eyes, now bloodshot, indicated he was prepared to unleash his full strength. At this moment, the true battle was only just commencing, in an astonishing display of speed. Shu Qing darted to Zhang Guangcai's side, unleashing a powerful punch. Having witnessed Shu Qing's swiftness in his previous encounter with Wu Danning, Zhang Guangcai anticipated this assault. He lowered his center of gravity, evading the punch while executing a sweeping strike aimed at Shu Qing's lower body. Chapter 44. Zhang Guangcai's defeat. Shu Qing smirked malevolently, pressing forward without a hint of concern for Zhang Guangcai's sweeping staff. The moment Zhang Guangcai caught sight of Shu Qing's grin, an uneasy feeling washed over him, yet he had faith in his instincts. However, just as the staff was a mere meter from Shu Qing, he leaped lightly, executing a second jump that brought him directly in front of Zhang Guangcai, delivering a punch that struck Zhang's cheek with tremendous force. Bang! The punch sent Zhang Guangcai flying, rolling several times across the arena. A double jump. Zhang Guangcai had not anticipated Shu Qing's mastery of such a technique. Zhang Bai furrowed his brow upon witnessing the maneuver. This was no trivial feat. In the arena, Shu Qing showed no intention of granting Zhang Guangcai any respite. If anything, he seemed even more ferocious, closing in to deliver a crushing blow. Zhang Guangcai, recognizing the imminent danger, dared not rise immediately. Letting out a muffled groan, he rolled a few times on the ground. Evading Shu Qing's relentless pursuit in the wake of Zhang Guangcai's retreat, Shu Qing unleashed a series of punches upon the arena floor. Fortunately, Zhang Guangcai's quick reflexes spared him. Otherwise, he would have been gravely injured under Shu Qing's relentless onslaught. As Shu Qing's eyes grew increasingly bloodshot from frustration, evident with veins bulging, he let out a furious roar, infuriated by his failure to land a blow on Zhang Guangcai. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Guangcai swiftly rolled back onto his feet. The impact of Shu Qing's previous punch had inflicted considerable damage, and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gasping for air as he steadied himself for Shu Qing's next attack. Today, even if he were to lose in a disgraceful manner, he was determined to strike Shu Qing at least once. "You foolish insect, is evasion all you know?" Shu Qing spat, his voice hoarse with rage. "Heh, is this all the strength you possess?" Zhang Guangcai, undeterred, refused to show any weakness despite his disadvantage. "Insect, you have successfully provoked my ire," Shu Qing cackled ominously, sending chills down the spines of those present. From the commentary table, both fighters exchanged barbs, attempting to incite one another. What tactics would they employ next? The audience could hardly wait to find out. Suddenly, Zhong Dahai's voice cut through the air. "Look, they are launching another attack." "What?" Shu Qing had managed to firmly grasp Zhang Guangcai's wooing staff with both hands. As expected, Shu Qing surged forward once more, with Zhang Guangcai mirroring his advance. They closed the gap in mere moments. Zhang Guangcai executed a powerful downward strike, aiming for Shu Qing's face. Shu Qing cackled again, raising his arms above his head to trap Zhang Guangcai's staff between his fists. Zhang Guangcai was taken aback. He tugged forcefully at the staff, attempting to free it from Shu Qing's grasp, but to no avail. Shu Qing's strength was overwhelming. Now, Shu Qing's smile grew even more sinister. "How will you escape now?" At the VIP table, Principal Li Guojing of the 1st High School turned to Principal Lu Dongdong of the 7th High School, remarking, "Lu, why do I feel that Shu Qing exhibits some serious psychological issues and a disturbing penchant for violence? Has he perhaps mastered some lethal martial technique?" Lu Dongdong chuckled dismissively. "Oh, it's just youth. Every personality type exists." At this moment, Principal Li Wei of the 2nd High School appeared contemplative, pondering whether Shu Qing's demeanor might be influenced by some martial discipline. Zhang Guangcai's father, Zhang Xiaotian, anxiously observed the match, confident that his son's training would guide him to make the right choices in the waiting area. Jiang Bai silently urged, "Guangcai, Please don't push yourself too hard. The scene shifted back to the arena. At this juncture, it seemed as though Zhang Guangcai's wooing staff was welded to Shu Qing's hands. With a powerful yank, Shu Qing attempted to pull Zhang Guangcai, staff and all, toward him. However, Zhang Guangcai relinquished his weapon, leaving Shu Qing to grasp nothing but air as he stumbled backward. Planting his left foot firmly on the ground, Zhang Guangcai launched a punch toward Shu Qing, seemingly intent on delivering a decisive blow against a cornered adversary. Just as the punch was about to connect, Shu Qing regained his balance with a devilish grin, tilting his head to the left to evade Zhang Guangcai's strike while simultaneously seizing his wrist. Now, where do you think you're going? Shu Qing grinned menacingly. Just as he prepared to pin Zhang Guangcai down, Zhang Guangcai suddenly shouted, "I concede." The referee had been closely monitoring the bout, especially since the last match involving Shu Qing had resulted in a severe injury to Wu Danning, causing the previous referee to step down in fear. Thus, he remained vigilant, particularly with the presence of a dangerous competitor like Shu Qing. Upon hearing Zhang Guangcai's concession, the referee immediately intervened, grasping both Shu Qing and Zhang Guangcai to separate them. Shu Qing, still seething with rage, attempted to lash out at the referee, but the official, being a seasoned martial artist, proved too formidable for him to escape. Zhang Guangcai let out a sigh of relief. Shu Qing truly was a madman. The referee raised Shu Qing's hand and declared, "The first match goes to Shu Qing." Shu Qing's crimson eyes bore into Zhang Guangcai, as if seeking to devour him whole. "Why did you concede? Did you not vow you would never give in?" Feigning ignorance to Shu Qing's piercing gaze, Zhang Guangcai thanked the referee and made his way to the waiting area. Deliberately ignoring Shu Qing's glare, Shu Qing let out a furious roar before leaping down from the ring, as if consumed by an unquenchable rage. At the VIP table, Zhang Xiaotian chuckled at his son's performance, thinking, "This kid is truly my offspring. Conceding is not disgraceful. He is still young, and there will be future opportunities to reclaim his honor." Director Li Guozheng of the Demon Suppression Bureau glanced at Shu Qing and then at Principal Lu Dongdong, pondering what a fierce temperament Shu Qing possesses, and there's an inexplicable quality about him that I cannot quite place. In the waiting area, Zhang Bai pulled Zhang Guangcai close, reassuring him, "It's all right, Guangcai. Brother Bai, Shu Qing is quite formidable. It's a pity I couldn't land a few strikes before conceding." Back in the waiting area, Zhang Guangcai expressed his dissatisfaction to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai gently placed a hand on Zhang Guangcai's shoulder, surveying their surroundings before saying, "Fortunately, you only received a punch to the face. The damage isn't too severe. Don't worry, I'll handle Shu Qing," he thought to himself, yearning for an opportunity to face Shu Qing soon. Feeling an odd familiarity about him, the referee continued to announce the subsequent matches. In the second match, Cheng Wu of the first high school faced off against Zhang Wanning of the second high school. Zhang Wanning was one of only 3 students from the second high school with a martial prowess exceeding 90, second only to their top student, Su Renjia. Cheng Wu, with a score below 90, had worked diligently to reach this level, far surpassing his brother Cheng Wan, who had failed to make it into the top 32. Cheng Wan's elimination had come at the hands of Su Renjia, making the loss seem justifiable. In this bout, Cheng Wu ultimately fell short against Zhang Wanning, being eliminated in the round of 16. Consequently, Zhang Wanning became the second competitor to advance to the top 8. In the third match, Shi Jin from the first high school squared off against Lin Daqiang from the second high school. Chapter 45. The Clash of Fists and Blade. Shi Jin, the deputy leader of the Iron Fist martial arts school, had been meticulously trained by his father, Shi Hong, since childhood. Displaying remarkable talent, he had garnered high hopes from his father. Shi Hong, a master of fist techniques, frequently guided Shi Jin, thus ensuring his solid foundation in martial arts. Regularly observing matches at the dojo, Shi Jin had also honed his combat skills over time. Lin Daqiang, a fervent practitioner of basic fist techniques, was a true martial arts enthusiast. Their duel was expected to be a fierce contest. Yet Lin Daqiang was merely an average student with a power rating of 87. First high school, Shijian. Second high school, Lin Daqiang. The imminent clash between the two parties is palpable. This can be regarded as the inaugural duel among practitioners of the same foundational martial arts in the round of 16. At the VIP table, Lin Danquan, the head of the Xingyue Martial Arts Academy, turned to Shi Jin and remarked, "It appears that among these two, it is Shi Jin who shall advance. Allow me to extend my early congratulations, Shi Pavilion Master." Shi Hong responded with a faint smile. "You are too kind, Pavilion Master Lin." Lin Danquan continued, "Might I inquire about Shi Pavilion Master's thoughts on Lin Daqiang?" With a keen sense of the underlying implication of the question, Shi Hong replied, "I do find Lin Daqiang intriguing, however. I must respect his decisions." Lin Danquan nodded, choosing not to probe further, as it seemed Shi Hong too had an interest in Lin Daqiang. The scene shifted back to the arena. Bang, bang, bang. Unlike other matches, this encounter was a fierce exchange of blows. Fist met fist with a resounding thud. A straight punch collided with a straight punch, thud. Then came a sharp whip punch in a fierce exchange. This match has indeed delivered an exhilarating showdown. At the VIP table, Teacher Ma Lin began his commentary, and Teacher Lu Jiai from the second high school chimed in. This match is particularly captivating. There are no ostentatious displays of weaponry. The speed and power of their punches are akin to drawing a bow and releasing an arrow. Each move embodies the aesthetic of strength. Teacher Zhong Dahai, an instructor of foundational boxing at the third high school, noted, "As a teacher of basic boxing, I possess the most profound understanding of boxing among the commentators." The audience below expressed their preference for such a straightforward confrontation. For in a typical brawl, fists are indeed the weapon of choice. Refreshing, indeed. Shi Jin bellowed, followed by a few hearty thumps to his chest, roaring, "Come again." Lin Daqiang seized the opportunity to attack. Despite the overwhelming odds against him in this grand tournament, he believed in fighting with full vigor, exclaiming, "Ya, Overlord Charge." The Overlord Charge, a formidable combination of straight and thrust punches from basic boxing, was unleashed directly towards Shi Jin's face. Unwilling to concede, Shi Jin retaliated with his own Overlord Charge. The clash of Overlord Charges epitomized a battle between true warriors. Zhong Dahai elaborated on their techniques. Bang! This punch reverberated like a thunderous strike to the heart, igniting the audience's fervor. The Overlord Charges collided, and both fighters staggered back. Lin Daqiang, albeit at a disadvantage in terms of strength, retreated to the very edge of the arena, teetering on the brink of defeat. Shi Jin, feeling the rush of adrenaline, quickly regained his composure and called out to Lin Daqiang, "Shall we continue?" Lin Daqiang coughed, suppressing the surge of blood rising in his throat. "I concede. Perhaps we shall meet again." Continuing would only lead to injury, and Shi Jin needed to conserve his strength for subsequent battles. "Very well, we shall fight again another day." Shi Jin acquiesced to Lin Daqiang's request. Following this bout, a mutual respect blossomed between the two fighters. This is how a true martial artist should be, charming in their ferocity. For individuals like Xu Qing, with their ruthless nature, are the exception rather than the rule. In the quarterfinals, Shi Jin secured his place. The fourth match featured El Wenzhong from the first high school facing off against Su Renjia from the second high school. Upon hearing this matchup, Elda's expression soured. As the host of the event, the Lingwu Association had access to the competitors' records, and he was aware of Su Renjia's formidable talent, having encountered him before. A member of the esteemed Su family from Tongqing, Su Renjia had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Bai. Boasting a martial prowess of 98 just recently, he was undoubtedly a contender for the championship in this tournament. El Wenzhong seemed to have drawn the short straw, facing Su Renjia when fortune could have favored him otherwise. He never harbored illusions of his son clinching the championship, but hoped for at least a place in the top 8. Alas, that hope had evaporated. Why must my son inherit only my handsome visage, yet lack my talent? El Wanzhong mused, feeling a mix of admiration and frustration at his own misfortune, now facing Su Renjie, whom he had once regarded as a benchmark. On the arena, El Wanzhong was met by Su Renjie, a strikingly handsome figure with sharp eyebrows and deep-set eyes, a high-bridged nose, and chiseled features, truly a dashing young gentleman, earning him the moniker Scholar Swordsman among the students. This match was a duel of blades and swords, and the cheers from the crowd resonated with fervor as both combatants possessed striking appearances and throngs of admirers. Yet, a slight disparity in martial prowess loomed as the referee announced the commencement of the battle. The two opponents charged forth. One wielded a sword, exuding an air of gentility, while the other grasped a knife, embodying martial valor. The spectators reveled in the spectacle, recognizing the duality of beauty and strength on display, lamenting the necessity of elimination. Alas, this is a competition. Someone must remain, while another must depart, Teacher Ma Lin interjected. Finally, Zhong Dehai, still riding the high of his previous commentary on the fierce bout between warriors, added, the last match showcased a ferocious clash of fists, while this one presents a compelling contest between two handsome combatants. Who will emerge victorious? Amidst the cheers, the two figures clashed, their blades and swords meeting in a symphony of steel. Acknowledging the imbalance in their martial prowess, El Wanzhong attempted to leverage the pressure of Su Renjie's swordplay, spinning to dislodge the weapon. Yet, Su Renjie was not so easily bested. He took a step back, gripping his sword firmly, allowing the tip to slide against El Wanzhong's blade. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself forward, executing a series of spins, his sword like a diamond in motion. As the first half concluded, the second half commenced. The clashing of El Wanzhong's steel blade and Su Renjie's iron sword produced a sizzling sound. El Wanzhong had no choice but to retreat, waiting for an opportune moment to counter. In a sudden burst of energy, El Wanzhong thrust his blade upward, separating the two weapons with a forceful motion, the recoil sending him stumbling back. Su Renjie gracefully landed, maintaining an air of poise. Observing this, El sighed, why must my son always fall short? As El Wanzhong felt the weight of defeat, he quickly regrouped, launching into his next attack. Su Renjie mirrored his resolve, closing the distance between them. With the clash of their weapons echoing through the arena, El Wanzhong realized he could not afford to prolong this battle. After a fierce exchange, he seized a moment to create distance, catching his breath. He then executed a move. Azure Dragon emerges from water, aimed at Su Renjie. Unfazed, Su Renjie smiled slightly, prepared to counter. With a swift motion, he intercepted El Wanzhong's strike effortlessly, though El Wanzhong's attack was thwarted. He smirked, having drawn Su Renjie into his trapped eye in an instant. He pressed down, launching himself into the air, gathering strength for a decisive blow. Chop! Yet Su Renjie remained composed, evading the strike with a graceful lean back. As he regained his stance, he advanced swiftly, swinging his sword. Facing this assault, El Wanzhong, fatigued and unprepared, could only hastily raise his blade to defend. The clash resounded with a deafening boom. Bang! El Wanzhong was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his blade clattering away. The referee began the countdown. 10, 9. In the final second, El Wanzhong could not rise, and the referee declared Su Renjie the victor. Instead of immediately exiting the arena, Su Renjie approached El Wanzhong, extending a hand. Startled, El Wanzhong wondered if he intended to deliver a final blow. Apologies, El brother. I did not mean to hold back, Su Renjie said, offering his hand. Recognizing the gesture, El Wanzhong took it, and the two descended the stage, sharing light-hearted banter. In this display of camaraderie, the scholar swordsman triumphed, while El Wanzhong acknowledged his defeat. With 4 matches completed thus far, we have borne witness to the perils of combat. the intensity of rivalry, and the bonds of friendship forged through struggle, signaling the conclusion of the first half. Next, we shall embark on the second half of the tournament, where the excitement of the round of 16 continues. Let us await the unfolding spectacle with bated breath. In the second half, the first match featured Lu Jiahui from the first high school facing off against Lu Jiahao from the second high school. Lu Jiahao, who had honed his foundational swordsmanship, was the last remaining fighter with a combat power exceeding 90 from the second high school, ranking third among his peers. Lu Jiahui, a close friend of Jia Jiangwen, excelled in leg techniques, possessing a fiery temperament and earning the nickname Flying Leg. She was the only practitioner of basic leg techniques among the top 16 competitors. While those trained in basic leg techniques are not particularly skilled in combat, they possess other utilities during outdoor explorations. Lu Jiahui made it to the top 16 purely through overwhelming combat prowess. Their battle was a fierce clash, with both combatants boasting power levels above 90. They exchanged respectful bows and introduced themselves before the match commenced. Lu Jiahao had indulged in a hearty meal prior to the contest, recognizing that battles are taxing on stamina. Thus, he believed that being well-fed was essential for victory. He had won his previous matches with ease, but this time, his opponent was Lu Jiahui, an attractive young woman, yet he felt no inclination to show her any mercy. His sole focus was on triumph. "Women only slow my draw," he thought, and with a fierce roar, he unsheathed his sword and charged at Lu Jiahui. True to her reputation as a leg technique expert, Lu Jiahui adeptly maneuvered her legs to evade Lu Jiahao's strikes. Each of his blows clanged against the arena, failing to touch even the fabric of her clothing. Lu Jiahao remained unfazed, maintaining his rhythm as he continued his assault. Observing Lu Jiahao's lack of tactical variation, Lu Jiahui sensed an impending crisis. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Lu Jiahao aimed to corner her in such a confined space. No matter how agile she was, defeat would be inevitable. With this thought, Lu Jiahui altered her strategy. After yet another successful evasion of Lu Jiahao's attack, she grounded herself, executing a sweeping kick aimed at his legs. Lu Jiahao leaped lightly to avoid the blow, but in the next instant, Lu Jiahui's follow-up kick landed squarely in his abdomen. Seizing the moment, she unleashed a flurry of kicks. Lu Jiahui's inherent beauty was accentuated by her fluid movements, endowing them with an elegant grace. The audience erupted in cheers, exclaiming their support for her performance against the scoundrel. Lu Jiahao, feeling the pressure, pressed a hand against his stomach, desperately trying to suppress the rising bile within. It would be dreadful to vomit on the arena, he thought. However, he could not contain it, especially as the crowd continued to taunt him. "I'm just a 17-year-old, still a virgin. How could I be labeled a scoundrel?" he lamented. "I must have overeaten." Suddenly, the churn of his stomach became unbearable, and he succumbed, vomiting right there on the stage. The nearby spectators covered their mouths and noses, while those further away burst into laughter. How could he have been defeated so quickly? Lu Jiahao's face flushed with embarrassment. "My reputation is ruined. Mother, I can't continue." He quickly covered his face and fled the arena. Not daring to look back, the referee remarked, "Has he fled?" Lu Jiahui, surprised, realized, "Have I won?" Principal Li Wei, holding his forehead, bore an expression of bewilderment, clearly unaware of which school Lu Jiahao belonged to. "I don't recognize him. This is utterly embarrassing. I must impose a harsh penalty upon his return." Li Guozheng stifled a laugh, trying to maintain composure, in the waiting area. Jia Jingwen was equally astonished, struggling to comprehend how her friend had managed such a decisive victory so effortlessly. Chapter 47. The top 8 are determined. The previous match concluded swiftly due to a competitor's physical discomfort. Although the battle lacked excitement, it provided much amusement for the audience, who eagerly anticipated the next bout. At the commentary booth, the commentators, still recovering from the Lu Jiahao incident, resumed their commentary. They hadn't anticipated such a dramatic turn of events, and their laughter was infectious. Journalists finally uncovered a sensational story, bringing genuine recognition to the second high school, though it remained uncertain whether it would aid their recruitment efforts in the second match of the second half. Jia Jingwen from the first high school faced Su Yuiming from the second high school. This duel held little suspense, as Jia Jingwen easily overpowered her opponent, refraining from employing her resonant energy, and swiftly dispatched Su Yuiming from the arena with just a few strikes. Who am I? Where am I? Su Yuiming pondered, questioning his very existence. Even before the match began, he had braced himself for an inevitable defeat. Tales from the martial world suggested that Jia Jingwen possessed unique energy and had transcended to the martial apprentice level. Yet, during the actual confrontation, he discovered that she had not utilized her martial apprentice powers or resonant energy, effortlessly defeating him with mere swordplay. To his astonishment, he had not been vanquished so swiftly even against Su Renjia. Was his cousin truly inferior to Jia Jingwen? This thought left him incredulous. Was it possible that he was simply too weak? Su Yuiming, with a combat power of 89, was just a step away from 90. He had confidently assured Su Renjia, "Brother, I'll go scout out Jia Jingwen's strength." Su Renjia remained silent, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Typically, he allowed Su Yuiming to take the lead during their practice battles, never unleashing his full potential. This time, however, he intended to showcase the true power of someone with a combat rating exceeding 98. My cousin has not faced enough challenges. I hope he can withstand this blow. Su Renjia mused, fully aware of the vast disparity between combatants with ratings below and above 90. Su Yuiming stepped onto the stage brimming with confidence, only to exit in disgrace. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, chanting Jia Jingwen, Jia Jingwen. She was a renowned figure in Tong City, celebrated as the top student of her graduating class. Mr. Jiang observed Jia Jingwen on the stage and inquired of Mrs. Jiang, "This young girl is both beautiful and formidable, and I believe she is in the same class as Jiang Bai, correct?" Mrs. Jiang pondered for a moment before replying, "Yes, this young lady is indeed a classmate of Bai's. She is the one who consistently outshone Jiang Bai." "I recall now," Mr. Jiang noted, as the realization dawned upon him. "Enough chatter. The next match is about to commence. Let us focus on the competition. I should be taking the stage soon." The commentary booth. Mr. Marin's voice resonated, "Ladies and gentlemen, this round concluded rather swiftly. However, we witnessed Jia Jingwen's impressive performance. The subsequent battles promised to be even more thrilling. Though this match was brief, it was a testament to Jia Jingwen's exceptional prowess. Acknowledged as the best among the high school seniors in Tong City, her dominance over clearly weaker opponents was hardly surprising. Soon, the list of competitors for the third match was announced in the second match of the second half. Li Boqi from the first high school was set to face Zhang Tianyi from the seventh high school. The two fighters had comparable combat ratings, with Li Boqi at 94 and Zhang Tianyi at 90, a mere 4-point difference. In the commentary booth, Mr. Marin excitedly declared, "Li Boqi practices foundational swordsmanship, and so does Zhang Tianyi. The duel between swordsmen is about to begin. I hope this young man can exercise caution. Otherwise, the match might conclude just as swiftly." However, Li Boqi was known for his unpredictable tactics. On the arena, Li Boqi introduced himself, "First high school, Li Boqi. I look forward to your guidance." Zhang Tianyi, hailing from the seventh high school, responded, "Zhang Tianyi. Li Boqi," with his fiery red hair, exuded a carefree spirit. In contrast, Zhang Tianyi approached cautiously, having heard of Li Boqi's reputation as a transfer student. After all, his striking appearance drew attention wherever he went. Li Boqi smirked, "Is it not because of my strength?" Zhang Tianyi cautiously advanced towards Li Boqi, appearing wary of potential deception. Observing Zhang Tianyi's hesitance, Li Boqi chuckled, "What are you waiting for? If you don't strike soon, you'll miss your chance." Zhang Tianyi paid no heed to Li Boqi. Continuing on his own path, gradually approaching Li Boki, shook his head. This student from Qizhong seemed rather intriguing. The distance between the two had now narrowed to a mere 5 meters when, in an instant, Zhang Tianyi lunged forward with a thrusting strike, his demeanor starkly contrasting the caution he had displayed moments before. So this is how it is. He resorts to underhanded tactics and aims to launch a sneak attack. Yet, Li Boki remained unfazed. His superior combat prowess bestowed upon him an undeniable confidence, assuring him that he could easily overpower Zhang Tianyi. At that moment, Li Boki too adopted a serious demeanor. This farce had to come to an end. With a swift motion, his finely crafted iron sword was drawn, executing a parry that resonated with a sharp clang as it intercepted the thrust. Zhang Tianyi was taken aback. Only moments earlier, his strike had been less than 30 centimeters from Li Boki. Given Zhang Tianyi's earlier speed, Li Boki should not have had the opportunity to respond so swiftly, unless, although Li Boki's earlier actions appeared casual, his hand had remained poised on his sword, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment, or perhaps remaining vigilant against Zhang Tianyi. Li Boki mused, "You think I am merely on the first level? No, in truth, I dwell in the stratosphere." The scene shifted back to the confrontation between Li Boki and Zhang Tianyi, with a successful parry that thwore the individual directly retorted. In the arena, the two competitors were already in position, and an exhilarating confrontation was about to commence. However, before the referee could announce the start, Lu Jiajia raised her hand and declared, "Referee, I concede." The referee replied, "It hasn't even begun, and yet it is over." The audience murmured in surprise, while the commentary booth was left speechless. This match was truly unexpected. One of the quarter-finalists had submitted without a fight. Many began to voice their thoughts, and the atmosphere became somewhat unruly. Were it not for Jia Jingwen being the top contender from Tongqing, some in the crowd might have suspected foul play. Nevertheless, Lu Jiajia genuinely wished to avoid battling Jia Jingwen. Her proficiency in leg techniques rendered her weak in early skirmishes. Even before Jia Jingwen ascended to the rank of martial apprentice, Lu Jiajia often found herself dragged into combat, leaving her trembling and requiring a day's rest to recover. Now that Jia Jingwen had become a martial apprentice, victory seemed an impossibility. It was better to concede outright. After all, Jia Jingwen was her dear friend. Had it been anyone else, she would have at least put on a show of competition. Upon hearing Lu Jiajia's concession, Jia Jingwen bowed to the audience and approached her friend, pulling her away while chatting amiably. "What's the matter, Xiaowenwen? Aren't you the least bit surprised?" Jia Jingwen replied with a composed demeanor, "You cannot defeat me. In the end, you would lose anyway." As she spoke, she playfully swatted Lu Jiajia's hand away, completely disregarding her friend's look of dismay. Thus, the second match concluded, with both beauties merely making an appearance on stage, receiving applause before the event came to an end. The audience gradually accepted this outcome. After all, Jia Jingwen remained the foremost contender from Tongqing. The first position is always remembered by the world, yet aside from the second, no one recalls who ranks just below. Jia Jingwen advanced effortlessly, leaving only the final two matches in the quarterfinals. Who among them would reach the semifinals, and who would ultimately claim victory? Chapter 49. Advancing from quarterfinals to semifinals, Part 2, in the third match. Shu Qing faced Li Boki. That rascal is back in the ring, someone in the audience complained upon spotting Shu Qing. That fellow looks quite fierce, and I wonder if that red-haired competitor can hold his own against him. Many recognized Shu Qing as the top contender from the 7th high school, a strong candidate for first place in this competition. Yet, some doubted his ability to take the title, firmly believing that Jia Jingwen would emerge victorious. Though they kept their thoughts to themselves, back on the arena, it was one high school's Li Boki versus the 7th high school's Shu Qing. The match commenced. Li Boki, disturbed by the mocking laughter from his opponent, felt an unsettling sensation, as though ants were crawling over his skin. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Hey, you lunatic. Why do you keep laughing like that? Don't you realize it's utterly nauseating? I'm not one to coddle anyone. When I get angry, even I fear myself, and here you are, cackling as if it's impressive. Shu Qing was momentarily taken aback. It had been ages since someone had dared to insult him, let alone to his face. In an instant, they both surged forward like arrows released from their bows. Shu Qing, seemingly blinded by rage, unleashed a flurry of powerful punches. Li Boqi, disapproving of Shu Qing's demeanor, swiftly drew his fine iron sword. The sound of their strikes echoed through the arena, creating a wave of sound. At a critical moment, Li Boqi seized an opening, raising his knee and executing a swift thrust towards Shu Qing's wrist. This should force you to retreat, he thought, but the next moment, Li Boqi was taken aback. Shu Qing, undaunted, bore a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes, refusing to back down, even as the fine iron sword threatened to cut him. Instead, he boldly seized the blade. What is happening? The fine iron sword grazed Shu Qing, leaving a vivid crimson mark on his arm, yet he appeared oblivious to the pain, the bloodlust in his eyes intensifying. Utilizing the sword he had grasped, Shu Qing yanked Li Boqi forward with considerable force. Li Boqi's pupils dilated in shock. This person resembled a madman. At that moment, Shu Qing lifted his mood grew increasingly grave. Evoking a sense of impending storm, Shu Qing advanced, and it is worth noting that he was personally escorted by Principal Lu Dongdong of the 7th High School, as if Shu Qing were afflicted by some hidden ailment. Suddenly stricken and in urgent need of healing, with Shu Qing's advancement, only one spot in the top 4 remained. The final confrontation was set. Jiang Bai versus Zhang Wanting, a duel between the second representatives of 1st and 2nd high schools. A clash of foundational swordplay against basic staff techniques. Stay tuned. Chapter 50. From Top 8 to Top 4, Part 3. Look, Xiao Bai is on stage again. Jiang's mother watched from the stands. Brimming with excitement, Jiang's father nodded vigorously, expressing hope that Jiang Bai, facing a female opponent this time, might show some chivalrous restraint and demonstrate his gentlemanly demeanor. If only Jiang Bai could hear his father's thoughts. He would surely be at a loss for words. In a battle where swords and blades are merciless, how could one afford to hold back? Moreover, a woman would merely impede his speed of execution. By the way, it seems we haven't heard the commentator's voice in quite a while. Shifting focus to the commentary booth, it was strange to find the commentators absent from their seats. As the camera panned down, it revealed 3 commentators gathered together, a large platter of food between them, clearly more engrossed in their meal than in commentary. Is this truly acceptable? Lu Jai couldn't help but inquire of her companions. Teacher Ma Lin adjusted his glasses and replied, "Well, we have nothing pressing to comment on. We might as well relax for a bit and enjoy some food. Indeed, we're all hungry. How can we comment?" Zhong Dehai chimed in, his mouth full. Teacher Ma Lin and Lu Jai exchanged glances, realizing that perhaps only he was truly famished. "Have you become this ravenous in less than a day?" On the arena, Jiang Bai from 1st High School faced Zhang Wanting from 2nd High School. As the match commenced, the referee called for action, yet both competitors remained still. Jiang Bai was waiting for her to make the first move, adopting a strategy of responding to change with consistency. However, Zhang Wanting appeared disinclined to strike first, instead declaring, "Jiang Bai, 2nd from 1st High, I have heard of you, Dado. Is that so?" "Unfortunately, I have not heard of you," Jiang Bai replied bluntly, showing little concern for such trivialities. How unfortunate. However, this time, victory shall undoubtedly be mine. I hope to leave a lasting impression on you today," Zhang Wanting proclaimed, exuding an inexplicable confidence. Jiang Bai refrained from further banter. Engaging in a verbal spar with a girl was hardly rational, and he wondered where Zhang Wanting derived her courage, perhaps from some misguided notion. He wished he could thrust the internal reports circulating at first high into her face, allowing her to see the vast chasm separating them. Perhaps I should just give her a gentle nudge, he thought, and thus he spoke, "You may strike first. Otherwise, you may find yourself without an opportunity." "Ah, I already stated my strength, yet you wish for me to initiate," Zhang Wanting responded, momentarily taken aback. "Very well, let today's match serve as a lesson for you. I hope you do not regret this." No sooner had she finished speaking than she sprang forward, her left hand leading while her right arm held the wooing staff behind her. She closed the distance of 3 meters. She executed a move reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the water, aimed directly at Jiang Bai's midsection, as if intending to render him incapable of progeny. Such a beautiful girl could be so ruthless in combat. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Bai could no longer afford to remain stationary. To hesitate would be to invite lifelong regret. He swiftly drew his fine iron sword, bending his legs into a horse stance. The sword held horizontally. With one hand gripping the sword and the other pinching the blade near its tip, he grunted and pressed down forcefully. Clang! In a blink, he parried Zhang Wanting's wooing staff, producing a loud clang that prevented her from advancing. Fortunately, Jiang Bai's reflexes were swift. At that moment, Zhang Wanting's staff was less than 10 centimeters from him. He could even feel the gust generated by the staff below him, sending a chill through his bones. Had Jiang Bai reacted even a moment slower or possessed less strength, the outcome would have surely been a mutual injury, with him bearing the brunt of it. How perilously close. "Ugh," Zhang Wanting grunted, attempting to break through Jiang Bai's guard by lifting her staff, yet the fine iron sword remained steadfast. Upon meeting Jiang Bai's insouciant gaze, she felt as though she had swallowed a fly. The humiliation stinging. Reluctantly, she retreated, withdrawing her staff before swiftly advancing again. Thrust! Jiang Bai deftly sidestepped the thrust, but it was clear that Zhang Wanting had anticipated this, quickly retracting her staff only to thrust again with ferocity. A series of rapid thrusts followed. Jiang Bai evaded left and right, searching for an opening. In a fleeting moment, as Zhang Wanting thrust her staff once more, he crouched down, evading her strike while simultaneously executing a sweeping sword attack. Sweep! Zhang Wanting was momentarily taken aback, not having expected Jiang Bai to drop down to evade her attack. Having just initiated her thrust, she lacked the energy to dodge. Consequently, Jiang Bai's strike sent her sprawling, crashing to the ground with an audible thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bai pressed his advantage, swinging his fine iron sword downward, its tip halting at Zhang Wanting's throat. Zing! The unfortunate Zhang Wanting, still reeling from the pain, found herself staring down the sharp point of the sword, letting out a terrified scream. This marked Zhang Wanting's first encounter with someone whose martial prowess surpassed her own. With a distinct lack of advantages in strength and skills, and facing a merciless swordsman, her defeat was all but inevitable. The referee, witnessing Zhang Wanting's loss of combat capability, declared, "The victor is Jiang Bai." Jiang Bai effortlessly secured his place in the top 4. Before facing the rat demon, he had dominated Zhang Wanting, and with his current prowess, he might very well crush the demon as well. It was unlikely he would find himself in such a precarious situation again. This young girl was likely a star in her class, unaccustomed to facing those with greater strength, perhaps coddled due to her beauty, never having encountered the harsh realities of life. Thus, Jiang Bai showed no mercy, defeating her decisively. Today's experience would serve as a valuable lesson. Young ones, the depths of combat are profound, and you may find yourselves overwhelmed. As Zhang Wanting left the arena, she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Bai, as if to say, "Second of first high, how could I have fallen so swiftly? This is unjust. How are you so strong and so handsome?" Jiang Bai interpreted her thoughts in the waiting area. Jia Jingwen observed this scene, her eyes narrowing, remaining silent. Beside her, Lu Jiajia suddenly felt a chill, her body shivering. How curious! Why is there a cold breeze here? In the commentary booth, hearing the audience's raucous cheers, Teacher Ma Lin stretched his neck to glance at Jiang Bai still on stage, wiping crumbs from the corners of his mouth. With a sigh, he remarked, "The organizers were right. This top 8 competition is progressing so swiftly that commentary is hardly necessary. We should conserve our energy for the semifinals. Let us hope the semifinals bring some surprises." Perhaps Teacher Ma Lin mused inwardly. Indeed, the three of them had only begun their leisurely meal at the commentary booth after receiving a prompt from the organizers. Otherwise, they would not have been so brazen. They ought to at least disguise their indulgence somewhat. "Ma, if you don't eat soon, there'll be nothing left," came Zhong Dahai's muffled voice from below the commentary table. Emma Lin quickly ducked his head, wondering why he was overthinking and focused instead on the food. If he didn't hurry, Zhong Dahai would devour everything. Remarkably ordinary fare had taken on an unexpectedly delightful flavor. Lu Jiai watched the two of them, her mind filled with dark thoughts about these two gluttons. After an intense series of battles, the top 4 had emerged. It was now nearly 3 in the afternoon. After a brief respite, the semifinals would commence in half an hour. The upcoming matches promised to be even more thrilling. Chapter 51. Semifinals, Strength Exposed by Opponents. The Tongqing Grand Competition. Semifinals. The first match. Wow, Jia Jingwen, roar, Su Renjia. In the commentary booth, after a brief interlude, the audience appeared fervent and full of enthusiasm. Teacher Ma Lin, invigorated by the cheers resonating in his ears, declared, "Having had my fill, I feel much more energetic." Amidst the roaring applause, the finals of this Tongqing Grand Competition were about to commence. Lu Jiai took over, stating, "Next, let us welcome the contestants for the first match," Zhong Dahai announced. Accompanied by the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, a figure clad in a moon-white robe ascended the stage. The individual, with a fair complexion, deep black eyes, and elegantly arched eyebrows, bore a gentle smile upon his lips. His tall and slender frame moved gracefully, his garments billowing as he walked. From a distance, he resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, exuding an air of refined elegance untouched by the mundane world. It is often said, "A person on the road, as exquisite as jade. A gentleman, unparalleled in the world," and indeed, this description fits him perfectly. This is the scholar swordsman, Su Renjia. Upon reaching the stage, he clasped his fists in salute to either side, exuding an aura of cultured gentility that captivated the audience. In the stands, numerous young admirers squealed, "Wow, he is so handsome," even attracting a considerable number of mother fans. Jiang Bai observed Su Renjia on the stage, touched his own face, and mused, "I should be about as good-looking as him. Or perhaps Su Renjia is slightly less attractive than I am." Next, Jia Jingwen made her entrance. Dressed in a purple embroidered robe, her long hair cascaded down to her waist, emanating an aura of nobility and cold beauty. Her almond-shaped eyes were chillingly clear, devoid of makeup, and her face bore no trace of a smile, which only enhanced her allure. With each step she took towards the stage, she brought with her an ethereal quality. Such a woman should only exist in the heavens. Having mistakenly descended into the mortal realm, one might say, "This is the cold-faced sword, Jia Jingwen." The audience, particularly the male spectators, erupted in applause. Upon hearing their cheers, Jia Jingwen furrowed her brow. She had not intended to wear this outfit, but as it was provided by the organizing body, the Spirit Warriors Association, she had no choice but to don it. Jiang Bai, who frequently encountered Jia Jingwen, had never found her particularly alluring, yet today she appeared rather impressive. Shaking his head, Jiang Bai was flooded with distracting thoughts. "Guangcai, I need to use the restroom. I need a moment to collect myself. The second round begins half an hour after the first." Zhang Guangcai nodded, saying, "Go ahead. By good, I will pay close attention to this match and help you gather information on your opponent." Zhang Bai patted Zhang Guangcai on the shoulder and vigorously shook his head. He paid no heed to Zhang Guangcai's words as his mind wandered. "Ugh, I must be going crazy," he thought as he hurried out of the waiting area towards the restroom, needing to relieve himself, splash some water on his face, and regain his composure. On the stage, Su Renjie, representing the second high school, expressed his honor in facing his opponent. "I have long heard of your prowess, Jia classmate." His gentle tone was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Below, several girls were starry-eyed, thinking, "He is so gentle. He truly is my Prince Charming." Su Renjie, known as a prodigy since birth, was rumored to have his father's high hopes resting upon him, who jokingly declared, "My son Su Renjie, a hero of our time, possesses the potential of a great emperor." Meanwhile, Jia Jingwen from the first high school merely introduced herself, showing no interest in Su Renjie's subsequent chatter. Unperturbed, Su Renjie smiled and inquired, "I have heard that your combat prowess has surpassed 99. You must now be a martial apprentice." Su Renjie's words sent ripples through the crowd, leaving them in shock. Could it be true that a high school student had achieved such a feat in Tong City? Journalists had already begun gathering materials, eager to secure tomorrow's headlines and capture the public's attention. Some remained skeptical, suggesting it might merely be Su Renjie's test. Yet, Su Renjie's confidence was undeniable. He was not one to joke about such matters. Could it be that their child had indeed spoken the truth? Some suddenly recalled certain details. Those in the know were primarily parents of students at Tong City First High School. They had heard from their children but kept the information under wraps. While it was conceivable for a high school student to become a martial apprentice, the notion seemed far-fetched in such a small town. Moreover, Jia Jingwen had only recently reached this milestone, and the news had circulated only within a small circle. The Spirit Element era was marked by fewer rumors, and journalists could not freely investigate the families of spirit warriors, resulting in a significant reduction of gossip. Most importantly, Jia Jingwen's previous matches had not showcased the prowess of a martial apprentice. Despite her overwhelming victories, often leading her opponents to surrender outright, other competitors had also dominated their matches. Wait, could it be that Lu Jiejie was aware of Jia Jingwen's hidden strength? No wonder, even in the quarterfinals, that girl had not faced Jia Jingwen and simply conceded. Surrendering was quite reasonable. However, many remained oblivious to the reality, including certain martial arts school leaders and principals from 2 other schools, who found it hard to believe and turned their gazes towards Principal Li Guotian of First High School. Li Guotian felt the weight of their stares and slightly quaked, failing to notice the peculiar expressions exchanged between the principals of Second High School, Li Wei, and Third High School, Lu Dongdong. Some spectators on the sidelines were persistently questioning those who seemed to be in the know. In the commentary booth, Lu Jiai and Zhong Dahai also focused intently on Marin, a teacher from First High School and Jia Jingwen's swordsmanship instructor, who undoubtedly had valuable insights on the matter. On stage, Jia Jingwen listened to Su Renjie's confident inquiry and directly admitted, "There's no need to conceal this. It is not my intent to undermine others. My opponent has brought this upon themselves." She stated, "You are correct. I have indeed become a martial apprentice." Although she had intended to keep her abilities hidden, circumstances had changed. In the semifinals, my strength will be revealed. Consider it a warm-up before the finals. For I have suppressed my abilities for too long. The audience was left astounded. What? She had genuinely broken through to the martial apprentice realm? Now, whether they believed Jia Jingwen's claim or not, upon hearing her affirmation, many were convinced. After all, Jia Jingwen was the top student of First High School and the pride of Tong City. Achieving the status of a martial apprentice was not beyond reason. For a small town to produce a high school martial apprentice after all these years seemed quite plausible. Suddenly, everything appeared reasonable. Yet what transpired next would seem nothing short of a fantastical tale for the residents of this remote town, delivering a tremendous psychological blow and shock. Chapter 52. Reactions from all sides. Zhang Bai, in a daze upon hearing Jia Jingwen's response, Su Renjie exhibited no surprise. He had already anticipated this answer and was merely seeking confirmation. The martial apprentice realm is where the excitement lies, he thought, laughing as a spark of determination ignited within him. As if he were facing a worthy opponent, in that moment, he seemed to shed his scholarly demeanor, glowing with vitality. He slowly spoke. Next, we shall witness the clash between martial apprentices. How thrilling it is! The audience fell into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in an instant. The atmosphere erupted once more, with discussions and speculations sweeping through the entire Tong City Sports Hall. The dialogue between Su Renjie and Jia Jingwen left many struggling to comprehend. To be precise, while every word Su Renjie uttered was clear, when woven together, they seemed infused with an element of mystery, rendering them hard to believe. What did I just hear? Am I imagining things? One audience member questioned, doubting his own hearing. Surely I didn't mishear? Did Su Renjie just mention a duel between martial apprentices? Another chimed in, no way. Slap me to check. Hit me harder. I fell asleep while waiting for the semifinals. Perhaps I'm still dreaming. An older man made this peculiar request to those nearby. Smack, smack, smack. The burly man beside him complied without hesitation. Having never encountered such a bizarre request, you've asked me to hit you, and I slapped you 3 times. What's the big deal? The older man stood up, his spiritual energy surging. What's wrong with you? I just asked for 1 smack, and you hit me 3 times. What's the matter? Want to practice a bit? I am, after all, a martial apprentice at the 1st level. He flexed his bicep, which was hardly impressive. Upon hearing this, the burly man rose, his demeanor turning confrontational. Oh, you requested me to hit you, so I gave you 3 slaps. What of it? After speaking, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, causing the audience surrounding the burly man to instinctively retreat. A martial artist of the 3rd rank, indeed a fearsome presence, in Tong City. Such a level is considered mediocre, yet it remains significantly superior to the average individual. The older man, upon witnessing the fierce demeanor of the burly figure, could only open his mouth in vain, ultimately opting to flee in embarrassment. Initially, he had intended to exploit the situation to extort some money from the strong man. As a low-ranking martial artist struggled to make ends meet in Tong City. Unfortunately, he had encountered a formidable opponent this time. Observing the man's departure, the burly figure retracted his spiritual energy and took a seat, contemplating that had it not been for the ongoing competition, he would have relished the opportunity to teach the man a lesson. The man's shifty eyes and furtive demeanor were clear indicators of his unscrupulous nature. However, this incident was merely a minor episode in this world. There are still more virtuous individuals than malevolent ones. A great leader once proclaimed that unity is strength. Many began to reminisce about the dialogue between Su Renjie and Jia Jingwen, gradually clarifying the intricacies of the entire process. Su Renjie and Jia Jingwen had both broken through to the martial artist realm, consistently concealing their true capabilities, and now, upon their encounter, were prepared to unleash their full potential. This was a confrontation between martial artists, a high school martial artist, a rare spectacle indeed. Among the spectators were not only ordinary residents, but also members from various martial arts schools, idol martial artists, and even officials, most of whom had initially been of mediocre talent and low strength. Yet, some had succeeded in breaking through to the martial artist realm through fortunate opportunities or relentless practice. In summary, most had endured countless hardships to achieve such a breakthrough. The process was indeed fraught with difficulties. Moreover, some individuals, having become martial artists at an older age or bearing numerous hidden injuries, found their physical potential severely limited, resulting in constrained future achievements. Many would spend their entire lives merely groping in the martial artist realm, ultimately settling for a meager existence. Cultivation is not an irreversible path. Often, it is not pursued for its own sake. The alliance requires more spiritual martial artists, but does not impose the expectation that everyone must become one. Some individuals abandon cultivation to lead ordinary lives, still able to enjoy the protection of martial artists. Others continue to train diligently, reasoning that since they have already become martial artists, why not persevere further? Consequently, some among them, through assessments, join the Alliance's military. The Demon Suppression Department, the Spiritual Martial Artist Association, and the regulatory bodies for spiritual martial artists. Naturally, many had no choice but to enroll in the martial arts schools with the lowest entry requirements, all in pursuit of their dreams of becoming formidable warriors. After all, this world is not without peril. The appearance of two young martial artists elicited disbelief among the onlookers, yet more so, feelings of envy, pride, and honor. The greater the number of strong individuals among humanity, the better equipped they would be to face the myriad dangers brought forth by the resurgence of spiritual energy. The beasts of the wilderness hung like a sword over humanity's head. On the podium, many turned their gazes to Principal Li Wei of the second high school, while Principal Li Guozheng of the first high school fixated on him with a hint of resentment. No wonder Li Wei exuded such confidence. During this battle, he had said little, adopting an aloof demeanor. It seemed he feared that excessive dialogue would reveal Su Renjia's status as a martial artist. The president of the Spiritual Martial Artist Association, Elda, and the vice president, Lei Kaishan, appeared composed and self-assured. Principal Li Wei of the second high school cleared his throat awkwardly, feeling like a needle was pricking him. He had no desire for secrecy. Ideally, he wished for the entire city to know of Su Renjia's status as a martial artist, as it would serve as the best recruitment advertisement. However, Su Renjia insisted on maintaining discretion in the eyes of principals and teachers. A high school academic prodigy is considered a treasure, hence the decision to remain silent. Nevertheless, high school students are often exuberant by nature. It is unusual for them to exhibit such mature restraint in concealing their realm. Furthermore, both Jia Jingwen and Su Renjia had managed to hide their true levels. The regulatory bodies for spiritual martial artists and the Demon Suppression Department remained silent, hoping for more formidable high school students. The former, akin to an educational department, is the direct superior of schools. The stronger the students, the richer the resources they can apply for, leading to more high scores in the spiritual martial artist entrance examinations. The latter is responsible for exterminating beasts, living a life of peril, where the weak merely become fodder. The governor, now sporting a broad smile, saw great prospects for promotion with the presence of two martial artists. He glanced at Principal Lu Dongdong of the 7th High School, wishing for a pleasant surprise. As the governor of Tong City, seated in the core position, he could discern every gesture and expression from those below him. Principal Lu of the 7th High School did not appear entirely at ease, a fact that did not escape the governor's keen observation. In the commentary booth, just moments ago, Marin had been enduring the scrutiny of two gazes. Now it was Lu Jia's turn to face Marin's treatment. Lu Jia quickly exclaimed, "I had no idea Su Renjia had broken through to the martial artist realm. I teach the basics of staff techniques." She truly was unaware. Otherwise, her astonishment upon discovering Su Renjia's martial artist status would not have been so pronounced, indicating that Su Renjia had concealed his status exceptionally well. The scene shifted back to the arena, where the referee appeared somewhat flustered. After all, a high school martial artist officiating could boast for a lifetime. "Referee, can we begin?" Su Renjia was eager to showcase his true strength, even urging the referee. The referee, hearing Su Renjia's voice, adopted an exceedingly amiable demeanor, his tone remarkably gentle, declaring the battle to commence in the waiting area. Zhang Guangcai eagerly anticipated the clash between the martial artists, yet wondered why Bai Gu had yet to return. How could a trip to the restroom take so long? If he did not return soon, he would miss witnessing this thrilling duel. Suddenly, a figure approached him. Upon glancing to the side, Zhang Guangcai realized it was Jiang Bai returning. "Bai Gu, your timing is impeccable. The battle is about to begin." However, Jiang Bai seemed oblivious to his words, sitting on a chair with a vacant expression, as if murmuring to himself, "Bai Gu, what's wrong?" Zhang Guangcai inquired, puzzled. Chapter 53. Will you remember me in 10 years? Tong City Gymnasium, restroom. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Bai approached the sink. As the sound of running water filled the air, he splashed a handful of water onto his face. Creating a series of splattering sounds, breathing heavily, he shook his head, flinging the droplets from his hair and clearing his mind of distractions. After a moment, he raised his gaze to the mirror. Having just washed his face, his vision remained somewhat blurred, yet he could vaguely discern a shadowy figure appearing in the reflection. Jiang Bai wiped his face with his hand, twitched his nose, dried the tears on his face, and looked back at the mirror, his vision becoming somewhat clearer. Huh? Jiang Bai suddenly turned around, startled by the sudden appearance of a figure in the mirror. A man with bloodshot eyes. How did he end up here? Jiang Bai, on guard, remained silent and took a few steps back. This person seemed dangerously unhinged. Yet, the man ignored Jiang Bai's movements, treating him as if he were invisible, stepping past him to the sink. Mimicking Jiang Bai's actions in washing his face, Jiang Bai was perplexed. What was Shu Qing up to? After observing Shu Qing's entire routine, he felt an absurdity swell within him. Was he trying to learn from me? The scene was exceedingly bizarre, with neither speaking, only the sound of running water breaking the silence. After a long while, Jiang Bai could no longer contain himself and turned to leave the restroom. He had nothing to say to Shu Qing, especially since Shu Qing had harmed Wu De and nearly injured Zhang Guangcai. He held no intention of making threats before the match. That was merely childish behavior. However, just as Jiang Bai pivoted to depart, a voice from behind halted him in his tracks. "Xiao Jiang, long time no see," came Shu Qing's raspy voice. Instantly, Jiang Bai turned back, his eyes fixed on Shu Qing, seemingly searching for something. "Xiao Jiang, Shu Qing knows him?" It had been years since anyone had called him that. The last time was a decade ago when his deskmate used to address him that way, only for that deskmate to mysteriously disappear without a trace. In a wonder he was mimicking me. In a wonder, I felt an inexplicable familiarity with Shu Qing's actions. Because applying saliva to a wound can alleviate pain, that was something I had told him. Shu Qing was Aoyang, Jiang Bai's best friend from childhood, and also his deskmate who had vanished for 10 years. "You are Aoyang?" Jiang Bai was astonished, never expecting to reunite in such a manner after 10 years. "I am so glad you remember me," Shu Qing replied, coughing a few times before continuing. "All these years, you haven't changed. You're still the same. You still have good friends by your side. But sadly, I'm no longer one of them." Shu Qing's words subtly confirmed his identity as Aoyang. Upon hearing Shu Qing's response, Jiang Bai felt his emotions spiral out of control. He grasped Shu Qing's shoulders, looking intently into his eyes, his tone urgent yet choked with emotion as he asked, "Why have you changed so much? Why did you disappear back then? What have you been through all these years? You came to Tong City but never came to see me, and why do you now go by Shu Qing?" At this moment, Jiang Bai resembled an inquisitive child, bombarding everyone with a myriad of questions. Little did Jiang Bai anticipate that a decade later, he would unexpectedly reunite with an old classmate, a cherished deskmate, within the confines of a restroom. This experience felt surreal, akin to the narrative spun within the pages of a novel. 10 years had wrought significant changes upon his old classmate, to the extent that Jiang Bai found it challenging to recognize him. During the competition, Jiang Bai had paid little heed to Shu Qing's visage. But now, upon closer inspection, he perceived the traces of time etched upon Shu Qing's face, revealing a sense of weariness and hardship. Those bloodshot eyes were a striking sight, emanating an aura of exhaustion. As if they bore the remnants of torment and suffering, Shu Qing, with a gentle yet firm gesture, pushed Jiang Bai's hand away, refraining from directly addressing his inquiries. Faced with so many questions, he found himself momentarily at a loss for answers. In the past, he had observed Jiang Bai from a distance, too timid to approach. Now, he seemed to stand in stark contrast to the world around him. Having just regained a semblance of consciousness, he had followed Jiang Bai into the restroom. In truth, he was torn, wondering whether Jiang Bai would still recognize him. The moment Jiang Bai called out his nickname, a wave of joy washed over him. Do you wish to uncover the answers to these questions? It all depends on your performance in the duel. If you win, perhaps I shall divulge a few, Shu Qing remarked before departing, leaving Jiang Bai to contemplate his retreating figure. Aliang. Jiang Bai rushed after him, yet Shu Qing's silhouette had already vanished a decade ago. During the time of Aliang's disappearance, Jiang Bai had been quite young, yet the memories remained vivid in his mind. It seemed that a significant event had transpired in Tong City, leading to a citywide lockdown, with strict orders to secure doors and windows at night, and prohibiting any nocturnal ventures on one fateful night. He caught a glimpse through a crack in the window, witnessing a figure soaring through the sky, not too high, seemingly in search of something. The most distinctive feature of this aerial being was the sword it wielded beneath its feet. Sword flight. The young Jiang Bai was utterly astonished. Could this be what his teacher had described in class? The spiritual warriors. Such formidable beings possessed immense power, capable of soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth. In the days that followed, Tong City gradually returned to normalcy, devoid of news reports or any information regarding the events that had transpired. Yet, following that incident, Aliang had vanished without a trace, leaving his fate unknown. Jiang Bai had once ventured to Aliang's home, peering in from a distance. The scene was chaotic, as if a fierce battle had unfolded, marked by police seals that cordoned off the area, barring entry to anyone. To his astonishment, he found himself face to face with Aliang today. But Aliang, where have you been all these years? What have you endured? Why have you become so ruthless, attacking without hesitation, even against the mighty? Baigu, Baigu? Are you awake? What's wrong with you? A distant voice suddenly pierced through Jiang Bai's reverie. He furrowed his brow, recognizing it as Guangcai calling out to him. His vision shifted from a haze to clarity, as he emerged from his memories to find Zhang Guangcai close at hand, almost as if he were about to lean in. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Bai delivered a slap to Zhang Guangcai's face, pushing him away while adopting a teasing tone. What are you doing? No intimate gestures between men. Zhang Guangcai hastily removed Jiang Bai's hand, retorting defiantly, Baigu, what on earth just happened to you? Nothing to... Let's focus on the match. It's quite thrilling, Jiang Bai dismissed, redirecting his gaze to the ongoing competition. Zhang Guangcai, sensing Jiang Bai's reluctance to discuss the matter further, refrained from pressing him, knowing that when Baigu was ready to share, he would not withhold the truth. Thus, he followed Jiang Bai's lead and remarked, Indeed, it's quite exhilarating. A clash between two peak martial students. What? Two martial students? Su Renjia is a martial student too. Goodness, do we all prefer to conceal our true abilities? Chapter 54. The mysterious golden figure, unleashing full power in an uncharted wilderness. A golden figure suddenly traversed the sky, racing towards an unknown destination without pause. Along the way, weaker beasts cowered in fear, trembling and refusing to move. Even some formidable beasts, upon sensing the terrifying aura of the golden figure, chose to remain indifferent. Suddenly, a crimson tail lashed out at the golden figure. The tail swelled in the wind, rapidly expanding to an immense size, its menacing presence enveloping the surrounding area and cutting off all avenues of escape for the golden figure. Seeing this, the golden figure let out a sharp exclamation and unleashed a punch. colliding with the massive tail. The sound of shattering glass resonated as the enormous tail disintegrated instantaneously, shrinking rapidly until it vanished without a trace. The golden figure did not pursue the assailant but continued on its path. Having once been wholly devoted to cultivation, now yearning only to return home, it had already sensed a powerful yet concealed presence in the area, seemingly in seclusion, unable to intervene. Thus it pressed on with all its might. Longing for its wife and children, the golden figure ventured forth. Once the golden figure had moved far away, another figure appeared, gazing in the direction of its retreating form, the direction leading to Tong City. The figure furrowed its brow, expressing anger. Were it not for the great king in seclusion, how dare this human act so brazenly? With that, it vanished, leaving behind a faint glimpse of a red tail. It was not human. Tong City Stadium. In the semifinals, Jia Jingwen and Su Renjia had commenced their battle, both practitioners of fundamental sword techniques, yet their styles differed greatly. Jia Jingwen's swordplay was light and agile, while Su Renjia's was somewhat more subtle, penetrating without gaps. The two exchanged blows, the sound of their iron swords clashing resonating through the arena. At one moment, they disengaged, retreating to safer distances. In the next instant, with a roar, Su Renjia's gaze sharpened, unleashing the aura of a first-tier martial student, his spirit energy surging around him. Having gauged each other's strengths, Jia Jingwen also released her aura. From the commentator's booth, the transition from the body-refining realm to the martial student realm is a crucial step in enhancing one's combat prowess. Successfully breaking through 100 in martial strength signifies entry into the martial student realm. This realm comprises 9 tiers, with every 3 tiers constituting a level. The first 3 tiers, first tier to third tier martial students, focus on refining the physical body, enhancing its strength. Thus, they are often referred to as body-refining martial students. Some also categorize body-refining martial students into beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages, corresponding to the first 3 tiers of martial students. Both Jia Jingwen and Su Renjia belong to the beginner body-refining category. Battles prior to the body-refining realm primarily assess the proficiency of fundamental techniques, the richness of combat skills, and the strength of innate talent. Once one enters the martial student realm, the true utility of spirit energy can be harnessed. After some preliminary exchanges, the two students were ready to demonstrate their true capabilities. Teacher Ma Lin observed the match unfolding on the stage, commenting, in the martial student realm, spirit energy is externalized. With a resounding crash, Jia Jingwen erupted with spirit energy, waves of energy swirling around her, pulsing rhythmically as her purple attire fluttered, resembling a celestial being amidst clouds. In tandem, as Su Renjia's spirit energy surged, it enveloped his form, the friction between his energy and clothing producing a soft, hissing sound. Teacher Ma Lin, astonished by the spectacle before him, exclaimed, "Remarkably, they both possess unique spirit energies." Some spectators were unfamiliar with the concept of special spiritual energy, leading many to whisper among themselves, inquiring about its true nature. Those in the know offered explanations. At the head table, the governor Lu Siming was taken aback upon witnessing the spiritual energies of the two individuals. They had only just entered the realm of martial apprentices, yet had already awakened their special spiritual energies. While he was somewhat acquainted with Jia Jingwen, he found himself puzzled by the emergence of Su Renjia. He had not heard of any talents with the surname Su arriving in Tongqing. However, the presence of such prodigies could only enhance his own political achievements. How intriguing it was that two young individuals, both possessing the bloodline of special spiritual energy, had awakened so early. Could it be that they were arranged by my father? Lu Siming maintained a composed exterior while his mind wandered into fanciful thoughts. Principal Li Wei of No. 2 High School wore an uneasy expression. He was aware that Su Renjia had awakened his spiritual bloodline. Even though they were both martial apprentices, with Su Renjia's formidable spiritual bloodline backing him, The outcome of this confrontation seemed assured in his favor. Unexpectedly, Jia Jingwen had also awakened her spiritual bloodline, marking Su Renjia's encounter with a true rival. Next to Li Wei, Principal Li Guozheng shared similar sentiments. What did it matter that Su Renjia was a martial apprentice? Jia Jingwen was not only a martial apprentice, but also possessed an awakened spiritual bloodline, making her a formidable opponent for Su Renjia. It was astonishing that both of them possessed and had awakened their spiritual bloodlines. Such talents were not to be underestimated. Why had they come to Tongcheng? One chose number 1 high school, while the other opted for number 2 high school, as if destined for this fateful clash. How infuriating! No wonder Li Wei appeared so confident. It all made sense now. With this thought, Li Guozheng shot a fierce glare at Li Wei, who happened to meet his gaze. The two locked eyes, a standoff of tension akin to a spark igniting between two opposing forces, one positive and the other negative. Creating an electric atmosphere, Li Guozheng did not wish for the prestigious title of Tongcheng No. 1 High School to tarnish under his watch, while Li Wei aimed to lead No. 2 High School beyond No. 1.to both men. The upcoming battle between Jia Jingwen and Su Renjia was not merely a final contest. It felt like the ultimate showdown. Whichever of the two emerged victorious would likely secure the championship. It was improbable that Zhang Bai and Xu Qing were also martial apprentices, particularly of the kind that had awakened special spiritual energy. Thus, this battle was of paramount importance. Li Guozheng, Li Wei, Jia Jingwen, Su Renjia must win. Principal Lu Dongdong of No. 7 High School observed the tense expressions of Li Guozheng and Li Wei, stifling a chuckle within. Let them fight, the more intense and prolonged, the better. The action had already commenced. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, while others appeared to be watching the match with utmost seriousness. After all, such a thrilling contest among high school students was a rare spectacle. Returning our focus to the arena, both combatants unleashed their special spiritual energies. Jia Jingwen wielded shockwave energy, while Su Renjia commanded the flow of wind energy. Although their faces remained stoic, a shared astonishment lingered within them. They had both awakened special spiritual energies. However, this revelation only heightened the intrigue of their battle. The two swiftly charged at one another, with Su Renjia mastering the wind energy, gaining a speed advantage, closing the distance to Jia Jingwen in mere moments. As he approached within 5 meters, swirling vortices of wind energy formed behind him. Seizing this momentum, Su Renjia leaped high into the air and then dove downwards with tremendous force, akin to a mountain crashing down. Resembling a flying sword from the heavens, channeling immense power into his technique, the Heavenly Heavy Slash. A strike inspired by celestial beings, leveraging gravitational force. Su Renjia aimed to exploit the advantage of wind energy to amplify his gravitational potential and overpower his opponent. He was well aware of the formidable reputation of shockwave energy. Only absolute strength could secure victory. Faced with Su Renjia's fierce onslaught, Jia Jingwen maintained her composure. Though his speed was an advantage, she could not evade. She had no choice but to withstand it. While Su Renjia's speed was formidable, in terms of sheer force, she was unafraid, for she possessed shockwave energy. Shockwave energy was the natural counter to brute strength. Jia Jingwen's shockwave energy surged violently around her, emitting a resonant hum. She firmly planted her left foot forward, raising her iron sword above her head, enveloped in spirals of shockwave energy, executing the technique known as the shockwave sword lift. Boom! The Heavenly Heavy Slash collided with the shockwave sword lift, producing a thunderous sound as a whirlwind swept across the arena. Though Su Renjia's Heavenly Heavy Slash was immensely powerful, Jia Jingwen bent her knees slightly, dissipating a portion of the force. Subsequently, the shockwave energy released a series of pulsations, completely neutralizing the residual force of Su Renjia's strike, successfully countering it with her shockwave sword lift. Upon realizing that his powerful strike had been thwarted, Su Renjia was taken aback, Feeling the inadequacy of his strength, he needed to unleash even greater power. With a brief moment of contemplation, additional vortices manifested behind him, generating a powerful whooshing sound that propelled Su Renjie downward with immense force. Pressing against Jia Jingwen, the two remained locked in a stalemate until Jia Jingwen found herself at a disadvantage. However, the situation soon reversed. Jia Jingwen's iron sword pulsed with shockwave energy, vibrating intensely and emitting a resonant sound. As visible shockwaves radiated outward, seizing the moment, Jia Jingwen exerted a forceful upward lift, and as the shockwave approached Su Renjie, she called out with conviction, "Rise!" As one observed, Jia Jingwen slightly leaned backward, her sword gliding along Su Renjie's blade, producing a piercing sound. Her technique, combined with the force of the shockwave, generated a tremendous thrust. Feeling this force, veins began to bulge on Su Renjie's forehead, and he gradually found it increasingly difficult to suppress Jia Jingwen's sword. This is not good. It cannot continue like this, Su Renjie thought to himself as the vortex of spiritual energy behind him began to dissipate, halting the thrust's effect. He then successfully disengaged from Jia Jingwen's refined iron sword, utilizing her counterforce to retreat swiftly, seeking to create a slight distance. However, Jia Jingwen was not one to let such an excellent opportunity for pursuit slip away. She exerted force from her waist, instantly leaning back again, using her body's inertia to advance towards him, aiming to strike while Su Renjie was in retreat. The distance between them closed once more, and this time, it was Jia Jingwen who initiated the attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jia Jingwen unleashed several swift strikes, yet Su Renjie nimbly evaded each one. The influence of the flowing spiritual energy manifested fully at this moment, as he applied it to one side of his body, granting him the impetus to dodge Jia Jingwen's assault. Of course, this demonstrated Su Renjie's proficiency with the basic application of flowing spiritual energy. Otherwise, its effect would be minimal, perhaps even burdensome. A deflating balloon serves as a prime example. Upon seeing her attacks yield no results, Jia Jingwen altered her strategy, executing a sweeping strike aimed directly at Su Renjie's waist. Yet, Su Renjie reacted immediately, his feet generating streams of air as he lightly leapt. Evading Jia Jingwen's sweeping attack, he then spun in midair, gracefully soaring over Jia Jingwen's head before landing smoothly. At that moment, they found themselves in a back-to-back stance. The next instant, both turned simultaneously, launching into another assault. Exchanging various fundamental sword techniques in a fluid back and forth, the duel fell into a stalemate. However, Jia Jingwen's shockwave energy bore a stronger offensive capability, while Su Renjie's flowing energy merely heightened his agility. Gradually, as the battle persisted, Su Renjie began to display signs of fatigue. His flowing energy revealed its weaker side, lacking in offensive power. Jia Jingwen began to gain the upper hand, her shockwave energy, renowned even within the alliance, showcasing formidable aggression even in its nascent stage. Every move she made was imbued with a tremor that rendered Su Renjie increasingly beleaguered. Thus, Su Renjie opted to evade Jia Jingwen's assaults whenever possible, resorting to parrying only when absolutely necessary, unwilling to engage her directly. If this continued, Jia Jingwen's chances of victory would only increase. While others could initiate attacks, his insufficient offensive capability relegated him to a defensive role. Although this strategy might stave off defeat for the time being, it resembled the slow demise of a frog in boiling water. On the judging platform, President Elda observed the duel with a furrowed brow. Noting that both were relying solely on basic sword techniques, he mused internally, could it be that they have not mastered any martial skills? Yet, it was also understandable, given the immense difficulty of cultivating martial techniques. In the next moment, President L's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment. His gaze returned to the arena, where Su Renjie was increasingly beleaguered, feeling the weight of his awakening spiritual bloodline. Yet, due to the disparity in spiritual energy characteristics, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, leaving him at a loss for words. Thud. Jia Jingwen's refined iron sword struck Su Renjie's hand once more, this time transmitting a particularly intense shockwave that briefly numbed his hand, nearly causing the sword to slip from his grasp. Fortunately, the numbness was fleeting. This cannot continue. I cannot afford to waste any more time, Su Renjie silently resolved, recognizing that it was time to determine the outcome. Clang, clang. Once again, Su Renjie feigned an attack against Jia Jingwen, leveraging her strength to swiftly retreat and widen the gap. He took a moment to alleviate the unusual sensation in his hands, and then, the flowing energy surged forth once more. This time, Su Renjie's demeanor transformed, becoming increasingly elegant. The flowing energy coiled around his body and arms in an uncanny manner, extending all the way to the tip of his refined iron sword. The sound of wind rustled through Su Renjie's hair. To everyone's astonishment, a peculiar shape manifested at the tip of his sword, accompanied by a hissing sound. With the hiss, a bizarre serpent head emerged from the sword's tip. And in an instant, Su Renjie's head seemed to be infused with spiritual energy, his eyes taking on a serpentine hue. From the commentary seat, President L exclaimed in surprise, "This is the Golden Serpent Sword technique." First form, dual serpents emerge from the hole. Su Renjie had indeed mastered a martial skill. What? A martial skill? The audience below, knowledgeable individuals, understood the immense difficulty of mastering martial techniques at such an early stage. On the arena, the principal of the second high school, Li Wei, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Su Renjie employ the Golden Serpent Sword technique. He had prepared himself for defeat in terms of combat prowess. Jia Jingwen's shockwave energy posed a significant advantage, yet he had not anticipated that Renjie had concealed such a powerful skill. Now, with the emergence of martial techniques, who could stand against him? Li Wei cast a triumphant glance at Li Guozheng. As if to convey that this year's title of the best high school in Tongqing would belong to the second high.at that moment, Li Wei was elated, almost laughing aloud. Li Guozheng, however, harbored concerns for Jia Jingwen. Su Renjie had actually learned a martial skill. He had sensed Li Wei's gaze but refrained from looking back, remaining fixated on the arena, hoping that Jia Jingwen would also reveal her martial skills. Yet, the difficulty of mastering such skills remained daunting. In the commentary booth, the expressions of Malin and the others varied. Su Renjie had indeed mastered a martial skill, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Teacher Malin wiped the sweat from his palms, silently cheering for Jia Jingwen, while harboring hopes that she would deliver a pleasant surprise. Lu Jiayi, on the other hand, was exhilarated. Su Renjie had indeed kept his abilities under wraps, and the rise of the second high was imminent. Meanwhile, Zhong Dehai's expression grew serious, recognizing that regardless of who emerged victorious, both were formidable adversaries for Shuking in the waiting area. Jiang Bai felt a twinge of concern for Jia Jingwen. However, during the last basic sword technique class, he had observed that Jia Jingwen's swordplay already bore the essence of the willow fluff sword technique, making it plausible for her to learn one or two moves during this interval. Indeed, in the arena, Jia Jingwen exhibited no trace of hesitation. The Golden Serpent Sword technique? How intriguing, she murmured softly. Chapter 56. A battle of twists and turns upon witnessing Su Renjie employ the Golden Serpent Sword technique. Jia Jingwen surprisingly closed her eyes. Seeing this, Su Renjie showed no signs of mercy. Rather, he found himself unable to retract this attack, forced to direct it toward Jia Jingwen. The referee stood ready to intervene at a moment's notice. At this moment, Jia Jingwen's heart remained as calm as a still lake. As Su Renjie drew nearer, the two serpent heads seemed to open wide, revealing sharp fangs, as if eager to devour her whole. Jiang Bai in the waiting area felt perplexed. Jia Jingwen was not one to simply resign herself, and she would never abandon her resistance. Yet now, her actions baffled him. Whoosh, whoosh, dual serpents emerge from the hole. The two serpent heads detached slightly from Su Renjie and the sword's tip, akin to serpents bursting forth from their lair, intertwining as they surged toward Jia Jingwen. This was the essence of martial skills, empowering the practitioner with formidable strength. However, Su Renjie's current abilities were still too limited. The dual-headed serpent could only strike once before dissipating, draining all of Su Renjie's spiritual energy in the process. This also marked Su Renjie's final attack, his strongest move. Jia Jingwen felt the wind whip against her face, yet she remained motionless, as the onlookers braced themselves, dreading the sight of Su Renjie ruthlessly overpowering her. Just as the dual-headed serpent was about to make contact with Jia Jingwen, and Su Renjie believed victory was assured, in that fleeting instant, Jia Jingwen's shockwave energy began to surge. That moment. She opened her eyes in an instant. A green hue enveloped her gaze, and a swirling aura of energy surrounded her. That moment. Jia Jingwen resembled a slender willow, her sword appearing as delicate as willow fluff. At the apex of her momentum, a beam of white light was cast forth, aimed directly at the dual-headed serpent. Although the force of this white light could not match the ferocity of the dual-headed serpent, none dared to underestimate the power it possessed. Whoosh! President Elda sprang to his feet, his voice losing its previous neutrality as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Willow Fluff sword technique, first form. Falling Fluff style." Jia Jingwen had also mastered a martial skill. This match had become truly thrilling. Both were prodigies of their respective schools. Now, it remained to be seen which of them would emerge victorious in this clash. Li Guozheng and Li Wei had, unbeknownst to them, already risen to their feet, recognizing the significance of this move, one that could nearly determine the fate of their schools. Just moments ago, Li Guozheng had been teetering on the brink of despair. Having witnessed Su Renjie grasp a martial skill, while Jia Jingwen remained still and unresponsive, could it be that the glory of Tongqing First High was to be extinguished at his hands? At that moment, Li Guozheng had already closed his eyes, unable to bear witnessing the confrontation any longer. He had devised 10 different strategies to face the students and faculty of Yizhong, fully prepared for the possibility of dismissal. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Jia Jingwen unleashed her martial skills. Now, both combatants were adept in martial arts, which dramatically altered the outcome of their duel. Li Wei's emotions were akin to a roller coaster. First plunging into despair, then soaring to exhilaration, and now settling into anxiety. Could Su Renjie triumph over Jia Jingwen? In the waiting area, Zhang Bai exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Jia Jingwen had also mastered martial techniques. Zhang Guangcai observed this turn of events and sighed, silently mourning for Zhang Bai. Alas, Brother Bai was truly born in an ill-fated era, encountering two prodigies like Jia Jingwen and Su Renjie, both at the martial disciple level and possessing profound martial skills. Any one of them would pose a formidable challenge for Brother Bai, whose chances of victory seemed exceedingly slim. Contemplating this, Zhang Guangcai cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Bai. The perennial runner-up appeared destined for defeat. The scene shifted back to the arena. Jia Jingwen's falling petals technique collided with Su Renjie's double snakes emerge, resulting in a thunderous boom. Following the explosion, dust enveloped the platform, obscuring vision. Every spectator in the gym focused intently, eager to discern the victor. The most anxious of all were Li Guozheng and Li Wei, both wide-eyed, desperate to learn the outcome. The referee felt a knot of tension in his chest. This was an arduous role. Fraught with anxiety, was this truly a battle between high school students? Was this really a duel between martial disciples? It was utterly inconceivable. Zhang Bai clenched his fist, equally curious about whether Jia Jingwen could secure victory. From the commentary booth, Teacher Marin's voice quivered with excitement as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this match has reached its climax. Once the dust settles, we shall discover who stands victorious." Although he was Jia Jingwen's instructor and a teacher at Yizhong, he hoped for her success. Yet, As a commentator, witnessing such extraordinary high school students engaged in a riveting battle, he offered an unbiased narration. Now, the emotions of the crowd were thoroughly ignited. This match could be heralded as the most thrilling encounter since the inception of the Tongqing Grand Tournament. As time slowly elapsed, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the remnants of the clash, revealing the two combatants once more. Gasps erupted from the audience, clearly having glimpsed the outcome. On the stage, Su Renjia was half-seated on the ground, his left hand propped against the earth, while his right hand clutched at his chest, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his attire tattered and disheveled, no longer the radiant figure he had been at the start of the match. A finely forged iron sword remained lodged in his throat. Just moments ago, their techniques had clashed, creating a tremendous storm of spiritual energy that swept across the arena, stirring clouds of dust. The double snake's emerged technique wielded great power, overwhelming even low-tier martial disciples. However, Su Renjia, constrained by his limited spiritual energy, could not fully unleash the entangling force of this sword technique. In contrast, Jia Jingwen's falling petals was different, though it appeared as mere white light. It emulated the formidable assault of a willow tree, immovable as a mountain, yet striking like thunder. This maneuver was forged from layers of compressed spiritual energy, possessing tremendous destructive capacity. Upon collision, falling petals erupted, unleashing a violent wave of energy that overwhelmed the double snakes and gained the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity, Jia Jingwen advanced, directing her iron sword towards Su Renjia's throat with her remaining strength. The referee, witnessing this, declared, "The winner is Jia Jingwen." Thus, this captivating contest finally drew to a close, eliciting mixed emotions among the spectators. A match fraught with twists and turns concluded with Jia Jingwen's victory. In the forthcoming bout, Jiang Bai of Yizhong would face Shu Qing of Qizhong. Should Jiang Bai emerge victorious, Yizhong would remain the preeminent champion, securing the top two positions, undeniably the foremost high school in Tongqing. Conversely, if Shu Qing triumphed, a sliver of suspense would linger, albeit a slight one. Chapter 57. Mysterious Organization. Aftermath of the duel. In a secluded corner of Tongqing, within a quaint courtyard house, two elderly men with hair as white as snow sat cross-legged in the central room. Behind them loomed a massive bookshelf. The two remained silent, seemingly immersed in cultivation, perhaps guarding something of significance. Suddenly, they both opened their eyes simultaneously, exchanging glances as if sensing an unusual presence. Then, the elder on the left spoke coldly. "Visitors, why not reveal yourselves for a discussion?" After his words, there was no immediate response. The elder on the right continued, "Must I compel you to emerge?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of white smoke inexplicably materialized, obscuring the elder's view. Their expressions grew increasingly serious. The arrival was ominous. Moments later, as the white smoke dissipated, 5 figures clad in black robes emerged, their imposing garments concealing their forms. However, on the chest of the black robes was a striking emblem, a black sun radiating dark light. Intriguingly, inscribed within the sun were 2 characters, Tianqi. Upon seeing this, the elder on the left gasped, "You are from Tianqi?" The leader of the group chuckled coldly, removing his hat to reveal his visage. His most distinct feature was a black eye patch over his right eye, enhancing his sinister and frigid demeanor. Exuding an aura of malevolence, he scrutinized the 2 elders and remarked, "I never expected the legendary Cloudy Com duo to be here. This is indeed a delightful surprise." The Cloudy Com duo, both were Spirit Pulse Realm warriors. One awakened the White Cloud spirit, known as Bai Yunzi, while the other awakened the Clear Wind spirit, known as Qing Fengzi. Together, they could contend with high-ranking Spirit Pulse Realm warriors. Years ago, they were quite renowned, having slain countless demon beasts. Alas, due to a grave mishap, they sustained severe injuries that stunted their cultivation, leading to premature aging? Their once youthful vigor replaced by white hair and frail bodies. Upon hearing the one-eyed man's words, Bai Yunzi and Qing Fengzi were taken aback. They had lived in seclusion for years, leading ordinary lives, undetected even by the spirit pulse warriors of Tongqing. Yet this one-eyed man had discerned their identities at a glance. They suppressed their shock, contemplating the identity of this enigmatic figure. Suddenly, Qing Fengzi seemed to recall something, exclaiming, "You are the Tianqi apostle, Evil Eye. What is the purpose of your visit?" Bai Yunzi was equally startled, realizing that the seventh apostle of Tianqi, Evil Eye, had appeared before them. Evil Eye offered no explanation, merely clapping his hands as if signaling. Instantly, Bai Yunzi and Qing Fengzi heightened their vigilance, scanning their surroundings for treachery. Noting their cautious demeanor, Evil Eye smirked and said, "To deal with you two elderly men, I alone am sufficient. However, I am not here for a fight today. I have come to reclaim something that belongs to someone else." Evil Eye had an unfortunate habit of clapping before addressing serious matters. Upon hearing the first half of Evil Eye's statement, Bai Yunzi and Qing Fengzi internally thought, "How audacious! How dare he belittle us so?" Yet, upon hearing the latter part, their attention was successfully diverted. Tio reclaimed something for someone. Could it be? They observed Evil Eye's lips move silently, conveying a message they could not hear. Yet, Bai Yunzi and Qing Fengzi understood what he had said, their hearts pounding. The young master is still alive. They had awaited this news for years, finally receiving word of the young master's survival. However, they needed to probe further into Evil Eye's intentions. At the Tongqing Gymnasium, the semifinals commenced. Jiang Bai faced Xu Qing, yet the match had yet to begin. In the audience, as they awaited the arrival of the contestants, discussions about the previous match ensued. The earlier bout had been nothing short of spectacular. Indeed, someone remarked, these two high school students have already surpassed the martial disciple level and mastered martial techniques. A bystander marveled at Su Renjie and Jia Jingwen's exceptional talents. How disheartening! My own child couldn't even make it to the top 64. Why are other people's children always so remarkable? At that moment, another spectator interjected, "Yes, this match felt like a prelude to the finals. Both competitors have far exceeded the current level of high school students. In any prior era, they would have effortlessly claimed victory." Curiosity simmered among the crowd, eager to see if the next match would prove equally exhilarating. Having witnessed the clash between Su Renjie and Jia Jingwen, they were filled with anticipation for the upcoming duel, hoping for Jia Jingwen's return to the arena. Yet, such a scenario seemed improbable. One opponent was merely Yi Zhang's second best, clearly inferior to Jia Jingwen's prowess, while the other hailed from Qizhong, whose educational standards were well known. Thus, their confrontation was unlikely to be as thrilling. In the audience, a voice emerged with an analysis. Below the stage, a burly middle-aged man furrowed his brow as he absorbed the entire discourse, inwardly cursing this group for their ignorance and myopia. Jiang Bai had slain a rat demon. Had Jia Jingwen achieved such a feat? Was it not merely a matter of the martial apprentice realm? The rat demon was roughly equivalent to a first-tier beast of the martial apprentice level. Alas, were it not for Jiang Bai's insistence on discretion, he would have ensured that the entire Tongqing was aware of his triumph over the rat demon as a novice martial apprentice. This imposing figure was none other than Lu Meng, the officer of the Demon Capture Division who had previously awarded Jiang Bai. He had come to watch the competition after receiving a call from a friend in the division. And beside him sat his comrade, a robust man who was a third-tier martial apprentice. Was this very man who had informed Lu Meng of the pinnacle duel among high school martial apprentices, insisting that missing it would lead to lifelong regret. Indeed, he had not erred. The high-caliber confrontation between Jia Jingwen and Su Renjie was nothing short of spectacular. While he knew high school martial apprentices existed, those skilled in martial arts were a rarity. He eagerly anticipated the forthcoming battle between Jiang Bai and Xu Qing, curious to see how much strength Shu Qing could elicit from Jiang Bai. The final match promised to be equally thrilling. Lu Meng was not alone in his sentiments. The arena was now filled with eager spectators, all drawn to this high-quality contest. At the judges' table, Li Wei, the principal of the second high school, had closed his eyes, unable to remain still. His hopes for Su Renjia had been dashed. The scion of the Su family had suffered defeat, leaving him profoundly disappointed. They had been so close to revitalizing the glory of second high, yet it had slipped away. Now, he dared not open his eyes, wishing to avoid the sight of Li Guozheng's smug expression. He longed for the conclusion of this wretched competition. In stark contrast, the principal of First High, Li Guozheng, was reveling in his triumph. The bitterness he had felt earlier had transformed into elation, given Jia Jingwen's current display of prowess. The championship appeared secure, pending Jiang Bai's ability to overcome Shu Qing. Even if Jiang Bai were to falter, Jia Jingwen remained as a safeguard. How could First High possibly lose? The glory of First High would ultimately be defended by Li Guozheng. Jiang Bai's victory over Shu Qing would be ideal, and he held confidence in Jiang Bai. However, Shu Qing had only recently transferred in as a senior. The details of his past had been well guarded by the principal of 7th High. So caution was still warranted. As the countdown to the battle began. 5 minutes. Chapter 58. The astonishing strength of Shu Qing. The sky was gradually darkening. The countdown for the semi-finals reached 0. It's starting! It's starting! Someone exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the timer hit 0. Xiao Bai is about to take the stage. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Bai's mother was already clutching a bucket of popcorn. Jiang Bai's father casually grabbed a handful and began munching, mumbling through his bites, "I hope Xiao Bai stays unharmed." His opponent seems quite fierce. On the platform, Shu Qing, clad in a gray martial artist's uniform tailored specifically for spiritual warriors, stepped onto the stage. The garment was adorned with exquisite patterns and edged with gold, exuding an air of nobility. Shu Qing appeared remarkably composed, his previously slightly hunched posture now upright, his dark, tousled hair framing a face that bore an intense gaze. The once vividly crimson eyes now somewhat subdued, he emanated an aura of competence. This was the notorious black boxing devil, Shu Qing, a senior who had only arrived in Tongqing a month or two prior yet had already earned such a title. On the opposite side, Jiang Bai donned a white robe, with black orchids embroidered on the cuffs, a white belt cinched at his waist, and silver patterns gracing his chest and back. Jiang Bai's handsome features, with his dark hair and eyes and sharply defined features, suggested that he was anything but ordinary. The white-clad swordsman, Jiang Bai, was indeed a fitting moniker. Gazing at Shu Qing, his fighting spirit ignited. He recalled their earlier agreement. And now, his singular objective was to vanquish Shu Qing. First High's Jiang Bai, I seek your guidance. 7th High's Shu Qing, I seek your guidance. Shu Qing's resolve was equally fierce. This was his battle in a state of clarity. Though he wondered how his old friend had progressed in strength, he hoped not to inflict irreversible harm. With the referee's command, the clash was imminent. The distance between the two swiftly diminished, and in an instant, they were merely 5 meters apart, an optimal range for Jiang Bai to strike. He unleashed a slicing attack aimed directly at Shu Qing's right shoulder. However, Shu Qing did not remain passive. He deftly shifted his body to evade Jiang Bai's blade. Observing this, Jiang Bai launched a flurry of strikes, all of which Shu Qing effortlessly dodged. At this moment, Shu Qing demonstrated a speed and reflexes far superior to those exhibited against Wu Danning. Zhang Guangcai, or even Li Boqi. With a slight shrug of his shoulder, Shu Qing refrained from countering, effortlessly neutralizing Jiang Bai's onslaught. Old classmate, do you mistake me for that defenseless girl? If so, you will surely regret it. At a critical moment, as Jiang Bai swung his sword downward, Shu Qing subtly sidestepped, evading the blow and swiftly seizing Jiang Bai's iron sword. Then, with his legs slightly bent, he exerted force downward, leveraging the reaction to propel himself into the air. His left hand open, right fist clenched, he unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! The punch connected squarely with Jiang Bai's chest, the immense force sending him and his sword hurtling backward. After a brief pause, Shu Qing advanced again. Jiang Bai let out a grunt. The blow had caught him off guard. He had been too careless. Perhaps he had grown complacent during his recent successes, but now was not the time for reflection. As Shu Qing was poised to strike once more, should he truly be deemed weak, it would bring shame before his old classmate. Jiang Bai forcefully plunged his iron sword into the ground, utilizing the friction to halt his retreat just as Shu Qing's punch neared him. With a powerful motion of his right hand, he pivoted around the sword, using it as an axis and the ground as a fulcrum, narrowly avoiding Shu Qing's assault. Recognizing the futility of his previous attack, Shu Qing launched another, his speed explosive as he closed the gap to Jiang Bai once more, delivering a charging punch. Jiang Bai's pupils constricted, too swift. He could only cross his arms defensively across his chest to mitigate the impact. Bang! Shu Qing's fist sent Jiang Bai flying, who crashed to the ground, rolling several times. Observing Jiang Bai's plight, Shu Qing refrained from further assault. Standing still and expressing his disappointment, Jiang Bai, at this rate, you cannot hope to defeat me. At the judge's table, Li Guozhang was taken aback. Shu Qing's speed, strength, and reflexes were markedly superior to those displayed in earlier matches, completely dominating Jiang Bai. This level of power suggested he could contend even as a martial apprentice. Moreover, Shu Qing's current state was exceedingly normal, as if this were the true manifestation of his capabilities. The principal of Second High sat with his eyes closed, meditating. The outcome of this match no longer concerned him, rendering his presence irrelevant. Meanwhile, Lu Dongdong, the principal of Seventh High, wore an impassive expression, saying nothing. In the waiting area, Jia Jingwen's brow was furrowed. Shu Qing's strength surpassed what she had encountered before stepping into the martial apprentice realm. Su Renjia's expression was grave. This Shu Qing was formidable indeed. Such talent in a small place like Tongcheng was astonishing. Zhang Guangcai clenched his fists tightly, wondering if Baigu could truly overcome this Shu Qing. Come on, Baigu? Li Boqi was also observing the match, realizing that Shu Qing's prowess was disturbingly exceptional. Had he exhibited such strength in their bout, he would have had no choice but to concede. Reflecting on this, he deemed his decision to forfeit wise, if even Jiang Bai was being pressed. His own fate would surely be dire. What kind of place was Tongcheng to harbor such powerful high school students? At the commentary booth, teacher Ma Lin yearned to inquire how such a student had been cultivated under Zhong Dahai's tutelage. But before he could voice his curiosity, Zhong seemed to anticipate his thoughts and spoke with resignation. Shu Qing was already this formidable upon his arrival at our Seventh High. I cannot say who trained him or what rigorous training he underwent. During his first match with us, he severely injured our former top student, who has yet to recover. At this point, Zhong paused, and his subsequent revelations left Ma Lin and Lu Jia astounded. Moreover, this is not even the full extent of Shu Qing's true strength. In reminiscence of the past, when Shu Qing first arrived, his proud disciple could not tolerate him. During their inaugural duel, a single punch resulted in severe injury for the disciple, who remains hospitalized to this day. Shu Qing is indeed a formidable being. One wonders where the principal unearthed such talent. Upon hearing Zhong Dahai's words, teacher Ma Lin's pupils constricted. A single punch had rendered the former top student of No. 7 High School gravely injured, and now Shu Qing has demonstrated such overwhelming prowess. According to Zhong Dahai, Shu Qing has yet to reveal his full capabilities. If that is the case, just how powerful must he be? Wu Danning, who had engaged in several exchanges with Shu Qing before sustaining injury, must have gained an advantage. Ma Lin shook his head, redirecting his focus back to the arena. Wu Danning. Ma Lin understood that, due to Jiang Bai's pride, he would never concede defeat in such a setting. For now, all he could do was cheer for Jiang Bai. Chapter 59. A Clash of Titans, Transforming Sword Versus. Shattering fist in the arena, Jiang Bai coughed twice and struggled to rise from the ground. Shu Qing's displayed speed was astonishing, entirely derived from his exceptional physical attributes. The battle had scarcely begun, and he had already endured 2 punishing blows, leaving him in a rather dire state. Continuing in this manner would only lead to his defeat. The opponent's speed and strength were overwhelming, making proactive strikes futile. The only viable strategy was to await the adversary's attack and seek openings within their moves. With this in mind, Jiang Bai readied himself, raising his sword defensively with his right hand, while his left hand positioned his index and middle fingers in front of him, aligned with his shoulder. Once he assumed his combat stance, Jiang Bai fixed his gaze on Shu Qing, waiting for him to make the first move, adopting a strategy of maintaining his composure amidst chaos. This battle was one he could not afford to lose, whether to avenge Wu Danning or to uncover the truth behind Yang's transformation over the past decade. A once kind young boy had undergone such a dramatic change, becoming the person he was now. In summary, this was destined to be a fierce confrontation. Upon observing Jiang Bai's stance, Shu Qing grasped his intentions. An offensive approach suited him perfectly. Whoosh! Shu Qing swiftly closed the distance, appearing before Jiang Bai in an instant, delivering a powerful long punch. Jiang Bai's pupils dilated. Such speed was unheard of, even among first-tier martial apprentices. Fortunately, Jiang Bai had assumed a defensive posture, quickly responding with a sword interception to block Shu Qing's strike. The impact echoed loudly as their forces collided. Shu Qing, witnessing his attack thwarted, chuckled softly. It was beginning to grow intriguing. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he unleashed several more punches, all of which Jiang Bai managed to block. However, Jiang Bai was not unscathed. Shu Qing's strength was immense, relying solely on his physical power without the aid of spiritual energy. Such raw physical force was highly abnormal. Jiang Bai stifled a groan and retreated slightly to steady his turbulent energy. Before he could fully regain his composure, Shu Qing appeared behind him once more, delivering another punch that sliced through the air. Sensing the gale behind him, Jiang Bai swiftly turned, gripping his sword with both hands to barely fend off the assault. In the next moment, Shu Qing materialized on Jiang Bai's other side, launching a straight punch aimed at his right arm. Jiang Bai sensed Shu Qing's presence and quickly pivoted to absorb the blow. He silently rejoiced in having adopted a defensive stance, though it was quite vexing to be on the receiving end of constant attacks. The two engaged in an exchange of strikes and defenses, with Shu Qing relentlessly attacking while Jiang Bai was forced to defend. Their back and forth yielded a series of exchanges. The audience watched in astonishment. These two were not martial apprentices yet fought with the prowess of one. Their rapid reactions, immense strength, seamless combinations of techniques, and frequent exchanges were all hallmarks of the tempered physique realm. On the stage, the silhouettes of the two combatants flashed back and forth, sometimes here, sometimes there. In a certain sense, their duel surpassed even that of Jia Jingguan and Su Renjie in excitement. Lacking the flamboyance of spiritual energy or special enhancements, their confrontation was a raw, visceral clash. Boom! At one moment, Shu Qing's long punch landed squarely on Jiang Bai's fine iron sword. The sound resonated as Jiang Bai struggled to withstand Shu Qing's overwhelming force, staggering back in an attempt to dissipate the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Shu Qing launched an assault, his fists raining down like a tempest upon Jiang Bai. Under Shu Qing's ferocious onslaught, Jiang Bai found himself retreating step by step. Boom! Another long punch from Shu Qing sent Jiang Bai sliding across the ground for quite a distance before finally halting. The two now maintained a certain distance from one another. Perhaps after such a series of intense offensives, Shu Qing began to feel the toll of exertion. His body bent slightly, hands resting on his knees, beads of sweat trickling down his face to the ground, producing a distinct sound. Yet, The sound of his labored breathing quickly overshadowed the patter of sweat, having not fought so vigorously in quite some time. Jiang Bai seized the moment to recuperate, propping his fine iron sword against the arena to support himself, while his left hand pressed against the ground, prepared for Shu Qing's next move. He breathed heavily, reflecting on the previous exchanges, recognizing that each move had compelled him into a defensive position, leaving no opportunity for counterattacks. Shu Qing's speed, strength, and reflexes had exerted a dominating pressure on him, and there were several instances where he barely managed to defend himself. Had it been 3 days prior, he would not have stood a chance against Shu Qing. Now, this battle was proving to be quite exhilarating. In a fleeting moment, both adversaries raised their heads simultaneously, locking eyes, their gazes filled with fierce determination, as if sharing an unspoken understanding in unison. They channeled their spiritual energy, shouting, "Transforming sword, shattering fist." The pinnacle clash of the final sword technique and the ultimate punch technique of the foundational martial arts had finally emerged. At the commentary booth, Teacher Ma Lin's voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Here it is, transforming sword and shattering fist. This match has once again brought us a delightful surprise." The audience gaped in astonishment. Were these truly high school students? How could they be so powerful? The difficulty of mastering transforming sword and shattering fist rivaled that of advanced martial techniques. Lu Meng expressed mild surprise. He knew Jiang Bai possessed the transforming sword technique, but was taken aback to discover that Shu Qing also wielded the shattering fist. This confrontation was shaping up to be intriguing in the arena. Jiang Bai had raised his sword high, layers of spiritual energy swirling around him, forming a colossal sword of spiritual energy that surged toward Shu Qing. A single sword could cleave through the sea. Meanwhile, Shu Qing's right fist coalesced into a massive fist of spiritual energy, launching forth with the force to shatter mountains. The colossal sword of spiritual energy and the giant fist collided with a thunderous roar. Reverberating through the hearts of the spectators, boom! The clash stirred up clouds of dust, obscuring the scene and rendering it difficult to see. The audience couldn't help but grumble, questioning why the arena had not been cleaned in years, as dust and debris flew up, hindering their view of the battle. After a brief moment, as the dust settled, the spectators beheld the outcome of the clash. Both combatants were panting heavily, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet neither exhibited signs of defeat. It was, astonishingly, a draw. "Jiang Bai, I trust this isn't your true strength," Shu Qing suddenly remarked, seemingly confident in his assertion. Hearing Shu Qing's inquiry, Jiang Bai smiled and replied, "In that case, let us engage in a genuine duel." Indeed, this was not his full power. In the next instant, the two exchanged a knowing glance, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from them. Chapter 60. What? Another martial apprentice realm duel? In the arena, Jiang Bai's body began to emanate wisps of fiery red spiritual energy, increasing in intensity. This was fiery spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Shu Qing was enveloped in swirling black spiritual energy, black stone spiritual energy. In that moment, both their martial apprentice realm powers erupted forth. The special spiritual energies were laid bare before the audience. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Yet again, two high school students had awakened special spiritual energies within the martial apprentice realm. Was it now the norm for high school students to awaken martial apprentice powers? Including Jia Jingwen and Su Renjia, this grand competition had already showcased 4 high school students endowed with special spiritual energies. Are today's high school students truly this formidable? In the commentary section, Teacher Marin appeared notably excited, pondering when Jiang Bai had managed to break through to the rank of martial apprentice while concealing it so well. Zhong Dehai displayed an expression of knowing, firmly believing that with such formidable strength, the two could not merely be martial apprentices. Lu Jia glanced at Marin and then at Zhong Dehai, secretly acknowledging their remarkable ability to keep the status of Jiangbai and Shu Qing as martial apprentices under wraps. On the podium, the governor of Tongqing felt utterly numb, as though he were floating in the air. With two martial apprentices emerging, who would dare to claim that the martial arts education in Tongqing was the poorest in Shiming City during the next meeting? He thought to himself, I shall directly throw these four martial apprentices in their faces, so they can truly see .4 geniuses with awakened special spiritual energies, who would dare to utter a word of dissent? My father is indeed formidable, bringing 3 individuals over. Jiangbai also proved himself worthy, capable of competing with the other 3. Principal Li Guojing of the first high school was once again astonished, realizing that Jiangbai had broken through to martial apprentice status, while Wang Chao and Marin had even concealed it from him, causing him unnecessary worry. He would have to reprimand them upon his return. However, at this moment, with 2 martial apprentices in the first high school, he was destined to achieve great glory. Principal Li Wei of the second high school, who had unknowingly opened and closed his eyes, thought to himself, Li Guojing truly is an actor, playing his role so convincingly. Despite Jiangbai being a martial apprentice, even if Jia Jingwen were to lose, Jiangbai still had a chance to defeat Su Renjia. Yet, he had acted as though Su Renjia's victory would elevate the reputation of the second high school to that of the first high school. How infuriating! This year's Alliance Golden Horn Award should be mine. I refuse to accept otherwise. Principal Lu Dongdong of the 7th high school expressed some concern, contemplating whether the young master would be unable to restrain his full power once more. To outsiders, it appeared as if Lu Dongdong was worried about Shu Qing's chances of victory. The true delight was felt by others on the podium. President Elda of the Spiritual Martial Association and Director Li Guotian of the Demon Control Department both held high hopes for Jiangbai. With Jiangbai showcasing his martial apprentice prowess, their confidence in their discerning eye for talent only strengthened. The 3 major martial arts schools intensified their desire to recruit Jiangbai, even if merely for nominal association. As for Shu Qing, his background remained unclear. Caution was warranted until further investigation. On the arena, Jiangbai and Shu Qing exchanged a glance, their combat fervor intensifying. Jiangbai secretly rejoiced, grateful that 2 days prior, on the eve of the Tongqing Grand Competition, he had decisively consumed 3 high-quality body refining pills to break through to martial apprentice status. Otherwise, today's outcome would have been dire. 2 days prior. Time rewound to the night before the Tongqing Grand Competition. Under the night sky, Jiangbai practiced in Long Lake Park, a place he deemed a sanctuary. Winning at the Tongqing Grand Competition would be challenging. Jia Jingwen had already attained martial apprentice status and likely mastered martial techniques. Given Jiangbai's current strength, he was no match for her, so he resolved to attempt breaking through to martial apprentice that very day. Seated cross-legged on the dilapidated square, Jiangbai produced a small bottle and poured out 3 pills. Upon closer inspection, they were the high-quality body refining pills he had obtained from slaying a rat demon. An expensive elixir usable even at the martial apprentice level. Originally, Jiangbai had intended to delay his breakthrough, relying on his own efforts to ascend to martial apprentice status and thereby conserve the 3 pills. However, with the competition imminent, plans could not keep pace with changes. To have a chance at first place, he needed to be on equal footing with Jia Jingwen. Otherwise, victory was out of reach. Resolute, Jiangbai steeled himself against the pain of consuming the 3 high-quality body refining pills. Preparing for the breakthrough. After making all the necessary preparations, he closed his eyes to adjust his state. The night in Long Lake Park was eerily silent, providing an ideal environment for cultivation. Time ticked away steadily. At one moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Jiangbai, enveloping him in a semicircular light barrier. Suddenly, a wisp of crimson spiritual energy appeared at his dantian, initially faint, as if on the verge of extinguishment. Yet in an instant, this ember-like crimson energy ignited the enveloping spiritual energy, transforming it into fuel. Boom! The fiery essence spread upward, setting ablaze the spiritual energy surrounding Jiang Bai. He emitted a muffled groan, enduring the searing pain akin to being scorched by intense flames. As time passed, the surrounding spiritual energy continuously converted into crimson energy. The fiery energy surged from below, initially at a rapid pace. But when it reached Jiang Bai's throat, it seemed to hit a bottleneck, making no further progress. That moment, without hesitation, Jiang Bai swallowed one high-quality body-refining pill. A rich surge of spiritual energy erupted from his mouth, coursing through his body, and the malevolent figure known as Xie Tong disregarded Qing Fengzi's words, retrieving a bronze sphere from his person and placing it upon the surface. Immediately, a colossal mechanism door split open at its center, revealing a profound tunnel that seemed to descend into the depths of the earth. Bai Yunzi and Qing Fengzi were both taken aback, astonished by Xie Tong's possession of the key to such a mechanism. Could it be that the events of the past were somehow linked to the impending apocalypse? What truly transpired back then? Moreover, to where did this tunnel lead? Was there an undisclosed truth behind the events of yesteryears? What exactly had the master done? Let us proceed and bring them along, Xie Tong commanded before being the first to step inside. Securing those items would ensure the successful completion of their mission. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a small mouse stealthily vanished from sight in the Tongqing Sports Arena. During the second round of the semi-finals, on the stage, Jiang Bai and Xu Qing were both imbued with fervent combat spirit. As the battle of the martial disciple realm erupted once more, since Jiang Bai's last successful breakthrough into the martial disciple realm and his successful refinement of fire elemental spirit energy, this marked his first occasion to unleash his full power. The sudden surge of strength instilled him with confidence, prompting him to take the initiative and launch an attack. He swiftly charged towards Xu Qing, his sword ready for a fiery slash, the flames of spirit energy coiling upon his iron sword. As Jiang Bai approached Xu Qing, merely 3 meters apart, he unleashed the fiery strike. The heat radiating from him elevated the air's temperature, the residual waves of heat brushing against Xu Qing's face. Xu Qing let out a light laugh, as the black stone spirit energy enveloped his fists in an instant. With his legs slightly apart, shoulder-width apart, he assumed the stance of a series of rapid punches. When Jiang Bai's fiery slash was within a meter of him, Xu Qing did not hesitate, unleashing a flurry of punches. The series of black punches were executed with remarkable speed, appearing to form a shield that deflected Jiang Bai's fiery strike while simultaneously warding off the heat wave's assault. The fiery slash and the series of black punches clashed, neither party yielding an inch. Before long, the fiery slash and the series of black punches seemed to reach their limits, resulting in a violent explosion that propelled Jiang Bai and Xu Qing apart. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they re-engaged in combat. At times, only a flash of red and a flash of black could be seen entangled with one another. With a thunderous crash, after yet another collision, the two once again separated. The fire spirit energy significantly amplified Jiang Bai's offensive power, while the black stone spirit energy similarly bolstered Xu Qing's strength, rendering him ever more formidable. However, despite their prolonged combat, neither emerged victorious. It was evident that the enhancement from the fire spirit energy was greater for Jiang Bai. Yet, if this continued, the fire spirit energy would eventually deplete, leading to Jiang Bai's inevitable defeat. Aware of this, Jiang Bai resolved to unleash that particular technique to determine the victor. Xu Qing harbored the same thought. This battle had stretched on for far too long and needed to conclude. Just as both prepared to resume their clash, a thunderous sound echoed from afar, as if something had detonated. The entire Tongqing Sports Arena was startled by the deafening noise, eliciting gasps of shock. In light of this occurrence, Jiang Bai and Xu Qing ceased their battle. Jiang Bai was perplexed by the sudden chaos, while Xu Qing harbored suspicions. Could an accident have occurred in the direction from which the explosion emanated? Yet, with so few formidable spirit martial artists in Tongqing, most present, It was unlikely that anyone could pose a threat to Xie Tong. The individuals at the chairman's table wore grave expressions. This incident was undoubtedly no coincidence. And the explosion was certainly suspicious. Lu Dongdong had appeared beside Shu Qing, shielding him as he whispered, "Young master, the situation has changed. Xie Tong has ordered us to retreat immediately as danger approaches." Chapter 62. The Rat Demon Horde. Explosive mice in the courtyard, gazing at the winding, shadowy passage before him. Xie Tong took the lead and ventured inside. Perhaps due to the oppressive darkness, he snapped his fingers, and a wisp of green spirit energy emerged from his fingertips, coalescing into a dark green orb that illuminated the tunnel. The group cautiously descended to the bottom, only to find a mere stone wall, indicating that the passage had seemingly reached a dead end. Xie Tong, undeterred, approached the stone wall, running his hands over its surface, occasionally tapping it as if searching for a mechanism. Bai Yunzi and Qing Fengzi maintained a facade of calm, yet internally they were tumultuous. Xie Tong appeared far too familiar with the mechanisms here, as if someone had imparted the knowledge of how to unlock them. Could it be the young master? As they pondered, Xie Tong finally smiled. A hollow sound resonated from a specific spot on the stone wall. Subsequently, he pressed his palm against it, exerting force downward. The stone wall split apart, revealing what lay within, before the others could glimpse the interior. Xie Tong shouted, "Beware of traps, get down." He immediately dropped to the ground, prompting the others to do the same. At that instant, dozens of mechanical arrows, imbued with lethal intent, surged forth, seemingly aimed at the intruders. Whoosh! The arrows whistled overhead, clattering against the rear wall. After a brief moment, Xie Tong sensed the absence of danger and cautiously tested the area by tossing a nearby stone into the stone wall. Indeed, another volley of arrows whizzed past, leaving a trail of sound. After several rounds of testing, approximately 3 volleys of arrows shot forth. Silence reigned once more. Xie Tong then rose, beckoning his companions to advance into the stone wall. This was precisely why the organization entrusted the mission to him. He was both cautious and value-driven in preserving life. Inside the stone wall, the group beheld several large iron boxes. Xie Tong carefully maneuvered past these boxes and finally spotted the experimental platform that was the objective of their mission. Upon the table lay an array of aged instruments and a multitude of colorful flasks and jars. Xie Tong approached the experimental platform with caution, opening the central drawer and retrieving a stone box that appeared seamless and intact. Its method of opening elusive, however, his task was merely to procure this stone box, not to unveil its secrets. Having accomplished a portion of the mission thus far, it was time to proceed with the next phase of the plan. Xie Tong delicately stowed the stone box, preparing to depart from the location. Yet, at that moment, 2 figures lunged toward him. None other than Bai Yunzi and Qing Fengzi. Turned out that upon perceiving Xie Tong's lack of intent to kill, they had cleverly feigned defeat to ascertain his true purpose. The instant Xie Tong entered the stone wall, Bai Yunzi and Qing Fengzi had swiftly freed themselves from the restraints of the 4 dark-clad individuals and rushed inside. They witnessed Xie Tong meticulously securing the stone box, seizing the opportunity to strike while he was distracted, intent on making him relinquish the coveted stone box he had just acquired. "Xie Tong, hand over what the master has left behind. It does not belong to you," Bai Yunzi shouted as he launched his attack. Anticipating the onslaught, Xie Tong was already prepared. With his prudent nature, how could he have neglected to guard against Bai Yunzi and Qing Fengzi? Bringing them here was to monitor their every move. Dealing with stealthy mice was no simple task. Ha! You think I would part with this? That is utterly impossible. Though, I might need to contravene the master's orders. Xie Tong chuckled softly. It was only specified that I cannot kill. It was never stated that I cannot injure. With a mocking laugh, he unleashed a barrage of punches that sent the 2 flying, effortlessly maintaining the upper hand against both. Did you just feel a sudden weakness, as if your spirit energy was dissipating? Bai Yunzi and Qing Fengzi's pupils constricted as they sensed the abnormality within their own spirit energy. Exclaiming, "You poisoned us! How despicable!" Xie Tong laughed maniacally. "Ha! The moment we crossed paths, I began administering the poison. It is colorless and odorless, but its effects are gradual. As I tentatively probed the mechanism, was I not merely biding my time, awaiting the manifestation of your concoction's effects?" Xie Tong, with his sinister gaze, is indeed a remarkably cautious individual. He seldom acts impulsively, and when he does, it must be with absolute certainty. Suddenly, a cacophony of chattering erupted from a nearby location, growing increasingly louder, reverberating in this confined space and rendering the sound even more pronounced. The three of them unmistakably heard this commotion. Xie Tong furrowed his brow. The noise resembled the chattering of rats, and there seemed to be no shortage of them. The unknown is always a source of fear, especially when it pertains to actual rodents. Bai Yunzi and Qing Fengzi also wore grave expressions. While a single rat demon may not be particularly daunting, a horde of them could prove to be quite troublesome. It is said that even a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant point. One could only hope that these were merely similar beasts, though it was perplexing how such creatures could come to be in this place. The three exchanged glances, momentarily ceasing hostilities, each on guard against their surroundings. The chattering grew louder and closer. Suddenly, a single rat appeared before them, quickly followed by a swarm of rats that gradually came into view. They were numerous, akin to grains of sand, yet not a chaotic mass, but rather remarkably orderly. Among this horde was a rat king. A rat swarm without a king is but a disorganized rabble, easily dispatched. However, once a rat king emerges within a swarm, it transforms into a formidable entity that can only be described as terrifying. In the early years of the Lingyuan era, when rat demons first came into existence, humanity paid them little heed, dismissing them as mere trifles, often using the term rat-like to describe those they deemed inferior. Yet, as time progressed, certain powerful individuals among the rat demons, influenced by spiritual energy and the relentless pursuit of humans, began to mutate and ultimately gave rise to the Rat King. Moreover, it was not a singular Rat King that emerged. Under the leadership of the Rat Kings, the rat demon horde wreaked havoc upon the human realm. What was once a mere rat demon, comparable in strength to an adult human, gradually evolved, with even the weakest among them reaching martial disciple status. While those of spiritual pulse rank became increasingly common, humanity found their conventional firearms ineffective against the rat demons. Amidst this onslaught, a particularly fearsome breed known as the bomb rat emerged. These creatures, while not overly powerful, possessed the ability to self-detonate, resulting in explosive destruction. These bomb rats, undeterred by death, would detonate upon encountering humans, causing significant damage. While martial disciples might withstand the blasts, even those of spiritual pulse rank could be harmed when faced with overwhelming numbers. Chapter 63. The Bomb Rat King, the Beast Within the Iron Box. No, before them stood not just one bomb rat, but a multitude, enough to send shivers down their spines. They surged forward, causing Xie Tong and his companions' hearts to race. Once these bomb rats detonated, not only could they vaporize the three of them, but the horde itself would also suffer immense casualties. Bang! A bomb rat exploded amidst the swarm, obliterating those nearby into mere fragments. While those at a distance sustained injuries from the blast, the remnants of those shattered and slain were swiftly consumed by their comrades, leaving not a trace behind. Xie Tong and Bai Yunzi exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why the bomb rats would detonate within their ranks. Was it a strategy to cull their own kind due to the overwhelming numbers? Bang, bang, bang. Bomb rats continued to explode in rapid succession, and gradually, Xie Tong and Qing Fengzi discerned a pattern in the explosions. The bomb rats were primarily detonating near the large iron box, seemingly intent on destroying it. A sense of foreboding washed over them. This orderly swarm of rats and the bomb rats appear to be targeting a specific area of the iron box. It seemed as though something significant lay within. Yet, they could sense nothing. And their unease only intensified. That moment, Bai Yunzi suddenly spoke, addressing Xie Tong. Xie Tong, give us the antidote. Otherwise, you alone will not escape. Xie Tong glanced at the two of them, contemplating, how could I possibly fail to flee? I, Xie Tong, have always operated with utmost precision. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead retrieving a small black vial from his ample robe and tossing it to Bai Yunzi, adding, if you fear death, then consume it. Bai Yunzi cautiously caught the vial with his sleeve, enveloping it in a layer of spiritual energy, and with a gentle exertion, the vial shattered, revealing 2 black pills within. Bai Yunzi hesitated as he gazed at the pills, but King Fengzi swiftly reached out and swallowed one whole. Faced with such a multitude of rat demons, abstaining from consumption meant certain death. Ingesting the pills offered a glimmer of hope with a gulp. King Fengzi turned to the still hesitant Bai Yunzi and urged him to act. Seeing that King Fengzi had already taken his, Bai Yunzi resolved to do the same, swiftly swallowing one of the pills. After consuming the pills, they felt the shackles of spiritual energy within their bodies gradually dissipate. Their previously chaotic spiritual energy returning to normal. It appeared that Xie Tong possessed a modicum of integrity. Ignoring Bai Yunzi and King Fengzi's cautiousness, Xie Tong felt assured in his ability to escape. However, he wished to glean further insight into the intentions of the rat demons, if their presence here bore any connection to events from a decade prior. Acquiring this information could garner him favor among the higher-ups in the organization once reported. Although it could be perilous, he had the means to flee. For him, the potential benefits outweighed the risks. The explosions grew increasingly frequent, even drowning out the chattering of the rat demons. At last, one of the large black iron boxes was breached, revealing an inky darkness within, obscuring all sight. Xie Tong and Yun Danfeng strained to peer inside. Through the opening, what appeared to be a thin hempen rope flickered past, growing ever thinner, resembling not a rope, but rather a tail. An unknown creature's tail. Suddenly, a bloodshot white object emerged from the opening, and upon closer inspection, it resembled a portion of an eyeball. The instant this object appeared, the rat demon horde descended into madness, frenziedly gnawing at the iron box, with nearly all the bomb rats converging upon it. A flash of insight struck Xie Tong. Could it be that these large iron boxes contained rat kings? Or was it solely this particular box that housed a beast? Witnessing the chaos among the rat demons and the bomb rats' self-detonations, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. Without hesitation, he called out, "Run! They're going to blow up together." With that, he swiftly produced a mirror, emerald green spiritual energy surging forth from his body, enveloping the mirror in an instant. At that moment, the mirror emitted a blinding white light, drawing Xie Tong inside, after which it vanished from sight, leaving no trace of its whereabouts. Bai Yunzi and King Fengzi, not daring to hesitate, summoned their own unique abilities and hurriedly fled. Lacking the formidable tools that Xie Tong possessed, relying instead on their speed to escape the blast radius, they unleashed waves of spiritual energy, striking at the encroaching rat demons to carve a path to safety. Fortunately, the rat demons' intent was singularly focused on the already breached iron box. Otherwise, they would never have been able to forge such a clear escape route. Yet, the sheer number of rat demons remained daunting, and the two frequently found themselves beset by their assailants, sustaining numerous scratches and wounds as they navigated this perilous passage. Just as they were about to fully withdraw from the tunnel, a thunderous explosion echoed, the sound of countless bomb rats detonating in unison, boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of the explosion seemed to have ruptured the eardrums of Bai Yunzi and Qing Fengzi, leaving them blindly rushing forward. A fierce inferno erupted directly behind them, engulfing both individuals in its fiery embrace. Following the detonation, the massive iron box was left with a considerable gash, creating a gaping hole from which a gaunt reptilian creature emerged. The beast's fur was already coarse and matted, streaked with blood, clearly indicating that it had also been affected by the explosion. Suddenly, the creature let out a piercing howl, a cacophony of screeches. The surrounding rat demons fell into an eerie silence, and from their ranks, an ordinary rat demon leaped forth in an instant. It transformed into a colossal figure, emanating a crimson glow, resembling the bomb rat but on a grander scale, its intricate patterns deeper and imbued with an aura of ferocity. Its eyes blazed a fierce scarlet, revealing a hint of savagery, yet upon closer inspection, there was an unusual intelligence reflected within them, as if it possessed a remarkable wit. This bomb rat king revealed itself. The throngs of rat demons prostrated before it, as if acknowledging their sovereign. The bomb rat king bowed its head to the emaciated creature, akin to a son showing deference. The gaunt beast extended a claw, gently caressing the formidable bomb rat, as if regarding it as its progeny. Its offspring would return, bringing with it a powerful and unparalleled horde of rat demons to rescue it, to conquer this human city, and to elevate the rat clan to new heights. Then, the creature opened its maw and inhaled deeply, drawing in a torrent of spiritual energy from all directions, causing its own aura to swell with burgeoning might. Chapter 64. The Onslaught of the Rat Demons. The son of Apocalypse in the Tongqing Sports Arena. The crowd was engulfed in panic, but the management team swiftly intervened, stanching the tide of fear. Moments earlier, Director Li Guotian of the Demon Control Bureau had received alarming news regarding a massive congregation of rat demons at a Sihiyuan in the northwestern part of Tongqing. The Sihiyuan was now unrecognizable, a scene of utter devastation, with surrounding structures also affected, their fates unknown. From a distance, towering flames leapt into the sky, and thick plumes of smoke were visible even from the sports arena. Agents of the Bureau could discern, beneath the glow and haze, a dense mass of rat demons congregating, a terrifying amalgamation of red and gray. The reporting agent tentatively estimated that the cause of this calamity was a violent explosion resulting from a multitude of bomb rats converging. The precise reason remained uncleared. Li Guotian's expression turned grave as he relayed this information to Governor Liu Siming. A moment that would test Liu's leadership capabilities. He remained composed, aware that failure to manage this crisis could spell ruin for his career. He understood the urgency of informing the public about the impending invasion, as early awareness would better prepare them for the tumultuous times ahead. My fellow citizens, we stand on the precipice of a life-and-death crisis. As rat demons approach, below, the crowd erupted into chaos, a mixture of fear and trepidation swirling among them, an atmosphere thick with anxiety. The martial arts tournament had already come to an abrupt halt. The threat of the demon invasion rendered the competition moot. Jiang Bai, upon hearing of the rat demon assault, felt a surge of apprehension. Was the rat demon he had slain among this horde? They had been lurking in the shadows of Tongqing, seeking something, and he had unwittingly crossed paths with one of them. Now, having discovered what they sought, they were launching their final offensive. This was merely Jiang Bai's conjecture. The truth awaited further investigation. What mattered most now was survival amidst the impending onslaught of the rat demons. Liu Siming raised his hands to quell the crowd's panic, continuing, "Remain where you are. We will promptly organize an evacuation route to ensure your safety. All martial artists above the novice rank must stay. This defense requires our collective strength. I believe we shall overcome this adversity." Jiang Bai cast a glance toward his parents, concern gnawing at his heart. However, he knew he could not stay by their side. As ordinary citizens, they would need to evacuate. while those of martial prowess would need to hold the line. At the very least, they must delay the advance of the rat demons to afford sufficient time for retreat. Xiao Bai! Xiao Bai! Amidst the throng, the voices of Jiang's parents were drowned out, their realization dawning that Jiang Bai would not accompany them this time. Martial practitioners enjoyed privileges in peacetime, but now was the moment they must rise and embrace their responsibilities, a true testament to their resolve. Jiang Bai's parents, having spotted him, understood his intentions. This might be their final farewell. Jiang Mu's eyes brimmed with tears, while Jiang Fu's gaze reddened. Son, you must survive. Soon, an orderly evacuation commenced, personnel from various departments taking their positions, prioritizing the exodus of ordinary citizens toward an emergency stronghold in the southeast. This location boasted defensible terrain and stored provisions, a refuge where they could await further news, be it the fall of Tongqing or reinforcements arriving in time to secure it. However, the likelihood of the former appeared grim. The threat posed by the rat demons was immense, particularly with numerous bomb rats among them. Such beasts were catastrophic for low-tier martial artists. Yet, the martial practitioners of Tongqing were regrettably few. Jiang Bai remained rooted in place, intending to summon Xu Qing, only to discover that both Xu Qing and Principal Lu Dongdong of the 7th High School had vanished without a trace. Had they taken advantage of the distraction to slip away? But why? From a distant high-rise, silhouettes began to materialize. The figure at the forefront, clad in a black cloak with a singular eye, was none other than the Evil Eye. Behind him were Xu Qing, Principal Lu Dongdong, and several students, approximately a dozen, most of whom were among the top 64 competitors. Xu Qing stepped forward, gazing toward the inferno in the distance, his thoughts racing. He did not meet Evil Eye's gaze but spoke in a measured tone. Evil Eye, have you secured the item? Yet, anyone could discern the simmering fury beneath Xu Qing's calm facade. This was his homeland, the repository of his childhood, now laid to waste once more. Saint Sun, I have fulfilled my mission. Evil Eye produced a stone box from within his cloak, the very artifact extracted from the Sihiyuan. At that moment, Lu Dongdong approached, for he was the organization's operative embedded in Tongqing, having been proactive in facilitating their plans. Alas, the unforeseen chaos had thwarted their efforts to capture additional specimens. Now, the priority was to hastily evacuate Tongqing. Xu Qing accepted the stone box, squeezing it in his hand. After a decade, he had returned to Tongqing not only to retrieve this box, but also to fulfill another objective: to obliterate Tongqing and erase all traces of its existence. Regrettably, it seemed that events had taken an unexpected turn. Carefully stowing the stone box, Xu Qing inquired, what prompted the emergence of the rat demon horde? The appearance of the rat demons puzzled him. However, the explosion of the bomb rats had effectively obliterated all evidence. Evil Eye, upon hearing Xu Qing's question, shared his speculation. Saint Sun, it appears your father had concealed several black iron boxes within that location. Housing the beasts, when I departed, I vaguely glimpsed one of the shattered boxes. As he spoke, Evil Eye swallowed hard, adding, that black box seemed to contain a rat demon king known for causing chaos a decade ago. The Grey Mouse King, a peak-level Shintier beast. The Shintier corresponded to martial artists at the Spirit Sea level, which lay above the Spirit Vein Realm. At the pinnacle of Shintier, the beast was on the cusp of breaking into the Earth tier. How could such a formidable creature have been present there? Xu Qing found himself perplexed. A decade prior, his father had frequently ventured out, the nature of his activities shrouded in mystery. Had he secretly captured the Grey Mouse King during that time, eluding everyone? If so, his father's strength must have been extraordinary, yet why had such a powerful figure disappeared without a trace? Could it be? Chapter 65. Jiang Bai's speculation, the responsibility of martial practitioners. Could this incident somehow be connected to Xu Qing? This time, after a decade-long disappearance, Xu Qing has returned. Could there be a particular purpose behind this? Jiang Bai found it perplexing. Even without the threat of the rat demon, he was no match for Shu Qing in the ongoing competition in Tongqing. He harbored a lingering illusion that Shu Qing had not exerted his full strength. This could be attributed to Jiang by being merely a novice in the martial disciple realm, or perhaps Shu Qing was concealing his true capabilities. However, not only had Shu Qing vanished, but so too had Lu Dongdong, the principal of the 7th High School. Their abrupt disappearance shrouded everything in mystery. Jiang Bai was unaware that he had already surmised Shu Qing's intentions. Nor did he realize that the list of the vanished extended beyond Shu Qing and Lu Dongdong to include several high school students from Tongqing. Zhang Guangcai attempted to break free from the encirclement of the guards, desperately pushing forward while calling out to Jiang Bai, "Brother Bai, look here. I want to stay too." Following the sound, Jiang Bai turned his head, saw Zhang Guangcai, and lightly leapt down from the platform, striding purposefully towards him. Upon approaching, the guards clearly recognized Jiang Bai, nodding in acknowledgement but still showing no inclination to allow Zhang Guangcai to pass. They obstinately extended their hands to block him. Jiang Bai whispered a few words in the ear of one guard. The guard glanced at him and, ultimately, lowered his hand, permitting Zhang Guangcai to proceed. Zhang Guangcai was smoothly granted passage, gazing at Jiang Bai with awe, exclaiming, "Brother Bai, what did you say to him that made him let me through?" Jiang Bai merely smiled and embraced Zhang Guangcai. Zhang Guangcai felt an oddity in Jiang Bai's gaze, yet could not pinpoint what was amiss. Suddenly, in that moment of embrace, Jiang Bai's right hand struck the side of Zhang Guangcai's neck with a sharp clap, producing a resounding crack. Zhang Guangcai turned to look at Jiang Bai, then clasped his neck, crying out in pain, "Brother Bai, why did you hit me?" Confused, he could not comprehend Jiang Bai's actions. Jiang Bai, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself that in dramas, such strikes were supposed to render one unconscious. How was Zhang Guangcai still so lively? Was it the force that was lacking? Without hesitation, Jiang Bai struck again with more force. This time, with a decisive chop, the sound of a crack echoed as Zhang Guangcai managed to utter a single syllable, "Bai," before tilting his head and promptly losing consciousness. Indeed, dramas do not deceive me. Jiang Bai instinctively supported Zhang Guangcai's body and handed him over to the guard, saying, "Uncle, I'm entrusting Zhang Guangcai to you." The guard remained silent. He was an external member of the Spirit Warrior Management Department, boasting a combat prowess of 90. Having dutifully served in the department for many years, he aspired to one day become a martial disciple. He cast a glance at Jiang Bai, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately held his tongue. Jiang Bai seemed to understand his unspoken thoughts and sheepishly replied, "Uncle, this is merely my duty." The guard was taken aback. Earlier, Jiang Bai had whispered to him that he had a method to ensure Zhang Guangcai would obediently comply, without any resistance. Upon hearing this, the guard had felt assured enough to let Zhang Guangcai pass. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Guangcai had been knocked out. Was this truly the method to ensure compliance? Did he not realize how much additional work this would create for him? "My deepest thanks to you." Jiang Bai observed the guard lost in contemplation and leaned in once more to whisper. The guard turned his gaze toward the podium, where he caught sight of Zhang Xiaofeng's encouraging, appreciative, and paternal-gazed eye in response. The guard waved his hand, summoning another guard to take his place, while he cheerfully and cautiously escorted the unconscious Zhang Guangcai away. If only I had known this individual had connections. The son of the deputy director of the Demon Capture Division, a second-generation official. Why is it that such a wise and formidable father has a son who is so singularly focused? He should have considered that with his meager strength, he could not even contend with a common rat demon, let alone a horde of them. Did he truly wish to remain behind, courting death? Alas, being a martial disciple is akin to being an ant, unable to even defeat a single rat. When will I ever ascend to the rank of martial disciple? This year, there are 4 high school martial disciples. Especially that Jiang Bai, who, despite an ordinary background, has achieved such strength through sheer diligence. Earlier, he even referred to me as uncle. I shall have to boast about this to my colleagues for an entire year. Zhang Bai continued to watch as Zhang Guangcai was carried away, fully aware that his friend would not heed his counsel. Zhang Guangcai was determined to stay, but Zhang Bai could not allow that. It was far too perilous. The strength of the rat demons was such that Zhang Guangcai could manage only a few exchanges with them, yet he could not inflict any harm. Remaining behind, even for a moment of carelessness, could result in sacrifice. Forgive me, Guangcai. This time, I cannot allow you to fight alongside me. After Zhang Guangcai was sent away, Lu Ming approached, glancing around with a hint of confusion. Zhang Bai, why haven't you evacuated yet? Many students have already left. Yet Zhang Bai had no intention of retreating. He met Lu Ming's gaze earnestly, declaring, I intend to stay and defend Tongqing. What are you thinking? You re just a high school student. This is not your time to bear the burden. You should hasten to the stronghold. Lu Ming was somewhat irate, genuinely concerned that Zhang Bai might be injured or even sacrifice himself during this invasion of rat demons. Given Zhang Bai's talent, he had a bright future ahead of him, at least as a Spirit Vein Realm or even Spirit Sea Realm warrior. Being so young, he should be focusing on cultivation rather than confronting the onslaught of demon beasts. However, Zhang Bai's next words extinguished Lu Ming's thoughts, leaving him unable to counter, I am a martial disciple. Zhang Bai's tone was calm yet resolute, exuding a charisma unafraid of sacrifice. The martial disciple realm is capable of battling rat demons. This is the responsibility that spirit warriors must shoulder. Lu Ming opened his mouth, striving to articulate something further, but he was not one to be particularly eloquent, and at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He realized that nothing he could say would dissuade Zhang Bai from his resolve. Truly, the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly addressed Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai, don't you have good friends in the hospital? You should head there now and assist in the evacuation of the hospital personnel. Although he had not witnessed the earlier competition, he had heard of Wu Danning being hospitalized due to Shu Qing's actions. Since Zhang Bai was insistent on remaining to confront the rat demons, it would be best for him to head to the hospital, where many spirit warriors were gathered, providing a relatively safer environment, and he would not have to face the rat demon horde directly. Currently, despite the Tongqing Sports Center housing the most spirit warriors, once all the ordinary citizens were safely evacuated, they would have to proceed to the incident site to confront the rat demon horde. Additionally, there were several scattered spirit warriors throughout Tongqing, aiding in the evacuation of various locations, while the remaining spirit warriors were primarily at the hospital, where the patients required more time to evacuate. Time is of the essence. You must hurry. Once the hospital personnel have safely withdrawn, you can make your move. Surely, that would suffice. Lu Ming urged Zhang Bai to make a swift decision. This arrangement was undoubtedly the best for Zhang Bai, provided he did not encounter a group of rat demons. Chapter 66. The greatness of maternal love in the courtyard. The blazing inferno illuminated the night sky, casting a faint glow against the darkness. The interplay of night and flame created a chaotic scene, with thick smoke billowing as a gray rat demon emerged, its form stretching against the wind. Amidst the flickering flames and swirling smoke, the rat demon suddenly let out a piercing howl, its cries reverberating through the night, as if its voice dispelled the shadows. Following the call, the surrounding spiritual energy began to ripple and swirl, ultimately converging upon the rat demon. Its dark gray pupils deepened, and its physique became increasingly harmonious. The once coarse fur now gleamed with a bronze luster, standing out vividly against the night and emitting a blinding cold light. Brimming with formidable power, spiritual energy surged from all directions, visibly enhancing the rat demon's strength as it absorbed the energy. On this night, the Gray Rat King seemed poised to break through its limitations and ascend to a higher realm. The surrounding rat demons chirped excitedly, their calls echoing from afar as if celebrating their king's impending breakthrough. The scarlet-eyed Rat King gazed upon this with longing. Could it be that its father was about to transcend and reach a higher realm? That realm, which all demon beasts coveted, for in that realm, they could speak human language and traverse the skies. Swish, swish, swished in the darkness, a figure raced forward, weaving through the throngs of fleeing civilians, whether solitary or in groups. At this moment, the broadcasts and television in Tongqing incessantly repeated the same message. Attention, citizens, Tongqing is under attack by demon beasts. Please maintain order and evacuate to the stronghold in an orderly manner. The faces of the fleeing populace were etched with expressions of panic and fear, yet their eyes sparkled with a resolute light of hope. No one screamed or shouted. They all exerted themselves in a desperate flight towards the fortress. Only upon reaching that sanctuary could they claim a fleeting sense of safety. When the sky fell, there were those of stature to bear it, and the spirit warriors were those towering figures. They believed that the spirit warriors of the Alliance would not let them down. This was the essence of the tales passed down over 3 centuries, a testament to the guardianship of the spirit warriors. Gaze fixed upon a solitary figure hastening along the path, illuminated by a street lamp, revealing the determined profile of Jiang Bai, who had departed from the Tongqing Sports Center en route to the hospital. Thus far, he had encountered countless ordinary souls fleeing, and fortunately, he had yet to witness any attacks from the monstrous beasts. Suddenly, a sound pierced Jiang Bai's ears. He paused, straining to discern its origin, only to hear the wailing of children intermingled with the frantic cries of the crowd. Ah, the sobbing! After swiftly confirming the direction, Jiang Bai dashed towards the source of the cries. After navigating several buildings and corners, he beheld a throng of people hastily making their way towards the fortress. Among them, a young mother clutched a little girl as they fled. The child's eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of daze, as if she had just awakened from slumber, as they passed a certain spot. A nearby manhole cover suddenly resounded with a loud thud. With a swift whoosh, the cover was propelled into the air, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous boom. Fortunately, no one had stepped upon it. The fleeing group noticed this disturbance and halted, curiosity compelling them to uncover the cause, or perhaps to guard against an unknown peril. To turn one's back on a monstrous beast was an exceedingly reckless act. Though they were not spirit warriors, they understood this truth. Nevertheless, the terror that gripped their hearts rendered them motionless. At last, a braver soul could no longer contain himself. Eyes tightly shut, he slowly turned around. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, the whisper of the wind audible in the stillness. Soon, the sound of his heavy breathing overwhelmed the wind, revealing that his actions could hardly be deemed courageous. It was merely a matter of gritting his teeth in utter dread. Upon turning, he took a deep breath, his tightly furrowed eyelids gradually parting to reveal a narrow slit. Cautiously glancing around, everything appeared normal. Apart from the manhole and its displaced cover, nothing seemed amiss. He pressed a hand to his chest, attempting to quell the tension, and opened his eyes, reassuring the crowd, "It's all right, just a false alarm." Perhaps it was merely the wind moving the cover. Yet before he could finish his words, a piercing scream escaped his lips. He had spotted a shadowy figure leaping forth from the dark abyss of the manhole. And in an instant, that shadow lunged towards a few individuals. The shun flash. As the distance closed, they realized it was a rat demon, and before they could react, it struck 2 people with a powerful blow, sending them tumbling. The attack elicited cries of distress from the victims, who writhed on the ground. In the ensuing chaos, the remaining crowd fled in terror, no longer concerned about turning their backs to the rat demon. After all, not everyone possessed the fortitude to confront such beasts, especially ordinary folk. The dread instilled by the rat demon had utterly consumed their reason. At that moment, a singular thought dominated their minds: to run. to run as fast as possible. They fled instinctively, heedless of whether they could indeed escape. The hastily formed group scattered in every direction, revealing the raw essence of human fear. The young mother, clutching her child, sprinted desperately forward, determined not to perish here, at the very least to ensure her child reached the fortress and lived on. In that moment, the profound strength of maternal love propelled her forward with remarkable speed, igniting a flicker of hope that she might evade the rat demon. The creature, observing the panicked throng, emitted a series of chittering calls, reveling in the game of cat and mouse. Then took off in pursuit of a particular direction, the same direction in which the mother and her child fled. Oblivious to the impending threat, the mother pressed on, her sole focus on survival. Run! We must live! The rat demon's calls grew ever closer, more pronounced, more menacing. Just then, the mother unexpectedly stepped on a loose brick, the ground beneath giving way. With a resounding thud, she fell, her balance disrupted. Yet, she thought not of her own safety, fiercely protecting her child, shielding the little one from harm with her own body. However, the abruptness of the fall startled the child, who began to weep softly. The rat demon's cries intensified, closing the distance between them. Undeterred by her pain, the mother struggled to rise, clutching her child, limping forward as she soothingly murmured to her little one, "Do not cry, do not see our It drew near." The rat demon's speed was unparalleled. It swiftly positioned itself behind the mother, its sharp claws poised to strike. In that moment, Jiang Bai, rushing to the scene, witnessed this harrowing tableau. Under the shroud of night, the rat demon was poised to attack the beleaguered mother, who appeared exhausted from her prolonged flight, her strength waning. Just then, she slipped again, crashing to the ground. Sensing the rat demon's approach, she held her child tightly, eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop, you vile creature!" Jiang Bai roared, unable to contain his fury. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, enveloping him in flames. He planted his feet firmly, adopting an unusual stance. In an instant, Jiang Bai vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the rat demon, executing a shun flash. His trusty iron sword was already in hand, and he swiftly initiated a slashing motion. The fiery energy clung to the blade as he swung it towards the rat demon. Flame slash! The demon was caught off guard. Had it comprehended human language, it might have heeded Jiang Bai's warning and escaped, but it was oblivious, and the panicked cries of the crowd only heightened its excitement. Thus, the rat demon met its doom. The rapidity of the events left it no time to evade Jiang Bai's fiery strike, which first singed its fur before cutting through its skin, revealing charred flesh beneath. The blade continued its descent until it struck bone, halting only then. The rat demon collapsed, blood spilling upon the ground. Gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death, seizing the opportunity, Jiang Bai wasted no time. Gripping the iron sword with both hands, he thrust downward. Initially, he encountered resistance, but with a swift motion, the blade pierced through the demon's body. In an instant, the rat demon lay lifeless. Jiang Bai, having vanquished the creature, exhaled a sigh of relief. This marked his second encounter with a rat demon. Despite his recent surge in strength, having surpassed the ranks of a martial apprentice and wielding the formidable flame energy, he had once envisioned effortlessly dispatching such a foe. Yet, in the face of reality, he was astonished by how easily, as he spoke, he extended his hand, wishing to assist the mother in rising. This mother, who had initially resigned herself to her fate, was taken aback by the unexpected offer of salvation. At that moment, Jiang Bai's voice resonated in her ears like a celestial melody. Slowly, she opened her eyes and, upon seeing Jiang Bai's outstretched hand, understood his intention and reached out, allowing him to pull her to her feet. Thank you," she stammered, her voice choked with emotion and tinged with fear, perhaps a reflection of her brush with death. "It's all right. This is what I ought to do," Jiang Bai reassured her, retrieving a document from his pocket, a temporary summons issued by Lu Ming from the Demon Capture Department. With this decree, he was recognized as an official personnel, thus circumventing unnecessary scrutiny and making it easier for others to place their trust in him. Just as Jiang Bai was about to articulate further thoughts, a sudden crack echoed through the air. "Who goes there? Show yourself," he called out, directing his voice towards a shadowy corner. Following his gaze, he spotted a large black trash bin, shrouded in darkness, rendering it nearly invisible. In an instant, a figure darted out from the shadows and fled into the distance, evidently attempting to escape. Observing this, Jiang Bai immediately gave chase. However, the figure demonstrated remarkable speed and agility, suggesting a background in training or frequent running, and seemed intimately familiar with the terrain. As they sprinted, the path was cleverly navigated, avoiding dead ends at every turn. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Bai activated his Shun Flash technique, swiftly closing the distance between them. Upon reaching a corner, the fleeing figure appeared to tire, or perhaps realized they could not outpace Jiang Bai, and finally halted. Jiang Bai approached cautiously, spotting the figure clad in black robes, their voluminous attire obscuring their physique. Beneath the cloak, the individual trembled, filled with regret for having followed too closely and thereby drawing Jiang Bai's attention. Initially, they had intended to glean some sensational news by shadowing Jiang Bai. As anticipated, Jiang Bai soon took off in a particular direction, prompting the figure to follow until Jiang Bai came to a stop, revealing a rat demon poised to attack a distressed mother and daughter pair. In that critical moment, Jiang Bai's body erupted in a radiant red glow, making him exceptionally conspicuous against the night backdrop. He instantaneously appeared behind the rat demon, unleashing a fiery slash that severely injured it. This ability to teleport was undoubtedly a martial technique, akin to the rat demon's Shun Flash. The figure was elated. This was bound to be a significant scoop. Jiang Bai appeared to possess a teleportation skill and had just dispatched a rat demon with remarkable ease. Was this truly a high school student? Such news would undoubtedly dominate the headlines. He had long desired for the newspaper to transcend the confines of school and establish a presence on a larger platform. Now was the perfect opportunity. The previous topic he had published regarding Jiang Bai's romantic involvement with Jia Jingwen had stirred considerable excitement among the students of Tongqing No. 1 High School, but that was merely a trivial matter. Serious individuals hardly reveled in tales of romance. Spiritual warriors, particularly those endowed with talent and strength, were what truly captured the attention of the masses. Jiang Bai was undeniably a gifted and formidable martial artist, hailing from an ordinary background, yet managing to slay a rat demon. These elements combined were a recipe for trending news. This moment represented an exceptional chance to garner recognition for the Zhizhao newspaper in Tongqing. If the story of Jiang Bai's triumph over the rat demon were to be exposed, accompanied by captivating photographs and engaging captions, Zhizhao would undoubtedly soar to new heights. It could even yield greater financial returns. As students had limited spending power, only a larger platform could secure more substantial profits. Thus, the figure in black continued to trail Jiang Bai. Initially, they had intended to maintain a safe distance to avoid detection, but soon realized they could not keep pace with Jiang Bai, nearly losing sight of him entirely. Fortunately, Jiang Bai's radiant glow provided guidance in the darkness. As the night was quite dim, it was difficult to discern Jiang Bai's features and figure from afar. Capturing a distant photograph was akin to trying to photograph a bright light. Reluctantly, the figure had to edge closer for a better shot. However, this proximity inadvertently led to being spotted by Jiang Bai. Upon realizing this, they immediately fled, only to discover they could not outrun him. Gradually, they regained their composure. "Wait, why am I running? I merely captured some footage. There's no need for such drastic measures. Who are you?" Jiang Bai inquired, advancing towards the figure in black, his iron sword firmly grasped, its tip aimed at the cloaked individual, ever vigilant. Since suffering a significant defeat at the hands of the rat demon and Shu Qing, Jiang Bai had become exceedingly cautious, never underestimating any adversary. The surrounding silence was unnerving, and the figure in black trembled slightly, their heart racing with trepidation. Yet, the billowing robe concealed their movements, causing Jiang Bai to suspect they were reaching for something. Heightening his vigilance, he readied himself. Suddenly, the figure in black pivoted. Jiang Bai, startled by their abrupt movement, assumed they were about to unleash some formidable attack and instinctively retreated a step, drawing his sword back slightly into a defensive posture. His keen gaze fixed on every motion of the cloaked figure. As the figure turned, they noticed Jiang Bai's reaction and felt a surge of fear. A gentle breeze brushed against their neck, sending a chill down their spine. What is Jiang Bai up to? Is he truly intent on slaying me, just as he did the rat? Realizing the urgency of clarifying their identity, the figure quickly removed their hood, exclaiming, "Jiang Bai, please let me explain. Do not strike, do not strike." Upon hearing their utterance of his name, Jiang Bai's heart skipped a beat. This person knew him. "Who are you?" Jiang Bai queried, still perplexed, his sword unwavering. The figure in black, recognizing Jiang Bai's continued confusion, feared he had already resolved to end his life. What if he is contemplating how to do so? They hastily added, "Please, do not attack. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely an ordinary journalist." "Violence is not the answer," they implored, gesturing towards Jiang Bai's sword in a bid to disarm the tension. Nevertheless, Jiang Bai remained unmoved, his brow furrowed in contemplation, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the individual. The figure in black, now thoroughly panicked, thought, "I cannot die like this." In a moment of desperation, they recalled something and swiftly discarded the black cloak, revealing a red uniform adorned with the emblem of Tongqing No. One high school on the left chest. "Jiang Bai, it's me, Feng Feng. We are classmates. I merely took a few photographs. I have erred, but I do not deserve death." Their voice trembled as they pleaded for mercy. On the verge of kneeling, Jiang Bai, upon recognizing the school uniform and scrutinizing the figure's face, finally recalled their identity. "It's you." Chapter 68. Editor-in-Chief of Ji Zhao, "You are Feng Feng," Jiang Bai exclaimed, finally identifying the individual, his classmate from Tongqing No. 1 High School. The darkness had nearly obscured his recognition. To his astonishment, Feng Feng, with his prominent brows and bright eyes, had taken to the role of a paparazzo behind the scenes. "Ah, White Lord, you finally recognized me," Feng Feng chuckled, inching closer to Jiang Bai, his mind racing with thoughts of how Jiang Bai still held his sword aloft. "Stay right there. Also, I am not that old," Jiang Bai commanded, halting Feng Feng's approach while lifting his sword slightly as if to warn, "Advance another step, and I shall strike at that moment." Feng Feng hesitated, opting to continue persuading Jiang Bai through words, hoping to convince him to lower his weapon. "It's all right. I won't come any closer. If you prefer, I shall call you Brother Bai instead." "Brother Bai, may we negotiate?" "Put down the sword. Holding it up is quite tiring." "Ha ha." Feng Feng chuckled amiably, his hands rubbing together to alleviate the tension. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai contemplated for a moment before sheathing his refined iron sword, as he too believed that Feng Feng was not a villain, though he could not articulate why. It was simply his intuition. Nevertheless, he maintained a certain distance from Feng Feng, ensuring that he would have ample time to react should Feng Feng make any sudden movements. Observing Jiang Bai's sword returning to its scabbard, Feng Feng let out a sigh of relief, having witnessed the entire process by which Jiang Bai effortlessly dispatched the rat demon. The decisiveness and ease with which Jiang Bai had slain the creature left a lasting impression on him. In terms of power, Feng Feng was inferior to the rat demon. If Jiang Bai were to take offense, He could easily eliminate him, akin to crushing an ant beneath one's foot. Jiang Bai's sheathing of the sword likely indicated his growing trust in Feng Feng. For despite his own appearance, which could not be described as anything less than righteous, with his thick brows, large eyes, and square face, it was as though the words "good person" were inscribed upon his visage. After resolving the immediate crisis, Feng Feng found himself worrying about other matters. He earnestly hoped that Jiang Bai would not inquire too deeply, fearing that his questions might provoke Jiang Bai's wrath. After all, matters pertaining to newspapers could sometimes ruffle feathers. Yet, it seemed Jiang Bai was determined to pursue his curiosity, as he posed a series of questions. Why are you wandering about here in a black robe at such a late hour? Furthermore, why did you flee when I called for you? Upon first encountering the figure in the black robe, Jiang Bai had assumed he was dealing with a member of some sinister cult, only to discover it was a classmate. Feng Feng, upon hearing Jiang Bai's inquiries, smiled and refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he retrieved a crumpled square piece of paper from his trousers. He smoothed it out with determination and presented both sides to Jiang Bai, who could discern little from the darkened surface. Feng Feng then bent down, placing the card on the ground and sliding it towards Jiang Bai's feet with practiced ease, revealing that he had done this numerous times before. Observing this, Jiang Bai cautiously dragged the card closer with the scabbard of his sword, feeling it was prudent to exercise caution. He then produced a piece of paper from his person, wrapping it around the card before picking it up. Though engaged in the act of retrieving the card, his gaze remained fixed on Feng Feng, ready to strike with lethal force at the slightest hint of danger. Feeling the intensity of Jiang Bai's stare, Feng Feng experienced a chill running down his neck, sensing the palpable aura of hostility. Thus, he awkwardly chuckled and gestured towards the card, saying, "Brother Bai, that is my business card. I humbly admit that I have garnered a modest reputation at Tongqing No. One high school." Upon hearing this explanation, Jiang Bai thought to himself, "Are you not merely an insignificant figure, no different from the more prominent individuals? Yet, I did not expect you to possess a business card." He then carefully unwrapped the paper encasing the card and noticed a few words inscribed on it appeared to be the card's reverse side, which bore the prominent characters, Tongqing No. 1 High School, followed by a smaller line of text that read, Zhijiao News, flanked by 2 red flowers, each with 5 petals and a black eye at their center. This seemed to be the exclusive emblem of Zhijiao News. In the lower right corner, a line of smaller text proclaimed, "Rumors abound in the Jianghu, all are known." Jiang Bai cast another glance at Feng Feng, astonished to discover that this thick-browed, large-eyed individual was indeed affiliated with Zhijiao News. He then flipped the card over, revealing several prominent characters that read, "Chief Editor of Zhijiao News, 2 Hornets." The remainder of the card contained contact information and an email address for submissions and correspondence. Jiang Bai scrutinized it once more, stating, "So, you are the chief editor of Zhijiao News, 2 Hornets, Feng Feng?" "Indeed, it is true that I humbly serve as the current chief editor of Zhijiao News and have successfully leveraged my intellect to elevate it from obscurity to its present acclaim within the school." Feng Feng replied, a hint of pride evident in his voice. He reminisced about a time when his family's enterprise had faced an unexpected assault from a rival, leading to its abrupt bankruptcy. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a privileged scion into a person left with nothing, as if that were not enough. His strength had also waned, and the family's years of savings had been exhausted in his futile attempts at recovery. During this dark chapter of his life, the once proud Feng family had seen their standing in Tongqing plummet. To make matters worse, his fiancée had chosen this moment to call off their engagement, a heartbreaking turn of events for 2 childhood sweethearts. In that moment, he had felt an overwhelming desire to shout to the heavens, 3 years in the East, 3 years in the West. Do not mock the youth for their poverty. Yet, he lacked the courage to voice such sentiments. Knowing that his family could withstand no further turmoil, Their once grand estate had been reduced to a modest two-bedroom apartment, their debts mounting as his parents aged prematurely due to overwork. Relatives and friends had distanced themselves, fearing they might be asked for financial assistance. All of this stemmed from a chance encounter at a roadside stall where he purchased a jade pendant, a decision made in a moment of despair, oblivious to the ramifications. Thus, when his fiancée approached him to end their engagement, the terms she offered were too generous to refuse, and he did not wish to burden his parents any further. Against their wishes, he consented to the annulment, which was initiated by her. The relentless series of blows had stripped Feng Feng of his will to live, reducing him to a mere shell of his former self. Once a lavish spender, now relegated to a life of mere existence, he had grown accustomed to the ridicule from relatives and the derision from classmates, merely seeking to get by, indifferent to the whispers that surrounded him. His parents, aware of his suffering, refrained from interfering in his apathetic behavior. One evening, after a few drinks, his father reminisced about the family's illustrious past, revealing that they had been the founders of Zhizhao News, once a name that resonated throughout the entire alliance. Alas, after years of mismanagement and lack of creativity, Zhizhao News had dwindled to but a handful of employees, virtually forgotten by all, due to its ancestral significance. Feng's father had never entertained the idea of selling or closing Zhizhao News. For years, the family had poured their resources into sustaining it, even as it teetered on the brink of dissolution. His father's aspiration had always been to restore the family's legacy, to once again bring Zhizhao News to prominence. Yet, now, with their own survival in jeopardy, the dream of maintaining the publication seemed increasingly distant. In a moment of despair, his father lamented, "I, Feng Shan, have failed my ancestors." Listening to his father's drunken ramblings, Feng Feng found himself deep in thought. One day, he made a pivotal decision that would become the driving force for his survival. He resolved to revive the glory of Zhizhao News. This thought ignited a fervor within him, akin to flames consuming oil, impossible to contain. It could be said that Zhizhao News's current reputation at Tongqing No. 1 High School owed a significant portion of its success, 8/10. To be precise, to Feng Feng himself. Initially, he personally gathered most of the materials and authored numerous articles, even overseeing other submissions for quality. Only after Zhizhao News gained renown at the school did this arrangement begin to ease. Chapter 69. New Acquisitions. Jiang Bai arrives at the hospital. That being said, you are quite impressive, Jiang Bai complimented Feng Feng. Upon receiving Jiang Bai's praise, Feng Feng became visibly excited. Although his strength was lacking, Zhizhao News filled him with pride, and he lightly replied, "I am unworthy of such accolades. To earn Brother Bai's recognition is indeed an honor. Then, today, you were stalking me, taking clandestine photographs." Jiang Bai's remark jolted Feng Feng back to reality, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. The subsequent statement sent a chill down his spine, as he felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss, illustrating the adage that fears often manifest. That photograph of me and Jia Jingwen on the front page of Zhizhao News was also your doing, wasn't it? Jiang Bai pressed, his expression serious. Feng Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "Brother Bai, do you believe me when I say it wasn't me?" Jiang Bai scrutinized Feng Feng, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I confess, those were indeed my actions. Popularity begets traffic. That photograph was certainly captured by me. I noticed you both leaving and discreetly followed, catching the perfect angle for a captivating shot. I sought to capitalize on the buzz. However, I did not follow you today. I merely happened upon you heading in a certain direction and decided to accompany you. Truly, Brother Bai, you must believe me." "What a feeble defense," Jiang Bai scoffed, adding, "Setting aside the matter of defamation, how do you explain your sudden awakening of special spiritual energy? Surely you would not know this without having stalked me." Feng Feng was drenched in cold sweat, clearly exhibiting signs of anxiety. He found himself at a loss for words when it came to explaining the situation. Although he harbored doubts about Jiang by awakening a unique spiritual energy, after all, how could a mere lad from an ordinary family possess such extraordinary abilities? He had witnessed Jiang Bai's genuine awakening of elemental spiritual energy, specifically the fire element, during the Tongqing Grand Competition. However, the sources of such revelations remained a secret he could not divulge, for he was acutely aware of the repercussions of revealing too much. Jiang Bai's gaze was frigid. He understood that interrogating a tabloid leader would yield little information, yet he was taken aback by Feng Feng's steadfast silence, as no useful details were forthcoming. Spreading baseless rumors was not a venture for the faint-hearted. Feng Feng awkwardly chuckled and suddenly had a moment of clarity, saying, "Brother Bai, you must understand that certain news published in the papers is 7 parts true and 3 parts false. We have done our due diligence, with only 1 or 2 pieces of information remaining unverified." As he spoke, Feng Feng rubbed his hands together and continued, "This piece of news was merely incidental. Who would have thought that you, Brother Bai, would genuinely awaken special spiritual energy?" Jiang Bai, however, had exhausted his patience for Feng Feng's explanations. If Feng Feng had chosen to conceal his identity, Jiang Bai might have considered eliminating him. But given that he now understood the other's intentions were benign, such drastic measures were unwarranted. Moreover, it was uncertain whether he could even defeat Feng Feng, especially since they were classmates, across from him. Feng Feng felt a chill run down his neck, but the sensation dissipated quickly. He absent-mindedly touched his neck, pondering, "Strange. Why do I keep feeling an ominous presence today?" There were certain things he wished to disclose to Jiang Bai. Yet maintaining professional integrity took precedence. Some matters simply could not be shared. "Forget it. I shan't press you further. Come, follow me." Jiang Bai finally sighed, his thoughts a whirlwind. He resolved to grant Feng Feng this courtesy, as he fit the mold of a protagonist. "Where to? Surely not the police station?" Feng Feng asked, a hint of worry in his tone. "You seem quite anxious. I merely wish for you to escort that mother and daughter to the fortress." "It is a sensible utilization of resources," Jiang Bai replied. "Oh, is that all? Then you can trust me with them," Feng Feng said, slapping his chest with assurance. "You should have said so earlier. You had me quite worried." The brief interlude had cost Jiang Bai valuable time, and he now hurried towards the hospital without pause. He remained mindful of conserving his energy to avoid any unforeseen mishaps, aware that playful rat demons could be lurking about. Meanwhile, he reflected on the earlier events. He had not anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous classmate, Wu Danning, was, in fact, the editor-in-chief of the Tongqing Daily. No, it was inappropriate to label him as inconspicuous. He had once been brilliant, a prodigy whose progress had stagnated over the past 2 years. Now, with newfound strength and hidden identities, he was formidable indeed. What surprised him even more was his system, the Little Mo, which had remained silent after his last breakthrough into martial apprentice status. While others received substantial rewards, he was left empty-handed. Yet, Jiang Bai had brushed off his grievances, knowing that only the corpses or skeletons of demon beasts could trigger the system's rewards. However, as a high school student with no prior excursions beyond the city, he had little opportunity to procure such remains, a poignant irony indeed. Just moments ago, amidst the peculiar glances from the mother and daughter, as well as Feng Feng, he had touched the lifeless rat demon. And to his astonishment, the long-awaited system voice rang out. "Ding dong, the system is processing." The rat demon was of weak power, and Little Mo soon completed its analysis. "Analysis successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained nothing." Jiang Bai, "What? You wretched system, come out here. You complete the analysis, yet I receive nothing." After finally encountering a lone rat demon, he had hoped to uncover something valuable. He had been so gentle in his touch, only to be informed that there were no rewards. Surely, this system could not be a fraud. Previously, He had acquired the Shun Flash from a rat demon, complete with compatibility features to aid his training. The rewards had seemed adequate. The last time he extracted fire elemental spiritual energy from a bone, he had struggled greatly, expending 3 top-grade body refinement pills to barely ascend to the martial apprentice level and awaken fire spiritual energy. Yet now, he had received nothing. He felt utterly disappointed, having placed high hopes in the system. Surely, it hadn't he secretly consumed the rewards for itself. For 17 years, he had labored under the belief that awakening the system would lead him to the pinnacle of success. But this system was utterly disappointing. How infuriating that it was a non-intelligent system. As he journeyed, Jiang Bai harbored immense resentment and complaints towards the system. Before long, a grand hospital came into view, its white high-rise structure standing tall. Finally, we have arrived, Jiang Bai exhaled in relief. The first hospital of Tongqing, where Wu Danning was hospitalized, was bustling with orderly evacuations. Family members supported patients, others pushed wheelchairs, and some carried stretchers. All making their way to the fortress, at the hospital's exit, several middle-aged men stood guard, their casual attire failing to conceal their imposing presence. Even from a distance, their aura conveyed the essence of those who had slain countless demon beasts. They maintained a solemn silence, exuding gravity. Soon, an elderly man in a white coat emerged, holding several bottles of water while directing the evacuation efforts. "Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Here, have some water," the elderly man offered. "Thank you," Zhang Liyan replied, taking a sip before turning to the elderly man and inquiring, "Old director, how many patients remain unevacuated?" He had been watching a match when this emergency arose, and higher-ups had summoned him to oversee the situation to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The hospital was currently home to nearly all the patients and injured of Tongqing, including not just ordinary people but also spiritual martial artists. There could be no room for error. The old director glanced at his watch and checked the list. It has been nearly an hour, and the evacuation is progressing swiftly. However, there are still over half of the patients and injured remaining, so many left. I wonder if we'll manage in time. Zhang Liyan pondered. "Old director, we must expedite the process." The initial evacuations consisted of those who were less mobile, such as elderly or severely ill patients. The pace should quicken from here on. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us hope that the director and his team can thwart the Grey Rat King's breakthrough. Otherwise, we may not hold out until reinforcements arrive. This moment is dire for the fate of Tongqing. Chapter 70. The Battle of Man and Rat begins in the courtyard. The incessant chattering of rat demons filled the air. The scene remained ablaze, smoke billowing. The Grey Rat King, amidst this chaos, appeared almost blindingly bright when viewed from certain angles. With each breath, the Grey Rat King channeled spiritual energy, akin to waves surging in the ocean, while its form began to expand gradually. The Bomb Rat King had long concealed itself nearby, eyes closed as it focused on the Grey Rat King's breakthrough process. This was a journey it too would one day undertake, instilling confidence within it. Unlike ordinary bomb rats that exploded at the sight of humans, it was remarkably rational. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open, revealing blood-red irises. The one who had slain its subordinate had appeared and was now dispatching another rat demon. That subordinate had once aided its entry into Tongqing, and without its guidance, the Bomb Rat King would not have been able to infiltrate Lu City, let alone lurk within Tongqing itself. Alas, as a native rat demon, it had not exercised sufficient caution and had been slain by a mere youth. Now, it was time for vengeance. It emitted a series of soft clicks. The sound not loud yet possessing a peculiar frequency, akin to issuing commands. Unbeknownst to anyone, a swarm of rat demons began to advance from the sewers towards a designated location. This horde included both bomb rats and gray rats, numbering no less than several hundred. Not far from the courtyard, the governor of Tongqing, Lu Siming, wore a grave expression, as did the president of the Spiritual Martial Association, Elda, and the chief of the Demon Control Department. Li Guotian. The sight of the overwhelming tide of rat demons and the relentless chattering filled the spiritual martial artists of Tongqing with shock. How could there be so many rat demons in Tongqing? Lu City was the one closer to the outskirts. Moreover, the Gray Rat King, who had vanished for a decade, had suddenly re-emerged and was on the verge of a breakthrough. Confusion and dread enveloped everyone present. As they beheld the increasingly potent aura of the Gray Rat King, Lu Siming's hoarse voice broke the silence. President L, chiefly, esteemed colleagues, our trial is upon us. When the incident transpired, I promptly sought assistance from my superiors. The response I received was that during these exceptional times, there was a shortage of personnel, and it would take at least 2 hours for support to arrive. Originally, the horde of rat demons had not dispersed. They remained clustered around this courtyard, and it was entirely feasible to hold out for 2 hours. At this point, Lu Siming glanced around, his tone growing increasingly grave, and added, "However, now this congregation of rat demons is, in fact, providing cover for the breakthrough of the Gray Rat King. Should the Gray Rat King succeed, it would lead the rat horde to seize Tongqing. Furthermore, the rat demons could use Tongqing as a stronghold to launch assaults on neighboring cities. With catastrophic consequences, the formation of such a population of rat demons is truly terrifying." Lu Siming paused for a moment before continuing, "Thus, our next course of action must be to breach the encirclement of the rat demons and disrupt the Gray Rat King's breakthrough. Slowing down the Gray Rat King's advancement would suffice, but our aspirations should be set even higher." After Lu Siming spoke, he nodded towards Li Guotian, the director of the Demon Control Bureau. Consequently, Li Guotian stepped forward and addressed the assembled crowd. "We will now divide our personnel into several small teams for combat, each comprising 6 to 8 individuals. Please form your own teams and select a leader for each group." As Li Guotian issued his orders, everyone quickly sought out their respective groups. The teams were swiftly organized, ready to follow Li Guotian's instructions to break through from 8 different directions. If even one individual could penetrate the encirclement of the rat demons and slightly delay or interrupt the Gray Rat King's advance until reinforcements arrived, it would all be worthwhile. This endeavor was undoubtedly perilous and could result in numerous casualties among the spiritual warriors, yet there were no better alternatives at this juncture. Even if there were, it was too late for regrets. The operation had commenced. Not far away, atop a building, Shu Qing and others silently observed the unfolding scene, seemingly deep in thought. Beside him, Xie Tong retracted his gaze and remarked to Shu Qing, "Young master, we should depart. Tongqing is beyond saving now. According to information from the organization, reinforcements will not arrive for at least another 2 hours, and by then, it will be too late. Once the Gray Rat King breaks through, who could stand in its way? It appears that Tongqing is destined for destruction." Suddenly, Shu Qing felt a sharp pang in his chest, hastily clutching it as he bowed his head, emitting a groan of agony. He staggered, struggling to maintain his footing. Observing this, Lu Dongdong and Xie Tong rushed forward to support him. Young master! Young master!" Shu Qing waved his hand to halt their actions, his voice raspied, "I am fine. I can endure." After a lengthy pause, Shu Qing lifted his head, his eyes now bloodshot, and spoke in a fragmented manner. "Let us go. We have acquired what we came for, and Tongqing has unexpectedly fallen. We also captured some specimens to take back. This expedition to Tongqing can be deemed a success." Lu Dongdong's face was etched with concern as he urgently called out to Xie Tong. Xie Tong. Understanding Lu Dongdong's intent, Xie Tong retrieved a black mirror once more, enveloped in emerald spirit energy, which soon emitted a bright white light. After the brilliance faded, Shu Qing, Lu Dongdong, Xie Tong, and the students vanished from the scene, their destination unknown. Meanwhile, at Tongqing Hospital, Zhang Bai produced the temporary requisition order from Officer Lu Meng of the Demon Control Bureau. Upon seeing it, Zhang Liyan did not comment further. Having witnessed the competition himself, he understood that Jiang Bai was a martial apprentice, thus there was no significant issue with him remaining here.